I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 3196 Pulling Out a Sword. Mr. Crown Prince, let's summon a gene race to protect your body before you draw the sword of your choice. 1,000-Mile Reach and Zhen did not delay. One went left, and one went right. They followed Qin Bai, ready to save him the moment he needed to be saved. There is no need. Qin Bai walked up to the big sword. He reached his hand out to touch the sword's grip, but it was too high. After he touched the handle, he could not use any strength. Seeing that the big great sword had a blunted blade, Qin Bai used his body to hold the sword and pull it. The scared 1,000-Mile Reach and Zhen knew that with this kind of pulling, assuming the great sword did not approve of Qin Bai, it would attack Qin Bai's body. He would not be given any time to react. The two of them wanted to stop that from happening, but Qin Bai had already pulled the diamond great sword out. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. The great sword exploded with a sharp sword light. It broke Qin Bai's armor, dyeing his armor with blood. Zhen's reactions were blisteringly quick. She fired out a lightning-like sword light to send the great sword flying away. 1,000-Mile Reach flew and grabbed Qin Bai. He immediately examined Qin Bai's wounds. Fortunately, Zhen's reactions had been fast enough. Before the great sword could strike Qin Bai's ribcage, it had only damaged his skin. Zhen unleashed another sword light to cut the diamond great sword in half. After the diamond great sword was broken, it self-destructed. It turned into a mushroom cloud until it fizzed away into dust. If Zhen had hit the great sword while Qin Bai was holding it, it would have blown Qin Bai into dust. Qin Bai's eyes were open wide. He looked at his chest, which was bleeding profusely. He only now realized what had happened. He felt pain and said, "Ow, it is hurting like hell." Qin Bai had never felt pain this severe before. It made his eyes bring on the waterworks, which also made his nose snotty. 1,000-Mile Reach summoned a healing power gene race to heal Qin Bai. "Mr. Crown Prince, it is only a small wound. There is no need for you to shout this much." Han Sen squatted down next to Qin Bai and heartily laughed. "You are not the one who is hurting, so, of course, you don't feel hurt," Qin Bai responded through the wails and tears. Han Sen laughed but did not reply. The wounds he had incurred were far worse than the likes Bai Qin had ever seen before. These wounds were nothing. Han Sen could not tell Bao Qin something like that. He smiled at him and said, "Right, if it was me, I would not touch the swords randomly either. I would not go and collect any without first getting a gene race." "Mr. Crown Prince, you are way too brave. You are saying things to mock me," Qin Bai madly said. Han Sen laughed. Bauer added, "You are brave, but you are also weak. You cannot even conquer a sword. You are a weak ass." "Who said I cannot do it? I just missed. That's all." Qin Bai was annoyed as he spoke. He wanted to get angry, but it was Bauer who was talking. So, he made himself sound weaker again. "You missed, huh? In that case, pick up a few more and let me see your true might." Bauer looked at Qin Bai with interest. Qin Bai was a little bit scared, but he liked having a bit of a reputation. Thus, he shouted, "I am not afraid of you." Bauer would not let him go. She laughed and said, "Sure. In that case, you go right ahead and pick another one up. I bet you will end up peeing your pants." The wounds on Qin Bai's body had already been healed by 1,000-Mile Reach. Hearing Bauer say what she did, Qin Bai could not help but say, "HMPH. Watch your tongue, Bauer. I am going to show you how I pick one up." 1,000-Mile Reach looked at Han Sen, hoping he would stop this contest. Han Sen behaved as if nothing was going on. He was merely talking with Gnbugu. Qin Bai said he was so powerful, but he did not move his feet. He peered at Han Sen with a beggar-like look. He quickly noticed that Han Sen was not even looking at him. He was just talking to Gnbugu. "What is it? Do you really not dare to try?" Bauer asked as she lifted her lips. "There is nothing I would not dare to do," Qin Bai said. He gnashed his teeth and started looking around. He went off in the direction of a little stick. It was bronze and looked very small and thin. Because of what happened last time, Qin Bai did not go and select a weapon that looked so mighty. That bronze stick looked safer. He wagered the damage it might deal would not be so high. After what happened last time, Qin Bai summoned the strongest gene race he had at first. After he combined with it, he went to the bronze stick. He had a lot of god-class gene races to combine with, but his power was limited. Since he had always skimped on his practices, he could only combine with one gene race. He could not combine with many. He carefully walked to the bronze stick. He cautiously generated the power of the gene race and enabled the gold light to protect his body and hands. Qin Bai then used power to pull. He pulled out the bronze stick, but his hands were trembling. It was like the blade was trying to struggle to break free from his hands. Qin Bai held it tight as he shouted, "You are mine." The bronze stick was incapable of escaping. It eventually decided to self-destruct. Its power was not as strong as the gene race Qin Bai had, but the explosion released a strong power that blew Qin Bai backward and onto the ground. He was not injured, but his hands felt numb. "You are too weak," Bauer said with a shake of her head and a lengthy sigh. "You cannot even conquer a short, broken, bronze stick." Qin Bai's face turned red. He did not say a word. He climbed to his feet and marched straight toward another weapon. He noticed that with the protection of a god-class gene race, the weapons were not all that scary. They just made him hurt a little. He was able to endure the pain. Qin Bai's luck was not so fortunate. He pulled out 7 weapons. None of them approved him to be their master. They all self-destructed. It was lucky he was Qin Bai, the crown prince of the Qin kingdom. He had gene races with immense power. The explosions of normal weapons could not hurt him. Eventually, hits like these stacked up. Qin Bai was no longer able to accept them. He felt very depressed and thought, Bauer managed to easily pull them out. So many emerald short swords approved her. I have pulled out so many, so why have I yet found one that approves me? Am I really that useless? Han Sen, am I really useless? Why do the weapons not approve of me as their master? Qin Bai started to doubt his life. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Shi Zhen both sighed. The heart of an item was like the heart of a person. Qin Bai always loved to goof around, so he had yet to be stabilized. There was no way the weapons were going to approve of him. Han Sen laughed. "Crown Prince, you just haven't found a way to use them correctly yet. If you use the right method, getting the approval of one of those weapons is not difficult." Qin Bai's face turned bright as he said, "I see. What kind of method do you need?" "Bauer, give your wooden sword to the Crown Prince to use," Han Sen said to Bauer. Bauer drew the small wooden sword and passed it to Qin Bai. Han Sen then said, "Hold this sword and try to pull out the weapon from that side." Qin Bai was feeling rather hopeful as he held the wooden sword. He walked to the weapon Han Sen had pointed at. It was another diamond great sword. "Can I really do this?" Qin Bai did not believe it. He looked at Han Sen. "Why not just give it a go?" Han Sen asked with a smile. Qin Bai gnashed his teeth. He used gene race power to protect his body. He grabbed the great sword and gave it a big yank. The diamond great sword was pulled free. This time, the diamond great sword did not attack him. He managed to hold it flawlessly. It released a god light. It made Qin Bai very shocked and happy. "I really did it." Chapter 3197 Method. Han Sen, why is it like this? Why am I now able to grab the diamond great sword with the wooden sword in my hand? Why did it approve of me? Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with confusion. There is a solution to everything in this world. It all depends on whether or not your solution is the correct one. This small, wooden sword is one such method, but it can only help you claim an ordinary weapon. Han Sen was not going to tell him that the small wooden sword's sword mind was equal to Jianbu Gu's. There would not be a sword that did not approve of Jianbu Gu's sword. It is no wonder why Bauer could conquer so many emerald short swords. Qin Bai exclaimed with shock. Han Sen was not going to tell him that Bauer had not used the short wooden sword. She did not need the wooden sword to do what she did. "I want to conquer the other weapons, so what will I have to do to get those?" Qin Bai asked with curiosity. "Is there a small wooden knife and a small wooden spear?" Han Sen smiled and said, "The way to sort this out is not just using a small wooden sword. If you can find the right solution, you can conquer any weapon. You can return the small wooden sword to Bauer now." Qin Bai returned the small wooden sword to Bauer. The weapons there were different from people. They did not think much. If the diamond great sword had already been conquered, even if there was no small wooden sword, it would not leave him. Han Sen looked around. He looked at a knife and pointed it out to Qin Bai. He said, "Try and pick up that knife." "Do I just walk there and pick it up? Don't I need to ready myself in some way?" Qin Bai asked as he peered at the knife. It was a beautiful, long knife with a scabbard. The scabbard and handle were encrusted with gems. It seemed to be brightly twinkling. It was very shiny. Nope, Han Sen said with certainty. You don't need anything. You just need to go over there and pick it up. I promise you it will obey you. Really? Qin Bai did not believe him. Just try it. Are you going to learn the truth or chicken out? Han Sen smiled. Jia Zhen and Thousand Mile Reach were curious and looked at the knife. They guessed what Han Sen was trying to do, but they did not believe he was that smart. Jian Bugu smiled but did not speak. He quietly watched what was happening. Qin Bai was easily provoked, so he ran over and tried to pick up the knife. Qin Bai had merely touched the handle when a will came surging out of the knife. It seemed like it was dying to enter his arm. It was easily picked up without any resistance. Seeing the knife happily circle Qin Bai in flight, it adhered to Qin Bai's own actions by jumping. It was not just Qin Bai who was surprised. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Zhen were shocked too. They understood something. They looked at Han Sen with admiration. Han Sen, why is it like this? Qin Bai curiously asked. Han Sen replied, didn't I tell you there is always a solution to figuring things out? It all depends on whether or not you can use those methods. The weapons did not approve of you because you did not know yourself or understand them. You approached them in the wrong way, which is why you failed. What is that supposed to mean? Qin Bai did not understand. To sort out these problems, you must first understand the type of problem you have, Han Sen said. Your problem lies in your will not being able to match the will of the weapons. That was why they did not obey you. Your will matches with this knife's will. Thus, when you tried to draw it, the knife was willing to follow you. I see. In that case, how am I supposed to find out which knife has a will that is similar to mine? Qin Bai looked at Han Sen with interest. He wanted to use his own power to discern which weapons to select. You will have to use a weapon watching skill, Han Sen said with a smile. Thousand Mile Reach is an expert with this. You should probably ask her. I would not dare. I am much worse than you, Mr. Han. Thousand Mile Reach spoke honesty. He would not try to lick his boots. The weapons were asleep, so the presence of their will was at a minimum. Thousand Mile Reach could not find a suitable weapon for Qin Bai to select based solely on gauging their appearances. Thousand Mile Reach, you should stop being so humble, Qin Bai said with great interest. Just tell me which it is. Thousand Mile Reach felt touched. He had taught Qin Bai for many years, and this was the first time he had ever seen Qin Bai want to learn something. He really admired Han Sen. Jia Zhen strangely looked at Han Sen. She was shocked by Han Sen's knowledge, power, and patience. It was no wonder he was able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind in such a short amount of time. Jia Zhen thought, it is no wonder why Mr. Zhen is so willing to follow him. Han Sen is very peculiar. Thousand Mile Reach kept walking, explaining the foundation of weapon watching skills to Qin Bai. Qin Bai listened very intently and kept on asking questions. He asked about many things. Before this day, it would have been an impossible concept for him to fathom. In the past, when Qin Bai had his lessons, he felt as if he was in pain all the time. He felt as if he was locked up in prison. He only answered things when he was asked for. He was like a robot that did not learn much. He would never actively seek things out to learn. Han Sen really to teach Qin Bai. After all, this was the boy who had become his friend after he arrived in the universe of kingdoms. Han Sen would have liked to help him in any way he could. He did not want to watch him fail as a king and end up destroying the Qin kingdom. If one took things from a serious perspective, Qin Bai was an heir of Qin Shu. Han Sen's body had some of Qin Shu's blood in it. In some way, they were related by blood. But outsiders could not really help much. If Qin Bai wanted to become a king, then it was good. It all depended on whether or not he could be awakened. Mr. Zhen, where is Soldier Knife Sky's God Temple? Han Sen took a walk with Jian Bugu, who had been at the back of the group. Go in that direction. Within 3,000 miles, you should be able to SB the presence of that God Temple. Jian Bugu looked ahead. He appeared as if he was longing for something as he said, I wonder if the sword is still there. What sword? Han Sen asked with curiosity. There is a sword a mile from here, Jian Bugu said. Back in the day, I was there when I was almost beaten. In the end, I was unable to draw it. After all these years, I do not know if it is still there or not. If you were almost beaten by that sword, Mr. Zhen, I bet it must be a magical item. Why don't you lead us there to take a look? Han Sen was interested in the sword. Thousand Mile Reach and Jia Zhen were of a similar mind. Qin Bai showed excitement too. He wanted to try the watching weapon skill he had just learned. Jianbugu pointed in a certain direction, so the group traveled that way. There was not a single human seen. Aside from weapons, it was as if there was nothing else there. Boom! After walking for almost 10 miles, an explosion came from the sky. The wind suddenly changed. The sky looked dark. It looked like a storm was rolling in. Chapter 3198. One sword. A bolt of lightning struck through the air. It looked like the sky and the earth were torn in two. All the weapons in the sky were like storms. They had the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Suddenly, they all started to rain down. Qin Bai was so shocked that he screamed. He held his head and hid behind Thousand Mile Reach. Thousand Mile Reach developed a wry smile. He did not generate a power to defend them from the weapon rain that could destroy the sky and the earth. In the next second, the rain of weapons started to hit the ground. They pierced through their bodies, but they did not get hurt. It was like a sky full of screams, explosions, cries, and wails. It created a symphony from hell. Han Sen and the others saw that the area around them was like a sheer battleground. Countless life forces were killed by the scary weapons. The sky and the earth had been broken by the weapons. The mountains and rivers were cut flat. The life forces dried up, and blood flowed in the river. The sky and the earth were in chaos. The legends claim that the soldier knife sky used to be an old arena, Thousand Mile Reach said. There was an old god that came to this place to reveal his power. He killed many creatures that dared to disrespect God's spirits. He destroyed the sky and the earth. Because he was so horrible, some marks persist in the air as scars. They still exist now, even after all that time. So, whenever it rains, this is the sort of scene that is witnessed. Although he knew it was just a fable, the scene that destroyed the sky and the earth was very scary. There were certainly gods involved. People knew it was just an illusion, but their hearts still felt scorned. It was pointless for Qin Bai to hide behind Thousand Mile Reach. The impact on his heart was something he alone had to absorb. Qin Bai looked bad. He almost coughed up blood. He did not expect to see a scene that could break someone's mind like that. He held his head and cried, "Han Sen, save me." Han Sen sighed and said, "Mr. Crown Prince, there are things other people cannot help you with. You must face these alone. I have a skill here. If you copy it, you should feel better." After Han Sen said that, he read a skill to Qin Bai that could soothe his mind. His voice was not too strong, but it was able to be heard over the battleground and other somber acoustics. His voice went into Qin Bai's ear, enabling him to hear it all. Qin Bai held his head and shouted, "I feel terrible. How am I supposed to learn anything like this? Hurry up and find a way." Before reading it out again, Han Sen said, "Because it is this hard for you to endure, that is why you must learn. You need to learn this to accept it. Aside from that, no one can help you. I believe you can do this." Qin Bai's legs shook. His face went pale. He felt as if the blood in his chest was madly rumbling. He was only able to focus on his heart. He gritted his teeth and tried to remember what Han Sen had said. He used the method to soothe his mind and fight against the terribly powerful impact that was damaging the sky and the earth. Qin Bai was not dumb. In fact, he was very smart. Since he always wanted to play, he never bothered to learn much. Now that he had no choice, he learned really fast. He managed to learn some good things in a short amount of time. Although he still couldn't fight against a god in an illusion, he still felt much better. He had tasted something sweet. Now, Qin Bai was doing everything in adherence to what Han Sen had told him. Not long later, the illusion was gone. Qin Bai's shaking legs went soft. He dropped to the ground in a sitting position. "Han Sen, your skill works, but it is not too useful. Is there another one?" Qin Bai complained. "No," Han Sen said with a smile. "If you think it is useless, it is because you have only just learned it. In a while, it really will become useful." "Mr. Han is correct," Thousand Mile Reach said. "Mr. Crown Prince, you should practice it some more. In Soldier Knife Sky, there are always some old battle scenes. Sometimes, they can last hours." When Qin Bai heard that, his face turned bitter. "If I knew that, I would not have come along. Han Sen, you tricked me." Han Sen loudly laughed. "It is kind of difficult, but don't you also think it is rather interesting? You have always lived in the palace and never seen things like this. When you go back home, if the officers say you are ignorant and young, you can ask them if they have ever been to the soldier knife sky. After that, ask them who is more ignorant. When Qin Bai heard that, his face turned bright. He was sick and tired of hearing people call him young and ignorant. Whenever he made a mistake or wanted to do something, the officers would tell Qin Jinjun. The word they most often used was ignorant. After hearing those two words, Qin Bai felt like punching a wall. In its totality, what Han Sen had said made sense. Those officers eat well and wearing nice clothes at home all day, Qin Bai madly said. And me, I have been to this dangerous place. They would not dare to call me young or ignorant after these trials. Han Sen knew that matter how much Qin Bai went through, the officers would still call him ignorant and young. There was a difference between being really ignorant and not actually being ignorant. It was always good to experience something new. Han Sen, hurry up and tell me more about the skill that I must practice. Qin Bai couldn't wait before asking for more. Although when Qin Bai did things his interest did not last long, in the soldier knife sky, he knew he absolutely had to. Otherwise, if this scene happened again, he would have to suffer again. In fact, most ordinary people were like Qin Bai. If they were not pushed into a corner, they would never notice the true strength they had inside them. This was why traveling was better than studying books. By studying books, one could get lazy. One could not be lazy on a trip. When one encountered trials and issues, one had no choice but to sort them out. If one did not overcome one's problems, the punishment would quickly ensue. Han Sen kept slowly teaching the skill to Qin Bai. The skill was not a Geno art. It was just a skill to reinforce one's mind. It could work in any world. Qin Bai tried his hardest to learn it this time. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Zhen nodded. They thought the king had made the right choice. If Qin Bai had not been given the chance to experience all this, he would have never become someone mature and suited to the palace. He was not like ordinary princes. He was the king's only son. Qin Jinjun only had him for a son. There was no pressure, so the whole palace favored him. He had never been tricked, so his development had been slow. They admired Han Sen, too. No matter if it was the weapon-watching skill or teaching Qin Bai the god-staring skill now, it was all so weird. As they listened to him speak, they learned it too. Jia Zhen weirdly looked at Han Sen and thought, who is this person? What he has learned is like a sky man. They had walked 100 miles when Jianbugu pointed forward and said, the sword I recall is over there. I cannot believe it is still around. Everyone looked to where his finger indicated. They saw an empty grove in the forest of swords. Weapons were everywhere in that realm. For a few dozen miles, the place was empty. No other weapons were seen. Han Sen glanced at the empty space. A sword was in the center of it. Chapter 3199 1-inch thinking, then 1-inch gray. That sword did not appear to be very special. It was made of bronze and looked rather antique. It had no frills or special adornments. It was just a sword that had some interesting and old text scrawled across it. 1-inch thinking, then 1-inch gray. Han Sen slowly read the words on the sword out. They were only a few words, but it enabled the people there to feel what it was like to miss someone profusely. Jianbugu said, yes. This is the sword. When I first encountered it, I thought it was just an obsessed type of a sword. After saying that, he saw Qin Bai stepping toward it. He swiftly stepped forward to prohibit Qin Bai's way. He casually said, this sword is different from the other swords of soldier knife sky. This empty area is his. You cannot access it. Mister, what would happen if we did? Jia Zhen politely asked. Jianbugu's face usually looked calm. Now, he looked rather confused. He said, in fact, there aren't many big issues that can arise. Unless you absolutely have to, though, I suggest you do not enter. Would our lives be put in danger? Qin Bai asked. Ordinarily, there should not be a danger posed to your lives, Jianbugu said. The sword will not harm anyone randomly. If you really want it, you can try to draw it. Perhaps you will be able to keep it. That is good. I want to see what sort of sword it is. Qin Bai's power had not reached that level yet, so he couldn't see. He felt terrible about it all. He heard Jianbugu say there wasn't any danger, so he climbed toward the empty area. 1,000-mile reach and Jia Zhen knew what Jianbugu had said meant something else, but Qin Bai was already on his way there. Therefore, they might as well have followed. Han Sen and Bauer followed too. Only Jianbugu did not move. He still stood where he was in the forest of weapons. He watched them go forward and said to himself, although there is no danger to one's life, that sword is a real pain. It would be best not to provoke it. The few of them had only just been in the empty spot for a few steps when they suddenly heard a sword sound that was rather like an instrument. The acoustics were quite dreamy and unreal. When Thousand Mile Reach heard the sword sounds, he said to Qin Bai, "Crown Prince, in the past, I always taught you how to find out the sounds of swords. Do you recognize what kind of sword this is?" "It should be metal," Qin Bai said, but he wasn't entirely sure. "Not bad," Thousand Mile Reach said. "That is a metal sword. To be a bit more specific, it is likely a bronze sword." Hearing the sword sound, you can tell the sword is around 4 feet long and has a thick body of around 1.5 inches. You can also tell the blade is at 30 degrees. Han Sen admired that. Thousand Mile Reach really was the greatest teacher in the Qin kingdom. He was very good at listening to swords. Although Han Sen could do it too, he required the Dongshuan Sutra. This was Soldier Knife Sky. Without the restrictions of the universe's rules, Han Sen could cast the Dongshuan Sutra with ease. He did not have to bother listening with his ears. Qin Bai could not wait to find out if Thousand Mile Reach was right. He hurried up and ran to where the sword's sound came from. For a god-class gene race combined human, 30 feet was nothing. In haste, Qin Bai was able to see the old, bronze sword emblazoned with the words, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. Thousand Mile Reach is so powerful, Qin Bai said with shock. It is just as you said. It is just due to experience. Mr. Crown Prince only needs to see and hear more to become like me. Thousand Mile Reach used this opportunity to help Qin Bai learn more. Why is Mr. Zhen not coming? Jia Zhen was surprised to notice Zhen Bugu was not going with them. Maybe he does not want to be involved in some kind of trouble. Han Sen knew Zhen Bugu had not gone with them, and he was able to guess why. Qin Bai had not noticed. He looked at the old, bronze sword and said, "Thousand Mile Reach, with the sword skills you taught me, this sword seems fairly average. It only looks like an old, bronze sword that might be used for decoration. It looks old and powerful, but it does not look like it can be of much use. Is this really some kind of ultimate sword?" Thousand Mile Reach replied, "Looking at sword skills is a very deep thing. You cannot judge it by its appearance. When you reach a certain level, if you can see a sword as a god, this sword looks fairly normal but exudes a scary god light." Qin Bai kept nodding. He looked hopeful and asked, "According to what you can see, would the sword will of this weapon match mine?" "Mr. Crown Prince is a future king. Your mind is special. Ordinary weapons will not suit you." Thousand Mile Reach felt terrible to admit it, so he tried to cushion the disappointment as much as he could. Qin Bai's will was too weak. Not many weapons were able to match with him. It was even hard for Han Sen to pick one. It would be hard to find another one that was as powerful. The chance of it approving Qin Bai was abysmally low. Although Thousand Mile Reach said it in a roundabout way, Qin Bai was not stupid. He was able to understand him and fairly disappointed as a result. "Thousand Mile Reach, will you match with this sword?" Qin Bai asked. "Regarding that, I would have to give it a go. A god sword like this was not something Mr. Zhen was able to take, so I do not think I can." Thousand Mile Reach said that, but he still had a budding hope. What if he did match with the sword? This was a sword Zhen Bugu was unable to take. If he was able to tame it, that would be quite glorious. In that case, why don't you give it a go? Qin Bai could not take the sword, but he still wanted to see how amazing that sword was. "Why don't we let Mr. Han try it first?" Thousand Mile Reach politely offered. When Han Sen heard him say that, he knew the teacher still wanted it. He smiled. "Why don't you go first, Thousand Mile Reach? I don't use swords often anyway." Thousand Mile Reach offered it to Jia Zhen, but she was indifferent. So, Thousand Mile Reach approached the sword. Although picking up a sword alone was risky, Zhen Bugu said it would be a threat to one's life. Zhen Bugu was not a liar, so Thousand Mile Reach was not so worried. "If I really can get the sword's approval," Thousand Mile Reach blushed. He was very excited. Although he was excited, he was old and smart. Thousand Mile Reach would not dare be careless. He summoned 4 gene races and combined with them. He then touched the handle of the sword. Thousand Mile Reach's body glowed with a golden light. It was like the light of the sun and the moon. When his hands touched down on the sword, he wanted to pull it up. Han Sen and the others opened their eyes wide as they watched him. They were eager to see what was going to happen. Strangely, nothing did. It was not that nothing happened. Thousand Mile Reach let go of the handle, and the gene race was removed. He returned to his original self. He slowly turned around to look at them. Chapter 3200 The Style of That Sword. Looking back and smiling, by Meisheng, the sixth palace has no color. It was such a beautiful poem. The scene made people's hearts jump. Now, Thousand Mile Reach had an old face. With his white beard and hair, the expression he had made him appear exceptionally pretty when he looked back. They could see the corners of his eyes fly. His eyes looked as if they were hooking onto someone. They were so sensual but with an evil undertone. Han Sen, Qin Bai, and the other people were given a chill. They all strangely watched the scene in front of them. That was especially true of Qin Bai. His impression of Thousand Mile Reach was that he was a little cold but a very righteous person. He was like an old bookworm. Qin Bai never dreamed he might have a face that could display emotions like this. It drove him insane. Seeing Thousand Mile Reach's intoxicated eyes follow the twist of his body as he turned around, he looked horny and slutty. That horniness was cheaply displayed. It was like a stereotypical example of whore. Han Sen, Bauer, Qin Bai, and Jia Shizhen stood together. With their mouths agape, they watched Thousand Mile Reach twist his ridiculous body. It appeared he was dancing. If the dance was performed by a beautiful woman, everyone would have enjoyed it or had some thoughts that could not be described. But this was an old man twisting his hips as he danced. He was doing all kinds of sexy and seductive movements. He even put his legs out to stroke them. It was the sort of scene that made people freeze in place. A chill ran down Jia Shizhen's spine. Her stomach churned. She now understood why Jianbugu looked so strange whenever he talked about the sword. Teacher Jian said he was beaten by this sword. Did he? As Jia Shizhen thought about this weird scene, it made her shiver. Han Sen was thinking the same thing. He wanted to know what it would be like if it was Jianbugu dancing this way. In the next second, something even more shocking happened. Thousand Mile Reach kept dancing but started taking off his robes. He was like some stripper trying to tease the audience. He threw his robes at them. Han Sen and the others almost felt their jaws drop. They started to duck and dive. No one wanted to touch those robes. Qin Bai looked very weird. He wanted to laugh, but he did not dare do so. His face was red. He was on the cusp of shouting, "Take it off." He was shocked and surprised. It was hard to remember that Thousand Mile Reach was the man who had been teaching him ever since he was a child. Now, he had been reduced to behaving like this. As he watched, Qin Bai looked delighted. How is Thousand Mile Reach going to act all high and mighty toward me in the future? Jia Shizhen forced herself not to laugh and looked at Han Sen. Mr. Han, what do we do now? Should we control Thousand Mile Reach first? Han Sen looked at Thousand Mile Reach, who was dancing and taking his clothes off. He was silent a moment before replying, "This sword is not mysterious or evil. It is like Mr. Jian said. It is not dangerous. I suppose we shouldn't do anything. We should not invoke the anger of that sword. If we do that, things might get worse." Jia Shizhen looked weird as she nodded. Yes, I supposed Mr. Jian was right. I just don't know how we are supposed to return Thousand Mile Reach to normal. While the two of them were talking, Thousand Mile Reach had already taken off all his clothes except for his white underwear. He had revealed his leathery, dried skin. He looked at Han Sen and the others. He put his foot on a stone and winked at his audience. He stroked his old legs seductively. It was a scene that made Han Sen and the others almost throw up. Suddenly, Thousand Mile Reach looked as if he was having a stroke. He instantly stopped where he was and did not move. His eyes made it look like he had been possessed. It was like the off switch had been flipped. Thousand Mile Reach's eyes looked bright. He looked at Han Sen and the others for a few seconds. He then let out a sob that could shock the sky. When they heard it, that crying made others want to cry. If a crying baby heard in the middle of the night, it would stop crying. A little while later, Thousand Mile Reach put his clothes back on. His old face still kept turning green and white. He just stood there. It was like he had received many hits to the face. Han Sen and Jia Shizhen knew now was not the best time to talk to Thousand Mile Reach, so they did not even attempt to comfort him. If they comforted him now, it would be like throwing gasoline on an open bonfire. Cough, cough. Teacher Jia, why don't you try and take the sword too? Han Sen suggested. Qin Bai agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Teacher Jia is so smart, you might gain the approval of the sword. Jia Shizhen looked at them both, trying to feign innocence. When she thought about doing the same things Thousand Mile Reach did, it made her blush. These two men are so evil. Zhen knew what the pair were thinking, but she didn't openly air her grievances. She pretended nothing happened. She looked at Han Sen and said, I and Thousand Mile Reach are too similar. If Thousand Mile Reach cannot succeed, then I cannot succeed either. But Mr. Han, you can teach Mr. Crown Prince a sword mind in just 2 days. Your sword mind level must be the highest here. I earnestly believe you have what it takes to claim the sword. Yes, 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 Qin Bai squealed in support. I think only you can claim that sword. Han Sen felt conflicted. The sword was old. If he had seen it correctly, that sword had already broken the world. Otherwise, it would not have been able to affect Thousand Mile Reach so effectively and make him lose control of his body. He believed it would be great to have a sword like that. If he wanted to conquer a sword like that, he knew it was not going to be easy. Han Sen thought, since I am here, I might as well give it a shot. Plus, there is no suppression in this part of the universe. No matter how strong it is, I should not end up losing control of myself. He nodded and said, okay, I will give it a go. Mr. Han, be wary of the power the sword holds, Thousand Mile Reach said as he stood tall, frosty, and stiff. Ordinary material power does not work on it. Thank you, Teacher Thousand Mile Reach. Han Sen was grateful for the reminder. Being able to shirk his shame and remind Han Sen of that showed just how much of an honorable elder Thousand Mile Reach was. Han Sen thought about the way Thousand Mile Reach had acted. The image he had built was quick to cave in on itself. He had to force his face not to crack. 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. Was that poem born with the sword, or was it added to the sword later? Han Sen walked in front of the sword and thought about it. Soldier knife Sky's weapons were made of 2 things. They were all half weapon and half gene race. It was normal for them to have words. They had seen many carvings and symbols across many of the weapons in that land. But those few words did not seem to match the feelings of the sword itself. It led Han Sen to think maybe someone had engraved the words onto it. Chapter 3201 Sword Shadow. Han Sen clutched the bronze sword. Bauer, Zhen, Qin Bai, and Thousand Mile Reach all had their eyes open wide as they watched him. They kept wondering whether or not Han Sen would end up being affected by the power of the sword and was going to repulsively dance like the man before him had done. Facing a sword that could break the world, Han Sen did not dare underestimate things. He channeled power into his hands. It was 1 main power and 1 power reversed. The 2 types of power started to surge and generate a break world power. It was directed into the sword through Han Sen's hands. The Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra created this break world power. It was able to analyze the origin of a life force. It could also dissolve and rebuild it. That was the power it had. It could discern the building blocks of a creature's origin with remarkable accuracy. Although its power was not strong, it was useful to all kinds of lifeforms. The moment Han Sen placed his hands on the sword, the break world power went into the bronze sword. The sword released a scream that shocked the sky. The sword's body exploded with a green light. It blocked Han Sen's red break world power, trying to keep it from entering it. It was not just that either. A dreamy power was coming out from the green sword light. It went through Han Sen's break world power. It felt as if electricity was zapping his brain. Some kind of scary power had forced its way inside him. Han Sen's face quickly changed. The bronze sword's power was far stronger than he had expected it to be. It was easily contesting his break world power, but Han Sen had the impression that it wasn't even using the full breadth of its power. It had the spare power to release a weird power. It invaded Han Sen's brain. It looked as if it was going to control him like Thousand Mile Reach. Han Sen's willpower was stronger than Thousand Mile Reach's. Although his brain conjured some strange thoughts, Han Sen was still able to keep a clamp on his emotions and remain still and motionless. Han Sen continued to hold the sword while standing strong. He stood so quietly that he looked like a statue. The sword's green light and the red light created a strong contrast that released a wildly bright volume of light. Qin Bai looked at Zhen and asked, "Is Han Sen going to make it and pull through?" Zhen shook her head and said, "I don't know." They really could not tell which of the two had an advantage. Power was not the main thing. The real battle was happening in the fields of their minds. Unless one won, outsiders could not tell what was happening or going to happen. Han Sen had a heart like steel, but the mental power from the sword was intense. It was like an overobsessed girlfriend. Its love was corrosive and toxic. The mental power it wielded was not all-encompassing, but it was extraordinarily clingy. No matter how strong Han Sen's will was, he still felt as if his mental power was being beaten back by it. Han Sen furrowed his brows. He did not want to end up like Thousand Mile Reach, dancing like a horny devil in front of everyone. He quickly gathered up his power to mentally fight against the sword. The bronze sword's power seemed endless. It was like an unpredictable sea. Han Sen turned his heart into stone. He was not going to allow anything to invade him. That was how he was going to go against the bronze sword's power. A man and a sword kept fighting. Qin Bai and the others had their eyes wide open as they stared at the pair. Bauer was looking at the sword as if deep thoughts were crossing her mind. At this point, the bronze sword's text shone, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. The words flickered with a weird light. As this happened, Han Sen's face changed. He felt as if the mental power he had been fighting was changing from a flowing river into a tsunami that could shake the sky. He felt battered by it. A strange scene flashed in his brain. Han Sen's brain had been overtaken by an illusion. It was one that displayed what happened when his heart had been broken. When Han Sen took a closer look at the conjured illusion, he was shocked. The bronze sword in his illusion had taken on the shape of a pretty woman. The woman's eyebrows were like a beautiful painting. She was so pretty that it did not even seem possible that she was real. Han Sen thought Ji Yu Qingcheng was the prettiest woman in any universe and that he would never find someone prettier than her. Even a real goddess was not prettier than Ji Yu Qingcheng. Upon seeing this woman in the hallucination, Han Sen's opinion had been turned on its head. He did not even think Ji Yu Qingcheng could match the beauty and grace of the woman inside this illusion. The prettiness was not what shocked Han Sen. He had seen many beautiful women. While they were not as pretty as the woman in this illusion, many pretty women exuded different feelings. Han Sen had already passed the age of being able to determine who was good and who was bad by gauging their appearance. The reason he was shocked was that this woman looked incredibly familiar. It was like he had seen her somewhere before. To be accurate, this woman looked like someone Han Sen knew very well. Her eyebrows and eyes made Han Sen think of someone familiar. It made Han Sen feel as if he was looking at Bauer's face. Yes, this woman's eyebrows were very similar to Bauer's, but Bauer had a pretty face that was cute and adorable. This woman looked mature and pretty. Her body was not like Bauer's, but her face was certainly reminiscent. Han Sen's heart felt a bit tempted. After seeing her face, Han Sen was able to calm down and not be overwhelmed by the corrosive mental powers that assaulted him. How could this happen? How could a sword wield a face that is so familiar? Have I just imagined all this? Did I imagine what Bauer's face will be like after growing up? Han Sen was shocked, but he did not think it was possible. His will was not completely broken yet. He could not have the heart shadow there. That woman's face must have been a reflection from the sword. The eyebrows of the woman in the image frowned. She looked sad. It made people want to pity her. The woman looked at Han Sen as if she was singing and saying, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. It was just an illusion, but Han Sen could hear that woman's voice loud and clear. The remarkable sound was echoing in his brain. It kept echoing. It was getting louder. The sound possessed the feeling of profound loss. As she sang louder, Han Sen's will followed the echo. He could not control his emotions. Before long, he started to cry. Han Sen stared at the woman's face. Only by doing that could he see Bauer's shadow and not have his will be destroyed. The echo of his brain was like a crazy wave. It created many waves in his heart. His heart was under constant attack. Qin Bai, Jia Shizhen, and the others saw that Han Sen was crying. They felt bad and surprised about it. Is Han Sen going to be consumed by that sword? Qin Bai nervously asked. Although he wanted to watch Han Sen dance, he was afraid something worse had happened to him. Of course, no one was able to answer him. Jia Shizhen and Thousand Mile Reach had no clue what was going on either. Han Sen is not lost, Jia Shizhen said with uncertainty. He can last a bit longer. Chapter 3202 Inch Gray Sword. People are not born with willpower. Although some people are born with stronger willpower, it could not be much stronger. The true elites gained experience through repeated failures. It enabled their hearts to become stronger. The more times they failed, the stronger their hearts could become. Of course, many people were not up for enduring such training. They easily gave up under the intense suffering repeated failures can bring. They would lose themselves and become the ones who never were special or anything big in life. Han Sen had encountered constant troubles. It was unknown how many times he had almost died. He had succeeded a lot and failed a lot. His heart had been trained through many crises. Although no one could say his willpower was more stable than the willpower of others, in this world, few things could truly move his will. Although the Sword Shadow's willpower was stronger than his, it was unable to make Han Sen bend enough to break. A man and a sword were frozen there. The woman in Han Sen's head kept repeating the sentence, 1 inch thinking, then 1 inch gray. The strong mental power kept increasing. Still, the piled-on pressure was not enough to make Han Sen's willpower bend and break. The sword mind was like a big wave in a raging sea. That wave was immensely strong, but Han Sen's will was like a piece of coral. Coral was small, but the sea and waves were still unable to break it. What is this sword? It has such scary willpower. I am afraid it might be as strong as God Hall Leader, but this is just a sword. Han Sen's heart jumped. He did not dare think too much about things. He just held on in his battle against the sword mind. Now, Han Sen was riding a tiger. Whenever his heart wanted to give up and let go of the bronze sword, the sword mind attacked him harder and forced him to lose even faster. Therefore, Han Sen had no choice but to continue. He could not risk quitting. Many musical waves attacked Han Sen's willpower. It made him feel as if he was being cut up by icy knives or scorched by raging fires. He knew if he chose to concede, the pain would go away. He only needed to be controlled and forced to dance once. That way, he could escape the unceasing pain. Han Sen did not want that. It was unknown how much time went by when the sounds of the illusion stopped. The woman looked at Han Sen strangely before suddenly vanishing. Han Sen felt as if his entire body had been rendered empty. He had not participated in a big fight, but that kind of mental fighting cost more energy than an ordinary fight that would cause him to bleed. The bronze sword's sword light went dim. It looked like it originally did. Han Sen pulled it with his hands. The bronze sword was removed from the ground. The bronze sword no longer resisted him, but it did not comply with Han Sen's will. It was a dead object without a soul. Han Sen pulled the sword out, Qin Bai said with glee. He sensed that Han Sen was much stronger than his teachers. Even 1,000-mile reach had been turned into something weird by that sword. If Han Sen was able to resist that, it was obvious Han Sen was stronger. Jia Zhen and 1,000-mile reach were strong. They looked happy as they said, Mr. Han really is a character that is quite like a god. Even these weapons must pledge allegiance and obedience to you. Han Sen shook his head and said, I only removed a sword from the ground. I did not really make it obey me. It might belong to me now, but it won't listen to me. This is like a rubbish sword. Why would it be like that? Jia Zhen and 1,000-mile reach were confused. Han Sen tried to control the bronze sword, but the bronze sword did not move. It was not lively like the emerald stone sword or diamond great sword. It was just an ordinary bronze sword. While the few of them were checking it out, it suddenly felt as if the space around them was starting to madly shake. The weapons nearby and in the distance were trembling. In the twist of space, a strange god temple started to appear. The god temple was very weird. The bricks were made of battle hammers, and the roof was built from swords and knives. The walls were made from long spears. The plaza's grounds were built from shields. That entire god temple was composed of all sorts of different weapons. It was like one grand, weird, and cluttered arsenal. The expressions on the faces of Jia Zhen and 1,000-mile reach changed. The god temple appearing there had to be the one that belonged to the god chaos party. That was the only one that existed in that realm. Han Sen looked at it. He saw the weird god temple sign only had 3 words, Weapon God Temple. Before everyone inspected the Weapon God Temple, the door of the temple opened. The shape of a giant suit of armor, which was around 30 feet tall, walked out. Behind the giant set of armor, all sorts of strange weapons were lined up and floating behind him. From behind, it looked like some sort of Buddha light. Han Sen guessed it was Weapon God Temple's weapon god. Judging from the sense he was getting from it, it was probably as scary as Decapitation Queen. Where did the God Chaos Party find so many scary elites to plump up their ranks? Han Sen thought. Han Sen was not entirely sure. There were quite a few God Chaos Party members, but there weren't many real members. When it came to the main core members, there were even fewer. Not many people knew about their god temples either. In Soldier Knife Sky, only that weapon god would have a god temple. It was likely because he was a core member of the God Chaos Party. He had to be one of the 8 big kings of the God Chaos Party, and he was in charge of governing Soldier Knife Sky. Weapon God's eyes flashed with a god light. It was like he could see through the universe. He coldly shouted at Han Sen, "Who are you? How dare you move the gray sword? Do you want to die?" Han Sen quickly made a realization. This is called Inch Gray Sword. Is it because of the poem? Weapon God looked cold. He did not say anything. He took out a big knife from the arsenal of weapons behind him. He faced Han Sen and slashed toward him. The knife light shocked the sky and cut through space. It suddenly came before Han Sen with an insane speed. Han Sen was holding the Inch Gray Sword. He used the sword like a knife. He used Teeth Knife's fang to attack the gigantic knife the 30-foot weapon god was using against him. Gotcha. Han Sen did not feel any power. The Inch Gray Sword, which looked like a useless piece, behaved as if it was slicing through tofu. It cut weapon god's big knife into little pieces. This sword did not activate its power. I only used the sharpness of the sword, yet I can cut the sacrifice weapon of an annihilation god spirit with it. This is truly terrifying. Han Sen was very shocked. Han Sen could not fathom what sort of power this sword could unleash if it did unleash all of its power. He could not imagine how strong it might have been. Weapon God's face changed. He looked at the Inch Gray Sword in Han Sen's hand with shock. He was wearing armor. While he looked to be devoid of emotion, his eyes flickered with a god light. It proved how shocked he was. Weapon God coldly looked at Han Sen and said, "Let the Inch Gray Sword go, and I will spare your life." Qin Bai shouted, "You are not making sense. Your knife was broken by Han Sen. You should be the one begging for your life to be spared." After hearing that, Weapon God turned his attention to Qin Bai. As he stared at the boy, Qin Bai hid behind Bauer. Han Sen looked at Weapon God and said, "This sword is not yours. What makes you think you can just tell me to put it down?" Weapon God replied, "Whatever. You disrespected the Inch Gray Sword. Therefore, you should die. I was going to spare your life. If you want to die so much, then you can go to hell." He exploded with a god light as a spear glowed in the arsenal behind him. Chapter 3203 Sword Slashes Weapon God. A snow-white spear flew out of the arsenal behind Weapon God. It landed in front of Weapon God. His two hands gripped the long spear. The long spear's spear mind went into the sky. Han Sen and the others felt chills run down their spines as the mountains and fields around started to shake. Things were shattering everywhere. The spear-type weapons on the ground exploded with scary power. It released many spear lights that shocked the sky. They were all headed toward the long spear in Weapon God's hands. The long spear absorbed the power of the sky full of spears. The spear god light grew increasingly stronger. The snow-white spear's body and fire turned black. It was like an inky fire spear light was breaking through space. It shook along the body of the spear. A break world power. Han Sen was a little bit surprised, but he immediately reacted. Soldier Knife Sky's gene races were a bit weird. They were not purely gene races. The buffer zone between the two universes was tainted by the Geno universe a bit. Although the effect was minimal, many spear gene race powers had gathered atop Weapon God's big spear so that the spear could force and break the world. "Break world spear kill," Weapon God coldly shouted. The tip of the big spear in his hands created a cold light that was madly going toward Han Sen. The light was fast, cruel and accurate. Its power was very focused. It had scary features that made it seem indestructible. Han Sen's sword was not weird. The Inch Gray Sword went straight to meet with the tip of the spear. Seeing the Inch Gray Sword was about to strike the tip of the spear's gold light suddenly split. It created a meteor shower with lots of stars. They covered Han Sen from top to bottom and blocked every possible avenue he could take advantage of to evade the strike. Han Sen frowned. The Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra were cast together. They smashed through the world. The Inch Gray Sword in his hands was breaking and slashing. Gotcha. The light of the spear was shattered by the Inch Gray Sword. At the same time, the big spear that had gathered up countless spear gene race power was broken. Han Sen was shocked about how powerful the Inch Gray Sword was. His break world power was not just an attacking power, yet it could break the break world big spear. It had obviously benefited by how sharp the Inch Gray Sword was. It is no wonder it is a sword that the master used, Weapon God said to himself. His eyes also looked brighter. His hands were wide open. The weaponry on his back was glowing. All the weapons started to glow. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, onos, hooks, tridents, and various other weapons flickered with a shocking god light. The entire ocean of weapons that populated Soldier Knife Sky glowed with mesmerizing light. All that light went to imbue the array of weaponry behind Weapon God. There were many types of weapons within that arsenal. The entire Soldier Knife Sky's weapon gene races looked as if they had been summoned by a god. They all gave their power to the weaponry. The power was not the power of all the gene races, but it was like a Soldier Knife Sky mini-world. The creatures of the world all lent it a part of their power. How scary was this power that had gathered up? The armor that Weapon God wore beneath that scary power underwent some changes. It turned pitch black. Scary black flames were burning on it. It was like space was burning alongside it. Han Sen looked a bit dim. He spoke to Jia Shi Zhen and Thousand Mile Reach, saying, "You guys get the Crown Prince out of here for now. I'll handle things here." Weapon God had borrowed the world's power, so he knew he should not underestimate him. Even if Han Sen was not afraid, he was afraid of the battle power having an adverse effect on Qin Bai. "Mr. Han, safety first," Thousand Mile Reach shouted. He picked up Qin Bai, ripped space, and disappeared. Jia Shi Zhen wanted to pick up Bauer, but the girl was quick to leap onto Han Sen's shoulder. So, she flew away solo. They were powerful, but they were only as powerful as humans. If they did not combine with a god spirit, no one would dare fight a god spirit elite. Weapon God did not care for the small critters fleeing the scene. All he cared for was the inch-gray sword. It looked as if the sword mattered a lot to him. "Go to hell." Weapon God opened his hands. The weaponry behind him shattered. They turned into 100 kinds of different weapons. Every weapon had a scary break world power. All of it was going for Han Sen. Han Sen's eyes froze. The break world power exploded. The inch-gray sword in his hand slashed. Suddenly, he broke a few weapons. No matter how sharp the inch-gray sword was, breaking those big weapons was sure to take time. By the time he broke a few weapons, the rest of the weapons had reached Han Sen's body. Boom! Han Sen's body suddenly turned into a white shadow. He looked like a god spirit with a semi-transparent body that had white light that could explode. His body power moved. The weapons with break world power slashed against Han Sen's super god spirit mode. It was like they were coming down on cotton. They only made the super god spirit cave in. They did not break his form. Han Sen used the inch-gray sword to protect Bauer on his shoulder. "It looks like not all the break world powers can damage my super god spirit. Moon God's level is nothing comparable to this Weapon God." Han Sen's heart felt a whole lot safer. He saw all the weapons come down on his body while his body shone with a god light that shook them all away. What? Seeing the sky full of flying and dancing break into pieces, Weapon God's face looked extremely shocked. That was an incredibly powerful power to witness. He had only seen the God Chaos Party leader do something comparable. Han Sen looked cold. The inch-gray sword in his hands moved. He suddenly ripped space and made Weapon God's giant armor-clad self be split in two. "Without the rules of the universe suppressing, I feel wonderful. It looks like my super god spirit mode is still stronger than the break world power." Han Sen felt incredibly good. Without restrictions and combined with his battle power, super god spirit mode was not something an annihilation god spirit could overcome. He was just a beginner when it came to break world powers. When talking about his progress with break world powers, one could say he was not as good as Weapon God. His Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhan Yellow Sutra's break world power didn't focus on combat, so they were not as effective as Han Sen using his super god spirit mode. Weapon God's body turned into starlight, and he faded away. Of course, he did not die. Han Sen knew his true body was still in the God Temple being reborn. If the God base was still there, it would never die. When he looked at Weapon God Temple, Han Sen's body teleported straight into it. Weapon God was in the middle of respawning atop the altar. "I need more God bases. Thank you for your kindness." Han Sen raised his inch-gray sword and slashed it toward the altar of Weapon God's body. The white super god spirit power generated a sword light. It was like a knife that could slay the sky. It made the God altar and Weapon God being regenerated be split in half. The powerful sword light cut the entire temple in half. Jia Shi Zhen and Thousand Mile Reach escorted Qin Bai over to the rendezvous with GNBUGU. They looked back and saw a sword light come from a weird god temple and burst into the sky, splitting the giant Weapon God temple in two. It crumbled like a mountain. The ground and mountains nearby quaked. Chapter 3204 Two Moment Gods. Killed Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race Weapon God. Got God Spirit. Found Annihilation God Base. The announcement sounded in Han Sen's brain. It made him happy. Along with an Annihilation God base, he received Weapon God's God Spirit. He collected the Annihilation God base and had a look inside his Sea of Soul. He saw a Weapon God inside his Sea of Soul as a God Spirit. In that case, this should mean I have 2 Weapon Gods, Han Sen said with glee. Han Sen, why are you here? Furthermore, you destroyed Weapon God Temple. You killed one of the 8 Sky Kings' Weapon God. Do you not want to live? Even if you do not want to live, do not bring harm to Master Bauer. Han Sen heard a familiar voice. He noticed a paper man running his way. He was around the size of a hand. He went right up to Han Sen, stomping as he shouted. There are many God Spirit gene races in the Chaos God Party, so does it matter if I eliminate 1 or 2? Han Sen laughed. No universe laws were hampering him there. Ergo, he was not afraid of anyone. In the universe of kingdoms, he could not use all of his powers in battle. He also could not fight for long. Things were different there. The paper man was obviously Rocky D. Hearing Han Sen say what he did, he felt even more annoyed. You killed an average member, so that was no big deal. This was one of the 8 Sky Kings. That was Weapon God. He was in charge of guarding Soldier Knife Sky, an important core member. If he died, our leader will be extremely shocked. I highly advise you to get Bauer out of Soldier Knife Sky right this minute. Fine, I will let you handle things in my stead. Han Sen wasn't after another fight with the God Chaos Party. Even God Hall leader could not get rid of God Chaos Party. This was obviously grave trouble. The reason he had agreed with God Hall leader to come and check it out was that he wanted a God base. Now, he had just managed to get his hands on another Annihilation God base. He did not have to go any further. He did not want to become the anti-scapegoat of the God Spirits. He used galaxy teleportation to reach GNBUGU and the others. The power in his body then exploded. He took them to the exit of Soldier Knife Sky. After that, he looked at Soldier Knife Sky and exited the area. Back in the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen felt as if he had been chained and bound. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. It felt like it cost him a lot of strength to do just the smallest of tasks. It really does feel better to not have any burdens, Han Sen said with a dismal sigh. He sent Qin Bai and the others away. Han Sen went to his room and put on his Sky King crown. He returned to his God of Wealth temple. He put the God base down in one of the sub-halls. As this happened, the sub-hall exhibited some changes that flipped the sky and the ground. There was a God altar, a God table, and a God stove. Han Sen felt weird about it because there was a distinct absence of Weapon God. Does that mean that after I take the God Spirit, the God base becomes empty? Han Sen thought. After he mulled it over some more, that was the only explanation he could come up with. If this is an empty God base, does that mean I can allow Moment God to use this God base? Han Sen tried summoning Moment God's God Spirit and put her into the God base. Of course, Moment God's God Spirit was able to enter the God base. It enabled the whole sub-hall to become bathed in God light. The gold altar had Moment God's God statue. It really works. Han Sen was very happy. After Moment God's God Spirit received her God body, she walked down the God altar. She kneeled in front of Han Sen and said, "Moment is greeting Mr. God of Wealth." Han Sen felt a lot of power enter his Sky God crown. The power of the Sky God crown increased a lot. It must have gone up at least 20%. Clearly, Moment God's God Spirit had become stronger. She was stronger than Decapitation Queen in the God of Wealth temple. Ha, 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 I wonder which Moment God is the real one. Is it mine or the one that resides inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen was secretly overjoyed. After Moment God established her things, Han Sen had a look at his God power. He, Bauer, and Feng Yin achieved a high rank in the God fights. They received a lot of God base power for the God of Wealth temple. They should have been able to make a God base. After going to another empty sub-hall, Han Sen was able to make a new God base. Han Sen's heart jumped. The sub-hall he went into had undergone some big changes. The God altar was floating in the air, and God table went up with it. The God stove started to form. Destroyed class God base has been completed. After everything was done, the God temple had a weird God sound. Is it only destroyed class? Can't I make a higher level God base? Han Sen asked with a frown. God base power is not enough. A higher level God base is not able to be made. The voice of the God temple sounded again in reply to his question. Han Sen was crushed by this disappointment. After working so hard for so long, he could only produce a destroyed class god base. It was no wonder the god spirits leveled up so slowly, despite being able to practice for billions of years. He did not know how much god base power he required to make a god base become annihilation class. It looks like destroying god temples to get my god bases will be faster, Han Sen thought. He was planned to go after the god chaos party again. In the moment god temple, moment god frowned. When the moment god statue appeared in Han Sen's god of wealth temple, her heart madly jumped. What happened? How can something bring so much unrest to my god heart? Moment god said to herself. She could not detect where the core of this unrest came from. At the same time, in the god chaos party, Rocky D kneeled inside a hall. He lowered his head and did not speak. Rocky D, you are a minister. How are you keeping up with things? The Decapitation Queen Temple has been destroyed for quite a while now, and you have not been able to capture the murderer who destroyed the god temple. Now, someone sh*t all over territory that belongs to the god chaos party. What did he do? Well, he destroyed weapon god temple in Soldier Knife Sky. The minister is useless. You might as well just quit. A strong man was sitting on a high throne, but he did not speak. He just calmly looked at Rocky D, who was kneeling in front of him. The one who was speaking was 8-arm evil god. Rocky D did not raise his head as he coldly said, regarding Decapitation Queen, it was me being useless. But I am only in charge of foreign affairs. I only deal with things outside. Whatever happened in Soldier Knife Sky had nothing to do with me. If it was not you, the foreign affair minister being useless, how could there be no news about enemies invading Soldier Knife Sky? If this was not your fault, then whose fault was it? 8-arm evil god coldly grunted. Rocky D did not continue explaining. It was like he disdained what he was trying to say. 8-arm evil god wished to say something more, but the strong man upon the throne started to speak. All right, Rocky D is one of God Chaos Party's founding members. He has never done anything bad. He knows what he is doing. There is no need to keep going on about it. Yes, Master. 8-arm evil god hastily bowed and backed off. The strong man looked at Rocky D while he coldly asked, Rocky D, why is the murderer who destroyed Weapon God Temple still at large? Why has he not been killed yet? His words were, not cruel, but they still made people feel pressure. Rocky D raised his head to answer. Mr. Leader, the person who destroyed Decapitation God Temple is a member of God of Wealth Temple. I would like to find out more about this God of Wealth Temple, so that is why I have not acted on the culprit yet. The strong man nodded. I see, but you do not need to pursue this any further. Kill that person. How long will you need? Rocky D's heart jumped. He had to say, please give me 3 more days, Mr. Leader. Chapter 3205 The history behind Inch Grey Sword. Han Sen and Bauer were happily having hot pot. Suddenly, something shook inside the fanny pack across Bauer's waist. Bauer opened it up. A book leapt out of it. The pages quickly opened and flipped themselves until the shape of a black, human silhouette jumped onto the table. It pointed at Han Sen and shouted, Han Sen, can't you just stay home? Why did you have to go to Soldier Knife Sky to kill Weapon God? Do you have a death wish or something? Now, the temporary leader has tasked me with killing you in the next 3 days. What am I supposed to do? There is no need to rush this, Han Sen said with a smile. You are a gentleman, how can you be so rude and hasty? HMPH. Rocky D coldly grunted and said, the leader has demanded that you be killed. What are you going to do about that? How am I supposed to know what to do? Why don't you think of a way out of this instead? Han Sen asked with a smile. Why would I wipe your ass for you? Rocky D coldly retorted. In that case, you might as well just come and kill me, Han Sen said while opening the palms of his hand. Rocky D was furious. He madly said, do not think I would not dare kill you. If it was not for Master Bauer, I would have killed you 10,000 times over by now. After he was done venting, Rocky D said, no matter what, I must implore that you do not leave the walls of Jade Wall City. The Qin Kingdom has 4 Annihilation God spirits protecting the place, and 2 of the Annihilation class God temples are in this city. If you stay inside Jade Wall City, the members of the God Chaos Party will not try and kill you. They will only want to do something to you. You keep your eyes open from now on, and do not let Master Bauer get hurt. Okay, Han Sen swiftly agreed. He looked at Rocky D and said, my part is not a problem here. How do you expect to navigate your own affairs? I need you to play a role in an act with me, Rocky D replied. We need to scare the leader so that he will not send any people to Jade Wall City to deal with you. That is how we can keep Master Bauer safe. What do I have to do? Han Sen asked. Did you not pick up the inch-gray sword from Soldier Knife Sky? Rocky D looked at the bronze sword attached to Han Sen's waist. Someone had made Han Sen a scabbard, so the inch-gray sword was tied to his waist. I want to ask you something. What is this inch-gray sword? After I collected this sword, why did Weapon God decide to show up claiming he was there to protect that blade? Han Sen really wanted to know the origin story behind the sword. The woman in the sword had looked like Bauer. Rocky D seriously said, the inch-gray sword is the leader's sword. Han Sen's heart jumped, prompting him to quickly ask, is that the leader in charge now or the leader from the days of yore? Of course, it belonged to the old leader, Rocky D said with a lift of his lips. That was the real leader. The leader right now is only temporarily holding the position. He is little more than a steward. Han Sen was shocked. This sword is God Chaos Party's leader's sword, but that leader almost destroyed the Geno Hall. It is no wonder the sword mind was so scary. Why did the woman in the sword look like Bauer? Is Bao, the God Chaos Party's leader reborn? Rocky D looked at the inch-gray sword. I do not know how you managed to pull that sword out, but I think I am correct in assuming you cannot activate it. Is that right? You are right, Han Sen said with a nod. After he had arrived home, he had tried many methods. No matter what he tried, he could not activate the inch-gray sword. Still, the sword was indestructible. It was already very strong in his hands. Of course, the inch-gray sword is the best sword in the universe, Rocky D said. Even a sky full of god spirits would be afraid of it. Aside from the master leader, no one can use it. No one has what it takes. If it is that strong, how did it randomly end up in Soldier Knife Sky? Han Sen tried his best to extract information. If it wasn't for the leader, Rocky D only spoke half of what he was about to. He suddenly became alert and stopped. He looked at Han Sen and said, you do not need to know that. Plus, the sword is in your hands now. We just need to make the temporary leader believe that you can use the inch-gray sword. Do that, and I think you will be fine. No matter how brave he is, he will not look for trouble with you. Can you activate the inch-gray sword? Han Sen asked. Rocky D looked at him with disdain. Of course not. If I was able to, he would have believed what I told him. Han Sen understood what Rocky D was trying to say. He laughed and asked, so, how can I act with you in a way to make him believe that I can use the inch-gray sword? Rocky D hesitated. He looked at Bauer and immediately looked back at Han Sen. I have a way to make him believe the story, but you must do one thing. What? Han Sen asked. Rocky D's paper-looking body jumped onto Han Sen's shoulder. He went next to his ear and whispered, do not let Master Bauer use the inch-gray sword or there will be a disaster the likes of which you could never imagine. Why? Han Sen looked weird. He thought the leader of the God Chaos Party was related to Bauer. Just do as I say. Rocky D did not answer Han Sen's questions, but he gave a final reminder. By the way, do not leave Jade Wall City anytime soon. If you do, my plan is likely to fail. I can't lie to the leader. After saying that, the paper man looked as if he had lost his soul. It fell from Han Sen's shoulder. Han Sen picked up the paper and put it back in the book. Bauer took it and frowned. Based on Rocky D's behavior, Bauer was probably the reborn God Chaos Party leader. If things were like that, Bauer could activate the inch-gray sword. He would not even have to act. He could just let Bauer use it. Rocky D had said that Bauer should not be allowed to touch the inch-gray sword. That was rather weird. Bauer also didn't seem interested in the inch-gray sword. If that was her sword from a past life, she would have remembered it. Han Sen kept thinking it over, thinking it was all so bizarre. He could not figure out anything. So, he had to comply with what Rocky D had told him to do. It wasn't a big deal. He was not planning on leaving Jade Wall City anyway. There was still a month to go before the Qin Kingdom's annual sacrifice ceremony. He had to go to the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple and see the new well. After Rocky D spoke to Han Sen, he disappeared. The next few days were quiet. Nothing happened. Han Sen did not know why Rocky D was lying to the temporary leader. As long as nothing went awry, there was an 80% to 90% chance the plan would be a success. God Chaos Party was in shock. The leader of the God Chaos Party was also in shock. Can Han Sen use the inch-gray sword? Rocky D was wearing black clothing. He was covered in blood. His left arm was gone. He looked pale as he said, "Yes, master. My arm was cut off by the inch-gray sword. If it was not for the inch-gray sword's help, how could a human break weapon God Temple?" "Inch-gray sword is being used by a human," God Chaos Party leader said as he observed Rocky D's wounds. "Let's not kill Han Sen yet. Let's figure this out first." This time, no one objected because the words on the inch-gray sword broke their courage. Chapter 3206 Mirror Lake changes back in the Geno universe. Ling sat upon a stool in Space Garden. She placed her hands up against her jaw to cradle it and stared up into the sky to daydream. "Little Ling, did you miss Brother Yuhang?" A man approached her with a smile on his face. He smiled at Ling. "Granddad Yuhang, you have come back so quickly." Ling looked at Wang Yuhang with surprise. Wang Yuhang's face looked dim. "I told you that you should call me Brother Yuhang. You are still calling me a granddad. Am I really that old? But they say my father called you an uncle," Ling said with a blink of her eyes. "We are not related, so it does not matter," Wang Yuhang said. "Our relationship has nothing to do with them. You should just keep calling me Brother Yuhang. By the way, is Little Flower here?" "Where is he?" Wang Yuhang asked. "Brother Little Flower is with Big Sister Munger, Big Sister Zero, and Big Sister Little Sky," Ling explained. "They have gone to Outer Sky. They heard Mirror Lake has something new going on there." "That is fantastic that they found something new," Wang Yuhang said as he rubbed his fists. "I cannot wait to go to the anti-material world. I want to see how Han Sen is doing." After saying that, Wang Yuhang readied himself to leave Space Garden. He was going to go to Mirror Lake. After taking 2 steps, a hand grabbed his sleeves. "Big Brother Yuhang, can you take me to Outer Sky? I want to go see Mirror Lake as well." Ling looked at Wang Yuhang with a pity-filled face. "No way," Wang Yuhang said with a shake of his head. "You are too small. It is too dangerous for you to go over there." He did not want to take this princess to such a place. If something happened to her, all the creatures of Space Garden would want to bite a chunk out of him. "Brother Yuhang, are you not going to bring me?" Ling looked at Wang Yuhang with sadness in her eyes and blinked. "I would like to take you, but it will be too dangerous. There are many scary creatures, arg." Before Wang Yuhang could finish, he suddenly felt as if his entire body was turned upside down like a character big in the Chinese language. Ling sat back on her stool, placed her hands under her jaw, and looked at Wang Yuhang. Her eyes glowed. She smiled and said, "It is fine if you don't want to take me. If you don't take me, you must stay here and play with me." Cough, cough. "I really am busy. I don't have the time for that. Now, please put me down." Wang Yuhang struggled with his words and his body. Nothing he tried could help him escape. It was like an invisible rope had tied him up. "Take me or stay here and play with me," Ling said with a smile. Wang Yuhang looked angry and asked, "Little Ling, how could you do something like this to me? I am your granddad, Yuhang. Did your mother not teach you to respect your elders? Ling is supposed to be a good child, so stop messing about and put me down." "Yes, my mother taught me to respect elders, but you said you are Brother Yuhang and not Granddad Yuhang," Ling said as she blinked her eyes. "Fine, fine, fine. I will play with you. What would you like to play?" "Big Brother Yuhang is going to play." Wang Yuhang was very angry, but he could not fight back. He had to blame himself for being stupid earlier. "Let's play your favorite game, Little Six, shall we?" Ling clapped her hands. The 6-ear macaque came running over. It ran right in front of her. After hearing Ling's words, the 6-ear macaque's eyes were bright as it looked at Wang Yuhang. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Wang Yuhang looked at the 6-ear macaque, which did not look nice. It felt as if something was wrong. He felt very bad. Not many people were at Outer Sky's Mirror Lake, but a giant laboratory had been built there. Many people were seriously examining the screen inside the building. Many people were controlling all sorts of tools. Xie Qingqing could not help but ask, "Sister Yufei, what is going on here?" She did not understand all the data streams and what the machines were doing. Over the past few months, Mirror Lake had been exhibiting many weird events. The whole Outer Sky was affected. The Very High had been unable to find out why. They asked the elites of Space Garden to help out. That was why Han Yufei had built a lab near Mirror Lake. In fact, across the whole of Space Garden, only Han Yufei was good at this. Everyone else was useless. Han Yufei kept looking at the data and said, judging from the data and the information I am receiving, over the past 3 months, the anti-material movements of Mirror Lake have become stronger. The anti-material springs are going off more often. It used to be once every 4 or 5 days. Now, it is happening 2 or 3 times a day. What does that mean? Xianxia King asked. According to the data, there are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the anti-material world is undergoing some weird changes. The buffer zone between the 2 worlds has been impacted, so that is why there have been these changes. Han Yufei paused. She looked excited as she went on to say, one possibility is that there is a power breaking the barrier between the 2 near Mirror Lake. When everyone heard that, their faces changed. Someone happily asked, is Big Brother coming back from the anti-material world? Han Yufei shook her head. According to the information given to us by the Very High, this movement already existed, but it was weak and did not affect anywhere else in outer sky. Therefore, no one gave it any attention. I am sure that it has not been going on just in the past few years. So, it probably isn't Han Sen. Does that mean those creatures in the anti-material world are going to try and break through Mirror Lake and enter our world? Xianxia King asked with shock. So far, that is the most plausible theory, Han Yufei replied. If the veil is broken, what might happen? Xianxia King asked with a serious look of concern. I do not know, Han Yufei said with her eyes glowing. The one thing I do know for sure is that when the 2 worlds are connected, we can feel the power of the 2 worlds straight away. Perhaps we can be our race's elite Taiyi and have the 2 world powers to become break world elites. Xianxia King's eyes glistened as he asked Han Yufei, what kind of power is a break world power? Ever since the Geno Hall battle, the Geno universe had undergone many big changes. All the resources grew like crazy. Many people were able to level up and develop at a much faster rate. Xianxia King had already reached the max god level. He could not go any higher. He also did not want to be a god spirit, so he stopped, unable to improve himself any further. I have not reached that level yet, so I do not know the proper details. Han Yufei seemed to grow more excited as she said, I only know that putting the main and second world powers into one, for the witch, was something only Taiyi managed to achieve. The reason why achieving break world is hard is because we cannot feel the powers of the other world. If Mirror Lake is broken, we will be able to immediately feel the powers of the anti-material. That means breaking the world will be much easier. Chapter 3207 Sacrifice. Xianxia King was not as optimistic about this as Han Yufei was. He worriedly said, if there is an elite out there who can break the barrier between worlds to enter our universe, it could very well be a grave disaster for us all. Han Yufei shook her head and said, you think too much. If they break the world and come, then the rules of our universe will restrict them. It will be just like Qin Shu back then. No matter how strong he was or how many god spirits he was able to kill when he came to our universe, he was unable to defeat the true elites. He could not fight for long. Qin Shu traveled here solo, but this time the path between worlds is opened. There is a difference between these 2 events. Xianxia King did not agree with Han Yufei. Han Yufei did not want to argue with him. She coldly said, if there is danger, we cannot do anything to stop it. If you are going to bleed your worries over everything this early, why not be more productive and figure out how to level up to protect yourself? You are right, Xianxia King said with a laugh. What you are saying, Sister Yufei, is the best course of action. He was trying to lick her boots. Xianxia King was very overbearing. He was not afraid of the sky, and he was not afraid of the earth. He was not afraid of Han Yufei. Since Han Yufei had conducted some research in Space Garden, the creatures of Space Garden had leveled up a lot. He was one of them, so Xianxia King admired her. Of course, Han Yufei was always a prankster. She always did some tests that seemed like they were unnecessary and weird. It made Xianxia King suffer. He felt weird whenever he thought about them. Breaking through a path between the 2 worlds is great, Tang Junliu said. We can search for Han Sen in the antimaterial world. He cannot be allowed to become famous alone. Right, Han Yufei quietly said. Xianxia King suggested that if there was a way to break through the Mirror Lake and get the path to be opened sooner, that would have been best. People from the sanctuaries were all very powerful. Most people agreed with that. Very High Leader was shocked, so he sought to stop them from attempting that. In the end, Han Menger helped be a voice for the Very High. She made them hold off on their idea. Han Menger was there representing Sky Palace. The changes that were happening in Mirror Lake could affect the entire Geno universe. Sky Palace would not sit idly by without letting their voices be heard. Han Yufei walked to the kitchen to make tea. Han Menger went with her and said, "If I had break world powers, I could go to the next world and find father." Han Yufei touched Han Menger's head. Only she could do this to Han Menger, who always looked so cold. Of course not. The break world powers are special powers that combine main and reverse world powers. Having a break world power does not mean you actually break worlds. Your body needs to be strong, so you can be strong enough to break the barrier between worlds. Han Yufei paused to think a moment before saying, "Back then, Qin Shu's break world power was strong, but he was unable to use his own power to break it. He had a gap between the universes and built a path from there. That is how he went into our Geno universe. When he came to us, he was bound by the restrictions of the universe. He was separate from his gene race, which reduced his effectiveness in the Geno universe. In that way, the rules of the universe clamped down on him to make him weak. He lost the power to break worlds. Everything had to be started again, and he had to get used to the Geno universe from scratch. He had to learn our Geno universe. Powers. I have to admit that Qin Shu was a genius who was very talented. Although he had to learn the Geno universe's powers again, he grew up fast and became nearly invincible before the end." Han Menger quietly listened to Han Yufei and asked, "Where did Qin Shu come from?" "He came from Mirror Lake," Han Yufei said with a smile. She quickly added, "But World King God's power is a world power, and Qin Shu's God Spirit Blood Pulse power is a time and space element. When combined, the two create the break world power. It enabled a power to travel between worlds. That was how he was able to use a glitch and enter the Geno universe. Otherwise, if someone did not have the same power he did, people could not come here alone." Han Menger sounded disappointed. "Aside from breaking Mirror Lake, does that mean there are no other means to reach the other world?" "It is not that there is absolutely no way. We used to research and create god temples. We could then use those god temples to travel through space and reach the other world. These tests came so close to success, but there was a god fight and sacred broke. Our created god temples were destroyed. The information and data were lost. To get the information again and create a man-made god temple is not something that can be done in a short amount of time." Han Yufei patted Han Menger on the head and said, "Do not worry. No matter where he has ended up, a man like Han Sen is likely doing just fine." Han Sen really was fine. In the Feng family's castle, he was like a king. He had people serving him around the clock, all the while he wined, dined, sipped, and sucked on the nicest food and drinks one could receive. "Han Sen, are you really coming with me to join the sacrificial ceremony?" Qin Bai felt rather worried about it. Although he would have two servants joining the ceremony, they were servants. They were the ones who reminded Qin Bai what he would need to do in the ceremonies. The sacrificial ceremony was very complicated. Ordinary people could not remember all the procedures of the ritual. That was why there were servants. If he swapped Han Sen with one of them and something went wrong, Qin Jingzhen would not let that go. "Do not worry," Han Sen said to comfort him. "I can see through the hearts of people. I can just read a servant's memory and remember the entire procedure without missing a beat. It won't go awry, too. I thought you were going alone." Qin Bai's eyes opened wide. Han Sen smiled. He pointed at Bauer. "Bauer and I will disguise ourselves as servants and go with you." Qin Bai shook his head. "You can disguise as a servant, but Bauer is too small. How can she not be discovered?" Bauer rolled her eyes at Qin Bai. She used her sunglasses. Qin Bai froze at the sight of what she became. She looked just like Qin Bai. "Not just a servant, but I can even disguise myself as you if you want," Bauer said. Her speech mannerisms were just like Qin Bai too. Qin Bai was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. "Bauer, you have such amazing powers. Why don't you just pretend to be me? I don't want to go to those boring ceremonies anyway." Han Sen shook his head. "No, this is the Qin family's blood pulse sacrifice ceremony. Even though Bauer can look like you, she does not have the king's blood. If something happens, we cannot lie our way out of it. The officers will never forgive you. It is likely the king never would either." Qin Bai looked sad. "All right, tomorrow, you guys come to the palace. The two servants will teach me the procedure. Then, you will replace them. In 2 days, we can go to the Alpha's temple and participate in the ceremony." Qin Bai thought having Bauer and Han Sen around would not be so boring. Chapter 3208 Destiny Well. Jade Wall City really was like a jade wall. A flat circle with an empty circle was at its center. The empty part in the center had a man-made planet. That was where the Qin Kingdom's Alpha Temple resided. The sacrificial procedure was a very complex affair. Fortunately, Han Sen and Bauer were prepared. He had copied the memories of the two servants and used their memories. So far, nothing had gone awry. Han Sen and Bauer, one on the left and one on the right, followed Crown Prince Qin Bai. They kneeled in front of the Alpha's statue for 3 hours. The ritual had yet to come to an end. Han Sen swiped a peek at the Alpha statue and acknowledged that it was Qin Shu's face. It made Han Sen feel weird. If, in the Geno universe, it was World King God who was killed, why did World King God look exactly like Qin Shu? He could not be bothered thinking about this, so he had a gander at the left side of the hall. He did not see anything. In a place like that, he did not dare use power to observe. He did not want the jig to be up. Han Sen now understood why Qin Bai did not like performing the sacrifice. No one wanted to kneel there for half a day and listen to random chanting no one could understand. They also were doing non-stop kowtowing and bowing. Han Sen calculated that they had already kowtowed 30 times since they had started. If it was not for Destiny Well, Han Sen would have left. It was not easy finishing the sacrifice for the Alpha. Next, they had to pay their respect to all the kings in the side halls. Although he knew how to do it, it was extremely boring when he did it. The Qin Kingdom king led the royals and officers to kowtow before all the kings. They kept doing it until even Han Sen started to feel dizzy. How many kings does the Qin Kingdom have? If we keep kowtowing like this, when is it going to be over? Han Sen looked at the monuments of the kings. He could not even count how many were there. Still, they kowtowed to all of them. If they really did go kowtowing to all of them, their heads would probably break before the end. Han Sen thought, a family that has run for this long is not a good thing. This is just more and more troubling for your descendants. It was not easy kowtowing to all the kings. It was eventually midnight. Han Sen remembered they had arrived there earlier in the day. It had all been a mixture of kneeling or kowtowing up until now. Finally, we are going to see Destiny Well. Han Sen let out a long sigh. Bauer did the same. They had lived for many years, but they had never before been forced to kowtow this much. When they visited Destiny Well, every officer exited. Even the royals remained outside the Alpha Temple. The current king's close relatives could pay their respects there. Even Qin Jingzhen's daughter had to wait outside. She kneeled outside. The king only had Qin Bai as his sole son. Qin Bai had yet to marry. In the end, it was only Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai going to the side hall to visit Destiny Well. The others around were the priests in charge and the servants next to Qin Bai. They were, of course, Han Sen and Bauer. Han Sen was finally able to see the legendary Destiny Well. It was different from what he had expected it to be. Destiny Well did not exude a royal feeling. It was just an old well built from stone. The stones that composed the inside of the well had been there for a long time. They were all smooth and silky. It was like people had ground them. Just as Qin Bai said, only the words, Destiny Well, were written on the octagon-shaped well. Those two words were very familiar to Han Sen. It looked like it was done with Qin Shu's handwriting. It definitely belonged to Qin Shu. What they were doing now was different from the sacrificial ceremony of earlier. After Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai arrived, they were not in any rush to kowtow. They kneeled in front of the well waiting for something. Han Sen and Bauer, one on the left and one on the right, kneeled behind Qin Bai. The two of them saw the two servants' memory and knew they only started the sacrifice after midnight. One of the reasons the ritual was so long was because they had to wait to come to the Destiny Well. There were only 5 minutes to go before it was midnight. Han Sen was unable to do anything except patiently wait. Qin Bai was usually very loud. Throughout the whole day, he had not said anything. He did exactly as he was told and did not speak a single word. Han Sen thought he must have been told off before or something. Han Sen did not see anything special about that Destiny Well. He felt sad. Do I have to wait until midnight to see what is inside the well? It was very hard to muster the patience to wait 5 minutes until it was midnight. Finally, the priest hosting the simple ceremony arrived. Compared to the complicated ceremony earlier, the ritual for the Destiny Well was easy. Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai, the father and the son, burned some incense sticks and started to pray. They bowed 3 times, then it was done. At least, Han Sen thought it was done. It made him disappointed because he had not been able to see anything special about Destiny well. The ritual had actually not ended yet. As the priest set things up, Qin Jingzhen grabbed a sacrificial knife, cut his finger, and dribbled some blood into the well. Qin Jingzhen dropped some blood into the well. The quiet well was like a cauldron. It kept making strange, gudong, gudong, sounds. It was like water boiling. Han Sen was shocked. The priest and Qin Jingzhen were shocked too, but neither of them moved. They stood where they were staring at the old well. The sounds coming from the well were very loud. Not long after, the old well's black chains started to shake and make walla, walla, sounds. The chains were thicker than the arm of an adult. They rattled against the stone well. They soon went into the well. They kept making their walla, walla, sounds. The chains were straightened. It was like something was pulling them down from below. Han Sen frowned. He had heard the legends about these chains from Qin Bai. He had been told that they were there to chain up a god beast that was able to suppress kingdoms. With that god beast being suppressed inside the well, the Qin kingdom's luck would remain. The Qin kingdom would not die. Qin Bai had not told Han Sen that it would move. He looked at Qin Bai, whose face did not look good. He was scared. He did not know there would be movement either. The big priest looked happy and said, "Mister, I think the Alpha's prophecy is coming true." Really? Qin Jingzhen looked happy too. With a look of excitement, the priest said, "The well's water is thrashing. The chains of destiny are moving. This is the Alpha King's sign of prophecy." He brought in the other priests and servants to kowtow near the destiny well. Suddenly, there was a ding sound. The chains, which were as thick as an adult's arm, broke off the well. The entire chain fell into the well. In the next moment, the well erupted like a volcano. A lot of well water rushed out. The well water was scary. It was red. Lots of well water spilled out, hitting the ceiling to create a sky full of blood rain. Chapter 3209 Blood Sacrifice. Destiny breaks, blood pulse spills, the Alpha King's prophecy has come true. The priest looked very excited. He let the blood merrily fall on him as he kowtowed before Qin Jingzhen. "My king, the Alpha King's prophecy appeared. This is a good sign for the prosperity of the Qin kingdom. Please use the special method for performing a blood sacrifice." Qin Jingzhen looked conflicted. He stared at the blood pool of the destiny well without saying a word. Kings always thought more than the average person. Although this was a prophecy spoken of by the Alpha King, Qin Jingzhen could not be entirely sure this was it. Will the prophecy happen just like it was recorded? Is this just a pre-established trick? As a king and a father, he had to be careful. After all, this all had to do with an Alpha King he had never met. If the prophecy was the truth, it was a lucrative prospect for Qin Jingzhen to consider. The prophecy predicted a king that would rule for 1,000 years. Upon thinking about that, Qin Jingzhen felt the blood in his body boil. Conquer the universe and become a king for 1,000 years, can I do that? Qin Jingzhen clenched his fists. He stared at the destiny well, which was spewing blood. His face looked strangely red. Qin Jingzhen had always been a smart king. His heart also held great aspirations. If he was able to rule the universe like the prophecy claimed, to him, that was all he wanted. As a king, Qin Jingzhen knew he should not do things he was not 100% certain of. While he was deep in thought, the priests that had been sprayed by the blood started madly shouting. Their bodies glowed with a god light. It was as if they contained a strong power. "My king, the water of destiny is reinforcing my body," the priest happily shouted. "I feel as if even if I did not use a gene race and a god spirit blood pulse power, I could beat many elites." Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai fell back. Some servants generated power to make a shield of light that would protect them from the blood water. Upon hearing the priest's words, Qin Jingzhen was awfully tempted. He saw the bodies of the main priest and other priests grow stronger. He said to himself, if this entire prophecy is true, the thing inside Destiny Well can make people holy. "My king, let's start the blood sacrifice," the priest begged. For this to happen is a rare opportunity. If this was like the prophecy said, then the blood pulse spring was just a herald. The treasure inside the Destiny Well required a blood sacrifice to be retrieved. Qin Jingzhen's face kept changing. He was a king, but sometimes even he was indecisive. As a king, it was not wise to take a risk like this. If he missed this opportunity, he might miss the only chance he had to unite the entire universe. Qin Jingzhen did not want to miss this opportunity, ergo, he did not know what to do. Seeing Destiny Well's blood spring become smaller and almost disappear, the priest again pleaded with him. My king, please do not skip out on this opportunity. Qin Jingzhen had yet to make a choice. He gnashed his teeth and bowed to the wall behind the Destiny Well. What should I do? Please, show me the way. Han Sen was shocked. He did not see anyone there. He looked at the wall. Before this, Han Sen had only been looking at the well. He had not noticed there was something on the wall. When he looked at the wall, he saw a giant painting. There was a blossoming plum tree depicted in the painting. The flowers were opening, and the petals were falling. Underneath the boughs of the plum tree, deer were munching on the petals. Next to the plum tree was an old man in a white robe, who was sitting on the tree roots. The old man had a white beard and white, which complemented his white robe. He was holding a black wooden cane with a top that looked like a wine bottle. Qin Jingzhen was consulting with the old man in the painting for guidance on how to proceed. I am only in charge of guarding here, the old man in the painting said in response. I do not care about anything else. It is up to you if you want to take this chance. It was like he was a living person. If there is any danger, can you please protect me and Bai, my son? Qin Jingzhen asked. I have been in this painting for so long, guarding this place for billions of years. I have watched the rise and fall of the Qin kingdom with many outsiders and elites reaching this place, yet the god temple was never destroyed. The old man in the painting, who was sitting near the plum tree, spoke quietly. Even though his voice was quiet, his words were overbearing. With you speaking, I will not be afraid. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright as his face turned red. To be able to rule the universe during his lifetime and become a king for 1,000 years was all Qin Jingzhen wanted. In his lifetime, he could not see another hope of uniting the universe. Thus, he had to let go and see if there was hope. Of course, the most important thing about all this was that the old man in the painting was protecting him. That was how Qin Jingzhen had the courage to try. The old man in the painting had protected the Qin kingdom for many generations. He had saved the Qin kingdom from being destroyed through the many crises it had endured. He was the biggest beacon of guidance for the Qin kingdom. If the old man in the painting wanted the Qin kingdom to die, then the Qin kingdom would have died many times over by now. All the kings took their gods seriously. They were even more important than the Qin family getting god spirit blood pulses. If a guy like that said he would protect them, despite the danger, it would not lead to a catastrophe. Priest, get ready for the blood sacrifice. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright as he made the command. The priest was very happy. He kneeled in the blood water and said, yes, I will prepare. The priests prepared the blood sacrifice. Han Sen stood next to Qin Bai. They kept looking at the destiny well and blood water on the floor. Han Sen could not tell how the blood water had changed the bodies of the priests, but he did not feel safe about the situation. Han Sen thought, Qin Shu was able to do anything for what he wanted. If he tried to trick his people, I would not be surprised. Now, he was just posing as Qin Bai's servant, so he could not speak. Even if he used his identity to advise Qin Jingzhen not to do it, Qin Jingzhen would have likely ignored him and had him kicked out. First, this was the Qin family's business. Second, Han Sen could not determine the exact nature of the problem he was feeling. If the Qin family's alpha was not good, it would harm them. Thus, Qin Jingzhen would not want to do a blood sacrifice. First and foremost, Qin Jingzhen would probably find people to kill him. The old man in the painting had a mysterious power. Not even Han Sen knew how strong he was. He did not know who he was either. Han Sen had no confidence in beating him in a universe in which he was suppressed. The Qin kingdom also had many elites, and many of them had god spirit gene races. The priest preparing the blood sacrifice was not a normal character either. He had to be a god spirit blood pulse inheritor. Han Sen thought the blood sacrifice required the Qin family's blood pulse blood. He soon discovered it was not like that. The priest brought in a girl. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. She looked terrified. She was obviously not from the Qin family. Chapter 3210 The thing in the well. There was fear in the young lady's eyes, but she still listened to the priest and went toward the destiny well. At this time, the blood spring in the destiny well was almost gone. The priest shouted at the girl, do not be afraid. Just use the same method that I have always taught you. It will be fine. Yes, the young lady replied. She walked in front of the destiny well and brandished her sacrificial knife. She drew it across her wrist to leak her blood into the well. The wound was deceptively small. While a preliminary examination of the wound would have revealed that it was not very big, quite a lot of blood was drawn. There was so much red blood flowing that it could be compared to a faucet that would not close. With blood gushing out of her, the young lady let it all pour into the murky waters of the Destiny Well. It was a strange scene. When the lady's blood touched the well water coming out started going back in. Han Sen had been intensely watching the young lady, but he did not notice anything special about her. She did not show any sign of possessing a god spirit blood pulse, and she did not have a gene race. She was just a commoner. If that wasn't a blood pulse belonging to the Qin family and she does not have a high-class god spirit blood pulse, why would they use this girl for the blood sacrifice? Han Sen wondered. While the girl bled, the Destiny Well returned to normal. The wound was not large, but as all that blood spilled out of her, it was not too long before the young lady's face started to look pale. Suddenly, the chains of the well made a walla, walla noise. The broken black chains again came out of the Destiny Well like a pair of lashing, toxic snakes. They gripped the young lady's injured hand. The young lady was pulled toward the Destiny Well. Qin Zhen and the priest were shocked. The priest shouted at the young lady, "Hurry! Bring the chain up. If you get pulled down, you will die." The young lady gnashed her teeth and yanked the chain. She used 2 hands to pull it. Because the chains were so heavy and she had lost so much blood, it was difficult for her to pull. The wounds on her wrist were still bleeding. They dripped on the black chains, dyeing them red. Han Sen was confused. He did not know why they let this one girl pull it. After all, the Qin kingdom had many elites. Was no one else going to help her? Qin Zhen watched the girl pull the chain inch by inch. He was shocked as he said, "Many kings of the Qin kingdom cannot pull this chain. They can't even pull them an inch. This girl does not have any power, yet she can pull it. It really is just as the legends say. The Alpha has indeed blessed us with a desire for the Qin kingdom to grow." The priest looked excited. The Qin kingdom has had so many yin years, yin months, yin days, and yin time ladies that have been born. Never have they proven themselves useful until today. Now, there is no waste. Whatever the Alpha King left behind must be important. Han Sen heard them speak and understood that not every girl could do what she was doing. The Qin kingdom had many of these young ladies, but only now was one being used. Because pulling the chain was so hard, the young lady's wounds were leaking even more. Her face went paler as time went by. It was all very strange. The more she bled, the lighter the chain became and the more of the chain she was able to pull. The Destiny Well made some metallic sounds. It sounded as if something metal had struck the wall. It sounded as if the item was almost up to the surface. Everyone went to look at the well, wanting to know what the Qin kingdom's Alpha had left behind inside the well. As she pulled, there was a dong sound. Something struck the well. The girl pulled it, but she failed. The chain was heavy. "Pull harder. You must pull it out," the priest quickly yelled. He would have loved to help the girl pull it out. Unfortunately, the Alpha said only the girls born in a yin year, yin month, and yin day, and at a yin time could pull the chain out of the well. If anyone else touched the chain, whatever resided inside the Destiny Well would remain buried in there for all of time and never be revealed. The priest knew a lot of things, but he would not dare help her. He just had to nervously wait on the side. Qin Zhen was nervous too. Although he did not exhibit any changes, his hands were clasped into a fist. He was not as calm as he looked. Qin Bai was curious. He stuck his head out to look into the Destiny Well. From where he stood, he could not see what was inside the Destiny Well. The young lady kept bleeding and trying to pull. She knew if she did not pull that thing up fast, the bleeding would kill her. The young lady kept biting so hard that she was going to bleed. The chain finally moved again. She pulled it about 2 feet higher. The chain reached the end. The other side of the chain looked as if it was tied to a ring. The ring was made of black metal. It did not look gold, silver, bronze, or iron. It was unknown what kind of metal it was. It was strangely heavy. The young lady kept pulling what was below the metal ring. It was a metal box. Qin Zhen's eyes looked bright. He was a king, but he looked very excited. The thing inside the box might have been what it would take to reunite the Qin kingdom, so it was hard for him not to feel excited. The young lady almost couldn't hold it. She had no god spirit blood pulse or the aid of a gene race. She used her natural strength to pull the chain. Plus, she had bled so much. If her will was not as stable as it was, she would have let it go and slipped into a coma. The girl was bleeding from her mouth. She kept pulling the chain while stumbling back. She pulled part of the metal box out of the destiny well. From what they saw, the height of the box was surprising. Its width was 3 feet, but it was at least 4 feet high. The bottom of the box still could not be seen. Han Sen thought this was weird. He thought it was a box, but the box was very tall. If he looked at it horizontally, it was rectangular. Why does this box look like a strange coffin? Han Sen thought. Boom, boom. While Han Sen was thinking, the box was pulled out by the girl. It was outside of the well. Everyone now saw what the box looked like. It was a box made from black metal. It was not a square, and there were no adornments on it. As they looked at it, they saw it was 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Han Sen thought it looked like a weird metal coffin. Chapter 3211 Dead body in the coffin. The young lady pulling the coffin let the chain go. She fell to the side and bowed to Qin Jingzhen. Good, 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 you did a fine job. Qin Jingzhen was so happy that he said the good 3 times. One of the priests took the young lady away to heal while Qin Jingzhen and the main priest went to examine the black metal box. The rectangular metal box had no symbols on it, but the lid was different from an ordinary coffin. Normally, the lid of a coffin had one side. This metal box's lid was on the side where the metal ring was. A ring was positioned between the lid and the box. If the ring was pulled, the lid would open. Qin Jingzhen had no idea that the 2 servants present were Han Sen and Bauer in disguise. He thought only his confidants were there, so he ordered the others to open the box via that ring. The ring was on one side of the metal box, which was not locked. The priests went to pull the ring and chain to open the lid. It was different from what they had imagined. The lid was connected to something. As the lid was pulled, the item hung in the air. Below the lid was a rectangular piece of ice. It was unknown how this ice had stayed so cold. It looked transparent like it was a perfect crystal. A blonde woman was encased in the ice. That is Wanner's dead body. Han Sen secretly screamed. The woman in the ice looked just like Wanner when she was blonde, but this blonde lady's face was pale and snow-white. It did not look lively. It did not look like she was alive. Qin Jingzhen and the main priest just looked at each other. Before they opened the lid, they had many guesses as to what was inside. No matter what they had predicted, they had not expected to see a lady's dead body inside the box. Qin Jingzhen frowned as he looked at the priest and asked, "Is this the treasure that the Alpha King left?" He had no clue how a woman's dead body could aid him in ruling the world. The priest was also very confused. He developed a wry smile and said, "The Alpha King was a character like a god. There has to be a reason as to why he left behind this body." Qin Jingzhen wished to say something, but he heard Qin Bai, who was still kneeling, start to scream. She moved. Qin Jingzhen and the priest looked over at the rectangular block of ice. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The blonde lady was still in the ice. She hadn't moved. Qin Jingzhen wanted to ask Qin Bai something, but he immediately heard a "kacha" sound. A long crack appeared in the ice. That crack was similar to someone pushing the first domino piece. That one crack in the ice multiplied into many. Lots of them rapidly developed across the ice. Protect the king. A guard moved to protect Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai. A "pang" sound was heard. The ice, which had formed many cracks, suddenly exploded. The dead body of the blonde lady did not fall down with the hailstorm of ice bits. She just floated in the air. Although she did not have a life force, one could sense a golden wave within her body. It was the power that made her stable in the air. Han Sen knew this power. This was the power Wanner used to enter her blonde lady mode. It was bad for his super god spirit mode, as they always cancelled each other out. The priest's expression did not change as he suddenly said, "My king, I remember." The legends claim that when the Alpha King was born, he was no good. There wasn't a single god spirit willing to give him a god spirit blood pulse, but the Alpha King's real sister was blessed by God. When she was born, she had an incredible god spirit blood pulse. Because she did not want to see her big brother get bullied, she gave her god spirit blood pulse to her brother. Ever since then, the Alpha was very powerful. From a nobody, he became the man that created the Qin kingdom. It was all because of the princess giving away her god spirit blood pulse. I know that. The legend says the Alpha King was unable to keep the god spirit blood pulse going, so the next of the bloodline was blessed by an annihilation class god temple instead. It never did come from the original Alpha. The Qin Kingdom's current God Spirit Blood Pulse is different from the Alpha King. All of that is just a legend. No one knows for sure the validity of it all. Do you understand something, priest? Qin Jing finally understood what the priest was thinking. The priest was very happy and nodded. If I have guessed it correctly, that legend might be true. This is the Alpha's fabled princess. He left her body here and said it could help you rule the universe. Perhaps the princess's God Spirit Blood Pulse is different from that of the legends. Perhaps she did not give it all to her brother. Maybe her God Spirit Blood Pulse can always be given to others, and that is why the Alpha kept her body here. It was for his children to have too. Qin Jing's eyes looked very bright. If he could get the legendary Alpha King's blood pulse, he would be like the Alpha. He could become a king that would shock the entire universe. Qin Shu had come close to ruling the universe. If Qin Jing received a blood pulse like Qin Shu, he thought he would not be any inferior to Qin Shu. Han Sen was not as optimistic about these prospects as they were. After all, Qin Jing and the others only knew about Qin Shu from the books they had read. History books were not going to portray the Qin Kingdom Alpha as an enemy. Let's not suggest Qin Shu was super evil, but even if he was, he would have been praised as a proper hero. Han Sen understood the real Qin Shu. Regardless of anything else, that man would have done anything for his sister, Wanner. Qin Shu wanted Wanner's God Spirit Blood Pulse so he could give it to his descendants. That was why he had set this up. Han Sen did not believe it, not one syllable of it. It was likely the other way around. The gold waves from Wanner's body grew stronger. In the beginning, it was just like an ordinary wave of water. Now, it had become a gold fire that raged around her. Impossible, the priest said upon seeing the gold flames around Wanner. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is unbelievable. There is no sign of a god spirit, and there is no scary gene race buff. It's just her body power that is this strong. She is stronger than a break world elite. What is the Alpha Princess's blood pulse power? In fact, there was no need for him to say that. Qin Jing was able to tell all of this as well. Wanner was indeed very powerful. He was a king with an annihilation god spirit blood pulse and could use the strongest gene races of the Qin Kingdom. Even with all that, he could not match her might. Just for her body to have such a scary power, with my Qin family's god spirit blood pulse and gene races, who in this universe would be able to compete with me? Even the very high god spirits would be afraid of me. Qin Jing looked like he was picturing himself uniting the universe. His eyes glowed as he looked upon Wanner. Han Sen grew increasingly nervous. Wanner's power seemed stronger than when she was in the Geno universe. She was far scarier here. Wanner was a good girl. In blonde mode, she could not control her will or her power. Even Han Sen had been beaten by her. Han Sen suddenly thought of an incredibly scary possibility. Hang on, Wanner's gold power goes against my super god spirit mode. Does that mean her power is a reverse super god spirit mode? Chapter 3212 Revive. Han Sen kept thinking. Whenever Wanner reached the Geno universe and her gold power showed up, she would become exhausted. Han Sen believed it was her body that had the problem. Now that he was able to think about it some more, he started to believe it was similar to what he was going through. The Geno universe restricted all powers that did not belong there. Wanner's body needed to have her gold power restricted if her body was to recover. Han Sen's super god spirit mode did not get along well with her power. It restricted her reverse super god spirit mode power. It made her body normal again. Han Sen was still confused about something. After Wanner was reborn, her body should have belonged to the race of the witch. They were from the Geno universe. Even if she was restricted by the Geno universe, why did she have the powers of her past life? Han Sen quickly came up with one possibility for this conundrum. Perhaps the body of the witch Wanner did not actually belong to her in the first place. It might have come from Qin Shu, who went to that world. After thinking about this some more, Han Sen did not think that could be accurate either. Qin Shu's gene race was World King God. His power should have been similar to the World King God's power for him to combine with World King God and break the world. His Super God Spirit Mode power was not World King God's power. Han Sen thought it was weird. He could not understand it right now, but there was one thing he knew for certain. The blonde lady he was looking at was truly Wanner, and she was probably combined with the two Wanners from both universes. Does that mean when World King God put me and Wanner into the tunnel that bridged the two worlds, it was supposed to just pull the witch Wanner and combine her with the Wanner of her past life to revive Wanner. Han Sen was shocked. He could not be certain his guess was correct. Han Sen's body's super god spirit mode was restricted by the rules of the world. Now, Wanner's body power had become very strong because the Wanner from two worlds had combined. Han Sen could feel his super god spirit mode had been severely restricted. Even though he was a fair distance away from Wanner, he could barely feel his body and super god spirit mode power. If this Wanner wants to kill someone, who in this world can hope to stop her? Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. Han Sen understood that the super god spirit mode was very scary. When he could use it without its imposed limits, he could fight Break World elites. He could even beat the low-level Break World elites. Now, Wanner's power dwarfed Han Sen's power. After all, the power of Wanner from both worlds had been combined into one. Her power had become the power of two people. This effect was not so simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The current power Wanner wielded made Han Sen's heart shake. At this time, Wanner's eyes opened to reveal gold pupils that shone like a pair of suns. Her eyes were very pretty, but they lacked warmth. Therefore, her eyes looked cold. Alpha Princess, my surname is Qin. Qin Jing had everyone bow before the blonde lady. He hoped to receive her blood pulse blessing. Han Sen knew things were going to get worse. With Wanner's situation being what it was, she would be just like the blonde Wanner. She would not recognize anyone. In the past, Han Sen's super god spirit mode was able to cancel Wanner's power. Now, it had been so long, and his super god spirit mode power was being suppressed. Wanner's gold power was affected a bit, but it could still explode. Han Sen wondered if he had the power to stop Wanner. Han Sen prayed to himself, I hope things won't go as bad as I think they might. I hope Qin Shu is not as bad as I thought. For people like Han Sen, they had a knack for having their greatest fears come true. It was not like he had a special feature. It was just that he was able to perceive things for how they truly were. If he thought something might happen, there was a high chance he was right. Wanner floated in the air. Her blonde hair dropped. She was like a god looking down on Qin Jing from a lofty place. She still looked very cold. Qin Jing sensed something was really wrong. His face changed. He could not help but retreat as many guards and priests moved to protect him and Qin Bai. Wanner finally moved. Suddenly, she came right before Qin Bai. She was so fast that the very powerful guards could not even see how she moved. Seeing Wanner grab Qin Bai's head, the other guards and priests had yet to react. Only Qin Jing, who was next to Qin Bai, noticed. His body mustered a scary power. He summoned a thunder-like, destroying the world-type power as he threw a punch at Wanner's hands. Han Sen had to confess he had underestimated the king. Ordinary kings were usually busy with business affairs, so they never practiced their combat to extreme levels. Although the humans of the Qin kingdom borrowed power from the outside, if they did not have enough innate power or will, it was hard to command a powerful god spirit blood pulse and gene race as well. Qin Jing's power was not weak. Han Sen could tell he had practiced hard. He had not reached a break world level, but he was a rare type of person in the realm of humans. The punch he threw must have had the power of Decapitation Queen. Wanner's hand did not look very strong. It did not look like it wielded any power. It was just that her hand was burning with a gold flame. Pang! When Qin Jing's punch touched down on Wanner's hand, the king's entire body flew away like a broken kite. As he descended, he coughed up a lot of blood. His overbearing punch was swallowed the moment it came into contact with the golden light. There was not a single drop or dot left of it. It did not even make a sound. My king! The main priest screamed. He flew over and caught Qin Jing's body, but he also spat out blood. He hit a wall with Qin Jing. Wanner's hand still moved to grab Qin Bai's head. Qin Bai was frozen in place. He had never seen this before. He had never seen his proud father ever be reduced to such trouble. A body flashed. Han Sen held Qin Bai and retreated like a shadow. No matter how much of an asshole Qin Bai was, he had always been nice to Han Sen. Thus, Han Sen did not want to watch the boy get killed right in front of him. At the same time, the painting on the wall of the Destiny Well chamber began to glow. The old man in the drawing had a god light. He walked out of the painting like a god. He stood in front of Wanner. The old man still held his black cane. His body brimmed with a god light as he looked at Wanner and said, I promise to protect this temple. No matter what you are, you cannot kill here. Chapter 3213 Old Man in the painting. A priest moved to protect the injured Qin Jingzhen and the main priest. As they retreated, he said, "My king, I will ask more people to come and help." Qin Jingzhen looked frustrated as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Shut up. No one is allowed to leave the God Temple. I will kill anyone who tries to leave. If whatever happens today is made public, you will all be killed." It was unimaginable what might happen if it was made known that an incident took place in the Alpha Temple, resulting in Qin Jingzhen being injured. How much would that affect the Qin kingdom? The losses for the Qin kingdom could not be calculated, let alone fathomed. Qin Jingzhen could not let that happen. He believed the old man in the painting could sort this problem out. "Father!" Qin Bai cried as he ran before Qin Jingzhen. He had never seen Qin Jingzhen in such a state. His hair was messed up, and he had blood in his mouth. He looked pale and a bit green. "Do not be afraid, Bai son. All is fine." Qin Jingzhen patted Qin Bai on the head. He allowed a trusted man to take Qin Bai and leave the temple. Although people might become suspicious of the Crown Prince leaving before everyone else, Qin Jingzhen did not want to risk his son's life. He was Qin Jingzhen's only son, so nothing could be allowed to happen to him. He forced a smile. He looked at Han Sen, who was next to Qin Bai, and asked, "Are you Han Sen? I have been wanting to meet you, but I never thought we would meet at a time like this." The teacher was right. "You are a unique man. Please forgive me for joining here uninvited," Han Sen casually said. He did not really care for Qin Jingzhen. His attention was mostly fixed on the old man and Wanner. "My king, who is the old man in the picture?" Han Sen thought the old man in the painting looked godly. He did not look human. He looked more like a god spirit than a human. "It is good that you came uninvited. If you had not come, my son would be put in danger." Qin Jingzhen paused and went on to say, "That elite is not a human. He is a powerful god spirit. Back in ancient times, he was as strong as 12 annihilation god spirits." As strong as 12 annihilation god spirits? Han Sen was shocked. How could a god spirit like that not be in a god temple but instead relegated to a painting inside another god temple? Qin Jingzhen did not hide anything. "I do not really know who he is. I only know that one of the Alpha Kings invited him in to protect the temple. The legends claim he is an old god. Before the 12 main gods existed, he was already that powerful. I have tried doing my best to research his origins, but no information about him has been discovered." Upon hearing Qin Jingzhen say all that, Han Sen was shocked. The old man in the painting was clearly very powerful. When Han Sen had fought Moment God, he got a grasp of what true power was like. This man far exceeded that. Aside from those 12 annihilation god spirits, only the person inside the Geno Hall could be that powerful. The old man in the painting was not him. If such a powerful god spirit existed, it would have been from before the universe rebooted. The God Hall leader had told Han Sen that because the universe had rebooted, a sky full of god spirit power had been weakened. Han Sen had been able to kill Moment God, but that was not the best Moment God. That was because the universe had been rebooted. Moment God had not yet recovered the god power an annihilation god spirit should have had. The old man in the painting was likely a powerful god spirit from a time before the universe was rebooted. It was unclear why he had not been affected by the reboot. Either way, that was why he had such a scary god power. Even if the old man was the strongest annihilation god spirit, Han Sen did not think he could beat Wanner while she was in that mode. Wanner's eyes looked the same as they always did. It was like she had not heard what the old man in the painting said. She floated like she had not seen the old man in the painting. "The latitude and longitude of the world is just a picture," the old man angrily said. He seemed to have been enraged by her ignorance of him. He moved his cane and sent a miraculous power flying at Wanner. Han Sen had witnessed Xie Qing King use a power that enabled him to draw something and have that thing come to life, but he had never seen anything real become a painting. The old man in the painting emitted a god light. Everything in the temple became a 2D picture. It was like the entire scene became a 2D anime. Everything was very unreal. Wanner, who had a gold fire around her body, was not affected by the power. She still floated as she approached the old man. The power used against her did not seem to affect her in the least. The face of the old man in the painting changed. He was a drawing god. Before the universe was rebooted, he was an annihilation god spirit. Back then, there were more than 12 annihilation god spirits. But he had fallen and joined the god chaos party. In his last fight, He wanted to escape the disastrous rebooting of the universe. He hid inside a drawing that had an incredible god power. That was how he managed to survive. He was not erased by the rebooting of the universe. He also did not want to get trapped inside the painting. A king of the Qin kingdom randomly found the god painting. He accidentally opened the painting. It allowed the painting god to be set free. He thanked the Qin kingdom's king, but he also wanted a place to stay. The painting god had lost his god temple, so he agreed to guard the Qin kingdom's alpha temple and accept the sacrifices of the kingdom's royalty. The painting god had heard the legends about Qin Shu and Qin Waner. Back then, he was still trapped inside the painting. He had never seen Qin Shu or Qin Waner. He also did not care much about legends like that. Humans use god spirit blood pulses and gene power. They could not get very strong, but right now, that Waner in front of him made him drop a pretense of flippancy and take things deathly seriously. Seeing his painting god power was unable to affect Waner, the painting god's god light flashed. He gathered up power on the wooden cane. The wine bottle, which was hanging on the wooden cane, flew up. It poured out an elixir that was like ink. The painting god put the tip of the wooden cane into the liquid. It was like a giant pen splashing ink on Waner. The whole world suddenly turned into a painting. Wherever the painting god's cane reached, the space that touched the ink turned into darkness. It was like a piece of paper God had painted black. Whatever had been on the paper before was covered by the ink. It was like it had never existed in the first place. Anything touched by the ink on the cane was enveloped by darkness. The old man waved his wooden cane, turning half of the god temple black. Waner was in the half of the temple that had turned black. Now, the god temple looked incredibly weird. Half of it was like its usual god temple self, whereas the other half was a 2D world of darkness. Chapter 3214 Invincible Stance in the darkness, a gold shadow was quaking. It was becoming brighter too. Within a few seconds, Waner was able to walk right out of that dark. She effortlessly strolled out of the painting. No, impossible, the painting's god face changed. His face was full of shock. Before the universe rebooted, he had been the strongest elite. Even members of the God Chaos Party were afraid of him. Although he did not reach the last step and become a reboot class, he was not like an ordinary Annihilation God Spirit either. After the universe rebooted, Annihilation God Spirits were weakened. Nothing had been able to compete with him. The painting god was still able to fight an Annihilation God Spirit. He wasn't certain whether he would win or lose. Facing a human, his power was not working. That was incomprehensible. He was different from ordinary God Spirits. He did just have God power. After he had fallen, he combined with the God Chaos Party's secret skills and used a God power to break worlds. Thus, he had strong and scary powers. If things were not like that, he would not have dared to say he could fight Annihilation God Spirits. Yet, power like that could not hurt a human woman. How would one tell a man like that to stay calm and not be surprised? Waner emerged from the darkness. She looked at the painting god. Her expression was cold. It was like she had no focus. She raised her hand and waved at the painting god. It was like she was slashing around a knife. The painting god's expression changed. He clutched his wooden cane and used ink to block. It was like he was blocking an invisible knife. Gotcha. The gold light flashed in space. The painting god and his cane were slashed in half. The painting on the wall was cut in half too. Qin Zhen and the others watched the painting god get killed with ease. His body dissolved in a golden light. They were all too shocked to say a single word. He was very scary and had protected many things for the Qin kingdom. Now, he had been killed with one hit from a woman. It was so shocking that it could not be described. That was especially true about people like Qin Zhen, who knew about the painting god. He was even more shocked than the others. The history of the Qin family had many records about the painting god. Back in the day, the Zhao, Wei, and Han kingdoms had reunited to try and siege Jade Wall City. The place was going to fall. The scary old man in the painting had waved his finger, immediately eliminating the generals of the three kingdoms. They simply died out in space. He had saved the Qin kingdom from falling. There was another time when many officers of the Qin kingdom had revolted. They almost managed to kill a very young Qin kingdom king. The queen visited the temple with the young boy and prayed for the Alpha's assistance. The traitors surrounded the Alpha temple. Many of them were elites who could shock the sky. The Qin kingdom was going to change its name. The old man from the painting revealed himself. He waved his cane in the drawing and had a few dozen elites immediately destroyed. It saved the Qin family's bloodline. A god like that was murdered by a woman. How could Qin Zhen not be afraid? Leave the Alpha Temple. Qin Zhen could not care for much now. He commanded everyone to abandon the temple. It was no longer about whether or not the Qin kingdom would suffer many big losses. It was all about ensuring their survival. Han Sen was running too. The power Wanner used to kill the painting god was not something he could repel. He asked himself to confirm it, and he told himself he couldn't. The Wanners from two universes had combined. The power was so strong that one could not imagine what it was like. Han Sen thought that even if God Hall leader fought her, he would not be able to win. The officers and royals outside were unaware of what was happening inside. They saw the priests and servants emerge while protecting a terrible-looking Qin Zhen. Open the temples by Sima. Qin Zhen was in the middle of a crisis, but he was not in a panic. He gave the order without issue. The area around the Alpha Temple flickered. Many strange beasts revealed themselves. The shadows of those beasts were like dragons, but they weren't dragons. There were 9 of them. The heads and tails of 9 weird beasts connected to create a giant orb of light that bubbled around the Alpha Temple. Kacha. A gold light flashed. It was like a knife used to punish the gods. The shadows of the 9 weird beasts that had composed the shield were gone. The gold light was not stopping there. It continued to attack. Wanner made a big crack in the man-made planet. She went into space and slashed down on Jade Wall City's castle to create a big hole in it. The whole of Jade Wall City shook after the strike. Fortunately, the man-made planet only had officers on it. Ordinary people weren't there. Otherwise, that attack would have killed many people. The scary elites from the palace protected Qin Zhen as they escaped the Alpha Temple. Han Sen took Bauer with them as they left. He was fairly certain that Wanner did not remember anything. She had become the emotionless blonde lady who was not restricted by anything. Even the super god spirit mode was not restrained. Han Sen could not find a way to restrict the blonde Wanner. He flew away, but he did not get far. Han Sen looked terrible. Wanner did not go after Qin Zhen. He did not know when, but she suddenly appeared behind him. Holy crap, what is this? Han Sen was shocked. He could not pretend anymore. No one noticed him to it, but he summoned the Sky God Crown. He used the Sky God Crown to pull Bauer into the God of Wealth Temple with him. The God of Wealth Temple was in the Gold Crystal system. It was many systems away from Jade Wall City. Wanner should not have been able to follow. Han Sen had only just entered the God of Wealth Temple when Wanner's body appeared before the God of Wealth Temple. I cannot be that unlucky. Han Sen's face turned ashen. Decapitation Queen appeared inside God of Wealth Temple. Clutching her guillotine, she shouted at Wanner, "How ignorant! How dare you come to the God of Wealth Temple? Decapitation Queen, stand down." Han Sen had a cold sweat. Decapitation Queen was strong, but before Wanner, her power was nothing. Han Sen was afraid Wanner would kill her with one hit. Perhaps she would have been struck down so hard that her god base would not recover. It was too late for Han Sen to say anything. Wanner moved her hand. It was a simple strike. Seeing the gold fire come before Decapitation Queen, Han Sen was too late to save her. Bzzzt. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the gold flame on Wanner stopped. At that moment, a body went up and pulled Decapitation Queen back. The gold flame burst into the sky and was extinguished in space. It had enough force to destroy many of the planets around there. Space was suddenly filled with countless lights. Han Sen thought it was too close, but Moment God helped. If she hadn't, Decapitation Queen would have been killed. His Super God Spirit mode had a killing God Spirit power. Wanner's reverse Super God Spirit mode might have had a similar thing, so he did not want to risk it. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He took Bauer, who looked like herself again, to teleport away from God of Wealth Temple. Moment God's time power did not affect Wanner much. Although they had been helped, Han Sen did not want to fight Wanner. He had to lead her away to avoid her destroying the God Temple. Chapter 3215 Drawing the disaster to the east. The Super God Spirit mode and Wanner's power were like water and fire. Water could put out fire, and fire could burn water. If there was the same amount, they would put each other out. It was like when Han Sen and Wanner were together, their powers were suppressed. After 2 Wanners combined into one, her power exploded. She was much better than Han Sen with his Super God Spirit mode. That was why the scales were now tipped. In a situation like this, they were restricting each other. If one of their powers was stronger than the other, there would have been a big restriction. Now, Wanner's power was twice as strong. It made Han Sen's super god spirit mode useless. He was suppressed because of that. Fortunately, Han Sen did not rely on only one power. Although his super god spirit mode was suppressed, he still had 4 other Geno powers. Han Sen did not care about the balance of the universe. He broke the rules of the universe and broke the world. He used galaxy teleportation to take Bauer to the entrance of Soldier Knife Sky. With Wanner's situation being like it was, drawing her there was something of a disaster. It was a disaster that could harm innocent people. He preferred taking her to the God Chaos Party people than having her hurt civilians. Wanner was like a frozen spirit. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation, but he still could not shake her. She steadily followed. Han Sen saw a gold light. He felt a chill. His body was like the tide bobbing along the waves. It was like he was pushed away by the gold light in his attempt to dodge the scary attack. Han Sen was going to use the break world powers to enter Soldier Knife Sky's space tunnel, but Wanner's attack had cut a giant hole in the tunnel. Without hesitation, he went into Soldier Knife Sky. By doing so, he re-entered the mysterious world of weapons. Wanner hurriedly followed Han Sen there. She did not say anything. She just waved her hand at Han Sen's body. She was too fast. When her hand came down, it was like she was already slashing at Han Sen. He did not have time to react. Fortunately, Han Sen's battle power had already reached the reflection level. Before his brain reacted, his body reacted normally and dodged the scary attack. Han Sen felt depressed. He shouted at Wanner, "I thought we were friends. It is fine if you do not remember me, but you do not have to keep chasing me." Wanner behaved as if she had not heard a word he said. She slashed her hand again. In that world, there were not many people who could fight Wanner. Han Sen's super god spirit mode was suppressed, but he had a lot of battle experience and power. Wanner was unable to kill him. Han Sen knew this would not turn out well if it kept going. He could only fight or escape, hoping to leave Wanner's range of pursuit. He did not want to kill Wanner, but he did not want to be killed by Wanner either. Ergo, he had no choice but to run. Voila, voila, paper kept flipping and flopping inside Bauer's pocket as her book suddenly opened up. From inside, a paper man jumped out and scolded Han Sen by saying, "Han Sen, you are an asshole. Didn't you promise me you would not leave Jade Wall City? Is your F*C King word nothing but bullsh*T? You left Jade Wall City and came to the F*C King Soldier Knife Sky. It is fine if you come to Soldier Knife Sky, but you brought Master Bauer here. Why don't you shut up for just a minute?" Han Sen moved and evaded Wanner's next attack. He said to the paper man, "Rocky D, I did not want to come here either, but something forced me here. I had no choice. Who made you do this?" Rocky D asked that just as Wanner's hand moved. A bottomless trench cleaved through the land, which was full of weapons. Many scary weapons were destroyed. The weapons around the trench did not react. They did not fight back or anything. All they did was tremble as if they were sheep encountering a tiger. Rocky D's face changed as he shouted, "What is this? I do not know who it is. I only know she fancies killing me. She has already chased me everywhere, so what do you propose I should have done? Do you have any better ideas?" Han Sen spoke as he dodged and flew around. "How could there be such a scary human?" Rocky D coldly asked. "You are a magnet for scary people. I can only suppose you have tremendously bad luck. What am I supposed to do? If you cannot think of a solution to this mess, then I will come up with one myself." Han Sen flew deep into Soldier Knife Sky. Every layer of the 33 days skies was broken. God Chaos Party was massive, but they could not connect all of those spaces. They only made a path that led to each one by one. Han Sen wanted to find a way into the second sky. If he kept ascending, it would only be a matter of time before he encountered more members of God Chaos Party. If there were a few people like Sky King Leader, and they wanted to stop Wanner, perhaps Han Sen could escape. Rocky D could tell what Han Sen was planning to do. He looked extremely glum as he said, "You must have a death wish. If you do not handle this well, you will find yourself the enemy of both. It is fine for you to die, but don't let Master Bauer go down with you." Han Sen did not care for anything Rocky D said to him. He kept using galaxy teleportation in Soldier Knife Sky. Every time he teleported, it was not a great distance away. He did not want to miss the path or tunnel that led to the second sky. Rocky D's real body was in the Paper God Temple. He felt depressed. It was hard for him to convince the leader to find someone else to kill Han Sen. Now, Han Sen was going after them. There was also someone absurdly powerful behind him. Rocky D had experienced a reboot of the universe. He was a god in 2 worlds, but he had never seen a human this powerful before. Even Qin Shu was not this scary back in the day. Who is this woman? Rocky D frowned and retreated into thought. He did not care for Han Sen's life, but he had to care for Bauer's life. Han Sen was trying to bring this problem to God Chaos Party. Its leader was not a character Han Sen should provoke. If Han Sen did not handle things well, he could end up being attacked by both parties. Then, he would die even faster. With the video the paper man sent, Rocky D saw Han Sen reach the second sky's entrance. His face changed. He gnashed his teeth and abandoned Paper God Temple. After Weapon God was killed, Soldier Knife Sky was not given a new god to take over the realm. Some members of the God Chaos Party saw Han Sen, but they did not have the power to stop him. They watched Han Sen race through the gate and enter the second sky. The second sky scene was different from Soldier Knife Sky. There were no mounds of weapons that were like seas or mountains. After Han Sen entered it, water was seen in every direction. It was a pure water world. There was no land or air. That entire world was full of water. The water there seemed a bit weird. It was not just one color. There were all kinds of liquid colors combined into one. It was like a colorful rainbow liquid world. Chapter 3216 Shadow God Han Sen absorbed the extreme King Prince's water origin, so he was no stranger to water powers. His movement in the water was not negatively affected. He looked like a fish that had been given water. Water was not affected by the rainbow liquid either. Like a ghost, she pursued Han Sen. I wonder where the guarding temple of the second sky lies, Han Sen thought. In Soldier Knife Sky, Han Sen had to pull out the inch-gray sword to surprise Weapon God. Otherwise, Soldier Knife Sky was so big that Weapon God would not have known that he and his crew had entered Soldier Knife Sky without doing so. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation to keep moving through the water. Even if he was unable to find a god temple, finding the way that would lead to the third sky was fine too. Han Sen thought the suppressing god temple of each realm would likely be the exit point. His galaxy teleportation came to an end. Han Sen suddenly felt his body get stuck by something. He looked around but did not see a creature. There was still liquid everywhere. He was in a portion of the sea that had purple liquid. Han Sen had a closer look and noticed what the problem was. The purple liquid was shaped like a giant whale. He had gotten stuck inside the whale's brain. Perhaps it was because Han Sen was there, but the whale-shaped purple liquid started to move. It swung its tail and started to swim. It looked like a real whale even though it was a purple liquid whale. In this water world sky, all the creatures seemed to be liquid creatures. Han Sen now fully understood. The purple liquid whale had just begun to swim when gold light started to shine. The whale's body was cut by the gold light. A lot of purple liquid started to leak out everywhere. Han Sen was too late to use galaxy teleportation because he was stuck. He could no longer escape, so he had to draw his inch-gray sword. He generated break world power to stop the gold light. Dong! The gold light struck the inch-gray sword. Han Sen felt the unstoppable power coming at him. It was like he had been hit by a bullet train. His body was like a spring as he flew away. Fortunately, the inch-gray sword was very weird. It did not break because of the gold light. On top of that, Han Sen was very good when it came to borrowing the powers of others and using them for himself. With that power flying at him, he took it and made the knockback send him further. Han Sen thought, escaping like that is not the most ideal method. If I cannot make Wanner focus on the God Chaos Party, I will be unable to escape her. While he was thinking, he saw a weird building come lurching through the depths of the water. It was a crystal-like palace in the midst of the water world. It was not touching the sky or touching the ground. It was just floating in the water. Han Sen looked at it. The signboard of the palace had 3 words written on it: Liquid God Temple. The guardian here is not a water god. It's a liquid god. I wonder what the difference between a water god and a liquid god is. Han Sen's heart jumped. He rushed toward the liquid god temple and threw a punch at its door. Pang! Han Sen's break world power was not an attacking power, but liquid. God Temple's door in the small hall beyond was broken. Who broke my God Temple? An angry voice sounded from within the God Temple. Han Sen did not bother looking at who it was. He just used galaxy teleportation to go behind the God Temple. Let's allow this liquid god to see Wanner, Han Sen said in silent prayer. Perhaps it was because Han Sen had not done anything bad recently, but God should have surely realized Han Sen was well behaved. He thought there was a fair chance God would enable things to go his way. Liquid God stormed out of the God Temple. He saw Wanner, who was pursuing Han Sen. He thought it was Wanner who had destroyed his temple, so he immediately flung his tentacles toward the lady. Liquid God looked very weird. He kind of looked like an octopus or a jellyfish. His body was transparent like water. He had many tentacles and rainbow-like liquid flowing around him. Upon seeing Liquid God's tentacles go to snare and tie her up, Wanner's body blazed with gold fire. It was like a sharp blade that was going to cut up Liquid God's tentacles. Naive. Liquid cannot be attacked. It is everywhere. No kind of attack can do anything to me. Before Liquid God could say anything else, his body was turned into nothing by the gold fire. There was not even a drop of water left. The shiny God light was still there though. It turned the crystal-like Liquid God Temple into nothing. The entire God Temple was incinerated. Not even a God base remained. Han Sen was terrified. His Super God Spirit mode had invincibility. His attacks were always improved with it, but it was nothing compared to what she was able to do. Obviously, Wanner's power was aggressive. It was the opposite of Super God Spirit mode. From now on, aside from the inch-gray sword in Han Sen's hand, he did not think there was another item in existence that could shield him from an attack unleashed by Wanner. Bauer had been sitting on Han Sen's shoulder the entire time. She pointed forward as she said, "Dad, it looks like there is something at 11 o'clock." Han Sen looked where she was pointing and saw a giant swirl manifest in the liquid of the realm. It was like a black hole. It conducted very strong movements in space. Is that the entrance to the third sky? Han Sen immediately rushed toward the vortex. Liquid God had just been delivered a nasty strike and killed by Wanner. After that, God Chaos Party was going to have a grudge with Wanner. At this point, Han Sen's plan to draw the disaster to the east had halfway succeeded. While Han Sen was going to go to the third sky, in God Chaos Party's headquarters, God Chaos Party's core members and leaders opened a screen of light. It panned through Water World sky. A God Chaos Party member angrily stated, "Liquid God from the main headquarters is gone. Liquid God Temple is gone. Who dared do this to us?" Another member of the God Chaos Party coldly said, "If I have guessed things correctly, the person has now entered the third sky. Let third sky's Shadow God check the enemy out. Contact Shadow God," the leader said as he looked across the members before him. The screen of light quickly displayed a circus clown like God Spirit Gene Race. The clown took off its hat and bowed. "My leader, what is it that you require?" "An enemy has invaded 33 days, the leader said. "He will be in the third sky now. Do you want the intruder dead or alive?" Shadow God politely asked with a weird smile. "Who dares stir up disasters in 33 days? God Chaos Party leader coldly asked. "Whoever it is, I will not allow someone like that to exist." "I understand," Shadow God said with a laugh. His eyes looked a bit evil. "Do not worry, leader. By the way, open your spirit light screen," the leader said. "I want to watch you kill the invader." "Okay, leader. Await my performance with bated breath. I will not disappoint you." Shadow God walked out of the God Temple. Chapter 3217 The Third Sky. The third sky was quite different from the other two skies. If Han Sen did not know that it was just one of 33 different skies, he would have believed it was a perfectly normal human world. The third sky had cities, which had all the amenities a city typically possessed. There were streets for vehicles, as well as docks of all shapes and sizes. Most importantly, there were people. There were vast droves of people there. They all exhibited a range of emotions. Many of them were sad, and many of them were happy. Many were at different points of the spectrum in between. It did not matter how one viewed it, but this was indeed a city. By all accounts, it was a bona fide human city. Space trains were going by in the sky. There were aircraft too. Han Sen saw a group of students crossing a road. The third sky is quite surprising. Han Sen was surprised. He thought the 33 skies were all places only monsters could live in. If there were humans there, they had to be strong. They were fallen humans, so the God Chaos Party had brought them there. The third sky was different from what Han Sen was thinking. The people there were just civilians. They did not have strong God Spirit blood pulses or gene race powers. This place seems rather peaceful, Han Sen thought. It was a thought that made him frown. If they had all been monsters, he would have been happier. They were just normal people. If Wanner's power affected them, Han Sen would have felt bad about it. Han Sen had only just entered the third sky when he saw that Wanner was already there. Her hands flashed with gold light. Han Sen's body reacted faster than his mind, so he was able to dodge the strike. The gold fire crashed down on the ground and created a big trench through the city. Roads broke, buildings collapsed, and the machines that looked like cars fell apart. There were some screams and cries all mixed in together. The weak humans ran everywhere, but most of them were already dead in the dirt. The humans touched by the gold fire immediately dissolved. Blood was everywhere. Han Sen didn't see any limbs. The gold fire destroyed every part of everyone it ravaged. Wanner striking the land did not seem to have an end. It was unknown how many houses and lives she had destroyed. Han Sen frowned. There was nothing he could do about it now. He only hoped to draw Wanner away to keep her from killing any more civilians. Han Sen teleported away. It was a human city. The distance Han Sen traveled was no farther than the trench Wanner had created in the metropolitan area. He was ready to teleport again. Han Sen briefly looked at the deep trench Wanner had created. There used to be a bridge there, but the other side of the bridge was gone because of her strike. The other half of the bridge was hanging in the air. Below it was a deep, dark, and mysterious trench. At this time, there was a 5 or 6-year-old girl holding onto one of the rebars. She was hanging in the air. It looked like she was going to fall. As she clung for her life, she kept crying out, "Mom! Mom!" Han Sen looked at the girl and teleported toward her. He picked up the girl without issue. The girl was picked up by Han Sen, but she looked a bit evil. She felt cocky and said, "I thought it was some kind of powerful character coming, but it was just you. Humans are all the same. Without exception, they all think they are heroes. Mr. Leader, watch this. Watch me kill the invader." Shadow God looked like a little girl. Han Sen was not prepared, but he was still going to attack. Shadow God suddenly felt Han Sen's hands apply force. His body was thrown away with the force of a cannon-fired cannonball. Shadow God had been unable to react. He did not think Han Sen would throw him to Wanner like a bomb. By the time he realized this had happened, Wanner was already in front of him. The gold light was coming for him. Shadow God exploded with shadows. He manifested many clown shadows. One could not accurately determine which of the clown shadows was his true self. The shadows, which looked like clones, seemed alive. They were all trying to escape in different directions. Wanner's hand flashed. The gold light cut through the body of a clown. The clown screamed. God blood spilled out of it like rain. "How did you see where I was?" Shadow God looked at his body, which had been cut in half, and screamed. His head then fell to the ground. It was not just Shadow God who died. Many elites from God Chaos Party's headquarters were frozen stiff. Shadow God was one of God Chaos Party's 8 kings, which included Weapon God and Liquid God. Although he was not a top-class elite, he was a break-world God spirit gene race. He was like an Annihilation class main god. After he used the strongest shadow power, he was still destroyed in a single strike. It was something the others found difficult to believe. Who was that woman? Why does she have such a scary power? Since when did the humans have an elite like this? The God Chaos Party and elders could only react in shock. I have never heard of there being humans this strong before. Who is she? What kind of power was that? It did not look like a break world power. How can someone be that strong with break world power? She just killed Shadow God. While everyone rambled about what they were seeing, the God Chaos Party leader looked at Wanner with great interest. He frowned and said, "I know who she is." "Leader, do you know who she is?" Many members of the God Chaos Party turned to look at their leader. The God Chaos Party leader coldly said, "Issue my command to have all members of the God Chaos Party return here and stop engaging the woman." "Leader, who is that woman? Does she have what it takes to make you do that?" Everyone was shocked. The God Chaos Party leader laughed and said, "You guys should remember that person who came to the Chaos God Hall, right? The young man that sought to make a deal with us." When the people there heard about the man, they looked glum. An elder looked green and said, "Are you talking about Qin Shu, leader?" "Yes," God Chaos Party leader said with a nod. "Does that lady have something to do with Qin Shu?" the elder asked. The God Chaos Party leader's eyes looked deep. He looked at Wanner on the screen and asked, "Did you guys forget? The reason Qin Shu made a trade with us was that he wanted us to revive his sister Qin Wanner." Everyone's body froze. They could not believe what they had just heard. An elder screamed, "Impossible. His little sister is dead. She could not be revived. Unless, that is impossible. The God Chaos Party leader coldly said, it is not entirely impossible. Right now, we know Qin Shu succeeded. He was a truly awesome guy. It was a shame Qin Wanner seemed to have a problem after being revived. Her mind was never correct. Leader, if that is Qin Shu's little sister, should we capture her? An elder's eyes looked bright. He looked at Qin Wanner on the screen. No, that other guy is Han Sen, right? He drew Qin Wanner to have her destroy us. We will do as he wants to. We will let him come here. God Chaos Party leader smiled. It was a weird smile. Chapter 3218. No one can stop. After Shadow God was killed, the city streets, aircraft, humans, and everything else was gone. The third sky was suddenly turned into a land of ash. It was now the remnants of a former well-developed human area. Everywhere one looked was now just a land of cracks and streams of lava. One could sometimes see volcanoes exploding far away. The volcanic dust was everywhere. The sky was dark, but there were no clouds. It was the dust that the erupting volcanoes kicked up. The land looked like doomsday had happened. Han Sen scanned the area around him until he spotted a god temple. The god temple was made of a mirror. It looked like a maze made of mirrors. The mirror hall displayed a signpost that had 3 words written on it, Shadow God Temple. It belonged to the Shadow God, who had only just been vanquished. Han Sen's heart jumped. The Shadow God Temple was still there. It did not matter if Shadow God was revived, but the temple's god base should have still been there. There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was an Annihilation class god base. Han Sen's heart jumped. He clenched his fists and went straight for the Shadow God Temple. The Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra were running at the same time. The 2 scary powers combined to create break world powers. He threw a punch at the Shadow God Temple. God base, I am coming for you. Han Sen's heart exclaimed. Boom. Han Sen's break world power struck the Shadow God Temple, but the Shadow God Temple did not break like he expected it would. He saw a red break world power strike the Shadow God Temple, which was like a god temple reflecting 1,000 other god temples in the mirage. Han Sen realized he had almost hit himself with the break world power. Fortunately, the reaction time of his body was extraordinarily quick. He managed to avoid his own punch. The Shadow God Temple reflected the break world power back at Wanner, who was swiftly on her way. Wanner just waved her hand to break it. Ha, ha, this is so funny. That Han Sen is only good at running. He is not good at anything else. An elder laughed. He is not as strong as we thought, but he does drag a lot of baggage and carnage along with him in his wake. He provoked the God Chaos Party and the ire of this scary woman. And now, he is trying to bring disaster to the God Chaos Party. This guy should definitely die. You guys should not be so quick to underestimate him, someone else said. He did not break the Shadow God Temple because he does not know anything about the Shadow God Temple. It does not imply he is not strong. From what I can tell, his break world power can rival the 8 Sky Kings. It was an analysis of a different kind. Did you guys forget he was able to take the Grey Inch Sword? That means his willpower is mighty. People like that, even if they are weak, can be incredibly scary. We must not underestimate him. While everyone in the God Chaos Party was discussing the ongoing events, Han Sen's eyes were bright. The Shadow God Temple was weird. The building's mirror-like bricks had a reflective power. They were able to reflect break world powers back. I don't know Shadow God Temple could deflect Wanner's power. If that is possible, I might be able to deal with Wanner. Han Sen flew toward the Shadow God Temple. He did not know what Wanner was thinking, but it was like she recognized Han Sen. She traveled through space and went behind him. She waved her hand behind Han Sen's back. Han Sen was well prepared. Rather, that was the place he had already selected. He deliberately drew Wanner there, so that was where she would attack. The moment Wanner struck, Han Sen's body was already evading. The gold light went right past his cheek and struck the back of Shadow God Temple. The gold fire hit the surface of the mirror-like temple. The many mirrors reflected the scary gold light. It made the Shadow God Temple glow like a sun. The god light did not actually get deflected. The mirrors were delivered hefty marks. It wasn't long before they all buckled and broke. Seeing Shadow God Temple was unable to stop Wanner's power, the temple broke. Han Sen didn't say a word. He just drew Inch Gray Sword and slashed at the Shadow God Temple with light. Kacha. Han Sen cut open the Shadow God Temple, which was already in the middle of breaking. The temple shattered. Han Sen cut the God Altar in half. Destroyed Annihilation Class God Temple. Found Annihilation Class God Base. Han Sen saw that the broken God Altar had a God Base. He quickly grabbed it and teleported away. The entire process was so smooth that it was like water. It was clean and quick. It did not drag like mud. It was like he had practiced this a million times. This guy is very obscene. When one of the members of God Chaos Party saw this, he gnashed his teeth. Han Sen was unable to break Shadow God Temple, so he used Wanner to do it for him. While she was doing her thing, he swooped in for the spoils. He took the God Base, which made them very mad. That asshole. Weapon God's God Base must have been stolen by him as well. Humans really are obscene, shameless assholes. Qin Shu was like that. Han Sen is like that. None of them are good stuff. Leader, let me go and fight. I can kill that asshole. Han Sen did not think poorly of his behavior. He was thinking, I destroyed Shadow God Temple. I did not get the notification for killing Shadow God though. That means Shadow God did not revive inside Shadow God Temple. I wonder if it was just the God Temple being too slow to revive him or Wanner's power being able to kill God spirits for good. There was no time for Han Sen to dwell on such riddles. Wanner was still close behind, and she was not slowing down. Han Sen used what he had at his disposal. Even still, it was proving insufficient to ditch her. He felt depressed and thought, why is Wanner continuing to chase me? Is it because I am too handsome? Am I too attractive? Otherwise, why would she not go after the Qin family instead? Why does she insist on coming after me? Now that he thought about it some more, Han Sen's heart jumped. It cannot be because of my Super God Spirit mode, can it? My Super God Spirit mode goes against her power. Maybe she is subconsciously wanting to destroy anything that might one day pose a threat to her. Is that why she is so committed to destroying me? The more Han Sen thought about it, the more he thought that was the reason. Otherwise, Wanner would not have kept chasing him without letting him go. Each of the 33 skies was massive, but Han Sen's power was not restricted there. With his galaxy teleportation, he could go anywhere among the 33 skies. The bad thing about it all was that he had no method of teleporting into the different time and space layers. He had to find each entrance to every layer of the place. He had to go up the skies individually by himself, which was costing him a lot of time. Not long later, Han Sen finally managed to find the entrance to the 4th floor. He then found the 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor, and so on. Han Sen kept on going without anyone coming to stop him. Besides the God Chaos Party's elites or ministers not coming, Han Sen did not even encounter the cold shoulder of a shrimp and crab along the way. The rest of the 33 skies were practically empty. Aside from the sky creatures that were native to their special skies, there was not a single soul to be found. It seems as if the God Chaos Party is aware of what I am after. They are not fighting Wanner face to face. Han Sen frowned. He was a bit hesitant about whether or not he should keep going. Chapter 3219 Dust Sky 1 Sky. 1 World. Han Sen went through 9 skies without seeing anyone from the God Chaos Party. They've even cleared out 9 entire skies. It looks like God Chaos Party has been really busy these past few years. Han Sen kept on rushing. He used this chance to see how many skies God Chaos Party had actually opened. It was not because of God Hall leader giving him benefits. Han Sen just wanted to know how much progress God Chaos Party had made with this endeavor of theirs. If the God Chaos Party had really opened 33 skies, then he could use the final part of the path to access the Geno universe. He would not have to use the God of Wealth Temple to enter the Geno universe for a few meager days. If the Geno universe was broken through by this enemy, it might not bode well for the Geno universe. The Geno universe and universe of kingdoms should have been equal, but they were still 2 separate worlds. The thing about the Geno universe was that it did not have many break world elites. Han Sen had never seen any such people before. Even if their power was as good as a break world elite, they did not have the capacity to break the world. It was like the Sky Palace leader's existence. No matter the talent or power or level of someone, they were not weaker than the elites of the universe of kingdoms. Yet, they still could not break the world. Why the Geno universe's break world elites found breaking the world so hard was something Han Sen had thought about in the past. He thought the universe of kingdoms had so many break world elites because the God Chaos Party fought the God spirits. In the end, it made the last God Hall leader reboot the universe of kingdoms. It made the universe of kingdoms have many flaws in its fabric. With all those flaws, it made breaking the world far easier. The Geno universe was not the main battleground. It was just affected a little as a result. The rules of that universe were not as bad as the rules of the other universe that had been destroyed. So, it was hard to break the world in the Geno universe. When Han Sen reached the 10th sky, he saw humans again. The 10th sky had many planets around. It was like a mini-universe of kingdoms. Humans were living there peacefully. Han Sen noticed many of the humans on many of the different planets were still in a primal age. Some planets were in an interstellar era though. There were lots of giant battleships traveling through space. This cannot be an illusion again, can it? Han Sen frowned. With his Dongshuan Sutra's sensing power, he felt as if the humans were real and living things. He did not detect them to be illusions like Shadow God had constructed. The humans there were very strange. Even though they did not have a god spirit blood pulse or gene race power, their power was very weak. It was like they were normal humans who did not practice inside the sanctuaries. Han Sen's expression quickly changed. He felt his own power weaken incredibly fast. His Dongshuan Sutra's aura radius could reach a few systems away, but it was suddenly shrunk to a level that did not even allow him to scan a single planet. It was not just his Dongshuan Sutra that had been affected this way. Every power in his body was like that too. The scariest thing about it was how it looked like Wanner was affected as well. Her power had been weakened. He could determine that from her god flames, which had started to weaken. Why are things like that here? Whose power is it? Han Sen looked terrible. He turned around and wanted to leave the 10th sky. Even Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode was affected. This power was too scary. When Han Sen established a direction to get through the 10th sky, he saw a very powerful and overbearing king-like man standing at the exit of the 10th sky. Han Sen looked at him. This is not a power anyone can have, the man coldly said. This is the ruling power of Dust Sky. No creature can use its powers. Here, not even god spirits. If they come here, they will become ordinary creatures that have no powers. Who are you? Han Sen felt as if his body's power had been reduced. At the rate his power was leaving his body, he was going to be reduced to an ordinary man who could not even wrestle a chicken within half an hour. I am God Chaos Party's leader, Berry Path God, the man coldly said. Han Sen could have guessed that a bit already. Upon hearing the man say it, he was not surprised. He just kept dodging Wanner's attack while looking at Berry Path God. Han Sen could not see any power moving through the man. He looked something like a commoner, but Han Sen did not actually believe he was a commoner. Although this place was Dust Sky, the power there could reduce any creature into a commoner. At the same time, it was a nest for the God Chaos Party. This was God Chaos Party's leader. Han Sen did not believe he had what it took to fight Dust Sky's power. If he was unable to block the power of Dust Sky, Han Sen didn't think he would have shown up there. I must get out of this place before my power is totally ground away by the powers of Dust Sky. Han Sen's body flashed. His eyes looked bright. His body suddenly went to Berry Path God. At the same time, he wielded his inch-gray sword and unleashed the biggest attack he could at Berry Path God. Because of Han Sen's plan, Wanner's gold light slashed toward Berry Path God too. Han Sen thought, even though my and Wanner's power has been reduced a lot, if I only need him to expose his flaws and enable my escape from Dust Sky, it should be fine. After all, Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode has been weakened but is still very strong. Han Sen did not dare underestimate this temporary leader. Although he was only filling in for the real leader, he was still an elite who had challenged the entire god spirit system. Seeing Wanner and Han Sen attack at the same time, Berry Path God did not look as if he was going to dodge. He was like an unmoving mountain. The moment the inch-gray sword and gold light were going to hit him, his hand finally moved. Two of his fingers held onto Han Sen's inch-gray sword. The other hand held Wanner's hand, which was slashing down. Han Sen suddenly felt as if his inch-gray sword had been grabbed by a pincer. He tried his best, but he could not make the inch-gray sword budge an inch. If this was another place, even the leader would not have an easy time fighting you, Berry Path God said as his hands employed some sort of power that blasted Han Sen and Wanner backward. But this is Dust Sky. Your power has been turned into dust. You cannot fight me, who is the temporary leader. You should just go and talk to our leader. Han Sen knew the situation he was in was very bad. His power had devolved to about 20% or even less. If he did not find a way to escape that realm soon, he might find himself captured by the God Chaos Party. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be a happy ending. Han Sen's eyes kept flickering. Black and white power kept spinning weirdly. The Dongshuan Sutra was running like crazy. Dust Sky's most basic structure appeared in his eyes. He was not someone who loved to waste time and wallow in regret. Besides, now was not the time for regret. He had to find a way to destroy the Dust Sky power before all of his power was depleted. If he did not do that, he and Wanner would have disaster fall upon them. Because of that hit earlier, Wanner stopped going after Han Sen. Her body flashed with gold light. She went to fight Berry Path God, who had struck her. Chapter 3220 Berry Path God. It had to be said that Reverse Super God Spirit mode was very strong. Although it was affected by the power in Dusk Sky, it was not like ordinary power that was sapped away quickly. The power was still very destructive. Although it was affected too, the situation was better for her than it was for Han Sen. Berry Path God did not move. His hand blocked Wanner's gold light again and again. The power broke the gold light. Wanner was currently very weak. She probably only had about 30% of her power left. If she was still able to do things to that level, Berry Sky God's power was likely as strong as a reboot God Spirit. Han Sen thought, as the temporary leader that's strong. I wonder how strong the true leader of the God Chaos Party is. It is no wonder why or how he pushed the God Hall leader to reboot the universe. Wanner's God will have not awakened yet. Her battle will keep exploding. She kept attacking Berry Path God, but she was being affected by Dust Sky's power. It made her attack power weaker. Her threat to Berry Path God diminished, becoming less as time went by. It was unknown what Berry Path God was planning. Although Wanner kept on attacking him, he only used the right amount of power every time to shake her off. He did not actually try to harm Wanner. Han Sen knew Berry Path God likely had a plan for what to do with Wanner, but now was his chance. He could have used this free time to break the power of Dust Sky and turn the tides of battle. The area of the Dongshuan aura had been reduced to cover only a planet, but Han Sen managed to push it out 1 inch from within him. His eyes looked at Dusk Sky's structure. He went into it with remarkable details. Han Sen had observed the structure of the Geno universe and universe of kingdoms well, and he could tell that the two were quite different from each other. Although the most basic point of their structure was a very small glob of a substance, the Geno universe's ball substance was white. It looked transparent and not very real. The ball substance of the universe of kingdoms was presented as a solid black ball. The two substances of the universes queued up differently. They both had their structural features and elements. The 33 skies were the zones between the two universes. The structures there were very complicated. The basic substances of the 9 skies he had already passed through were all different colors. Even their shapes were very odd. They were not just ball-shaped. The order of the substances was different from the two primary universes as well. What was most ridiculous was how every sky's structure and substance were different. It was hard to understand the rules dictating why that was. In Han Sen's head, Dust Sky looked very weird as he examined its most basic composition. Dust Sky's basic substance structure was like a ball-shaped Tai Chi. It was half white and half black and half real and half virtual. It was also spinning fast. In the Dongshuan aura, Han Sen clearly saw that his powers were being absorbed by the Tai Chi-looking symbol. These substances were everywhere. Everything there was made by the most basic Tai Chi substance structure, including the air. The spinning Tai Chi substance was like a vortex or a black hole. It emotionlessly consumed the power Han Sen and Wanner had inside them. Even Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode could not deal with the consumption of that power. It was just the consuming speed was a little slower for her. If ordinary powers to the Tai Chi substance were a delicious cake, then Wanner's reverse super god spirit mode was like a bone that was hard to chew. No matter how difficult it was to chew, it was still being consumed by the Tai Chi substance. It made Wanner's power weaker. Han Sen tried to use his break world power to block the consuming Tai Chi substance's power, but it did not work. The Tai Chi substance itself was Dust Sky's basic principle. Fighting against the Tai Chi substance was like fighting the whole of Dust Sky. Han Sen's break world power was not at a level that was that strong. It meant his power was consumed a lot. It was harder to fight against Dust Sky's rules. Why does Berry Path God's power not get consumed by the laws governing Dust Sky? How has he managed to do such a thing? Han Sen looked at Berry Path God and noticed the Tai Chi substance that gathered up around him but did not consume his power. It was with him peacefully. Berry Path God did not do anything special. He did not use any power to repel the Tai Chi substances. Forever solid. Han Sen could not find a method from Berry Path God, so Han Sen had to sort it out himself. Forever solid enabled Han Sen's body to remain in a solid mode that could not change, but power like that only made his consuming speed slower. It could not stop the power being drawn out of him. That didn't mean that the forever solid power was useless. Forever solid did make Han Sen's body fight the rules of Dust Sky's power. Now, Han Sen was in Dust Sky. Each of his movements led to more of his power being consumed. To fight Dust Sky, the power released would be consumed by the Tai Chi substance. Unless Han Sen used no power at all of his power would be consumed. There would be no coming back from that. If Han Sen used his power to fight, the power leaving his body would be consumed. He could not figure out a solution to this issue. His situation was similar to Wanner's. Han Sen, why do you make yourself an enemy of the God Chaos Party? Berry Path God asked Han Sen while continuing to fend off Wanner. It is not like I wanted to be an enemy of the God Chaos Party, but it was you and your God Chaos Party that wanted to kill me. I am just doing what I can to protect myself. Han Sen knew that stalling for time was not of much use, but this might have been the only way to break the deadlock. There was less chance of success in fighting Berry Path God. There was less than 10% of his power left. He could not beat Berry Path God. Berry Path God did not deny what Han Sen told him, but he did not want to rebut the claim. He only coldly said, if things are really that way, I will give you a chance to live. If you join the God Chaos Party, we will forgive all ill sentiments and erase our grudge. I have admired your party for a long time, but I do not know if you have the special requirements that would prohibit me from joining, Han Sen replied. It looks like you are not afraid of dying. Berry Path God was not a man who wanted to waste lives, but his interest in Han Sen was not as high as it was thought to be. If he had not seen Han Sen's power, in which he had killed the 8th Sky King, Weapon God, he would probably not have spared more than 2 seconds to talk with Han Sen. Berry Path God used one hand to break Wanner's gold light. His other hand wielded a rainbow. Its light looked like it could pierce the sky. It came right before Han Sen. Bauer frowned. Her hand held the small gourd with an urge to fight, but Han Sen stopped her. Boom! Han Sen's break world power attacked the shocking rainbow that pierced through the sky and ground. His entire body flew away. He hit a planet like a cannonball had been fired into chapter 3221. Is that it? The leader really is too powerful. Of course, back then, we used all kinds of ways to thrive in Dust Sky. But alas, we couldn't. Any creature, or even if a god spirit enters it, they will become commoners. They will not have any more powers to break through the barriers. Only the leader is immune to the Dust Sky suppression. He uses his own power to break Dust Sky. In this universe, only the leader can reach that level. They're just 2 humans. No matter how ridiculous they may seem, the leader can kill them with ease. No matter how many times I see this, the leader is always so shock-inducing to watch. It is hard to believe his might. In the God Chaos Party's headquarters, the God Chaos Party members watched this scene with nothing short of surprise. There were, however, some God Chaos Party members who were stone cold and silent as they watched. Rocky D was one such person. His heart was thumping so hard that it felt like it would breach his chest. It was extremely fortunate that Han Sen stopped Bauer from doing something. He imagined that if she did something particularly eye-catching, it would invoke the interest of Berry Path God. If he was to ever inspect Bauer and become wary of something odd with her, it could certainly be troublesome. Rocky D frowned and thought, damn it. Why did I have to come to the 33 skies? This is an absolute death wish. He wanted to find a way to save Bauer. In Dust Sky, even if the whole cast of Reboot God spirits went there, they would be reduced to commoners. This is a place where the rules of the universe cannot touch. There are only a few people who are not afraid of Dusk Sky's power. Berry Path God is one such person, and so is Master Bauer. Han Sen and Qin Wanner's powers are strong, but they have still been restricted by Dust Sky's power. Rocky D kept thinking. No matter what he thought, it did not seem as if he could save Bauer. If this was in another place, perhaps he would have the chance. In Dust Sky, his power had been restricted. Perhaps there were no powers he could use, but how else would he be able to save her? Wanner's power was becoming weaker. Berry Path God unleashed a rainbow to bind her. No matter how much she struggled or fought, she could do nothing to break the binding rainbow light. Ever so strangely and profoundly confusing, the gold light that was on her body, despite appearing like it really was just there, wasn't actually there at all. It was obvious to see that her power had been sapped away. It was incredibly difficult for her to continue fighting in any shape and form. Berry Path God's eyes moved. He looked at Wanner, who was tied up, and said, "Back in the day, your big brother, Qin Shu, made a big wish. If we helped him break through the walls of the universe so he could go to the other world and find your reborn body, he would follow through with our deal to break through the 33 skies. We eventually lost contact with him, and he never did return. He never adhered to the terms of the deal. If you are his sister, then it must be down to you to do as he promised. Help us break through the 33 skies." Wanner did not understand what he was blabbing on about, but her confused eyes seemed to be reduced because of her reverse super god spirit mode. Wanner stared at Berry Path Sky and asked, "Who are you people? What are you talking about?" "It does not matter who I am," Berry Path God overbearingly said. "What matters is that from now on, you are my slave. I can make you do anything, and you have to do as I tell you. I do not know you, so why would I be your slave?" Wanner asked. "My name is Berry Path God. I will one day be the master of the universe. All the creatures in this universe will be my slaves. You can be my slave now. You should be honored by the offer." Berry Path God did not look as if he was joking around. He sounded as if all of this was normal. Wanner shook her head. "I am not going to be your slave. My big brother told me we are free humans. It does not matter if we are challenged by gods or demons, but no one can command our souls or enslave our bodies." Berry Path God laughed and said, "Qin Shu really was a crazy man, but I am afraid he cannot protect himself anymore. Otherwise, how could you run out alone like this? You are the person he threw his life away for though." When Wanner heard that, her face changed. "Big brother, what happened to big brother?" Wanner tried to remember, but she clutched her head and screamed. It was like something inside her head exploded. Berry Path God was able to tell what was happening. He coldly laughed and said, "Qin Shu, that kid, was never too bad. He entered the other world to take back your soul. After combining with your body, it made the soul in your body and memory come back. What a shame. He did one thing wrong. If a soul gets reborn, it means another complete life form is forced into another body with a spirit. That means there are two souls in one body. In a situation like that, it is impossible for there not to be conflict." Seeing Wanner holding her head and feeling pain, Berry Path God walked next to her. He reached out his hand and pointed his fingers at Wanner's forehead. "Do not worry, you will not feel this pain soon. That is because your soul will be killed. I only need this body. This body's unique power is very good for us to break through the 33 skies. I must really thank Qin Shu. If he had not created a monster body like you, I would not know which year or which month I would be able to break through the 33 skies." Berry Path Sky's finger touched Wanner on the forehead. His fingers went inside it. Some blood came out from the wound. "Let me go. Otherwise, my brother will never forgive you." Wanner felt pain from the wound. She seemed to be more awake. She gnashed her teeth to try and endure the pain she struggled with. "I, Berry Path God, do things without ever requiring the forgiveness of a mere human. Let's not say something like Qin Shu has probably already reincarnated, but even if he is still alive as his old self, before me, he is nothing but a minuscule ant that I can kill randomly." Berry Path God looked at her with disdain as he spoke. While they were talking, Berry Path God's fingers went lower. It made Wanner's wound bigger. It was like a bloody third eye was now in the center of her forehead. "Is that it?" A man with a really deep voice emerged from the dust. Han Sen had not been on the planet long, but he now saw a black shadow slowly approaching. It was the black crystal armor. It was unknown who was wearing it, but it was releasing some weird and black light. The entire universe went dim beneath it. All the while, that figure walked forward. It was like the guy had come from hell. "Big brother." Wanner looked at the black crystal armor coming closer. She looked very surprised. When Berry Path God heard her words, his face changed. He looked at the black crystal armor and said, "Qin Shu, you are still alive." Chapter 3222. Only the stronger earn respect. Han Sen had stopped Bauer from attacking, but Berry Path God's power had hit him hard. Although he used power to resist the impact of his fall, he still felt as if his bones were hurting something fierce. "Dust sky substance chains are so weird," Han Sen said with a look of seriousness. "Even super spank power is unable to break them. They would only end up absorbed too. There is likely only one option to break one of these substance chains. Dust Sky's Tai Chi substance was like a main in reverse. It was like two powers combined. The power of the Dongshuan Sutra's power only came from the Geno universe. It did not really work on the Tai Chi substance. To break Dust Sky's substance chains, he needed the main and reverse powers combined to do so. Blood Pulse Sutra and Zhan Yellow Sutra combined together to create a break world power. That was not great for breaking rules, and they only focused on a living creature's power. It would not work on Dust Sky's rule powers. If Han Sen wanted to break Dust Sky's substance chains, he had to figure out how to reverse the Dongshuan Sutra. That way, he could get a break world power composed of its main and reverse powers. Han Sen had yet to make a reverse version of the Dongshuan Sutra. He did not have a gene race that could practice the reverse version. Therefore, he had to risk his own body to force the reversal of the Dongshuan Sutra. Fortunately, the Dongshuan Sutra still had Geno armaments. Han Sen planned on using the Geno armaments to cast the main Dongshuan Sutra. The success rate of reversing the Dongshuan Sutra was low if he used his own body for it. It was also dangerous. At this rate, no matter how small the chances of success were, he had no other choice but to try. He did not have time to think about how to reverse the Dongshuan Sutra correctly. He roughly used it in reverse. He suddenly felt as if his body was given a jolting shock. It felt as if his entire form was being ripped to shreds. Han Sen was risking his life to cast the reverse version of Dongshuan Sutra. That was happening while Berry Path God tried to tear Wanner's soul out through her skull. While Wanner was enduring her pain, Han Sen felt his sea of soul rattle with a raging message. The raging message was strong, but it was different to the feelings given from the black crystal armor. The black crystal armor never really did much, and it never really reacted to things. There were some odd instances it did. Whenever that happened, it was usually mild. Han Sen had never felt it rage like this before. Han Sen had used the black crystal armor to evolve the Zhan Holy Turtle. Now, the black crystal armor's power had suddenly reversed. It no longer provided energy to the Zhan Holy Turtle for the purposes of evolving it. Instead, it madly absorbed the Zhan Holy Turtle's energy. Suddenly, the Zhan Holy Turtle was sucked dry by the black crystal armor. It turned into dust and vanished. The black crystal armor revealed itself, eliciting the feelings of a demon god. This kind of feeling was different to the black crystal armor Han Sen was familiar with. This feeling was strange and gave him a sense of familiarity. This familiar feeling is, World King God. Han Sen quickly understood this familiar feeling and where it came from. Within that feeling, there was the sense that it was very similar to the World King God, but it wasn't the same. Does this mean the black crystal armor has Qin Shu's will? Han Sen's face changed. He did not think the black crystal armor belonged to Qin Shu anyway. The black crystal armor's style was a lot more feminine. Han Sen used to feel the presence when it was activated. That presence was calm and soft, so it felt like a woman's presence. It was completely different to the overbearing feeling given by Qin Shu. Han Sen could only guess that Qin Shu's will or soul had, for some reason, entered the black crystal armor. The black crystal armor emerged from Han Sen's sea of soul. It had the presence of a demon. It turned and looked at Han Sen, coldly saying, "It looks like when I am sleeping, you are the one who owns it." Han Sen's body ran the Dongshuan Sutra in reverse. He could not spare time talking to him. The black crystal armor was clearly not interested in talking about it with Han Sen either. He only said that and vanished. Is that it? Berry Path God was taking Wanner's soul away. He suddenly felt something scary coming. When he heard the voice, his face changed. Berry Path Sky stared at the black crystal armor and coldly said, "Qin Shu, you are still alive." "Big brother," Wanner shouted in surprise. "No, Wanner, it's okay now. Your big brother is here now." Qin Shu's voice was so soft. Although it was a set of armor that did not have any emotion, it felt like it could make people feel its softness. When Qin Shu looked at Berry Path God, his voice sounded incredibly cold as he said, "Berry Path God, get your dirty hands off her." Berry Path God looked at him with disdain. He said, "Qin Shu, it looks like you have been away from the universe of kingdoms for too long. You seem to have forgotten who the owner is here. For as long as I, Qin Shu, live, there is only one boss," Qin Shu coldly said. "You are still so ignorant, but being ignorant is very funny to see. It is good that you did not die. According to the terms of our contract, I helped you enter the other world. In return, You said you would have to break the 33 skies for me. Berry Path Sky grabbed Wanner's head and said, "Now, it is time for you and your sister to pay the price." "I always stay true to my word," Qin Shu said. "When I said I was going to help you break through the 3 skies, of course, I was going to hold up my end of the bargain. It is good that you are going to do what we agreed upon." Berry Path God coldly looked at Qin Shu. Qin Shu looked at Berry Path God and coldly said, "Of course, I will, but our deal is not yet done. You dared to hurt Wanner. What are we going to do about it? I am the best in the 33 skies. So, what if I hurt her?" Berry Path God spoke with gross disdain. "So, what?" Qin Shu laughed. He reached out his hand and performed a gesture in which he flipped his hand over. Suddenly, Berry Path God, who was grabbing Wanner, looked as if he had been crushed by a mountain. He was sinking and falling into space. His body fell onto a planet. The ground broke beneath his feet. Berry Path God was half kneeling on the ground. He looked absolutely terrible. He made a sky-shocking, angry roar. A shocking rainbow exploded like a volcanic eruption. It was like the whole world was going to go down with him. No matter how frightening his body was, he could not lift up the weight that made him kneel. He gnashed his teeth and made loud noises, but he could not raise his head at all. The God Chaos Party headquarters were absolutely silent. They knew how powerful Berry Path God was. He was someone scary who had survived a rebooting of a universe. Now, Qin Shu had only flipped his hand to suppress their leader. He was unable to lift his legs. How scary was that? Is he really Qin Shu? He did not used to be that scary. An elder who had also survived the rebooting looked shocked. No one answered him. The God Chaos Party was dead silent. "Big brother." Wanner leapt into Qin Shu's arms. Her body was so weak that she was almost unable to float through space. Qin Shu held onto Wanner and stroked her hair. "Wanner, I am here. You do not have to be afraid. No one will be able to hurt you anymore. You should go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." After that, Qin Shu's hands brushed by Wanner's eyes to close them. She looked relaxed as she went to sleep without any more worries. Qin Shu was holding Wanner, who was now fast asleep. He looked at Berry Path God and coldly said, "The God Chaos Party has elites as leaders. From now on, I, Qin Shu, will be the leader of the God Chaos Party. Berry Path God, do you obey your new master? You do not have what it takes." Berry Path God's body looked as if his sleeping willpower had awoken. A scary power exploded. Chapter 3223 An accident. Berry Path God's power was incredibly strong. The whole of Dust God shook under the duress of his power. It felt like that power could bury the entire sky, ground, and space around. No matter how strong his power was, he could not keep his knees away from the ground. Qin Shu held Wanner and went down to Berry Path God. Every step he took made the suppression power applied to Berry Path God seem even heavier. Patong. Berry Path God's second leg could not withstand the pressure. He was forced into a kneeling position. The crack below his legs spread. Berry Path God was so angry, but no matter how much he madly roared, he could not stand up. Under the pressure, his hands eventually dropped to the ground as well. His entire body was suppressed, so he could do nothing to straighten himself out. Berry Path God still supported his head. He was not going to let that bend. The God Chaos Party headquarters was full of scary creatures who were now exhibiting shock. Ever since the universe had rebooted, they had never seen anyone be able to do this to Berry Path God. Even before the universe rebooted, there were only 2 people that could do that to Berry Path God. One was the previous God Hall leader, the leader who ruled the universe. The other was the prior leader of the God Chaos Party. He was the one who was very accomplished. Aside from these 2, no one could suppress Berry Path God like that. In this era, no one was able to suppress Berry Path God like that. Yet, this supposedly impossible scene was appearing in the vision of all those scary creatures. They were all shocked and afraid. A scary creature who had also survived the reboot asked in shock, "How did Qin Shu become so strong? He is as strong as the old leader now." Of the creatures that lived in that era, they all now thought the same thing. They felt as if they were witnessing the old leader's powers. Qin Shu walked up to Berry Path God. He stood there, but it did not look as if he was going to do anything. Still, Berry Path God could only see as far as Qin Shu's feet. He could not lift his head to look upon him. No matter how angry he was or how much he felt he had been wronged, in front of that power of absolute suppression, He could only lower his head so far that it almost touched the ground. Ah! Berry Path God roared with sadness. He wanted to kill himself. He would have rather died than kneel before Qin Shu. There was some invisible power on his body that was suppressing him. It made him unable to destroy himself. His head touched the ground. It humiliated the scary creatures of the God Chaos Party. Even when the old leader was there, no one had humiliated Berry Path God like that before. After all, he was God Chaos Party's temporary leader. He had never been humiliated like this before. Do you obey me or not? Qin Shu looked at Berry Path God from a high place. He looked at him as if he was looking at a small ant. Qin Shu, you do not have what it takes to talk to me like this. Kill me if you have the guts to. Berry Path God's body was on the ground. He was not scared. Qin Shu lifted his lips to display a smile. He looked at Wanner, who was now fast asleep, and said, dying does not come so easily. If you offend me, I will kill you. You wanted to take Wanner's body for yourself. How can I let you die easily? Obey me or kneel here forever as an apology to Wanner. I leave the decision to you. The creatures of the God Chaos Party were shocked. Qin Shu wanted Berry Path God to be buried there forever so that he could never do anything. What kind of humiliation was that? To Berry Path God, that was worse than reincarnation. Berry Path God's teeth started to chatter. He was very angry. He wanted to kill Qin Shu, but he could not even die. There was no way he could kill Qin Shu. It looks like you have chosen to kneel here forever, Qin Shu coldly said. He picked up Wanner and turned around to leave. Berry Path God is greeting Mr. Leader. Berry Path God suddenly roared. His voice was filled with an endless amount of anger and sadness. Very good. I love the emotion you put into that. It is like music to my ears. Say it a few more times for me. Qin Shu looked back at Berry Path God. He then turned around to leave again. The pressure on Berry Path God did not go away. He was still kneeling on the ground, screaming in a way that sounded loud. Enough to tear up his lungs. He shouted, Berry Path God is greeting Mr. Leader. Berry Path God is greeting Mr. Leader. Qin Shu ignored Berry Path God. A few steps later, he went to Han Sen, whose body was still running the main and the reverse versions of the Dongshuan Sutra. He was unable to combine them. Is that as far as you can go after having the super gene for so long and receiving her help? Qin Shu looked at Han Sen coldly as he spoke. If you did not use the super gene power, I could not have beaten her will. To completely control the super gene, you must work hard too. Why don't you just come with me? In the future, you will have a seat on the throne of this universe. Sorry, but I am not interested in following monsters. Han Sen held onto the pain of the two powers that thrashed around inside him. He tried to speak calmly. Qin Shu looked at Han Sen with interest. Your body has my genes, as well as that of World King God, but it is so weak. If I have guessed things correctly, you are the product of that accident. What product, and what accident? Han Sen coldly asked. Qin Shu replied, after coming to the Geno universe, I and World King God were restricted by the rules of the Geno universe. We had to separate to reduce the suppression of the Geno universe's rules. We tried many other different ways to reduce the suppression while also finding a way to break into the Geno Hall to revive Wanner. Ergo, we conducted many tests. One of the tests was for me to give my body to World King God. That way, I could take on a pure God spirit mode so I could find a new body in which I could use for my tenure in the Geno universe. World King God had my body and made a ballsy test. He wanted to use his genes in the Geno universe and gene technology to make a body that the universe was able to accept. It was a shame that his test did not pan out right. Sacred was attacked by the God spirits. World King God did not combine with my body completely, and my spirit had only just entered the super gene. It restricted his will, so it was hard to join the fight. It resulted in Sacred being broken and all the tests failing. Qin Shu paused and went on to say, it looks like most of the genes in your body come from the crystallizers. I am willing to guess the crystallizer's assistant, in the tests, stole some of World King God's genes for a test. He then used it on his own genes. That is why you, the accidental life, came to be. Han Sen heard Qin Shu's words. He now understood where humans from the sanctuaries came from. It was all an accident. He was not the creation of Qin Shu or World King God. So, is the alpha of the humans in the sanctuaries a crystallizer? Han Sen asked. You could put it that way, but you have the genes of me and World King God inside you too. You are still, in some way, my heir and inheritor. Following your alpha is not something embarrassing. Qin Shu looked at Han Sen and went on to say, plus, your situation is a bad one. If I do not save you, I am afraid your body is not going to be able to hold the abuse of the main and reverse powers. Chapter 3224 Taking a risk. Han Sen had already been tempted to do that. After hearing Qin Shu's last words, it made him completely give up his fleeting thoughts of actually conceding. This was what Han Sen's personality was like. If things went his way, he was a pleasant person to talk to. Qin Shu's last words were very threatening, so it made him stop wanting to concede. Sorry, I already told you I don't follow monsters, Han Sen said. By the way, that includes you. That's fine, you will follow me sooner or later. First, you must live for that day. After Qin Shu said that, he turned around and left. Berry Path God, come and guide me around the God Chaos Party. Show me what it's like these days. Qin Shu's voice went into Berry Path God's ears. Berry Path God had his freedom again. Yes, Berry Path God's emotions had calmed down completely by now. It was unknown what was going through his mind. He stood up without emotion, followed Qin Shu, and departed. The black crystal armor left me after all. Han Sen's face looked weird as he spoke. The crystal armor had been with him since it was a crystal, and it had helped him out of many jams. Without the black crystal armor, it was like Han Sen would not have come as far as he had. Unfortunately, anything in life could leave, so Han Sen did not think too much about it. Even still, Han Sen did not plan on leaving the black crystal armor just like that. That black crystal armor never belonged to me, but it never belonged to you either, Qin Shu. You are powerful now, so you can take it away. One day, I am going to take it back. Han Sen was calm. He stopped thinking about the black crystal armor and all the matters pertaining to Qin Shu. His body was just like how Qin Shu said it was. It was not in a good state. He brutally reversed the Dongshuan Sutra. That alone dealt a lot of damage to Han Sen. The so-called reversal was not just about running it in reverse. It was like the Blood Pulse Sutra and the Zhen Yellow Sutra. The two of them had differences. They both had their bases, so it was not just a simple case of reversing the opposite to go. Han Sen had brutally reversed it by mistake. It was because he had been forced to. That was why Han Sen did it. The reverse Dongshuan Sutra had already damaged him a lot. Now, the power of the Dongshuan Sutra was combined with it. It did not combine, and it had a conflict. It made Han Sen's body endure significant damage. The two of the powers were no longer in Han Sen's control. It was like there was a raging flood that had come about in the breaking of a dam. It was everywhere in his body. The worst thing about it was that he had been suppressed by Dust Sky. That meant Han Sen's power had decreased, but the power he had lost had not been decreased. Han Sen could not control this situation. That was why Qin Shu had told him that if he had not saved Han Sen, he would have died. There was one thing Han Sen knew for sure. There was another type of willpower inside the black crystal armor. It was the her Qin Shu had referenced. In the past, it was her will to control the black crystal armor. Qin Shu should not have been able to know what was going on at that time. Otherwise, Qin Shu would have known that Han Sen had taken care of Wanner for quite some time. With his connection to Wanner, he would not allow Han Sen to die. Han Sen knew if he said things like that, there was an 80% to 90% chance that Qin Shu would have saved his life. It was a shame that Han Sen was not that type of person. He knew what things were like, but he would never ask for help. Han Sen held onto the pain his body was suffering, trying to put the two powers back on the right track. His power was too weak. All of the power in his body was going to the lowest point. He could not deal with the two powers that had lost their control. Controlling two powers seems impossible. If I use my leftover powers to make a bet, maybe I can separate these two powers. As long as they do not collide with each other, perhaps there is something I can do to soothe things. Han Sen was not someone who gave up easily. He was trying to find a way to fix these difficulties he was having. Han Sen quickly realized that way did not work. Two powers were all over his body. Even if Han Sen used his leftover power to attack, he could not separate those two powers. If there is no going back, I will have no choice but to push on through to the worst possible point and start all over again. Han Sen was angry. He used the last of his power to do a final push. The two powers were running. Han Sen did not know what would happen, but he knew that those two powers were not going to stop. The Dongshuan Sutra's power was scarier than Han Sen had imagined. The primary Dongshuan Sutra power was familiar to him with its most basic rules, and the reverse Dongshuan Sutra created a completely different power. Because he could not control it, Han Sen still did not know what kind of power it had. Looking at it based on the damage done to his body, it was evidently far scarier than the ordinary Dongshuan Sutra. Bauer looked at Han Sen with immense worry. She sensed that Han Sen's situation was not a favorable one. She did not dare disturb him. She did not want to distract him from the issues he wrestled with. Han Sen used the last ounce of his power to collect himself. The powers of the Blood Pulse Sutra, Zhan Yellow Sutra, Jadeskin, and the Story of Genes were used. Although they were badly weakened, this had already come to pass. He used as much as he could, fighting it in a life-or-death moment. Suddenly, a weird mark appeared on Han Sen's body. It was spell. She wanted to combine with him. It combined with him through the armor mode. Han Sen's face, which looked very sharp, appeared softer after combining with spell. His hair and eyes turned white. His pupils and skin were put under some kind of spell. He did not know if he was mistaken, but Han Sen felt as if Dusk Sky's power was now having less of an effect on him. Xenogenic mode. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and entered Xenogenic mode. This was a mode in which 4 Geno arts could combine into one. Aside from his Super God Spirit mode, that was Han Sen's strongest form. Because the Zhan Yellow Sutra had appeared, he had already made his 4 Geno arts unbalanced. Now, because of the Dongshuan Sutra's loss of balance, the two main and reverse powers collided together. He did not know what that meant for him in Xenogenic mode. At this point, Han Sen could not worry too much about it. He had to use every power he had to give it a shot. When Han Sen's body totally entered Xenogenic mode, he felt his body's power explode. It was like the pulses of his body were all exploding. It was like his body had a fireworks party going on inside him. Even with Han Sen's tough will, he could not help but shout. He had to express how much pain he was in. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's threshold of endurance had reached the max it could go, but his body reacted. He entered Super God Spirit mode, but the pain did not go away because of it. It made him hurt even more. Han Sen was under Super God Spirit mode now. He had a body of white light. He suddenly heard a crack. He had never experienced something like this in Super God Spirit mode before. Chapter 3225 3-Year Promise. The Super God Spirit mode was invincible. It had never broken like this before. Although Han Sen was shocked, he had no choice but to keep on going. It felt like his body was being ripped apart. It was hard to accept. It would have made ordinary people feel as if they wanted to commit suicide. Han Sen's willpower was too strong. Even if his body was thrown into a vat of burning oil, he would not have wanted to die. His will to survive was very strong. No matter how strong his will was, the pain was still excruciating to endure. Han Sen's face was a twisted expression of that pain he was enduring through. The pain he felt came from the main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra. He was able to control the other powers inside him. It was only this raging main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra power Han Sen was unable to control. His other powers were affected by the restrictions imposed by the realm of Dusk Sky and were weak. Even his Super God Spirit mode had been weakened a lot. When combined, the power of the main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra did not seem to be restrained by the Dusk Sky's powers of restraint. It almost seemed as if they were becoming stronger. It is just as I thought. The main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra can indeed restrain the powers of Dusk Sky. But this power is a little much. Even I am unable to fend it off. Even the Super God Spirit mode, which is Xenogenic, is being broken by it. Han Sen knew the only thing he could do was hold on and stay strong. The two reverse powers started to combine. If his body could completely combine two powers, it meant he would be able to live. If he was unable to hold it at bay, his body would be destroyed by the main and reverse versions of the Dongshuan Sutra power. If this was an ordinary time, Han Sen would have managed to stay alive. Because of the Dusk Sky weakening his other powers, he was not sure if he could hold on until it was over. Many cracks were forming on his burning white body. They made him look like a beautiful porcelain vase that had been shattered but taped back together. The cracks were very shocking. The main and reverse versions of Dongshuan Sutra were coming to a very critical moment. They were quickly melting and becoming stronger. In a situation like this, the damage to one's body was only going to become worse. Han Sen felt as if his body was no longer going to be able to endure things. The power the main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra created was far scarier than he believed it to be. Han Sen gnashed his teeth to hold strong against it, but his body was like a porcelain statue that could break at any given second. He did not know when it was going to crack. Bauer saw the crisis Han Sen was in. She took out the little gold gourd and placed it atop Han Sen's head. The gourd's gold light descended like a river of gold spring water to cleanse him. It moisturized his skin and made his bones, organs, and flesh better. His body, which was going to explode, was improved by that power. Needless to say, Han Sen felt much better. His cells felt as if they had been glued back to a much better state and were all much tougher. Bauer. Han Sen was shocked and happy at the same time. In the God Chaos Party headquarters, Qin Shu sat atop Berry Path God's throne. Berry Path God had his hands lowered. He emotionlessly looked like a statue. Another God Chaos Party member looked at Qin Shu strangely. While the God Chaos Party only obeyed elites, it did not mean any old creature could claim and sit upon the prior leader's throne. Any creature there was an elite in some capacity. They all had personalities. If it was about being more powerful than the other to get opponents to obey, it wasn't so easy. But Qin Shu's power was so strong that it made them a little bit scared. Although they did not like it, no one dared say anything to object. Qin Shu had flipped his hands and suppressed Berry Path God. He had very simply forced Berry Path God to obey. Although they did not agree with this turn of events, they had no choice but to suck it up. Qin Shu looked down at the scary creatures and coldly said, "When I left the 33 skies, 11 skies were broken. It has been a billion years, and you guys have only made it to the 19th sky. At this rate, which year or month will we finally be able to breach the 33rd sky? The 33 skies are not so easily broken," a grumpy God Chaos Party elder said. "Every sky has a special function, and we will have different difficulties in each place. Every sky we break costs a lot of resources and power. You have no idea how much we have given up." Many scary creatures looked at Qin Shu, wanting to see what he would do to that elder. If he used force to join God Chaos Party, he would not let a person who had objected in such a way off the hook so easily. 3 years. Surprisingly, Qin Shu was no longer angry. He calmly spat out those 2 words. "What does that mean?" the elder asked with his eyebrows raised. "If I become the leader of the God Chaos Party, I will only need 3 years to break the 33 skies, Qin Shu coldly said. "Do you really only need 3 years to break the remaining 14 skies left out of the 33 skies?" the elder asked with a curl of his lips. "I admit you have strong power, and you are almost as great as our leader, but you surely cannot believe the 33 skies will be broken through sheer force." "Force will not work, but I can do it," Qin Shu's voice said quietly. He looked very confident. "If within 3 years I have failed to break through the 33 skies, I will return this leadership seat. Then, I, Qin Shu, will never again set foot in any of the 33 skies." "Fine," the elder said with a cold laugh. "This is your decision. We did not force you to do this. Just don't break your own promise." "I, Qin Shu, never break promises I have made," Qin Shu said. "If anyone tries to trouble me within these 3 years, no matter who they are in this party, I will destroy their bodies and temples." He sounded vicious. "We will wait 3 years, a few elders said after looking at each other and nodding. "Where is the warehouse of the party?" Qin Shu asked after standing up. "Take me there." Berry Path God, who still looked devoid of emotion, said, "The information of this party is taken care of by Minister 5. I will ask Minister 5 to take you to the warehouse." Minister 5 hurried to lead Qin Shu out of there. All the scary creatures rapidly spoke to Berry Path God. "Leader, are you really going to let Qin Shu take over God Chaos Party? With all of our power combined, we might stand a chance." Berry Path God shook his head coldly. "You guys do not need to rush this. Qin Shu is strong, but he is only one human. He must have a flaw. We will do something when we find out what that flaw is." Berry Path God walked in front of a scary creature and passed him something. He used a tone of voice only Hate Ghost could hear and said, "Take this item to Dust Sky. You will have 1 hour of no pressure from Dust Sky. Kill Han Sen and do not be discovered." "Mr. Leader, what is the point of us killing Han Sen now?" Hate Ghost asked. "Just do as you are told," Berry Path God said. He looked a bit weird. "I have my reasons." Chapter 3226 Dongshuan Break World. Han Sen's body had just received the gold little gourd's gold light moisturization. It made the main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra's power increase, but it did not rip up his body. The two powers slowly melded together, making things start to become calm again. Suddenly, there was a flash. A weird person, who looked like a lizard, appeared in front of Han Sen. His red eyes were not looking at Han Sen. They were looking at Han Sen's inch-gray sword. His face was full of greed. The inch-gray sword was the sword that belonged to the old leader of God Chaos Party. It had a special and scary power. It was in Soldier Knife Sky because no creature was ever able to remove it. Han Sen had somehow managed to pull it out. Hate Ghost really wanted the inch-gray sword for himself. Berry Path God said I should kill Han Sen, but he did not say anything about the inch-gray sword. If I take this inch-gray sword and hide it, even if he asks, I will just say I never saw it. This was the brilliant idea Hate Ghost came up with. He was going to take and keep the inch-gray sword for himself. Hate Ghost flashed and went in front of Han Sen to examine the man. Han Sen had been stuck in Dust Sky for a long time. He should have been reduced to a commoner, but Hate Ghost still looked at Han Sen carefully. He was not going to underestimate him. It did not take long for Hate Ghost to confirm that Han Sen's body was no different than the average, powerless person. It made him feel a bit more relaxed. It is pointless no matter how hard you try. The powers of Dust Sky cannot be overcome by force. Even if God's spirits come here, they would be reduced to the status of a commoner. After saying that, Hate Ghost reached his hand out toward Han Sen's inch-gray sword. He wanted to get the inch-gray sword first. Before he could grab the inch-gray sword, a small hand grabbed the inch-gray sword. Hate Ghost turned around and saw a little girl next to Han Sen was holding the inch-gray sword. Her big eyes were staring at him. Give me the sword, Hate Ghost said to Bauer with a cold look. Why would I give it to you? Bauer asked with the curl of her lips. This is my father's sword. I told you to give it to me, Hate Ghost said. Stop talking crap or I will break your head. He raised his talons. He was not a very patient person. Bauer clutched the sword and retreated. She blinked as she said, if you dare touch me, my father will blow your head off. Let me see if it is my head that blows up first or if it is your head that breaks first. Hate Ghost's hands moved to catch Bauer's head and the inch-gray sword. Before he could take it, he saw a shadow flash in front of him. A shadow wearing black armor had come before Bauer to block the attack. Han Sen had just been sitting there earlier. Hate Ghost was shocked, so he fell back a little. Han Sen was able to kill Weapon God, and Weapon God's power was as strong as Hate Ghost's. How could Hate Ghost not be scared of him? After Hate Ghost thought it over, this was Dust Sky. Han Sen's power was already suppressed by Dust Sky. Even if he did have some power, there would not be much of it left to be effective. He would be unable to defeat him. If you would rather die first, I will be happy to fulfill your wish. Hate Ghost's eyes turned red. Black smoke arose on his body that looked like fire. He tried grabbing Han Sen. Bauer, keep your gourd safe. Han Sen returned the little gold gourd to Bauer. Without the nutrition of the little gold gourd replenishing his body, Han Sen would have likely been unable to get through this crisis. It had been his deliverance. Now, the little gourd was looking smaller than usual. It had used a lot of power. After returning the little gold gourd to Bauer, Hate Ghost was in front of Han Sen. The scary black smoke was so strong that it made Hate Ghost look like a demon from hell. Without speaking, Han Sen gathered up the main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra power. Those two powers combined in his hands. They made Han Sen's hands, which were wrapped up by the black Dongshuan armor, look even darker. It was like he was able to absorb light. People were unable to see the hands clearly. They were something of a blur to them. Dongshuan Sutra's power enabled Han Sen to see the original rules of the universe. The reverse Dongshuan Sutra was another extreme thing that enabled Han Sen to get to grips with rule simulation powers. Before this, Han Sen required his super spank skill to break substance chains, but the reverse Dongshuan Sutra did not require him to go to so much trouble. That was because he was able to simulate rules to control the rules. It made the power of rules adhere to him. There was no longer a point in spending power to break substance chains. When the powers of the main and the reverse Dongshuan Sutra were put together, it led to the creation of further changes. The two powers created break world powers. It was not only the rules that broke the universe that changed. If he had to use a word to describe the break world powers of the Dongshuan Sutra, it would have been modify. He was able to modify the basic rules of the universe. That power was something not even a god could harness. In fact, Gods were the creatures that maintained the most rules, but God spirits were better at using the rules. They just did not have the power needed to change the rules. The Dongshuan Sutra's break world power enabled him to change the universe's rules. This power, in some way, was stronger than destroying the universal rules. Han Sen flicked his finger like he was flicking a wire on an invisible harp. Of course, no music played. Hate Ghost did not understand what the gesture meant. He did not know what the point of him flicking his finger was. Now, given his current situation, Han Sen could not block his attacks. In the next second, Hate Ghost's face changed. He felt as if his body had become very weird. It was like his body was bound by some kind of power. His claws were unable to be moved forward. It was like there was an invisible wall prohibiting him from moving forward. Hate Ghost retreated. He felt as if he was fine, so he tried to change his location. He jumped on Han Sen's head and tried to grab his brain. Han Sen stood there without moving. His fingers flicked as if he was still playing a harp. For other people seeing this, they would have assumed it was meaningless. Only Han Sen understood that he was using his finger to flick Dust Sky's Tai Chi substance. He was changing the rules. The Tai Chi substance combined to create a universal cogwheel. The cogwheel combined and made a substance chain. Now, Han Sen was messing up the Tai Chi's substance order. The size of the universal cogwheel changed. Therefore, the substance chain changed too. Han Sen had modified Dust Sky's rules. This modification would not break Dust Sky's rules or change the order of things. It did make Dust Sky's rules undergo big changes. Arg! Hate Ghost suddenly screamed. He sounded as if his entire body had been sucked of its water and hastily dried up. A few seconds later, he was nothing more than a skeletal, dried-up corpse. No, impossible, I have the Avoid Dust Orb. Dust Sky powers should not work on me. Even if it did work, it would not do this to me. Scary. Hate Ghost did not finish speaking before he turned into dust. His life force and power were taken by the Tai Chi substance, turning him to dust. Chapter 3227 Back to Space Garden, Hunted Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race Hate Ghost. It was just a simple announcement that played in which nothing God left behind. Even Hate Ghost's dust was absorbed by the Tai Chi substance. The kill was so clean that not a single speck of him remained. An orb fell down. It was the size of a dragon ball. It did not have any dust on it. It looked like a pearl. The Dongshuan Sutra's break world power is so scary. Han Sen reached his hands out to grab the orb. His face displayed a mixture of expressions. He had to admit he was shocked. He had only changed the rules around Hate Ghost to let the universal cogwheels spin at a much faster pace. That was what produced that terrifying effect. It just killed an annihilation god spirit gene race. It was very scary. Fortunately, Han Sen's break world power had just been formed. Its effectiveness was not particularly long. It could only go on for 2 seconds. The Tai Chi substance that had been modified went back to what it was before. It was already quite impressive. Han Sen had only made a few simple changes to alter the size of the cogwheels. He had not manipulated the running speed of the entire sequence of substance chains, yet he had managed to do something that terrifying. That was just a simple change. If he did a complicated change, he had no clue what might happen. Han Sen was now entering uncharted waters with the Dongshuan Sutra. There was nothing more to learn with it. He was now on his own for every step he took. Regarding what the effect of changing the universal cogwheels could mean, Han Sen would have to find out all of that by himself. Han Sen thought, how does one reach the end of the break world path? Which path did Qin Shu traverse? The black crystal armor's power is very mysterious. Even the story of genes was created through the help of the black crystal armor. If Qin Shu is able to control the black crystal armor, there is no way for me to accurately gauge his strength. Dad, this orb looks pretty. Can I have it? Bauer looked at Han Sen, who was holding the Avoid Dust Orb in his hand. Han Sen held the Avoid Dust Orb. He felt Dust Sky's Tai Chi substance avoid it. He now knew what that orb did. His Dongshuan Sutra's break world attempt had succeeded. Dust Sky's rules had no bearing on him now. Therefore, holding onto the orb was pointless for him to do. Of course, you can. If you want it, and as long as it does not bring harm to anyone, I will give it to you. Han Sen gave the Avoid Dust Orb to Bauer and patted her on the head. Without the help of Bauer's little gourd, there was a 90% he would have faced a disastrous event. Bauer collected the Avoid Dust Orb and merrily placed it inside the little gourd. She put it next to her ear and gave it a shake. She then put the gourd away. This is not a place we should stay in for much longer. We should think about leaving. Han Sen picked up Bauer and teleported away. He knew he was not Qin Shu's enemy, but it was pointless to stay. Besides, Han Sen wanted to go back to the Geno universe. He had to tell the people in Space Garden that they needed to be prepared. Qin Shu had the God Chaos Party on his side. The 33 skies were going to be broken soon. The two universes would not be separated forever. Let me go see God Hall Leader first. I should inform him that Qin Shu has been reborn. Han Sen left the 33 skies. He wore the Sky God crown and entered the God of Wealth Temple. He used the God of Wealth Temple to enter the Geno Hall. I see. It is no wonder I was unable to find Qin Shu's spirit. I did not expect him to do something like this, though. God Hall Leader fell into a deep phase of contemplation when he heard the sequence of events from Han Sen. What is that black crystal armor? Han Sen had always been very curious about that. The power of the black crystal armor was amazing. It made all kinds of creatures evolve. That power alone was enough to shock the whole universe. On top of that, the black crystal armor must have had another power Han Sen was not yet aware of. Although Han Sen had owned the black crystal armor for a long time, he had not really controlled or paid much attention to it. In fact, he did not really know much about it at all. If I have guessed things correctly, it is the gene origin, God Hall Leader said. What is a gene origin? Han Sen had heard about this before, but he never really understood what it meant. God Hall Leader sighed and said, it is something that is very hard to explain. You can treat it as the beginning of a gene. Do these things really exist? Han Sen did not dare believe it. Every creature was born in a different environment. The structure of everything's genes was different. If all the creatures had the same origin, which was what was being suggested, Han Sen found it impossible to believe. God Hall Leader laughed and said, let's not mention the fact that you don't believe it, but there was a time when I didn't believe it either. I heard what you said, so it really does sound like the legendary gene origin. If it is not the beginning of all things, then how could it make those creatures evolve? What you are saying makes sense, but it is still hard to believe something like that. Han Sen did not dare believe it. Now is not the time to say something like that, God Hall Leader said. If I have guessed things correctly, Qin Shu has not yet come to fully control the gene origin. We have got to kill him before he takes full control of the gene origin or find a way to get the gene origin back. That is something you'll need to consider. I am just a small human, so I do not have what it takes to mop up these messes. After Han Sen said that, he turned around to leave. He had a grudge against Qin Shu, but he did not want to be a toy soldier for the god spirits. God Hall Leader did not plan on stopping Han Sen. He watched him leave. He then said to himself, although I am God, I cannot predict the universe, and I cannot see the future. Qin Shu has calculated so much, but he will never figure out there was an accident. The future depends on that accident. If the accident wants to turn the tide will turn. Han Sen returned to the God of Wealth Temple. He used the Sky God crown to get another ability. All god spirits had that ability, but they had a time limit. The Sky God crown was spinning. Han Sen's entire body was wrapped up by God light as he traveled through space. When Han Sen's vision returned, the things around him already had changes that flipped the sky and the earth. This is, Extreme King, I am back. Han Sen's body felt very light. He was no longer restricted by the universe he was in. He looked around and felt genuinely good. Although using the Sky God crown to enter the Geno universe had a short time limit, it did not much matter. He was back, and that was what mattered the most. Han Sen could not wait to use Galaxy Teleportation to enter Space Garden first. Galaxy Teleportation was able to stop other people but not Han Sen. He teleported into Space Garden, but it was almost an unrecognizable place. He could not believe how it looked. Space Garden was far scarier than it was before. God-class plant xenogenics and scary plants were everywhere. I have only been gone 2 years, Han Sen said with shock. Why have there been so many big changes? Chapter 3228 You are back. Many god plants were in Space Garden. One could not imagine it. Han Sen did not know if this was the result of Space Garden itself or if it had to do something with the entire Geno universe exhibiting such changes. Han Sen remembered God Hall Leader told him that because his fight against World King God was too destructive, the universe of kingdoms and Geno universe were affected. The universe of kingdoms had an abundance of pulses and gene eggs appear. The Geno universe had changed too, but God Hall leader did not elaborate. If this was it, Han Sen never expected the changes to be so grand. Who are you? Why have you come to Space Garden? A young man raised his sword at Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the young man. He looked familiar, but he could not recall where he had last seen him. Space Garden is a place I come and go to as I please. Who are you, and who are you? Stop me. Han Sen looked at the young man with interest as he spoke. The young man was not human. He was like a young man who belonged to the sky. The sky should have been in Sky Palace though. Han Sen had no clue what he was doing in a place like Space Garden. I am a student of Space Garden's Yu Wu Shuang, the young man coldly said. I am patrolling Space Garden. You better not try and fight back. Follow me back and explain how you have come to be here. Sure, Han Sen said with a nod. Yu Wu Shuang had not expected Han Sen to comply nicely. He was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He used a sword to point at Han Sen and said, come on. Let's go. Han Sen was led by Yu Wu Shuang to Space Garden's base. As he walked, he made sure to ask questions. You are one of the sky. Why don't you stay in Sky Palace to practice? What are you doing in Space Garden? Yu Wu Shuang raised his head and looked proud. Space Garden is the Geno universe's first sacred place. Mr. Dollar used to practice here. Many people in the universe wish to study in this place. They want to feel Mr. Dollar's glory, but they cannot. Sky Palace is good friends with Space Garden, so only a few people can come here to study. I beat out many other competitors to come and study here. I see. Han Sen noticed that Space Garden was no longer like it used to be. Han Sen thought it was right. Even though he had not been there, Little Flower was still around. He then thought about Xie Qing King, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and the others. In his absence, the people from the sanctuaries had undoubtedly developed quite a bit. It would have been pretty silly if Space Garden had not become famous. Aside from Sky Palace, are there students from any other races coming to this place? Han Sen asked. This was not a secret. It was something everyone in the universe would have known. Thus, Yu Wu Shuang was able to easily answer. Of course, everyone knows Dollar's name in the universe. Although Mr. Dollar is gone, Mr. Fei and the other elites are still around. We're not talking about ordinary races here. Even if the super rich races want to send their kids to Space Garden for practice, they must adhere to the extremely hard conditions set in place by Space Garden. No race is able to come in whenever they wish to. Aside from the sky, Rebate and a few other races can come. For all other races, coming to study here is an exceptional privilege and task. Han Sen was surprised. He soon realized who the Mr. Fei he was talking about was. It was obviously his son, Han Fei. He had been calling him Little Flower for so long that he had forgotten his original name. When he heard Little Flower's name, he still didn't react. Yu Wu Shuang looked cocky as he said, I am Mr. Fei's student. I follow Mr. Fei's guidance for practice. Where is Han Fei now? Han Sen asked with a smile. Little Flower was not that old. He would not have been much bigger than Yu Wu Shuang, yet he was already taking students. It made Han Sen think Wu Yu Shuang was, in some way, his grand student. Why are you asking so many questions? Just follow me. Yu Wu Shuang looked alert as he spoke to Han Sen. It looked like Yu Wu Shuang was very territorial. When it came to aspects of Space Garden, he stopped talking. In Space Garden's base, Han Sen noticed it was now many times bigger. It looked like a massive city. The opulence on display was not unlike the capital of the Extreme King. He saw all kinds of creatures traveling around the place. Han Sen looked around and saw many familiar faces. Many humans and creatures from the sanctuaries were there. There were even many spirits. It looks like Little Flower brought over many humans, creatures, and spirits to this place from the sanctuaries, Han Sen thought. The only other person who was able to go in and out of the sanctuaries was his son, Little Flower. At the door of the base, two people were standing guard. One of them was obviously from the Extreme King, and the other was obviously from the Very High. They were similar to Wu Yu Shuang. They were young men, so he thought they were also students who had been sent there to practice. The Extreme King young man pointed at Han Sen as he asked, Yu Wu Shuang, who is he? While I was patrolling, I noticed this invader slip inside, Yu Wu Shuang said. I am going to take him to see Mr. Tang. The Extreme King young man coldly said, outsiders cannot be taken to the city. Make him stay here. In the meantime, I will contact Mr. Tang. Han Sen quietly watched the Extreme King young man bring out a communicator to contact the person he wished to contact. He then heard a familiar voice. What? Did you say an outsider tried to invade Space Garden? Watch him, I am coming over at once. I want to see who was powerful enough to breach our Space Garden. The voice was abruptly cut short. Han Sen heard a ping in Tang Junliu's voice. Han Sen looked at the Extreme King young man and said, looking at your face, you look rather familiar. Are you related to Bai Wanji? How dare you say my father's name aloud, the Extreme King young man said. He was furious. Bai Wanji is your father, and you call him a king, Han Sen said with shock. So, he was the one who took the throne for the Extreme King. My father took the throne, the Extreme King young man coldly said. Everyone knows that. Are you trying to troll me or something stupid like that? Han Sen shook his head. He had been away from the Geno universe for 2 years. It seemed as if many things had happened in his absence. Since this Extreme King Prince went to Space Garden to be a guard, it seemed as if the reputation of Space Garden in the universe had become very high. What is happening here? A female's voice sounded out from the city as a woman wearing green clothes walked out. The woman started to question Yu Wushuang, but her eyes opened wide when her vision landed on the presence of Han Sen. Her eyes turned red. She was unable to believe who it was. It looked as if tears were going to fall any second. The woman was only able to speak one word before stopping. Exquisite, long time no see. Han Sen smiled and waved at her. He was surprised too. The very high Exquisite was in Space Garden. You are back. Exquisite's eyes had tears start to fall. She had this overwhelming feeling of wanting to leap into Han Sen's arms. When she moved forward, she stopped. Her voice was a bit shaky. Chapter 3229. A man who came from hell. Exquisite sighed and said, I have still been unsuccessful with very high forget love. Anti-Exquisite, do you know this man? The very high young man guard looked at Exquisite strangely. Of course, I recognize him, Exquisite said as she looked at Han Sen. I did not think there was anyone who would not recognize him. After I came back, I have been witnessing many changes to this place, Han Sen said with a smile. This place is almost unrecognizable now. Exquisite, tell me, why are you in Space Garden? Seeing Han Sen smile, Exquisite smiled back. She replied, yes, in the past 2 years that you have been gone, many things have happened. The entire universe is not the same as it once was. Compared to outer sky, more people seek to practice in Space Garden instead. I am one such person. Exquisite was still holding on to something she did not want to outright admit. The reason she went to Space Garden was not that Space Garden was better than outer sky. It was because Han Sen was the one who built the place. Yu Wushuang and the guards were shocked when they saw Exquisite smile. Even the very high student did not believe she had that in her. People like Exquisite, who had already taken their very high sense to the max level and had very high forget love, no longer had emotions. They were supposed to be cold all the time. No one had ever seen her behave like this before. Yu Wushuang and the 2 guards felt very weird. They did not know who that man in front of them was. Whoever he was, he could make Exquisite display a joyful face. While they were wondering about his identity, a gold shadow flashed out of the city. A gold lion-like, big beast jumped in front of Han Sen. Yu Wushuang and the others were shocked. That gold shadow was not very big, but they knew how scary of a creature it was. Empty Mountain's mountain leader, the only golden growler in the universe, used to fight side by side with Dollar. Now, he was an invincible existence in Space Garden. Even the Extreme King, very high, and Sky Palace elites were terrified whenever they laid eyes on Golden Growler. But they were just some small people. Golden Growler usually occupied a deep, faraway mansion. He spent time with the Han family's Ling. For some reason, he had just come running from outside to jump at the mysterious man. Yu Wushuang and the others were shocked. Golden Growler jumped at him. Even an elite of the universe would have been half dead through simple fear. The guards thought the man was going to be instantly killed. In the next second, their eyes opened wide. They could not believe what they were seeing. Golden Growler jumped onto the man and put one of its front paws on his shoulder. It started to lick the man in joy, swinging its tail madly. It was like a big dog trying to earn the love of its master. Who is this man? Yu Wushuang and the other 2 people were absolutely confused. Golden Growler showing up had already shocked the elites. Shortly after, an old man excitedly broke space to come and kneel before Han Sen. "Master, you are back." Yu Wu Shuang and the two guards felt as if their lives had suddenly been thrown into turmoil and challenge. That man, who called himself 9000 King, had always been difficult. He was always very mean in Space Garden. Aside from Han Fei, Han Ling and a few other Han family members, he had a total lack of respect for everyone. One time when the very high leader visited, 9000 King's nose was stuck up in the sky. He was completely uncaring for the prestigious guest. It was like he could not be bothered dealing with such a person. At one point, he was such a scary existence. Now, that man was kneeling profusely before Han Sen. It was hard to imagine. "Old Nine, there is no need for all this." Han Sen reached out his hand and lifted 9000 King's body. "Master, you are back." More and more scary creatures appeared. Flower God Leader was very excited. Tang Junliu came running out with a hearty laugh. "Holy sh*t. Old Han, are you back this soon? We are still planning on breaking down the space barrier to come to fetch you." "Mr. Dollar, you are back." Finally, someone shouted Dollar's name. Upon hearing that, Yu Wu Shuang was stunned into submission. "Mr. Dollar, he is Han Sen, the man who saved the world. He is the master of Space Garden. I thought he died. Can creatures really come back from hell?" The whole of Space Garden was bubbling like boiling water. The news spread all over the very high. Some of the high races quickly received the news about the man who came back from hell. Good people do not live for long, and they harm for 1,000 years. That is correct. In the Extreme King, Bai Qin, who had already become king, looked into space and sighed. "Finally, you are back." In Blood Legion, Human King looked quiet. He looked as if he was thinking about something. How could he come back so quickly? Has he already beaten the system of reincarnation? Amidst the demons, the demon Alpha frowned. She looked confused. Hearing the news that Han Sen had come back from hell, every elite had a different reaction to the headline. Sky Palace leader laughed 3 times and then quietly mumbled, "The bad news is bad." Han Sen heard from Tang Junliu and the others that Little Flower, Xianxia King, and the others were already out near Outer Sky's Mirror Lake. When he asked for details of what was going on there and heard what they had to say, he knew for sure something had changed there. "Dad," Ling was like a little cat when she jumped into Han Sen's arms. "My little Ling, you have become more and more beautiful." Han Sen collected Ling and kissed her on the cheek. He suddenly felt so successful about having a daughter. "Han Sen, you are back." Wang Yuhang had tears gushing from his eyes when he saw Han Sen. This was still in the time Ling had forced him to remain in Space Garden, which was something that made him feel absolutely wretched. Seeing Han Sen return, he felt as if he was a farmer that had been suppressed but was now being rescued by the PLA. "Little uncle, why do you look so terrible?" Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang with shock. Wang Yuhang wanted to tell him what happened and how difficult things had been, but Ling was staring at him. He forced a smile and said, I have not slept well recently." The little red bird flew over too. It did somersaults around Han Sen as if it was searching for something. "Bauer could not come back yet," Han Sen said to the little red bird. The little red bird felt depressed. It landed atop Ling head. Han Sen had no choice. The Sky King crown only allowed him and him alone to return to the Geno universe. On top of that, there was a time limit. He could not bring Bauer back with him. When they went to the garden, there were only creatures around who were very close to Han Sen. Tang Junliu asked, "Han Sen, how did you get back here from the other side? Is there a way you can get us to access there so we can go in and play?" "This time, I have come back to talk to you about that. If the others have gone to Outer Sky, though, we should go to Outer Sky first." Han Sen used galaxy teleportation to teleport everyone to Outer Sky. Han Yan and the others had already learned about Han Sen's return, but they were still very excited to see the man in the flesh. Han Sen invited Very High Leader and Sky Palace Leader over too. He told them about the God Chaos Party trying to break the 33 skies. Very High Leader, Sky Palace Leader, and all the other elites did not look so good after hearing about it. According to what Han Sen was telling them, the elites of the universe of kingdoms were far stronger than the elites of the Geno universe. If the 33 skies were punched through, bridging the Geno universe, a disaster would surely unfold. Chapter 3230 Fighting a Group Alone. Han Sen explained the situation to them once. "You guys don't have to worry all that much. Even if the 33 skies are broken and the creatures of another universe invade us, they will be repelled by the rules of this universe. Instead, the 33 skies might harm the universe. Han Sen's return delighted people, but the news he delivered made their joy short-lived. It made them gloomy. I did not know power could be played like this. This is great. I was worried there wouldn't be any further chances to level up. After the two universes break, we can break the world too. Why do we have to be afraid of these guys? Xianxia King rubbed his palms, ready for a fight. By the way, Han Sen, I reached the max level now. I should be just as strong as you. Why don't we fight? Let's see the difference between having break world powers and not having break world powers. Xianxia King looked at Han Sen with excitement. And me, Yi Dongmu, who had been sitting silently, said. And me. Lin Feng and Wang Fujing threw their hats into the ring as well. They all focused on Han Sen. This isn't about me wanting to crush you guys, but there is a big difference between being able to break the world and not being able to break the world, Han Sen said with a smile. To see what the gap is, we have to see it firsthand through a fight, Xianxia King said as he curled his lips. In that case, why don't you come at me? Han Sen asked with a squint of his eyes. Ha, ha, you're the one who said it. Later, don't cry and complain about us bullying you. After saying that, Xianxia King's strong body flashed. A silver necklace whipped in front of Han Sen. Yi Dongmu pulled out his knife. One almost couldn't see the flash of his knife light. The knife was already around Han Sen's waist. Lin Feng was different. He was like a Buddha, using his palm to crush the earth like a mountain or a tsunami breaking against a feeble shoreline. Wang Fujing teleported above Han Sen with her beautiful long legs coming to slash Han Sen like a battleaxe. The four of them wielded different powers, but each of them was extremely scary. They reached the max level of what the universe was capable of, or perhaps even greater than that. They all had super bodies or king bodies. The power they brought was scarier than the creatures of the universe. We are coming in too. Han Yan and Ji Yu Qingcheng wanted to join the party. They both swung their swords at Han Sen. Ji Yu Qingcheng's sword skills were very overbearing. Han Yan's sword light was like a sword spirit that carried special power as it came slicing down. Nay too, Qin Zan's hand sword was straight, but it had a king path that was hard to describe. Many powers came slashing toward Han Sen. Although their full powers were not used, one could still see how scary it all was. Even Sky Palace leader and Very High leader were shocked. The people from Space Garden were truly unique beings. They were not like any other creatures of the universe. If they wanted to, the number of elites they had in Space Garden was enough to conquer the entire Geno universe. In the end, they still looked at Han Sen. They wanted to know how strong the break world powers Han Sen talked about really were. Seeing so many scary powers come for him, Han Sen did not look as if he was going to move. He only flicked his finger. Suddenly, time seemed to move slower. Everyone's movements looked like they were dragged through a television slow-motion scene. In fact, it was not them who were moving slower. It was Han Sen using his Dongshuan Sutra's break world power to change the size of the universe's cogwheels. He made the advancement of time proceed much slower. Han Sen, you underestimated us. Do you think changing the speed of time can enable you to beat us? Xianxia King roared as his body exploded with silver light. He was like a volcano erupting. The silver flames on his body were burning wildly, making his body break the altered flow of time. Wang Fujing's body teleported through the bindings of the new time speed. She raged even more with her wish to strike Han Sen. Yi Dongmu's eyes looked cold. His hand slashed through time and space. He was not affected by the new speed. Everyone behaved as if they knew this was going to happen all along. They all used their super body's power, wanting to teach Han Sen a lesson. Han Sen was still smiling. Seeing Han Yan's sword light become a sword spirit that was not affected by the trappings of time made him so happy. He said, "Little Yan has grown up." Although this was what he thought, his hands were not remaining idle. As he kept flicking his finger, the universe's most basic substances were changed. The sizes of the cogwheels were changed as well. Han Sen stood where he was, totally unmoving. Xianxia King, Wang Fujing, Lin Feng, Yi Dongmu, Han Yan, and the others all went wide alongside their powers. They were all thrown off course. Xianxia King's fist struck Yi Dongmu's sword to create an explosion that shocked the sky. The two of them were blasted backward. Wang Fujing's legs went up against Lin Feng's hands like a sky knife coming up against a mountain. The power was discharged, tearing a hole through space. Han Yan's sword spirit went against Ji Yu Qingcheng's sword air. The entire scene was a mess. Han Sen remained like his usual self, standing where he was. Xie Qing King and the others, however, were at a disadvantage. It led to them looking at Han Sen with shock. If they learned Han Sen's power was stronger than them, they were not surprised. Just playing with their powers like that, in which he could control them like dolls, was a particular kind of scary. This was not just power. It was not on that level. Everyone started to like the concept of break world powers. Every creature that came from the sanctuaries was proud. If they knew there was a way for them to improve even further, then that is what they wanted to do. Sky Palace leader looked at Very High leader. They both looked worried. If the break world elites all demonstrated powers similar to what Han Sen had just shown them, they would be in a lot of trouble if the 33 skies opened. The entire Geno universe was going to be thrown into disarray. You guys are still so weak, Han Sen said with a smile. If you want to fight me, you should learn how to break the world first. It is just breaking a world. It is no big deal. After I break the world, I will fight you again. Xie Qing King was fine. He shouted and laughed. Not bad. Yi Dongmu coldly nodded. Han Sen and the others spoke about things concerning the 33 skies. Once that was done, he was able to be alone. He called over Littleflower and Ling to go to the sanctuaries and see Ji Yanran. Before he used his powers to visit the sanctuaries, someone stopped him. Han Sen, Mr. Bai. Han Sen quickly bowed. Mr. Bai was the Zhan men's only inheritor. He taught Han Sen some skills. Although Mr. Bai had never admitted it, Han Sen had always treated him like a teacher. I want to see your break world powers. Mr. Bai was quick to explain to Han Sen the reason why he had gone there. Of course, you can see. Han Sen displayed his break world power. He used the Dongshuan Sutra to gather up a black light atop his finger. Mr. Bai had a look. He nodded and said, I see. In that case, take a look at my power. Is that a break world power? After Mr. Bai said that, he cooked up a light on his own finger. The light on his fingertip was white. The color was different, but Han Sen sensed that the Dongshuan Sutra's break world power was still quite similar to Mr. Bai's break world power. It just wasn't exactly the same. Mr. Bai, when did you learn to break the world? Han Sen looked at Mr. Bai with shock. It was definitely break world power. After I watched you fight World King God, I learned something, Mr. Bai said. After that, I combined yin and yang. I just did not know that was break world power. You are so strong, Han Sen said to compliment him. By watching him and World King God fight, Mr. Bai learned how to break the world. Mr. Bai, who was a Zhan men inheritor, was clearly a scary person. Chapter 3231 Zhan Beginner. The break world powers in the Geno universe were much harder to achieve than they were in the universe of kingdoms. Mr. Bai's ability to muster break world powers there was not just a testament to his talent and prowess. The Geno universe has a break world person. If the 33 skies are broken through, it is not as if we will be unable to fight back against the invaders. Han Sen was not worried about the break world elites. Qin Shu and Wanner were the ones he feared. He viewed them as the biggest problem. Wanner had not yet achieved break world powers, but her reverse super god spirit mode was scarier than any break world person could be. There was no need to even mention Qin Shu, as he had already achieved breakthrough powers over 1 billion years ago. On top of all that, he controlled the black crystal armor. He easily suppressed Berry Path God, so it was unlikely anyone in the universe could beat him. Even the God Hall leader, who was a reboot god spirit, might not be able to suppress Qin Shu unless if he used his reboot power. The most important thing about all of this, and what concerned Han Sen the most, was that he couldn't see Qin Shu's endgame. He didn't know what he was thinking. The God Chaos Party wanted to break through the 33 skies. They wanted to mess up the rules between the two universes to create more break world elites. By doing so, they could make the God Chaos Party stronger and end up replacing the God Spirits in their lofty Geno Hall. Qin Shu used to travel between the two universes. He did that to revive Wanner. Now, Wanner had been revived. Han Sen did not know why he still wanted to break through the 33 skies. He did not know if Qin Shu's coming was good or bad for the Geno universe. Back in the sanctuaries, Ji Yanran made a dish. She put down 4 sets of chopsticks and waited for the others to come. In a state of shock, Han Sen asked Ji Yanran, "How did you know I was coming back?" Ji Yanran lifted her good-looking nose. She looked like she was smiling, but she was not smiling at Han Sen. Over the past few years, I have been learning the teachings of Zhen Men. Although I am not finished, I can feel the sky mind inside it. Today, I felt something. I sensed you might be coming back, so I decided to make the food you usually like. I did not actually expect you guys to come back here. This is the first time my feelings were this accurate. Han Sen looked at the food on the table. It was the food he and Little Flower loved, and Ling'er's favorite dessert was there too. It looks like your path along the teachings of Zhen Men has really begun, Han Sen said with shock. Zhen Men was easy to learn but hard to get started with. To understand what was in there, and to also be able to use it, so rare. Han Sen had been teaching Zhen Men to others in the Geno universe for many years. There had yet to be another person thus far to learn it and use it as well as Mr. Bai. He did not expect Ji Yanran had such talent, and she was only a beginner with it. I only know a little bit of stuff, but that is because you guys are all the most important things in my life, Ji Yanran gleefully said. That is why the feeling was so accurate. Before, there was a 90% chance that my guesses would be incorrect. After getting this right, I do feel like I understand more. Maybe I have got my foot in the door on learning Zhen Men good and proper. Han Sen thought about something else. If she has really learned the teachings of Zhen Men, that means she can predict everything. Knowing that his wife was able to see the future sometime down the line, he felt weird. He thought everything he one day did would be peeped on. Cough, cough. Zhen Men is very complicated, Han Sen quickly said. You cannot learn it fast. I think your talent has you capable of learning many Geno arts. Why don't I teach you some Geno arts instead? You can learn that first, then you can go to the Geno universe with me so we can see each other more. Ji Yanran shook her head. I am already pushing the boundaries of this. The Alliance universe is small, but the knowledge in the Alliance universe is the same as the Geno universe. Everywhere is the same. Wife, that is wrong. Although you can learn Zhen Men anywhere, the Geno universe has me and Little Flower in it. If you and Ling'er went there, you and I can always be together. Han Sen blinked and asked Ling'er, don't you think so, Ling'er? Mother, you should go. If I stay here, I rarely see Little Flower and Dad. If I go there, I won't see you anymore, Mother. Ling'er shook Ji Yanran's arms as she spoke. Fine, Ji Yanran said with a nod. My wife is so smart. Later, I will teach you some Geno arts so you can go to the Geno universe sooner. Han Sen was secretly very happy about it. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him. It looked like she was smiling, but she was not smiling at Han Sen. Do not think I have no idea what is going on in your mind. I am going to the Geno universe, but I am also going to continue learning Zhen Men. Han Sen felt like Ji Yanran's eyes were seeing through something, so he tried to explain things to her. Cough, cough. I am not thinking of anything. Zhen Men is a big path skill. Of course, you are going to have to learn it. The Zhen Men inheritor, Mr. Bai, is in the Geno universe now. I will take you there so you can continue learning from him. That way, you will learn things faster. I do not want to dash your hopes, Ji Yanran said with a smile. I am going to practice it. I will then be able to calculate things for you in the future. Like, for example, how many women are going to try hitting on you. Cough, cough. Han Sen had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked. Why would someone ever think about hitting on me? Han Sen asked. You think too highly of me. The Geno universe is full of monsters of different races. There are not many humans. Everyone thinks of beauty in a different light. There won't be any cheating going on. I see, Ji Yanran said with a smile. In that case, thank you very much. Should I find you a few in the Alliance? I heard Qin Zhan and Wang Fujing went to the Geno universe. Oh, right, I think Ji Yu Qingcheng is there as well. She is the prettiest human woman in existence. Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran's smile. It felt like the smile was actually a blade hidden in the moon. He immediately sat up straight and avoided looking evil. He looked at Ji Yanran with love and said, in my eyes, the whole universe pales in comparison to how attractive you are. Qin Zhan, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and all the others are like female lions. I treat them like men. Han Sen was surprised to eat all that food. He was now regretting letting Ji Yanran practice Zhen Men's skills. As an annihilation god spirit, if there was no special reason for it, Han Sen could use the Sky God crown to remain in the Geno universe for 4 days. He then had to go back to his god temple in the universe of kingdoms. The 4 days there were the most relaxing Han Sen had spent in years. He taught Ji Yanran Geno arts and practiced with Little Flower. He stayed with Ling and took Ji Yanran for walks in the mall. He was really relaxed. If it was not for the God Chaos Party and Qin Shu making trouble for all existence, Han Sen would have preferred to stay in that moment forever. In the universe of kingdoms, a big and icy light appeared on the Chu Kingdom's border, Sea Hide system. It froze a lot of barren systems around it. It was like a big ice field in space. The other systems were affected by the ice. It made the temperatures very weird. In the star ice fields, people saw a bright moon atop it all. It was shining in endless space. Chapter 3232 Condition. When Han Sen went back to the Qin Kingdom and Feng family castle, it was only 4 days later. He heard that the Chu Kingdom's border had a scary ice god pulse manifest, and so the concept tempted him quite a bit. His Dongshuan Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra were already able to break the world. The story of genes could manifest spell. He did not need more power, but his Jadeskin was lacking. It required a rare gene race to reverse the power of his body. The Chu Kingdom had a super ice god pulse show up. Perhaps there was a chance of a rare ice gene race showing up. Jadeskin was not completely an ice element, but one ice gene race for its body was likely enough. So, Han Sen wanted to go to the ice fields. Han Sen thought, after Qin Shu took control of the God Chaos Party, the God Chaos Party has not tried to do anything attention-drawing. I am afraid things will end up as God Hall leader said. He has not gained complete control of the black crystal armor, and that is why he is worried. In these times, nothing explicitly bad should happen. Mr. Han, the king wants you to go and visit him. Before Han Sen could move, Qin Jingzhen's officer arrived at the Feng family castle to deliver a decree issued by the king. Han Sen thought about it and decided on following the officer to go and see the king. When Wanner was revived, Qin Jingzhen ended up getting attacked by her. The wounds he had received were quite bad. Han Sen had not seen the king since that happened, so he was keen on learning about what happened to the man. When Han Sen next saw Qin Jingzhen, he frowned. Qin Jingzhen was a powerful elite. When he saw him, he was totally fine. Upon seeing him now, he looked pale. His eyes looked tired. It seemed as if he was still sick. Han Sen had a closer look. He sighed and said, I did not expect Qin Jingzhen's wounds to be even worse than I thought. I am afraid he will not live long. Qin Jingzhen smiled. He pointed at the chair and said to Han Sen, please sit, Mr. Han. My king, why have you sought me out? Han Sen asked. With the condition Qin Jingzhen's body was in, he was not going to be asked there for a casual, midday chat. Qin Jingzhen sighed and said, Mister, you are a miracle man. I am sure you can tell that I am going to die soon. If you trust me, I can check your body over and maybe help you out, Han Sen said. While I may not be able to save your life forever, I can possibly make your life last a bit longer. In front of the Qin Kingdom's king, other people would have watched their words and spoke with great care. Han Sen, however, was not that worried. Please, master, Qin Jingzhen said without any doubt. On any other day, Qin Jingzhen would not have let any random person touch his body. This time was different. The Qin Kingdom had many elites, but no one had been able to do anything to alleviate his wounds. Even Jianbugu said he could only live for another year at the most. Qin Jingzhen was not too worried about his safety anymore. Plus, Han Sen had saved Bai Qin inside the Alpha Temple and drew Wanner away. It made Qin Jingzhen trust him a bit more. That was why he was not so worried about letting him help now. Han Sen reached out his finger and placed it on Qin Jingzhen's forehead. He was forced to use his Dongshuan Sutra's power and inject it into the ailing man's body. The structure of Qin Jingzhen's body went into Han Sen's brain. All of his cells were dyed with gold light. The gold light was very bright. Although it was very weak, it was hard to ignore its existence. It was Wanner's power. It seemed to be very beautiful, but it was a deadly thing to Qin Jingzhen. When the gold light corroded him, Qin Jingzhen's gene chains had become gold. Now, 10% of his gene chains were gold. If this kept going on, when it reached 30%, Qin Jingzhen's body would be destroyed. He would be a dead man. Qin Jingzhen had 3 powers. Suppressing the spread of the gold light did not seem to work very well. It was hard to stop the gold light completely in its tracks. According to the speed of the gold light, Qin Jingzhen really had less than a year to live. Han Sen pulled his finger back. He looked at Qin Jingzhen and frowned. I know my condition, Qin Jingzhen said. You can tell me what you think without beating around the bush. Be direct. Han Sen nodded and said, according to the examination I have conducted on your body, if there is no other power to heal you, you only have 1 more year to live. Teacher Jian said that too, Qin Jingzhen said with a wry smile. It looks like I really am going to die this time. Although he was a king, he could not face his mortality. Qin Jingzhen really did not want to die yet. Maybe not, Han Sen said after a brief hesitation. Qin Jingzhen's eyes immediately grew brighter. He looked at Han Sen and asked, Mr. Han, do you have a way to fix my wounds? Qin Jingzhen looked for Han Sen because he thought he now had hope. This was his final hope. He had consulted with many others. Even the annihilation god spirits that protected the Qin family were unable to do anything for the wounds Qin Jingzhen had sustained. Qin Jingzhen had already given up, but Jian Bugu was the one to suggest seeking out Han Sen and see if he could help him out. After thinking for a moment, Han Sen said, I am not sure I can completely heal you, but I do have a way to extend your life for about 3 to 5 years. In the time I can give you, perhaps a more permanent solution can be found. Qin Jingzhen developed a wry smile and said, I would like to live another 3 to 5 years. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but I am not afraid of death. There is something I do not want to leave behind unfinished. Is this because of the Crown Prince? Han Sen asked. Mr. Han, you really know me, Qin Jingzhen said with a sigh. The Qin kingdom is the greatest kingdom in the universe. It is very powerful. It is stronger than the other 6 kingdoms, but it is also different from the other 6 kingdoms. The Qin kingdom is a kingdom founded on law. The king is the highest. Without a king, other departments can continue to function. The country will still operate, but my Bai son is still young. He still wants to play. For a boy his age to run a country, it would be terrible. I am afraid he will mess up the fate of the kingdom. Qin Jingzhen said it clearly, and Han Sen understood what he meant. If Qin Bai succeeded his father on the throne, someone might steal his power and operate the boy like a puppet. The Qin kingdom is in trouble. There are so many problems facing us. I would like to live a few more years so I can give my son a safe country. Qin Jingzhen looked at Han Sen seriously and said, Mr. Han, no matter the price I must pay, please let me live a few years longer. I do not want to die now. I will do what I can. It will not be hard extending your life for 3 to 5 years more, but any longer than that will be dependent on your body. Han Sen paused before saying, the skills I use will have their effect on you. To use this method, there is a condition. Chapter 3233 Mirror Moon, please tell me, Mr. Han, Qin Jingzhen seriously said. I have already told you that if it does not hurt the Qin kingdom, I would do anything for this. Han Sen thought for a moment and said, there are legends in the Qin kingdom that claim there is a Gene race called the Dark Big Evil Dragon King. It has the coldest power and most yin. If you can give me that Gene race, there is a 100% guarantee that I will be able to extend your life for at least 3 years. If you are lucky, you will have another 5 years to live. When Qin Jingzhen heard about the Dark Big Evil Dragon King, his face changed. Before Qin Jingzhen could speak, a cold voice sounded from the screen behind him. The Dark Big Evil Dragon King is the Qin Kingdom's country-suppressing god spirit Gene race. For what purpose do you want that item? While they were talking, the voice of an overbearing, white-haired old man was heard. He appeared by walking out of a screen. He had a grand life force. It was very scary. The sense of suppression he exuded was like that of a mountain. The white-haired, old man's power was shocking. His eyes were like those of a knife as he peered at Han Sen. He was far more overbearing than Qin Jingzhen. Han Sen, however, did not react. He did not look at the old man with white hair. It was like he did not exist. Even a reboot god spirit and Qin Shu, those types of elites, could not make Han Sen quiver and obey. He was just a Qin kingdom elite. Please, do not be mad, Qin Jingzhen politely said to the old man with white hair. Mr. Han saved my life, and he saved my son's life. He is not someone evil. My king, you can never tell the true face of a person, the old man with white hair coldly said. There are many things you should exercise caution with. The wounds on your body are something an annihilation god spirit is unable to do anything about, and this man is just an average mister. He says he has skills that are as grand as a sky. Can he be better than the annihilation god spirits that safeguard the Qin family? He did not really care for Qin Jingzhen's feelings. After that, Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the old man with white hair. He did not know who he was or how he was permitted to talk to Qin Jingzhen in such a way. According to theory, the Qin kingdom should have had Qin Jingzhen as the highest figure of authority. Even if the power of some elites was greater than Qin Jingzhen, they would still have to care for Qin Jingzhen's feelings when they addressed him. Qin Jingzhen quietly said, "There must be valid reasons for Mr. Han requiring the dark big evil dragon king. Let's just allow Mr. Han to explain himself. It does not matter what reasons he has, but the dark big evil dragon king cannot be used by outsiders," the old man with white hair confidently said. It was like his words were a decree of the highest order. Qin Jingzhen's face looked cold, but he still tried to keep his cool and not flip a lid. "I would not give the dark big evil dragon king to outsiders on a whim. You think way too much. If there is nothing constructive you would like to tell me, I suggest you just go back. I still have many things I wish to tell Mr. Han." The old man with white hair stared at Han Sen and said, "Whatever you say does not matter. I will not permit the dark big evil dragon king to be given to anyone. It can only be a treasure of the Qin family and no other." After that, the old man with white hair turned around and left. He did not bow to Qin Jingzhen. The words he said were meant for Qin Jingzhen. "My king, do you mind telling me who that person was?" Han Sen was upset by what that man said. The dark big evil dragon king was very famous in the Qin kingdom. It was the coldest gene race with the most yin. Han Sen had only heard about it, but he thought he could use it with Jadeskin. If he did that, he would not have to go to the Chu kingdom to get another super god pulse. The dark big evil dragon king was a rare gene race. It was also a god spirit gene race. It was better than an annihilation god spirit. If he used it to practice Cold Sutra, it would surely save him a lot of bother. Qin Jingzhen wanted to live, so he would consider handing it over no matter how grand a gene race was. It was not as important as the fact of being able to live. Now, there was that old man who had upset Han Sen. It made Han Sen's plan get ruined. He had failed. He is the Qin family's elder. I do not know how long he has lived, but he is the base of the Qin family. Qin Jingzhen only said that. He did not say anything else. He clearly did not want to talk about the old man any further. Qin Jingzhen looked at him and said, "Mr. Han, you want the dark big evil dragon king. Does this really have something to do with healing me?" Han Sen was not going to lie. He shook his head. "It is actually not related to it. If I am forced to heal your wounds, it will cost me a lot of energy. No offense, but you are neither my friend nor my family. There is no reason for me to hurt myself to save you. If it was not for the Crown Prince being my friend, even if you gave me your rare gene race, I might not care about you. You are a very honest man." When Qin Jingzhen heard that, he felt more relaxed. If Han Sen really wanted nothing, then that would be really weird. It would have been pretty hard to understand. "Mr. Han, do you really need the dark big evil dragon king? That is our kingdom suppressing god spirit gene race. Even I cannot use it casually. If you only need the gene race, I have a gene race that is no inferior to the dark big evil dragon king." Qin Jingzhen did not keep talking, but what he wanted to say was obvious. Han Sen said, "The dark big evil dragon king is not really what I require. I need a pure gene race that has the yin and the cold, or the yin and the soft power. I wonder if you have a gene race like that." Qin Jingzhen looked troubled. He receded into deep thought. His eyes eventually went bright. "I do not have a gene race like that, but I know where you might be able to find one. That gene race is not owned by anyone either. The gene race's power and skills are just like the dark big evil dragon king. Truth be told, it might even be better. With Mr. Han's skills, it might be possible to claim it." "What kind of gene race is it?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. It was a strong gene race, and it was not owned by anyone. Han Sen was able to claim it. That just sounded strange. Qin Jingzhen was a cool man. Even in the middle of a life or death crisis, he was still able to smile and say, "That gene race is called Mirror Moon." Does that mean Mirror Flower Water Moon? Han Sen thought about the name. It sounded soft. It was like a water element gene race. Qin Jingzhen shook his head and said, "Mirror Moon isn't about the Mirror Flower Water Moon. This gene race has nothing to do with water. I cannot tell you what kind of gene race it is, but its power should be related to yin and coldness. The heart is like a mirror. It is like it reflects the moon. Without a doubt, and understanding destiny, the two words came from a great man who once belonged to the great, forgotten man. That is where the name Mirror Moon came from. Qin Jingzhen's face looked weird. Which great man was that? Han Sen thought. It could not be Qin Shu. Night God No Moon. When Qin Shu said the name, he looked even weirder. Perhaps you have never heard of that name before, but she is a great person in the history of the Qin Kingdom. Chapter 3234 Half a Candle, Night God No Moon. Isn't that the name given to Moon God by the Qin Kingdom? Does she have a gene race in the Qin Kingdom? Han Sen was shocked by this. If there was a gene race left behind by Moon God, it could be unique. Qin Jingzhen said, let's not mention this person Night God No Moon, but just this Mirror Moon gene race has a very legendary story behind it. What is so amazing about this gene race? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Qin Jingzhen said, this gene race has a legend that Night God No Moon's friend left behind. After that person died, Night God No Moon did not keep the gene race. She kept it someplace. Whenever she missed that friend, she went to see that gene race and speak with it. Of course, there is another side to the story. It says that Night God No Moon was never able to claim that gene race, and that was the reason why she kept it there. In fact, that gene race has been in the Qin Kingdom for 1 billion years, but no one has ever been able to claim it. Fortunately, its personality is considered a rather nice one. As a matter of fact, it is even a bit lazy. If you do not incite its wrath, it will not hurt anyone. It has always been kept inside Jade Wall City. I did not know that. Han Sen was very curious about this creature, so he could not help but ask, what species is this gene race? If you are interested, Mr. Han, please go and take a look. Qin Jingzhen paused. He spoke to an officer and said, take Han Sen to Candle Garden. Mr. Han, I am sick. I cannot go with you. You go check it out. It will be a fantastic thing if you are able to claim it. If you cannot, we will think of something else. Qin Jingzhen coughed at Han Sen. Take care, my king. I will leave you now. Han Sen did not suggest a way in which he could help Qin Jingzhen yet. It was not like Han Sen did not want to help him. It was just that he had no better way to do it. Wanner's power was all over Qin Jingzhen. The only thing that could save his ravaging was Wanner. Not even Qin Shu would have been able to help him. Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode repelled Wanner's power, but Wanner's power was far stronger now. His Super God Spirit mode worked on Qin Jingzhen, but he could not scrub it all away. Han Sen forced himself to break the rules of the universe to use the Super God Spirit mode and delay the inevitable death of Qin Jingzhen. It was because of his Super God Spirit mode. Other people were not even able to extend his life by 1 second, and breaking the universe was considered taboo. It cost Super God Spirit mode power to do this. Han Sen only asked for a God Spirit gene race in return, so it was not too costly. Han Sen said Qin Jingzhen might one day be all better. That was not entirely a lie. Qin Jingzhen was Qin Shu's heir. If he was able to live when Qin Shu came back, perhaps there was a chance Wanner would be willing to save him. That was one of the possibilities Han Sen had considered. If Han Sen was able to reverse his Super God Spirit mode, he could save the dying king himself. That was another chance he could put faith in. At the end of the day, though, these two opportunities for saving the king were in the future. At this point, no one could do anything. Han Sen went to Candle Garden, which had a weird presence. It kept appearing and disappearing. Sometimes it was there, and sometimes it was not there. It made Han Sen be unable to look at it. Candle Garden is a place where no trespassers may go, the officer said at the gate. He did not go forward. Without the king's orders, no one is allowed to enter. I can only bring you this far. Thanks. Han Sen pushed the door open and went into Candle Garden. Candle Garden was big, but the big garden did not have flowers, grass, woods, or trees. It did not have fake mountains or streams of water. The ground was composed of stone boards. There was also a small pavilion. The small pavilion was very tiny. Compared to the garden at large, it was very empty. Han Sen looked at the stone desk inside the stone pavilion. The garden did not have anything in it. There was only the stone desk on the inside, which had half a white candle. Han Sen felt a weird presence earlier. He determined it came from this strange half candle. Weird. If this half candle is the legendary gene race, it should be a fire element one. Why did Qin Jingzhen say it was yin and cold? Why does the half candle not seem to have anything to do with Mirror Moon? Is this half candle not Mirror Moon's gene race? Han Sen frowned as he looked around. The results of the inspection were the same as before. Aside from the half-burned candle, there was nothing else to espy in the garden. Besides the fact that there were no gene races there also weren't any ordinary plants. This is a little strange. Is the half-candle really Mirror Moon? Han Sen stepped toward the stone pavilion. He sensed that the candle was nothing ordinary, but the presence was very hidden. Han Sen could not see it clearly. Outside the pavilion, he did not think the candle was very special. When he went to the stone pavilion, he felt cold. Everything seemed to go dark. It was like he had just entered a cold and dark cave. He could not see anything beyond the pavilion. Everything was pitch black. He could not even see his fingers. All he could see was the very dim light of the candle that was down upon the table. The light was weird. The candlelight outside the pavilion looked yellowish. It looked like any ordinary candle. As he looked upon it now, the candlelight was bluish and greenish. It was a distinctly ghost-like fire, and it released a scary and cold air. The cold air in the stone pavilion came from the candle. Han Sen entered the stone pavilion. He suddenly heard the old man with white hair, whom he had encountered in the palace, coldly said, "You are an outsider, yet you wish to take Mirror Moon. If you were smart, you would leave right now. If you are too slow, I am afraid you are just going to die here." After pausing, the old man with white hair said, "Jing Zhen fears his demise. He must have become possessed. His wounds cannot be healed by an annihilation class elite. He believes an outsider human can help him. It looks like he is just a commoner after all. He is nothing like how a true king should be. If the Qin kingdom can ever hope to unite the universe, it will always boil down to the strength of an heir." After saying that, the old man with white hair looked glum as he said, "Jing Zhen only has one son, Qin Bai. On top of that, the kid is an asshole. The Qin kingdom's fate is something we should worry about. I am afraid I will have to wait for the right moment. I should wait for the real Qin king to show up." Han Sen looked at the candle and thought, Qin Jing Zhen did not lie. This half-candle is a yin and cold gene race after all. Still, it is a bit different. While it has fire, the fire is awfully cold. What kind of gene race is this? Why is it called Mirror Moon? While he was thinking, Han Sen stepped toward the candle. Even if that half-candle wasn't a worthy match for Jedeskin, having that powerful gene race was still beneficial. Chapter 3235 Mirror Moon Candle. As Han Sen got closer to the candle, the cold air felt very heavy. Even someone like Han Sen, who had a strong body, felt the cold air penetrate him. Weird. This power does not seem to be a cold element. Otherwise, Jedeskin should have been able to resist it. Now, the cold air goes into my body, but Jedeskin does not react. It is not just a cold element. It isn't that simple. Han Sen was more interested in that half-burned candle. The reverse Dongshuan Sutra ran on its own because it was a power native to the universe of kingdoms. Unlike its counterpart, it wasn't going to be hampered by the rules that governed the universe. The reverse Dongshuan Sutra was different from the powers of the primary Dongshuan Sutra. The main Dongshuan Sutra power came through the Dongshuan Aura's powers of analysis and inspection. The Dongshuan Sutra did not need to analyze things either. It could just simulate the powers of an opponent. It was kind of like a copying machine. No matter what the content was, it would just copy it. If the main Dongshuan Sutra was a skill, then the reverse Dongshuan Sutra was a violent skill. Han Sen's power was suddenly swapped. It became the cold power, which was practically the same. It was different from the main Dongshuan Sutra. The reverse Dongshuan Sutra was violent, but it could only be used after it had been transformed. One was not able to witness the miracles inside it. Even though Han Sen was now using a power that was the same as the candle, he had no idea what kind of power it was. Although that was enough, Han Sen's power became just like that of the half-burned candle. He suddenly felt like the dark was starting to fade away. The cold air went away. The stone pavilion was still the stone pavilion, and the candle was still the candle. Han Sen still stood in the pavilion. It felt as if everything was just a dream. Han Sen knew that this was not a dream. He still felt the candle's power, which was very scary. It was different from before. The power started to get closer to him. It was clearly because Han Sen's power had changed. It thought he was one of them, or it was getting closer because it sensed the same power. Han Sen tried to get close to the candle, and the candle did not deny him. The white, half-burned candle still burned with gold fire. There was no longer a cold feeling from it. Beneath the burning candlelight, Han Sen felt warm. It was like he was bathing in fire. "Can you talk to me?" Han Sen walked in front of the stone table to talk to the white half-burned candle. The white candle was an unknown creature. Obviously, it could not speak or think for itself. Yet, it shook its light to try and communicate. "Are you Mirror Moon?" Han Sen asked. He wasn't sure if his question would be answered. The half-burned candle shook a little. It looked like a confirmation. "Do you know Moon God?" Han Sen asked. The candle's flame shivered a little. It clearly recognized Moon God. "Are you Moon God's gene race?" Han Sen asked another question. This time, the candle's flame jumped twice. Han Sen knew what that meant. Clearly, it was not a gene race that belonged to Moon God. If it jumped twice, it meant no. Han Sen's eyes squinted as he asked, "Did Moon God try and take you away?" He saw the flames of the candle jump once, so Han Sen immediately proceeded to ask, "Does that mean you did not want to follow her?" The candle's light jumped. Han Sen was shocked. It looks like there is some truth to the legend after all. It was not that Moon God did not want to take it with her. She just couldn't take it with her. Han Sen looked at the candle and asked, "In that case, are you willing to follow me?" He directly asked that question because there was no need to beat around the bush. If Jadeskin did not react, that meant the strange half-burned candle could not be used to reverse his Jadeskin body. It would have been great if he could take it with him. If he couldn't, he would not be missing out on much. This time, the half-burned candle's flame did not move. After a while, it flickered once. "That means you want to follow me," Han Sen said with glee. The candle, which was called Mirror Moon, was amazing. It would have been excellent if he could take it with him. It would likely come in handy at some point. This time, the candlelight jumped extra fast. Despite that quick flicker of the flame, the actual body of the candle itself did not move an inch. It was rather strange. Han Sen felt compelled to ask, "Can't you move?" The candle's flame flickered one time and one time only. That seemed to suggest Han Sen was indeed right in his clever deduction. The gene race he was talking to was not able to move by itself. If it needed to move, it would require a helping hand. This was too weird. Gene races at Mirror Moon's level had an annihilation god spirit power, yet it could not move. That was very hard to believe. It can't talk or communicate. It cannot even move. What kind of god spirit gene race is this? Han Sen looked at Mirror Moon weirdly before asking, "Can I just use my hands to pick you up?" After receiving an answer, Han Sen put his hands around the half-burned candle and picked it up. The moment Han Sen picked the candle up, he sensed darkness ahead. He felt as if space and time around him had been twisted by a strange power. Han Sen stood where he was, looking ahead with caution. One could not tell what sort of emotions he was feeling. It was like he was seeing a ghost but was not scared. "If I tell people what happened, no one will believe what I have seen." Han Sen held the candle with a wry smile. He understood why the candle had a strong and cold presence. That presence was not simply a cold power. Han Sen had a closer look. He saw that the space above Jade Wall City displayed many transparent, white ghosts flying. They were all headed into the sky. They weren't just above Jade Wall City. All of space seemed to be filled with transparent ghosts drifting off into the skies. The spirits featured old people, young men, and women. It looked like they all knew Geno arts. Everyone was flying in that direction. This scene was incredibly beautiful. All the dead souls in the universe were flying. It was indescribable how creepy and awesome the scene was. Han Sen's vision focused on a giant god hall. The giant god hall had 4 giant words on it. Geno Hall. Han Sen was shocked. Does this mean the white, transparent souls are the souls of creatures that are reincarnating? Does that mean the Geno Hall is a place where the two worlds can connect? Han Sen quickly put the candle back on the stone table. The spirits in the Geno Hall instantly disappeared from the sky. When he picked up the candle again, all of that was revealed again. This half-burned candle's power is connected to the concept of reincarnation. Han Sen was shocked as he held the candle. Chapter 3236 Elder. For it to be related to the powers that governed reincarnation was something rather spooky. Han Sen was still unable to figure out what the half-burned candle actually was. Even an annihilation class main god had no direct association with the processes of reincarnation. Plus, that half-burned candle was just a wild, evolved god spirit gene race. What is the precise nature of this existence? Who was its master? Han Sen wanted to immediately seek out Night God No Moon so he could ask about Mirror Moon's history and power. Although he had the Mirror Moon candle, Han Sen could not place Mirror Moon in his Sea of Soul. Mirror Moon only agreed to follow him. It did not agree to become his gene race. It is okay if I am at least able to bring it around with me. It does not matter if I cannot place it down in the Sea of Soul. Han Sen was chill about that fact. He just grabbed a hold of the half-burned candle and started to make his exit from the candle garden. No, impossible, the old man with white hair thought Han Sen would gain nothing. Who would have known Han Sen was able to hold the half-burned candle and leave the candle garden so simply? Mirror Moon was not like the big, dark evil Dragon King that meant a lot to the Qin Kingdom, but its history was just like the big, dark evil Dragon King. It might have been even greater than it. Night God No Moon had left a big mark on the Qin Kingdom. She left behind even more than even Qin Shu. After all, Qin Shu only made the Qin Kingdom shine for one generation. Night God No More established the system of law. It made the Qin Kingdom shine all the way up until this day, saving it from being destroyed. The Qin Kingdom had many ultimate elites to help it. That enabled it to experience and endure many crises without falling. It was all, more or less, related to the stability given by their system of law. If this was not the case, why would so many of those elites help the Qin Kingdom if over half of them were not even from the Qin Kingdom? Why would they work to save the country? Mirror Moon, which was a half-burned candle, was not Night God Moon's gene race. Still, it had a big connection to Night God No Moon. Back in the day, Night God No Moon had only just set up her system of law. It had a lot of trouble getting off the ground and even led to a lot of inner conflicts in the kingdom. One law cost 10,000 lives. Every law that was made involved many lives. It was like a river of blood was formed. When the new laws were pushed to their most trying times, the king suddenly died. The nobles who opposed the new laws used that chance to attack Night God No Moon's people, who wanted to follow the law and order. They said things like, "The new laws make the god spirits mad, and that is why the king died. If they continue using the new system of law, which goes against the sky, the Qin Kingdom will be punished by the sky and destroyed one day." The voices of those against grew louder when the king died. They could not be quelled. The efforts and blood that had been spent on creating the laws to that point were on the cusp of being wasted. At that time, Night God No Moon borrowed Mirror Moon. With the power of that half-burned candle, they broke the system of reincarnation and brought the king back to life. After that, things took a turn. The new system of law succeeded. That was all very scary. The king made an order to keep silent about his revival. The officers who knew about the king coming back to life were all dead. Even amidst the royals, no one talked about that. The legends about Mirror Moon, the half-burned candle, bringing the king back to life were well known. Although the royals did not dare speak about it, many people looked for Mirror Moon. After Night God No Moon vanished, many royals tried to claim Mirror Moon. The old man with white hair was one of them, but he had failed. The half-burned candle, Mirror Moon, was left sitting in the Qin Kingdom's candle garden. Only God knew how many billions of years later had passed. Now, Han Sen had been easily able to take the half-burned candle out of Candle Garden. Qin Yuan did not object to Han Sen going to Candle Garden because he did not believe Han Sen had what it took to take Mirror Moon. Even the Qin family's break-world elites could not match such a candle. Besides, Han Sen was just a human outsider. He had not expected that Han Sen would really be able to bring the Mirror Moon candle away. Qin Yuan could not just sit back and watch as this happened. It was a powerful item that could go against the sky. Even if the Qin family could not use it, he did not want to allow it to be used by an outsider. Qin Yuan's eyes looked very deep. He teleported through space and stared at the Mirror Moon candle in Han Sen's hands. His eyes turned bright as he said, he did not take the Mirror Moon candle completely. I am not sure what method he used to have the Mirror Moon candle let him bring it out of Candle Garden. If Han Sen had already taken Mirror Moon, Qin Yuan would have been very worried. He was worried that Mirror Moon had a mysterious power. Otherwise, he would not have had to stop Han Sen. He now realized that Han Sen could not actually take the Mirror Moon candle. This delighted him. He jumped away, going across a lot of space to enter the Candle Garden. Han Sen was holding the half-burned candle on his way out of the garden. The officer who led Han Sen there was still waiting for him outside. When he saw Han Sen bring the half-burned candle out, the officer was shocked. He did not know the history of Mirror Moon, but he had seen many kings enter Candle Garden and exit with a destroyed look on their faces. Everyone had always returned from that place empty-handed. Upon seeing that Han Sen had the half-burned candle in his hands and was now walking out fine, how could anyone not be shocked? The officer went up to him and bowed. "Congratulations, Mr. Han, you really are so strong. I have served 3 generations, and I have seen many people enter the candle garden. I have never seen anyone bring anything out with them from that place. You are the only one who has been able to do this, Mr. Han." Han Sen wished to say something, but he suddenly saw a shadow come before him. It blocked his way. When he saw that shadow, the officer felt his body tremor and quake. He quickly kneeled. With a trembling voice, he said, "Greetings, old Alpha." Qin Yuan ignored the officer. He looked at Han Sen and coldly said, "Put Mirror Moon down. This is not some item you can randomly take away. Really, the king told me that if I was able to take it that it belongs to me." Han Sen was not angry, but he did speak coldly. Jing Zhen's sickness has not yet been healed. His mind is still a bit messed up. You cannot take his words seriously. Qin Yuan took a step forward. His power was like a mountain or rushing tsunami. He wanted Han Sen to bend. "Are you saying the Qin Kingdom's king's brain is broken?" Han Sen directly asked. "You are talking like a fart." "Nonsense. I think you have no idea that you are going to die today." Qin Yuan's power grew stronger. The scary presence turned into a pair of eyes that had a fire inside. He was going for Han Sen as if he wanted to burn him to dust. "Isn't that what you meant?" Han Sen coldly asked. "What if it was? Jing Zhen is my heir. His grandfather's grandfather called me great-grandfather. I am an elder, so, what if I speak the truth?" Qin Yuan looked very overbearing. His body raged with fire. "I already know one elder of the Qin family," Han Sen coldly said. "She calls me Big Brother. If we are talking about who the oldest is, you should call me the great-granduncle or something. I say it is your brain that has a problem. As an elder, I can say that to you, right?" Chapter 3237 Demon God Sword Spirit, you should die for humiliating the Qin family. Not even the king can protect your precious asshole in this place. Qin Yuan looked murderous. He really wanted Han Sen dead. Han Sen was a famous, evil officer. He was the person most favored by the Crown Prince, and that was already more than enough to place him squarely in Qin Yuan's bad books. Now, Han Sen was trying to trick Qin Jing Zhen and take the Mirror Moon candle for himself. He also wanted to get his hands on the dark big evil dragon king. He had to die for these transgressions. Before Han Sen could say a word, Qin Yuan's right finger flickered. A scary and invisible sword air went straight for Han Sen's chest. Qin Yuan's practice was very scary. To live as long as he had was unnatural. He and Jian had both studied with the sword, but he had been famous well before Jian. He was an invincible swordsman in the eyes of the Qin kingdom. Furthermore, the Qin family's butler, and Yang Ting, was in charge of safeguarding the Qin family's bloodline. He had killed many scary elites. Whoever saw his invisible sword was doomed. Even a king might not have survived such an encounter. In fact, Qin Yuan had assassinated the king of another kingdom. There used to be a kingdom called the Yu Kingdom. Qin Yuan killed the king, and the kingdom collapsed soon after. Many of the people killed by the invisible sword were powerful kingdom elites and people who had powerful god spirit gene races. To other kingdoms, the Qin kingdoms and Yang Ting and Qin Yuan were scarier than Qin Jing Zhen, who was the actual king. The main feature of the invisible sword was that it was invisible. People were never too certain of the way they died. Qin Yuan used his invisible sword for an obvious purpose. He wished to kill Han Sen. Han Sen was suppressed by the rules of the universe of kingdoms. He could not use his primary Dongshuan Sutra, and the reverse Dongshuan Sutra did not have the power that enabled him to peep into the workings of the world. Thus, he did not detect the invisible sword air that was thirsty for him. Seeing the sword air already strike Han Sen on his wound, Qin Yuan coldly laughed. "You're just an evil officer and nothing more. Here he was trying to take my Qin family's Mirror Moon's gene race. You really did have to die for this." In the next second, Qin Yuan's face looked glum. The invisible sword touched Han Sen's clothes, but his body was pushed away by the sword air. He did not get killed by the invisible sword. He was also not injured by it. "You and I have no prior grudge, yet you want to kill me." Han Sen did not want to kill the people of the Qin kingdom. He definitely did not want to kill people from the Qin family. After all, Qin Bai was always nice to him. Qin Yuan should have been trying to help Qin Bai. When Qin Yuan was being mean to him, he did not care. You should die. Qin Yuan was already making another move. He was no longer afraid. His body's god spirit blood pulse exploded. It was like a rare demon sword releasing a sword mind that was unleashed upon the sky. The scary sword mind made the whole of Jade Wall City's weapons moan and groan. They shivered and shook as if they were afraid. Qin Yuan didn't just have the Qin family's annihilation god spirit blood pulse. He also had an annihilation god spirit blood pulse gene race, demon god sword spirit. His invisible sword was based on the power of the demon god sword spirit. A Geno art was birthed out of it. Now, the demon god sword spirit had combined with him. It unleashed all of his power. Qin Yuan waved his finger and summoned a sword air that shocked the sky. It was like a rainstorm of swords heading for Han Sen. Old Alpha's demon god sword spirit. This is going in the direction of Candle Garden. He wants to kill Han Sen. Qin Jingzhen's face looked terrible. He angrily slammed the table. It disrupted his wounds and made him cough up some blood. Qin Jingzhen really hoped Han Sen could help extend his life. It was fine if Qin Yuan was not willing to give the dark big evil dragon king to Han Sen. That was the Qin kingdom's suppressing gene race. Qin Jingzhen understood his reasoning behind that. Now, Qin Yuan was going to try and murder Han Sen near the Candle Garden. It was like he was killing him too. Qin Yuan, I am currently the Qin kingdom's king not you. How dare you ignore my command? If I do not kill you, I cannot be the king. Qin Jingzhen looked murderous. He was furious about the situation. Qin Yuan did not care for his opinion. He did not care about Qin Bai either. Qin Jingzhen was afraid that if he died, Qin Bai would end up like a puppet on the throne. Killing Qin Yuan, however, was difficult. He was the leader of Yangting. He had the scary powers of the Qin family. With Qin Yuan's power, the Qin kingdom did not have someone sufficiently strong enough to oppose them. If Gnbugu was not willing to fight, it was hopeless. He was one of the few people who could fight Qin Yuan, but Gnbugu had made a promise not to fight. It was impossible to ask him to kill Qin Yuan. Qin Jingzhen's heart was full of ire. He gnashed his teeth, wanting to skin Qin Yuan alive. But he could not make such a command. Qin Jingzhen suddenly hated the law. If there was no law, the Qin kingdom's kingly power would not be so scattered. He would not have been so helpless when it came to dealing with Qin Yuan. If I am a king who cannot do anything, then what is the point of me being king? It is no wonder so many kings are willing to earn a bad reputation by becoming a tyrant. I want to be a tyrant too. I want to give my son the throne of a supreme king, Qin Jingzhen roared. He could not speak. He was depressed. He spat out more blood. His wounds were getting worse. Before the endless amount of sword air that swirled around the Candle Garden touched down on Han Sen, his body started to move. Han Sen's body was swift. He was like the branches of a willow tree. He looked very soft as if he had no power, yet he managed to dodge everything. Not a single stroke of sword air could hurt his body. He did not need his break world power for this. With his combat power, it was already hard for Han Sen to find an opponent. He simply used his basic reactions, and the sword airs were unable to hurt him. Qin Yuan's face changed. He never expected anyone could ever have the reaction times needed to dodge his sword air attacks. Something like this had never happened before. Han Sen looked at Qin Yuan as he continued to walk forward. His body kept moving. When the sword air was around him, it went back to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan pushed his invisible swords to the max, but they could not even brush against Han Sen's clothes. They could not prohibit Han Sen's slow advance. It is no wonder he is so ignorant. He has what it takes. It is a shame you cannot fight me. You have the power that can take you into the sky, but I will still kill you. Qin Yuan's eyes looked to be burning even brighter. The invisible sword air became visible. Two weird powers crossed his body. They started to compose a sword and become a solid break world power. When the sword was formed, the whole of Jade Wall City's weapons emerged from their scabbards. The sword element gene races all started to moan and groan. They were angry and restless. It was like they were going to come out of their god spirit marks and fight. Demon god spirit sword, what happened here? Who is in Yangting, that monster, fighting? He is using a break world power. All around Jade Wall City, all the elites looked toward the palace, which looked weird. Chapter 3238 Getting Sword. Qin Yuan had the demon god sword. The presence of the sword was like a demon god air that was tearing through the rules of creation. It was like no power was able to dull the sharpness of the sword. This was the first time Han Sen had seen break world powers become solid. It meant Han Sen's break world power had not become a solid level yet. Concerning the break world scales, one could certainly tell Qin Yuan was a whole level stronger than Han Sen. The break world level did not truly determine if power was stronger or weaker. Han Sen calmly looked at Qin Yuan and his demon god sword. The Dongshuan Sutra was used to break the world again. The whole universe's most basic level was in front of Han Sen. The world Han Sen saw now was different from what people in their ordinary eyes saw. The demon god sword was a heavy black sword. It was ridiculously heavy, but its power was truly shocking. If this was an ordinary person going against it, all they would see was a black and overbearing sword. The sword air, which was like the flames from a demon god, was on the heavy sword. In Han Sen's eyes, it was different. From what Han Sen saw, the heavy sword was made of some sort of weird substance chain. It was different from the substances around the place. It just didn't match. From what Han Sen sensed, the demon god sword did not just exist alone. It had a strong tie with Qin Yuan's body. The two of them had many connections and ties, all of which one could not see with one's eyes. It looks like the reason break world power can become solid is for using the break world power to build your own rules. It is fighting the rules right now. With the solid part as its base, it will be stronger than using break world powers. You won't get suppressed by the rules of the universe easily either. Han Sen now understood the benefits of break world powers becoming solid. Demon God pierced through the heart sword. Qin Yuan's eyes looked cold. He waved his demon god sword. The heavy sword moved in an amazing way that ignored the fabric of space. It pierced right through Han Sen's heart. Han Sen's body reacted. For some reason, after dodging, the demon god sword had still managed to perforate his chest. The sword pierced through Han Sen's muscles and bones. It pierced right through his heart. The back of the sword plunged through to emerge from his back. While Qin Yuan clutched his sword, he coldly said, "It is just like I told you. Even if you have the ability to fight something that can take you up to the sky, today was the day you die. You die here and now." He made it sound as if this was meant to be and there was no need to worry about it. Is this your break world power? Can it pierce through one's heart? Han Sen stood in space and lowered his head. He tried to look at the demon god sword in his chest. "Oh, not bad." Qin Yuan proudly said, "It does not just puncture one's heart. If I want to, I can have this sword pierce through anywhere on your body. Even a god spirit cannot dodge the power of my demon god sword." "It's such a scary power," Han Sen said. "If people like you were still living in this world, I would be afraid your opponents would be very busy." "My enemies do not need to eat or sleep because they are already all dead," Qin Yuan said. He pulled the demon god sword out of Han Sen's chest. "I do not want to be a dead man. Therefore, I must kill you." Han Sen reached out a hand. He clutched the blade of the demon god sword. HMPH. Qin Yuan did not believe what Han Sen had just told him. The power of the demon god sword could slash through everything. It was one of the strongest materials in the world. Nothing was able to block how sharp the demon god sword was. Han Sen grabbed the blade. He only needed to pull it and the blade would be broken. Qin Yuan's attempt to pull it back failed. The demon god sword couldn't be moved. It made Qin Yuan frown. He gathered up more power to pull the sword back. The demon god sword still failed to move. It was like it was buried amidst a tangle of roots. It made Qin Yuan's face change. He looked at Han Sen's hand. Han Sen was holding the sword in his hand. The part he was holding onto was looking red, and the red color was still spreading. It was like the veins buried beneath the skin were now starting to show. The demon god sword's body had veins spread across it. Han Sen's hand, which was holding onto it, was at the center. Qin Yuan felt rather unsafe. He tried his best to pull the demon god sword back. He tried his hardest, but the demon god sword still wouldn't budge. Qin Yuan was even more scared because he was the one who generated the demon god sword. Now, he felt his power in the demon god sword was blocked. It was like a pipe that was clogged and blocked through concrete. Han Sen was holding the sword with a face that did not change. His eyes, however, flashed with the colors of the rainbow. The blood power in his hands kept going into the demon god sword. Previously, Han Sen had only wanted to use the Dongshuan Sutra's power to fight Qin Yuan, but the power of the demon god sword struck Han Sen and activated the blood pulse sutra's power. It enabled him to block the demon god sword's power. This was the first time Han Sen had used the Dongshuan Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra, two break world powers, together. With those two break world powers, Han Sen learned something amazing. The break world power of the Dongshuan Sutra enabled him to change the rules. The Blood Pulse Sutra's break world power enabled things to be returned to their origin. When the two powers applied their magic to the demon god sword, Han Sen noticed he was able to use the Dongshuan Sutra to slash the connection between the demon god sword and Qin Yuan. The Blood Pulse Sutra, meanwhile, could make the demon god sword return to its origin. It was like it was being reborn and was no longer controlled by the whims of Qin Yuan. Because the Dongshuan Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra had only achieved their break world powers, their level was not that high. Therefore, modifying the demon god sword was not something that could be done in a hurry. Now, only the section Han Sen was holding was modified. Other areas of the sword were still being modified, just at a much slower pace. Even so, the power of the demon god sword was useless to Han Sen. Qin Yuan wanted to use the demon god sword's power to cut Han Sen's hand, but that was impossible. Plus, the humans of the universe of kingdoms did not practice. They all depended on outside powers. A solid break world weapon was generated. That meant people put many powers into their break world weapons. Now, a break world weapon was not working. Qin Yuan had lost half of his power. Since Qin Yuan had lost half of his power, competing via strength seemed unlikely. Even in his best period of time, he could not fight Han Sen with power. Qin Yuan shouted loudly. He used a power that was kind of like drinking milk. The demon god sword, which was still in Han Sen's hand, could not be moved. The red veins went all over the demon god sword. Pang! When the demon god sword was fully red, it shook away Qin Yuan's hands. Qin Yuan shockingly looked at the demon god sword that was in Han Sen's chest. He could not believe the demon god sword he generated could no longer be controlled by him. It even ended up shirking his hand away. Chapter 3239. In Yongting. Qin Yuan's eyes looked shocked. Han Sen reached out his hands to stop the demon god sword's handle. He then pulled the demon god sword out of his chest. While the demon god sword was being pulled out of his body, Han Sen's wounds immediately started to heal. The wounds instantly faded from sight. Not a single mark or scar remained. As this happened, the demon god sword was full of red. It all looked like veins. The moment Han Sen pulled the demon god sword out, the demon god sword's sword air started to rise. It was like it was setting the sword's body on fire. The entire demon god sword was covered in a red flame. The red fire started to fade away. The demon god sword looked like it had been reborn in a fire. The heavy black sword was burned by the red flame. It became smaller and shorter. It changed from a heavy sword into a longsword. It also adopted a more delicate appearance. Han Sen held the modified demon god sword. He swung it through the air. Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief as the demon god sword kicked up a plume of demon god sword air. It was scarier than his pure power earlier. No, it is impossible. Qin Yuan was so shocked that he stumbled back. He had lived for a very long time, but he had never seen anything like this happen. The demon god sword was his break sword weapon. It was an item he had created. Even if there was a stronger elite that could break the demon god sword, that elite could not take it away and warp its ownership. Han Sen had not only just taken the demon god sword, but he had adopted it. He had taken the power of the demon god sword for himself. If Qin Yuan had not seen this with his own two eyes, he would never have believed such a thing was possible. It was just Qin Yuan who couldn't believe it. Many of the elites focusing on the fight could not believe what their eyes were telling them. Have my eyes gotten too old to see things all funny? Did Han Sen take the demon god sword for his own usage? 1,000-mile reach could not believe it. You are not seeing things incorrectly. Jia Zhen looked weird as she confirmed that was what she was seeing too. Once again, Han Sen had surpassed all her expectations. People like Qin Yuan, who was considered an invincible elite of the Qin kingdom with his demon god sword, were names that shocked the universe. He was a person many kings feared upon merely hearing the name. Now, the demon god sword was in Han Sen's hands. It also appeared to be an even stronger weapon. Han Sen slowly raised the demon god sword. The scary sword air locked onto Qin Yuan. Now, Qin Yuan was scared. When he was young, he was a very lucky man. Even the king was not as lucky as him. Many people of the Qin kingdom had already become yellow soil, yet he was still alive. Only God knew how many years it had been since Qin Yuan last felt the sensation of fear. When this terror fell upon him again, he realized that no matter how powerful he had become or how much of a reputation he had earned, he was just as scared of dying as anyone else was. He was perhaps even more afraid. When Han Sen waved the demon god's sword in his direction, Qin Yuan's eyebrows kept jumping. His body flashed like thunder. A sword spirit arose from his back. It was Qin Yuan's Annihilation class Gene Race Demon God Sword Spirit. Now, the Demon God Sword Spirit did not look so scary. That was because half of its power was used by Qin Yuan to make the Demon God Sword. Thus, the Demon God Sword Spirit power was extremely weak. Qin Yuan knew he could not dodge the Demon God Sword's power. Even though he had a Demon God Sword Spirit, he could not evade the attack of the Demon God Sword. Only the Demon God Sword Spirit's power could fight back the Demon God Sword in a bid to perhaps negate it. The Demon God Sword Spirit was too weak. Half of its power had been used to create the Demon God Sword. It was so weak that it could not block or cancel the Demon God Sword power. Qin Yuan gave up the Demon God Sword Spirit to get rid of the Demon God Sword's lock on him, forcing it to fight the Demon God Sword Spirit. He knew the Demon God Sword Spirit would be broken by the Demon God Sword, but he had no choice. He had to do this to stay alive. After leaving the Demon God Sword Spirit, Qin Yuan still had the Qin family's God Spirit Blood Pulse and another Gene Race. After summoning a Gene Race combination, he did not look back. He sent out a signal. Many shadows appeared. They were not as strong as Qin Yuan, but they were not much weaker. These people were members of Anyang Ting, and they wielded the most basic powers of the Qin kingdom. Unless it was a life or death moment, even Qin Jingzhen, who was the king of the Qin kingdom, could not use them. Only Qin Yuan and Anyang Ting members could use the Anyang Ting. The Anyang Ting members were clad in black clothes and robes. They wore masks that were faceless and white. All of the shadows appeared next to the candle garden and surrounded the area. Han Sen's Demon God Sword struck the Demon God Sword Spirit, but the two of them did not create much of an impact. The Demon God Sword Spirit, which was a transparent and light shadow, was absorbed by the Demon God Sword. After absorbing the Demon God Sword Spirit, the Demon God Sword underwent some changes. It was like it had some sort of spirit. It left Han Sen's hand to hover in front of him. Bzzzt. The whole system was illuminated by a sword light. Countless swords departed their scabbards. The more famous they were, the more they reacted. All of the sword lights went into the sky like they were fighting some strange power. Han Sen did not have time to figure out what happened to the Demon God Sword. He grabbed the Demon God Sword. At this moment, Han Sen felt the Demon God Sword was different. It had once been a weapon. Now, it was a life force. It was a new Demon God Sword Spirit. Compared to the old Demon God Sword Spirit, this Demon God Sword Spirit was far stronger. It was a pure, break world God Spirit Gene Race. 100 Anyang Ting members surrounded the candle garden. They had a weird black air around them. It was unknown what sort of Gene Race power that was. The black fire looked like it had a soul. It was all going into Qin Yuan's body. Qin Yuan's body started to generate a cloud of black smoke. Qin Yuan's body looked very weird. He had many black dragon scales and a dark horn. He was like a human black dragon. When the Anyang Ting's elites gathered their power over Qin Yuan, his presence became stronger. He became scarier. He became even scarier than when he used break world power. More and more Anyang Ting people arrived. Their bodies had a black flame. It helped Qin Yuan's black flame. The Anyang Ting members had been elites for a few generations, and all of them were unique. There was so much power inside Qin Yuan. How scary was that power? Han Sen was holding the Demon God Sword while coldly looking at Qin Yuan. Although Qin Yuan could die, the Anyang Ting's members were members of the Qin family. They were the basis of the Qin family. They used all their power on Qin Yuan. If Han Sen beat them, that meant the Anyang Ting would be trashed in its entirety. Qin Yuan uses a Gene Race. That must be the Dark Big Evil Dragon King because that Gene Race has this secret. It is no wonder that when Qin Yuan heard about me wanting the Dark Big Evil Dragon King, his reaction was so volatile. Han Sen's eyes looked like thunder. He held onto the Demon God Sword. On this day, even the old man Sky King was there. He would have killed Qin Yuan and had the Anyang Ting be buried with him. Chapter 3240 Black Dragon Promise. Qin Yuan's back had the shadow of a black dragon on it. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. It was in the mist. It did not look real. Han Sen waved the demon god sword spirit and mustered an invisible sword air to come lashing out at Qin Yuan. That sword air was unavoidable. Dong! The sword air struck Qin Yuan, but it was blocked 3 feet behind him. He could not stick it through. The shadow of a dragon wrapped around Qin Yuan. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. It blocked the demon god sword spirit's invisible sword air. In the meantime, the Yangting members spoke spells aloud as if they were honest believers. When a few hundred Yangting members spoke out a mysterious spell to the black air, the whole of Jade Wall City lit up. The giant man-made city, ringed by a jade wall, had many of its buildings glow with a mysterious light. If one looked closer, one would find that those lights were mystical spells. The whole of the Jade Wall City looked like a real, giant dragon was surrounding it. That real dragon released light. It combined with Qin Yuan's dragon shadow, making Qin Yuan's body scarier. Han Sen could not help but frown. Qin Yuan's body power was not his alone. The power he had was scarier than an annihilation god spirit. In the kingdom, Qin Jingzhen looked strange. He seemed surprised and excited at the same time. The old alpha has been pushed to this limit and used the black dragon promise. Wow, he really has been pushed right to the edge. The whole of Jade Wall City was in shock. Many old people, who had lived a few generations in Jade Wall City, looked at the old buildings around in confusion. Jade Wall City had many old buildings. Regardless of how much they developed the city, these old buildings were never torn down or displaced. The old courtyards, houses, broken old temples, towers made of bricks, modeled churches, old monasteries, lots of small stone houses, and the newly built buildings that did not fit in with the architecture of the old buildings glowed with a scary light. On the old, broken plaza, every stone plate glowed with a god light and a god presence. It was like some scary creature was waking up from olden times. An old man strangely looked at the monastery with god light. He said to himself, "The stories my great-grandfather told me about were true. That old monastery is a mysterious place." The citizens of Jade Wall City observed the old buildings around them. It was hard to believe. The buildings glowing with a gold light were where they used to play. They would even defecate in such old houses. The Qin kingdom had grown stronger over the past 1,000 years. They rarely had to use the Black Dragon Promise's power. In the past few decades, even the people of Jade Wall City had not been able to see the Black Dragon at work. In an old temple, some old people started to chant. In an old house, ghosts started to cry. In a monastery, women were heard praying. In the church, priests were praying to God. Every mysterious place had scary power exploding out of it. It made Jade Wall City's draconic shadows amplify their brightness. Qin Yuan's dragon shadow started to look a lot more real. It was like a real black dragon flying above him. The demon god sword spirit in Han Sen's hands had already been swung 10 times, and each time it had been blocked by Qin Yuan's black dragon. It was unable to slash it at all. Qin Yuan looked as if he had an infinite power buff. He was too scary to imagine. Han Sen thought, the Qin kingdom is one of the 7 kingdoms. I do not know how many billions of years it has lasted, but it really is very scary. For Jade Wall City to have this sort of protection power, it must make it just as strong as the power in an Annihilation class god temple. Clearly, I underestimated the 7 kingdoms that have remained here for billions of years. Han Sen, you lied to the king. You have made friends in secret. You are always jealous. You kill the innocent. You trick the crown prince. Now, you want to take the Qin kingdom's suppression treasure. Are you not aware of the fact that is a big crime? It is certainly not forgivable. Thus, you should be killed. Qin Yuan stood on the 9 skies. A black dragon was circling his body. He looked like a god looking down on Han Sen as his god voice thundered through the skies. It was like the sound of a punishment being bestowed. The Jade Wall City civilians and its many nobles, who had been attracted by the weird scenes concerning the old buildings, saw and heard all of this. Because Han Sen was already famous for being an evil officer, this was all over Jade Wall City. The ordinary citizens who heard Qin Yuan speak and behave like a god with a streak for doling out judgment already had an impression in their minds. They hated Han Sen, so they shouted out about needing to kill the evil officer. The loyal officers who really hated Han Sen all shouted, "God has eyes. Kill the evil officer." This kind of slang was shared by everyone in Jade Wall City. They all gathered, wanting to see the evil man be killed. Although Han Sen knew Qin Yuan was not speaking the truth, Han Sen did not bother trying to explain. He only looked at Qin Yuan, who was in the sky. Qin Yuan could not be looked at. He was too strong. His hair was as white as snow. A god light shone around him. A black dragon was circling him. He was like the Qin kingdom's battle god that could protect the kingdom. Han Sen, what do you have to say for yourself? Qin Yuan looked at Han Sen from high above. In the kingdom, Qin Jingzhen looked at Qin Yuan up in the sky. He felt doubtful. He looked as if he was wrestling with indecision. Qin Bai ran toward him, crying and pleading. Father, please save Han Sen. He is not a bad guy. He has never done anything bad. It was my fault. I always drag him into doing crazy things. This was not his fault. Qin Bai knew how scary the old alpha was, and he had seen this kind of formation before. It made him terrified. Qin Jingzhen looked at Qin Bai. He did not speak, but his eyes started to solidify. Bai, my son, carry me out of the palace. Qin Jingzhen stood up. His eyes looked like they were on fire. He slowly spoke, word by word, save Han Sen. He did not want to go out for Han Sen. It was for his only son, Qin Bai. If Qin Yuan was not killed after he died, Qin Bai would be unable to control the kingdom. Qin Bai was delighted to hear that. He crawled up to hold Qin Jingzhen. Tear tracks still scored his face. The father and the son, the two of them, wore casual clothing to leave the palace. Only one officer followed them. They didn't draw the attention of anyone. Qin Jingzhen's wounds had not been healed yet, so he could not walk fast. He walked for a while before coughing into a towel. He quickly put the towel away. He did not want Qin Bai to see it. Father, are you okay? Qin Bai asked with worry. It is fine. Your father did not secure this country for your reign yet. I am fine. Qin Jingzhen laughed and said, let's go. We cannot save Han Sen if we are too late. Hearing the need to save Han Sen, Qin Bai immediately asked, how do we save Han Sen? How can we stop old Alpha? He is not the one we have to stop. Qin Jingzhen looked at the old temple. He had Qin Bai help him get there. Qin Jingzhen led Qin Bai to the old temple. He had Qin Bai kneel before the stairs. They bowed 3 times. Afterward, Qin Jingzhen said, I am the Qin kingdom's king, Qin Jingzhen. I have brought my son here to greet you. Please, take away the dragon heir, Alpha. Chapter 3241. Go back. It was very quiet inside the old temple. There was still a scary light being released, along with subtle chanting. Jingzhen is hoping we can take back the dragon heir, Jingzhen prayed again. The chanting in the old temple came to an end. An old voice was heard. My king, go back. Qin Jingzhen's face changed. He looked at the old temple and insisted, Alpha, I am the leader of the Qin kingdom, and I am asking you to take back the dragon heir. The old voice sighed. My king, you do not have long. The Qin kingdom requires the aid of the Anyang Ting. You should just return. Qin Jingzhen's face looked as pale as snow. His body shivered. He looked angry. As if he had been wronged, his disposition became one of utter hatred. Father, Qin Bai quickly moved to hold Qin Jingzhen. He looked worried, so he shouted. He did not seem to know what that meant, and he did not know what Qin Jingzhen was doing. He could tell that whatever his plan was supposed to be, it had failed. Qin Jingzhen waved his hand and signaled for Qin Bai not to speak. He looked to the old temple and slowly said, I just wanted to ask if I was still the king of the Qin kingdom or not. Yes, but you are dying, the old voice said. There are things you should let go of. Otherwise, you will find yourself hurt. Go back now and I will pretend you did not set foot in here on this day. Qin Jingzhen did not speak. He stared at the holy light of the old temple. His face looked very conflicted. It could not be described. Qin Jingzhen gnashed his teeth and said to Qin Bai, my son, please take me away from here. Qin Bai was naive, but he was not so playful at this moment. He held Qin Jingzhen and departed the old temple. Blurg. After leaving the old temple, Qin Jingzhen hadn't gone too far before being unable to contain his emotions. That, in addition to the fact that he was very injured, resulted in him coughing up blood all across the dusty, stone street. Father. Qin Bai was shocked. I am okay, Qin Jingzhen said as he raised his head. Let's just go. I am not dead yet. I am still the Qin kingdom's king. He wiped away the blood and observed the monastery ahead. Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai went back and kneeled 3 times. Qin Jingzhen said, I, Qin kingdom's king, Qin Jingzhen, brought my son to greet the Alpha. Please take back the dragon heir. Inside the shining monastery, a voice of a holy and serious woman was heard. Jing Zhen, why are you so stubborn? You are the Qin Kingdom's king, and your son will become the Qin Kingdom's king. Why must you care about anything else? Jing Zhen is asking you to take back the dragon heir. Jing Zhen gnashed his teeth and prayed. Go away. From the monastery, only those two words were heard. Then, there was silence. Jing Zhen's eyes looked as if they were on fire. He did not say a word. He merely stood up. He had Qin Bai hold him and take him around all sorts of old, shining buildings. Everywhere he prayed, he received a rejection. Inside those old buildings, the strongest elites in the Qin Kingdom were gathered. The people in the Qin Kingdom with the most important blood were there. The Qin Kingdom selecting a king did not boil down to their potential. They did not depend on their powers. They only saw if they were capable of being a king. To protect these old buildings, they had to be the strongest of a generation. No matter how strong the Qin family members were, if they made a promise to go to the old buildings, they would lose their identities and become old building guardians. They were the last line of defense for the Qin family. Because they had no name or title, they were only a part of the Qin family. So, Qin Zhen had no choice but to call them alphas. In this last defense, one needed the leader of the Ting and the king to start it. That was how the Black Dragon promise began. The Ting leader who had the Black Big Evil Dragon King would receive the Black Dragon buff. They would become the strongest in the Qin Kingdom. They would beat out everyone. Now, Qin Yuan alone had started the Black Dragon promise, and the Qin Kingdom's people protecting the old buildings still went ahead to use the Black Dragon promise. Even when Qin Zhen, who was the actual king, came out to request a shutdown of the operation, it was rejected. They really wanted to keep Qin Yuan and kill Han Sen. Qin Zhen and Qin Bai prayed everywhere they went. Qin Zhen's face started to look pale. It was, without a doubt, because he was dying. The Qin family's people had given up on him, who was the king. Qin Zhen, stop being so ridiculous. You are a king, and you are a king that was chosen by us. You should face your death like a real man. Do not ruin the fate of the Qin Kingdom because of what you want. In an old place, a serious voice was speaking. Qin Zhen is asking the Alpha how I will destroy the fate of the Qin Kingdom. Qin Zhen looked pale, but he was calm. He looked at the old building as he spoke. Mirror Moon is a miraculous treasure, a voice from the old place said. It can bring people back to life. You are the Qin Kingdom's king. For your own sake, you give it to other people. That alone proves how weak you are. Qin Zhen laughed and said, My Alpha, Mirror Moon has remained in Candle Garden for the longest time. Who has ever used it to revive anyone? Who has it ever benefited? It is merely because it is not yet the time, the voice from the old building replied. If no one has ever benefited by it, it is useless. I am using it to get a few extra years of my life to do more for the Qin Kingdom. What can be wrong with that? Qin Zhen clenched his fists. No matter what, Mirror Moon is so important that it cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of an outsider, the voice from the old building said. The tone was cold and heartless. Does that mean my life is worth less than that gene race? Qin Zhen was sad. You do not have much time. You should let go when you are supposed to. The voice in the old building sighed. Qin Zhen, go back. Do what you can and leave the rest to Qin Bai. Qin Zhen's voice trembled. His eyes were deprived of hope. Nothing more could disappoint him now. For as long as I am alive, I am still the king of the Qin Kingdom, Qin Zhen coldly said. He grabbed Qin Bai and returned to the palace. Qin Bai wiped his tears away as he asked, Father, is Han Sen going to die? Qin Zhen was silent. He was ashamed. He was the king of the Qin Kingdom. He was the greatest king in the universe, yet he could not save the life of a single soul. This was also taking place in his kingdom and on his own turf. What kind of humiliation was this? In the sky, Qin Yuan looked at Han Sen like a god. The Black Dragon gave him a power that let him destroy the universe. Han Sen was no threat to him now. Han Sen, what do you have to say for yourself? Qin Yuan stepped forward with the whole world suppressing Han Sen. Qin Yuan did not represent one person. He was representing everything in the entire history of the Qin Kingdom. He was the base of the Qin family now. Even if a sky full of god spirits came down, it would not change the Qin Kingdom because the Qin Kingdom belonged to the Qin family. Chapter 3242 One sword splits a city affected by Qin Yuan. Many of Jade Wall City's loyal volunteers shouted, Kill the evil man Han Sen. Their voices shook Jade Wall City. Han Sen's eyes looked very ghostly. It was like he did not need to eat. His eyes looked over the land. He saw the old buildings becoming black dragons as their lights shocked the sky. They were like real dragons that could fly up into Cloud 9. He laughed when he heard the people shout, "Kill the evil officer Han Sen." Evil officer, huh? Han Sen looked at Qin Yuan and said, "That's not that bad. In my life, if I have never had a bad influence of a friend to mess around with me. Isn't that a failure?" His words weren't actually directed at Qin Yuan. It was because of the Dongshuan Sutra being too strong. It covered Jade Wall City. Nothing could escape his eyes and ears. Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai had been humiliated because of him. He already knew that. He knew Qin Jingzhen was only doing what he did on account of Qin Bai. No matter what, Qin Jingzhen and Qin Bai were adamant in staying on his side. They had been bullied because of it. HMPH. He is fallen. He is obscene. I cannot allow you to continue living in this world. Qin Yuan raised his fists. He saw many of Jade Wall City's old buildings glowing with gold light. A scary god light became the shadow of a real dragon for Qin Yuan. It made Qin Yuan's dragon air so scary that one could not imagine it. When the power reached the maximum level, Qin Yuan threw a punch at Han Sen. A real black dragon came soaring out of his fist to rip space and roar in Han Sen's direction. Everything around was eaten and swallowed by that fierce thing. No power could have ever hoped to stop the advance of that wild, black dragon. Jade Wall City's people and nobles were shocked by the scary black dragon. The god dragon was descending, and it was more shocking than if god spirits were to start descending. It made people want to obey it. The scary power made many of Qin Kingdom's officers kneel and cry, "Long live the Qin Kingdom! Long live the real dragon!" Han Sen let go of the demon god sword spirit. He allowed it to float next to him as his other hand held the inch-gray sword. The demon god sword spirit was strong. It was strong like a sword god spirit, but its power could not compare to the 10,000 years of the Qin Kingdom. Even if an annihilation god spirit arrived, they could do nothing to Qin Yuan. Han Sen was murderous, which was why he let the demon god sword spirit go. He clutched the inch-gray sword. It had been so long since the sword had left its scabbard. That was because Han Sen had not used it. He could not activate the power of the inch-gray sword either. He only used it for its sharpness. There were no other benefits than that edge. That benefit was enough for Han Sen. The main and reverse Dongshuan Sutra powers exploded. It turned into a weird power that claimed the inch-gray sword, which ignited with an empty sword air. In Han Sen's eyes, the whole world turned into one with endless dots. The black dots were solid. They were the most primitive forms of substances in the kingdom. In the past, the power of Super Spank enabled him to tear off substance chains. If he was to use the Break World Dongshuan Sutra's power to break the most basic structures, what would happen? Han Sen's eyes looked at the roaring and consuming black, real dragon. The inch-gray sword's sword air grew stronger. When the real black dragon's mouth came before Han Sen, it was obviously intending to swallow everything around him. That was the moment Han Sen drew his sword. He slashed toward the black dragon. The real black dragon was very overbearing in space. It was big. It was like a god that could consume the universe. In front of the real black dragon, Han Sen and his sword were smaller than an ant. His movement to draw the sword was easily ignored. Everyone in Jade Wall City looked into the sky to observe what was happening. Many people complimented Qin Yuan and the power of the black dragon. Some people felt nervous. Other people thought of other things. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin were very worried. The black dragon's power was very scary. It was like it could consume Jade Wall City if it chose to, and Han Sen was just a human. Although Feng Yin Yin had a lot of confidence in Han Sen, she still felt a bit worried for him. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Jingzhen felt very bitter. He was a leader that had lasted for 1,000 years, but he was now a useless, dying man. An officer raised his head to the sky and said, "Gods have eyes. They kill evil people." Chanting noises were coming from an old building. It was like Jade Wall City had a god voice covering it. Gnbugu stood in a garden. He frowned and looked at the real black dragon, which was so invincible and overbearing in the sky. He sighed and thought, the Qin Kingdom's law system is balanced. I am afraid that has come to an end. Everyone's thought process was different. They all looked at the descending black dragon. Its attacks could shock the sky. Suddenly, a sword light broke the sky. The real black dragon's giant body was cut in half by the sword light. The sword light did not stop. It headed toward Qin Yuan, who was in space. Qin Yuan's face changed, but it was too late to dodge. There was a roar as the black dragon's shadow raged even harder. In Jade Wall City, the light dragon shone. It was like it had been protected by the black dragon god. It punched toward the sword light. The sword light and Qin Yuan's fists struck each other. The whole of Jade Wall City rattled with a massive shake. All the old buildings erupted with a scary god voice. The god light reached the maximum volume, making Jade Wall City look snow white. It was like there was a dragon Jade Wall in space. Qin Yuan used Jade Wall City as a shield. A scary dragon air roared and exploded. It struck the sword light. The sword light just flashed away and disappeared. There were only shockwaves left over. It headed for space as it started to split. The civilians of Jade Wall City went quiet. They did not know what had happened to the fight. They only saw Qin Yuan still standing in space not doing anything at all. Gotcha. Suddenly, everyone heard a crunchy sound like a jade stone crumbling. In the next second, Qin Yuan's body was split in half. His blood was like rain spilling out of him. When Qin Yuan's body split, Jade Wall City suffered an earthquake. All the old buildings broke. The ground split and cracked, creating many trenches and fractures. It was like the world was coming to an end. Suddenly, there was a lot of crying and screaming. Everyone was shocked. They tried to escape in a stampede as the old buildings broke or started sinking into the failing ground. The giant Jade Wall City looked as if it was going to crack wide open. Cracks developed everywhere and continued to expand. Oh, God, what is happening? Someone was so shocked that they started to scream aloud. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a shadow standing aloft in space. He was holding a bronze sword with a demon god sword hanging around him. He was looking down on the collapsing ground that was bathed in moonlight. One could not see his face, but it made people feel a chill. Chapter 3243 Good Officer. Jade Wall City shook. The old buildings started to fall apart. Upon seeing many elders crawling out of the buildings in their feeble escapes, Qin Jingzhen wanted to laugh. Good. It is good that it has all been destroyed. If I cannot use them, even though they provide so many benefits, to me they are only resistances. After a long time, Qin Jingzhen sighed. He looked rather conflicted. Black Dragon Promise was the base of the Qin family. It was the last barrier of the Qin kingdom. Han Sen had used his one sword to break Black Dragon Promise and kill In Yongting's leader, Qin Yuan, in one fell swoop. To the Qin kingdom and the Qin family, it could be viewed as a grand loss. To Qin Jingzhen, things might not have been that bad. No matter if it was In Yongting or the Qin family that was hiding in their old buildings, they gave him up as their king all because of the fact that he was dying. Han Sen had used one sword strike to destroy the city and break the Black Dragon. It was such a supremely terrifying power. Back in the day, Jianbugu beat Wu Wei Dao Palace alone. While it was a grand feast, it was not as remarkable as what Han Sen had done. If a man like that was able to say he could extend Qin Jingzhen's lifespan, it was extremely unlikely it was just a lie. On top of that, that man was standing by Qin Bai's side. Also, In Yongting and the Qin family's hidden elite's power were now destroyed. It would be easier for him to build his empire. Seeing Qin Bai look so excited, Qin Jingzhen looked happy. He thought, God, let me live a few years longer. Let me give my son a time that can truly belong to him. Han Sen is so strong. Qin Bai did not think much. He watched Han Sen kill Qin Yuan. It made him so happy that he repeatedly jumped for joy. Qin Jingzhen wanted to say something to Qin Bai. He was going to say it, but he stopped. He thought, it is good that my son did not think of anything else. If he was thinking of something else, he might suffer losses. People like Han Sen are just like Jianbugu. They take relationships seriously. To hang out with them is better for my son. After thinking of that, Qin Jingzhen sighed. With my son's personality being what it is, it will be hard for him to become a good king. Boom. After billions of years of fortitude, a large crack cut right through Jade Wall City. The old buildings, which looked like dragons, were totally cracked. The Jade Wall City that looked like a jade wall now looked like a wall with cracks that resembled cracked dragons. Some buildings were falling into space from Jade Wall City. Space looked like a mess. When Jade Wall City's shaking came to an end, the humans standing next to the cracks were silent. Countless eyes looked at the shadow of the man in space. Their looks were too complicated to describe. There was hatred, anger, a desire to obey, and utter fear. All kinds of emotions were running wild through the people's eyes that stared up at that man. One sword broke the city. Han Sen's sword skills are just like Genbugu back in the day, a Qin Kingdom elite confessed with a sigh. An officer looked at the sky and cried as if God had died. Why must these sword skills reside in the hands of an evil officer? Does God not bless the Qin Kingdom? I am not sure if it is a good thing or a bad thing for such a character to appear in the Qin Kingdom. Black Dragon Promise has been destroyed, so what will the future of the Qin Kingdom be like? Thousand Mile Reach's eyes were fraught with worry. It is no wonder Genbugu decided to follow this guy, Jia Shizhen said to herself as she looked into the sky with shock. He really is the bravest I have ever seen. The elders who escaped from the rubble of their buildings all looked gray. Their mouths were filled with blood. They stared at Han Sen, who was standing in space, with massive shock scrawled upon their faces. The history of the Qin Kingdom spanned billions of years, and nothing had come close to the display of that sword. How overbearingly powerful was that power? They were now all riddled with regret. If they knew the strength of that man, they would have listened to the plight of Qin Jingzhen. None of this would have happened to them. Black Dragon Promise had been destroyed. The Qin family had spent a lot of effort and resources to build up the system of the Black Dragon. Now, it had been rendered all for naught. It had been destroyed. Jade Wall City was like any ordinary planet. It was unable to withstand the attacks of the top elites in the universe. To the whole of the Qin Kingdom and Qin family, this was a grand loss they would be unable to pay back. If Qin Jingzhen prayed to everyone and one of us had listened to him, the Black Dragon system might not have ended up in ruin. We did this to ourselves. An old Qin family member presented a wry smile as he shook his head. Another Qin family elite member had the same thought, but it was too late to do anything. That world did not contain the word, if, in it. That sword skill is probably invincible in this universe. The people and nobles who had been shouting to kill Han Sen were now silent. They were terrified. The neutral people were now sighing. Without a doubt, Han Sen is the #1 swordsman in the Qin Kingdom. Not just the Qin Kingdom. I would say he is the #1 swordsman in the entire universe. The Qin Kingdom was a kingdom based on the system of law. Although Han Sen's sword had shocked Jade Wall City, the Qin Kingdom's defense system was still activated. Countless battleships, weapons, and guards started to move. They flooded the space above Jade Wall City, but none of them attacked Han Senator La. That was especially true of the royal guards. They looked at Han Sen with a complicated look. They thought about Steel Scene provoking that man and thought it was hilarious. That person could break Jade Wall City. If Steel Scene wanted to kill him, he obviously had a death wish and deserved to die. Countless battleships and weapons were pointed at Han Sen. They seemed extremely powerful. It was presumed they had a large advantage. Still, their hearts did not feel safe. The loads of elites next to the countless battleships and cannons all felt as if they were totally alone in front of Han Sen. Because the culture of the Qin Kingdom taught soldiers to serve their kingdom and fear the law, it steeled their hearts and prohibited them from turning around and running off. But no one had the courage to actually start attacking Han Sen first. Han Sen just casually stood in space, looking at them. He made them almost suffocate and be unable to breathe. Someone was already falling back. Suddenly, a light screen showed up in space. The big screens in all the malls displayed a shadow. It was Qin Jingzhen, who was the king of the Qin Kingdom. This is not a traitor who wants to betray their country and destroy the Qin Kingdom's city and base. Han Sen is my son's teacher. He protects this country and has just defeated a major traitor. He saved the Qin Kingdom. Having him as a good officer is in the best interest and fortune of the Qin Kingdom. What Qin Jingzhen said was dripping with confidence. Many people were frozen, unable to think about what was going on there. They did not understand what the situation was. They did not know why the Qin Kingdom's most evil officer in history had suddenly become a good officer in the Qin Kingdom. Although this sounded all a bit dodgy, the soldiers and nobles surrounding Han Sen somehow felt relieved. They let out a long sigh. Chapter 3244 Mr. God Spirit saying Han Sen had become some sort of good officer was something no one in Jade Wall City believed. However, they all agreed that Han Sen's sword skills were strong. It made everyone's faces change. No matter how much they disliked Han Sen, they had to confess that his sword skills were very strong, and he was likely the #1 swordsman in the universe. In the palace, Han Sen sat near Qin Jingzhen. He put his hand on Qin Jingzhen's forehead and frowned. Qin Jingzhen's condition has become a more dire following the hassle he had just been through. If he did not have a few miraculous sacrifice items, he would have died already. Qin Bai's eyes shimmered with tears as he asked, Han Sen, how are the wounds on my father? Do you suspect he will die? Qin Bai was naive. If this were anyone else, they would not have asked a question like that in front of Qin Jingzhen. He just did not know what to avoid. Do not worry, Han Sen said. With me here, he will not die. At least, not right now he won't. Qin Bai looked happy. I knew it. Whatever happens, I will just go and look for you. You can save father. After that, Qin Bai ran next to Qin Jingzhen with a face that was still scrawled with tears. He happily grabbed his hand and said, Father, this is great. Han Sen can save you. You can live. Qin Jingzhen smiled. He stroked Qin Bai's head and said, this is great. My son, please go and rest up. Teacher Han still needs to heal me. You should not be here to disturb him. Qin Bai looked at Han Sen, who nodded at him. With me here, you can go rest. In that case, my father's life is in your hands, Han Sen. Qin Bai had been following Qin Jingzhen in praying for the Qin family elites in their old buildings. It was unknown how far he had run. After being busy for so long, he was now very tired. Now that Han Sen was back, he felt solid. He also felt extremely tired. After watching Qin Bai leave, Qin Jingzhen asked Han Sen, Teacher Han, how are my wounds? Tell me honestly, I need to set up a time and date for my funeral. Qin Jingzhen made Han Sen a teacher, so Han Sen now had that title. Han Sen sighed and said, if your wounds hadn't got any worse, with my powers, you could have lived for 5 years. If you handled things well, maybe another 2 years beyond that. Now, your wounds have triggered depression. Things have gone very bad. Even if I do my best, you can only live for another 3 years. Qin Jingzhen did not feel sad. He laughed and said, of course, 3 years is not enough. Even if you gave me 300 years, I would be unable to accomplish all that I wish to. 3 years is still enough for me to do many things. I will still have time to do things for my son and ensure he has a nice kingdom to handle when the time comes. After saying that, Qin Jingzhen grabbed Han Sen by the hand. He looked at Han Sen with eyes that looked like they were on fire. Teacher Han, are you willing to take care of my son for me? Han Sen understood what Qin Jingzhen meant, but he could not promise anything willy-nilly. He sighed and said, my king, your wounds can actually change. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance for you to look after the Crown Prince yourself. Qin Jingzhen shook his head. I know my body, I can live for 3 more years, but you have already helped change my fate. In this world, who else can I ask to help me? Who else can possibly increase the time of my life more than what you can give me? Maybe there is, Han Sen said. Perhaps the person that injured you in the first place can. Qin Jingzhen's eyes looked bright but immediately dimmed. With a wry smile, he asked, if she hurt me, why would she heal me? You do not have to give me idle words of comfort, teacher. Right now, the only thing I do not want to let go of is my son. I am afraid that after I die, he will become naughty. He is not king material, but he is my only son. I am afraid he will bring harm to the Qin kingdom, not only to civilians but also his own life. If things were like that, he should not be king. What do you think? Han Sen laughed and said, everyone in the Qin kingdom thinks I am an evil officer. People like me, why would I care for the civilians? It does not matter if the Crown Prince is a good king or a tyrant. To an evil officer, there can be no difference. I only need to know that he is the Qin Bai I know. That will be enough. Qin Jingzhen laughed and said, good, good, good. After hearing what you've said, I do feel safer. While they were laughing, Qin Jingzhen coughed. Some blood came out. My king, please do not resist my power, Han Sen said. I need to suppress the wounds on your body. This process cannot be disturbed. You guys leave the room. No matter what happens, even if I die, you will have to listen to whatever teacher Han tells you. Qin Jingzhen said that to the officers and then kicked them all out. Han Sen knew Qin Jingzhen was just being nice. He had placed a lot of trust in him. It was like he was forfeiting his life into his hands. My king, whatever you see, you should not tell people. After saying that, Han Sen broke the rules of the universe. He used his super god spirit mode. Han Sen suddenly had white hair and white eyes. He placed his hand on Qin Jingzhen's forehead. You are a god spirit, mister. When he saw Han Sen's face, Qin Jingzhen was well and truly shocked. Humans were human. Even if they used some kind of power or combined with a god spirit, they would never look like a god spirit. Now, Han Sen had a pure god spirit body. It was different from how a human appeared. That was why Qin Jingzhen thought Han Sen was a god spirit. Han Sen smiled and did not say anything about it. He put his power into Qin Jingzhen's body. He used his super god spirit power to suppress Wanner's reverse super god spirit power that was inside the king's body. Qin Jingzhen held his tongue not to say a word, but his heart felt like a boat lost on a stormy sea. Han Sen is a god spirit. What kind of level is this god spirit? Though, even an annihilation god spirit could not fix my wounds, but he can. Is its level a level above annihilation god spirit? Qin Jingzhen's heart felt like a rolling boulder. His trust in Han Sen was just a show for Han Sen and the others. In fact, he never actually trusted anybody. That was a simple way to be a king. Plus, Han Sen was very strong. He was afraid Han Sen would one day do something to the Qin kingdom or Qin Bai. That was only because he was powerless to stop it. Thus, he was treating Han Sen so kindly. He now knew Han Sen was a god spirit. The stone in his heart fell. He was no longer worried Han Sen would do something to Qin Bai or the Qin kingdom. God spirits wanted different things from humans. Being a leader was a very attractive concept for humans. To a god spirit, even the lowest level god spirit, they would not want to be a king of a kingdom. That was especially true for someone as powerful as Han Sen. God bless my son. In the future, with teacher Han at his side, no, with Mr. God Spirit looking after my son, even if it cannot last forever, he will at the least be blessed all of his life. My son is a lucky guy. Chapter 3245 Ice Fields. Han Sen used all the power he could. He temporarily suppressed the reverse super god spirit mode. It slowed down the gold spreading in Qin Jingzhen's body. It enabled him to last another 3 to 4 years. Wanner's power was too strong. The power of Wanner from both worlds being combined into one pushed the reverse super god spirit mode to the max. Thank you, Mr. God Spirit. Qin Jingzhen stood up and bowed. Qin Jingzhen was Qin Kingdom's leader. When he looked at the god spirit, even he lowered his head in a show of respect. After all, the humans of the universe of kingdoms used the power of god spirits to fight. They adored god spirits. You do not have to do this, my king. Your wounds will be fine for another 3 years. After 3 years, it will depend on your will. Han Sen lifted Qin Jingzhen. After he left the palace, Han Sen returned to the Feng family castle. He met many officers on the way, and they all looked at Han Sen strangely. Han Sen's sword skills were very strong, so they looked at him with fear. No matter how much Qin Jingzhen said Han Sen was a good person, people's eyes showed their doubt. That was especially true in the Qin kingdom, where the system of law was enforced. It made people hate Han Sen more than they could adore him. Even some officers at the castle gates were shouting about Han Sen being an evil officer that destroyed kingdoms. They begged Qin Jingzhen to remove that poison from the realm. Even though Han Sen did not see it, he could imagine Qin Jingzhen's table being stacked with letters. It was likely that 90% of that mound were demands for his arrest. Han Sen did not care. He also was not in the mood to change his image in the hearts of the people of the Qin kingdom. Back in the Feng family castle, Han Sen took to playing with the half-burned candle. That candle was remarkably strange. When holding the candle, Han Sen was able to see the spirits of dead creatures. The spirits did not seem to be active. They merely floated to the sky toward the eerie image of the Geno Hall. The Geno Hall was only visible by holding the candle. He discovered that when he put the candle down, he immediately realized that the Geno Hall could no longer be seen. It was really weird. Han Sen thought, if I hold this candle and go into space, I wonder if I can enter that Geno Hall. He knew the half-burned candle possessed a mysterious power, but he could not really use it for much. He was unable to combine with it, and it had no tangible power he could wield. Han Sen thought, I do not know where Night God No Moon received this half-burned candle from, so I will definitely have to ask her the next time I see her. He then put the candle away. Han Sen planned on going to the Chu Kingdom's ice fields. His trip there had been delayed for too long. He had yet to find a suitable gene race. Therefore, he was going to test his luck out in the ice fields. Due to the fact he was going to the Chu Kingdom, a place where the people of the Qin Kingdom should not go, Gnbugu was not going with. If he left the Qin Kingdom, he would have probably been killed by people from the Wu Wei Dao Palace. Han Sen only took Bauer and small cat with him. Even the little flying fish was left behind with Qin Bai. Jade Wall City had the dark dragon promise. It was so solid that it was like a golden soup. Now, many of the Qin Kingdom elites were around. Without the black dragon, they could not gather up any power. It meant they were feeble. Just in case, Han Sen put the little flying fish next to Qin Bai. Qin Jing Zhen would take care of Qin Bai's safety, so everything should have been ready for his departure. A giant iceberg floated in deep space. The stars were very small compared to the ice field. This was a big system, but there was a scary ice light that froze most of it. That was also because of the ice fields. Many planets were frozen there. Because the ice fields were so special, the planets were frozen inside the ice fields. As a result, digging land pulses to get to gene eggs was very difficult. Many land pulse masters were unable to do anything about the ice fields in the Chu Kingdom. Only some very good land pulse masters were able to find land pulses in weird scenes below the sheets of ice. Even so, to break the land pulses that lurked beneath the ice was still very hard. Everyone knew that super god pulses were lying in wait in the ice fields. Unfortunately, there just were not many people there who could find and dig up the land pulses. Even if there were people of the Chu Kingdom that were very close to the place, they would never want to go there. In the ice fields, two handsome young men rode atop a jade kirin. If one looked closer, one would find a young man that looked pretty and beautiful. His neck didn't even have an Adam's apple. It was a woman disguised as a man. Big sister, do these ice fields really have that legendary gene race ice jade evil lady? The man asked with some amount of confusion. The woman disguised as a man heard him and replied, according to Zhan Mi Zong's old scroll, this weird scene is a jade ice fairy sign. There is an 80% to 90% chance that there will be the rare gene race ice jade evil lady. This time, we must get the rare gene race so that our Zhan Mi Zong can have another rare gene race. If it really is the ice jade evil lady, does that mean you can use her power to practice our Zhan Mi Zong's secret and amazing skill? The man asked. Let's just find the ice jade evil lady first, the woman coldly said. Two jade kirins were running across the ice fields. Suddenly, a man was moving amidst a snowstorm. The hearts of the pair jumped. They looked at the ice. When they saw the shadow, the man and the woman were shocked. The shadow on the ice displayed a young man holding a female baby. The young man looked like he was around 20 to 30 years old. He looked very manly. The baby in his arms was around 4 or 5 years old, or so it seemed. She was in the man's robe. Only her little head was sticking out. She was curiously observing the storm around them. Who is this man? Why would he bring a little girl to such a place? The woman asked with a frown. She looked at him with disdain. She knew the 7 kingdoms had many places that took men seriously but not women. He should not have taken a little girl to such a dangerous place. The ice the ice field was not something a little girl should have been able to endure. If he was there to dig land pulses, he should not have taken the little girl there. That was unless the little girl served a special purpose, such as being the fuel for a sacrificial skill. If they saw a yin and evil land pulse, they could use the blood of a female baby to do a blood sacrifice. That way, they could find a yin pulse at least. Many evil land pulse masters used that land pulse skill, but they decided to use slaves as a sacrifice. A gold pulse out on the ice fields was an extremely yin place. Thus, the woman assumed that was who they were. The man laughed. If you are worried about the little girl, why don't you go and check them out? If she is talented, recruit her into the Zhan Mi Zong. That would be a good deed. The woman nodded. She steered the jade kirin to where the little girl was. Chapter 3246 Poor little girl, please stop where you are. Han Sen was holding Bauer while flying through the blizzard when he heard a woman's voice call out to him. He stopped and looked. Ever since he had gone to the ice fields via galaxy teleportation, he had been on the hunt for land pulses. Unfortunately, he was not very good at looking for pulses. Up until now, he had yet to find anything. He regretted not bringing Mr. Young or Bald Guy along. That would have been great. The people coming toward him were a man and a woman. They were both riding atop a kirin. Han Sen had noticed their presence a long time ago. He just did not know why they wanted him to stop. What is your name, mister? We are Zhan Mi Zong students, Tian Jing and Zhen Sha. A man and a woman dismounted the jade kirin. The woman performed a strange hand gesture at Han Sen while she spoke. How lucky is that? I am just a nobody. I do not need to tell you my name. What do you two need? Han Sen did not have much to think about concerning the Zhan Mi Zong. He only knew it was one of the parties in Wu Wei Dao Palace. Han Sen had already seen Zhou Donglai from the Sky Party. Compared to Zhou Donglai, it was clear to him that these people were far inferior beings. Excuse me for asking, but what is your relation to this little girl? Tian Jing looked inside Han Sen's cloak and saw Baoer's head sticking out of it a bit. Has my daughter somehow offended you? Han Sen thought about it. Baoer had been with him the entire time. There was no way she would have had the opportunity to go and prank someone. Is she really your daughter? Tian Jing looked at Han Sen and Baoer with sheer disbelief. Yes. Is there a problem? Han Sen did not know what she was implying. Is that a real daughter? Does she share your blood? Tian Jing asked. Of course, she is, Han Sen said with a frown. What do you guys want? If there is nothing important for you to tell me, I need to be on my way. There are more important things for me to spend my time doing. Tian Jing thought for a moment before saying, I would like to take your daughter as a student. Let her join the Zhan Mi Zong. If you have any conditions about her membership, ask all the questions you want to. If you have a monetary concern, name any sum of money. Tian Jing thought Han Sen and Baoer did not look similar in the least. It was hard to believe they were a real father and daughter. Ergo, she wished to test them. If he was planning to use a blood sacrifice skill like the evil land pulse masters, they could not resist the temptation and sell the little daughter to her. After all, blood sacrifice skills only required one little girl. Nothing else was required. Just an ordinary slave girl could get the job done. So, getting a fair price for one little was a tempting prospect. Sorry, but I am not selling my daughter, Han Sen said. He then started moving. Han Sen thought Tian Jing was a bit too forthwith. She approached him and immediately announced a desire to purchase his daughter. If it was not for Han Sen having a good temper and the woman herself not appearing to be too mean, things would not have ended so nicely. He would have likely beat her up. Hang on, I will use this gene race to swap. How about letting your daughter become a student for this? Zhen Sha stopped Han Sen and summoned a gene race. The gene race looked like a lion. It burned with fire. It melted the snow around. In that snowy place, it was like a burning campfire. It looked very overbearing and weirdly powerful. It is a king-class red fire lion, Zhen Sha said to Han Sen. If you are willing to let your daughter take up my sister's offer, it is yours. Han Sen frowned. He suddenly heard Baoer use a voice only the two of them could hear. Dad, I don't think you are going to be able to find a land pulse. I think these two people are here looking for a land pulse. Why don't we follow them and exploit them for resources? Han Sen thought this was the right thing to do. Allowing Baoer to follow them was not a bad idea. Han Sen coughed and smiled. If the two of you are so serious about this, then fine. I will let my daughter become this woman's student. But first things first, give me the gene race before I give her. That is no problem. We are Zhan Mi Zong students. We would never think of lying to you. Zhen Sha was very quick to agree. He transferred the red fire lion to Han Sen. Han Sen took the red fire lion, passed Baoer to Tian Jing, and said, Lady, my daughter is in your hands now. It does not matter to me if she wants to be your student. Tian Jing looked at Han Sen with disdain. She thought Han Sen was an evil land pulse master who was willing to use a girl to find a land pulse through horrid sacrifice. So, she was not going to behave politely to him. Don't you worry, Tian Jing coldly said. You can go now. Han Sen was shocked. He asked, why should I leave? I am only giving her to you as a student. I am not selling my daughter to you. Why would you think about separating us? Tian Jing was speechless. She had never seen someone this obscene before. He sold his daughter and still had the audacity to say something like that. We have things to do, Zhen Sha said with an annoyed look on his face. We cannot travel with you. If you want to see your daughter again, you can go to Zhan Mi Zong and see her there. Okay, Han Sen felt bad and nodded. He then said to Tian Jing, my daughter is very naughty. You will have to be careful. Here is my phone number. If you do not want her anymore, just give me a call and I will pick her up in a jiffy. Do not worry, I will take good care of her. I won't abandon her. Tian Jing stared at Han Sen. She thought he would never buy Baoer back. Cough, cough, it is best that way, but you should still keep my number. You never know, it might come in handy one day. Han Sen wrote his phone number down on a piece of paper and squeezed it into Baoer's hands. I believe we will never have any contact with you ever again. Tian Jing did not want to waste any more time with Han Sen. She did not stop getting the phone number, but she put Baoer atop on the Jade Kirin and flew away with Zhen Sha. I do not think so, Han Sen said with a curl of his lips. He then walked off into the storm. Tian Jing used a warm light to protect Baoer. She did not want her to get cold. She sounded very caring as she asked, "Little girl, what is your name?" "Big sister, my name is Baoer," Baoer said with a blink of her eyes. Baoer, was that person really your dad? Although Tian Jing was certain Han Sen was an evil land pulse master and wanted to use Baoer as a blood sacrifice for a land pulse, she still wanted to ask anyway. He makes me call him daddy, but he is not my real father. Baoer looked up with pitiable eyes. What Baoer said was the truth. She wasn't really born through Han Sen. She came out of a gourd. In Tian Jing's ears, those words confirmed that Han Sen was nothing more than an evil land pulse caster. He always bullies me and never gives me food. Baoer kept crying while she spoke. She looked very pitiable. It was not just Tian Jing whose heart was melting. Even men with iron hearts would have broken down seeing her. It is okay, Baoer. There is no need to worry. Big sister will look after you from now on. No one will dare try to bully you again. You can eat whatever you want in the future. As she cradled Baoer against her bosom, Tian Jing suddenly felt as if she wanted to be a mother. If Tian Jing knew why Baoer said Han Sen bullied her, it was because he always won their games. To say she was not allowed to eat was just a reference to her eating too many snacks and being stopped. She wondered what she would think. From beginning to end, Baoer had not lied once. It made Tian Jing believe Baoer was always tortured. Chapter 3247 Do you know knife? Across those big, endless ice fields, even if Han Sen had to use his Dongshuan aura to look, he could not find any land pulses or gene eggs. It made Han Sen confess that his skill had a very specific purpose. No matter how strong his powers were, he was not going to be as good as Mr. Young or Bald Guy when it came to sniffing out potential land pulses. Tian Jing and Zhen Sha were obviously professionals. They had a profound knowledge of land pulse discovery skills. According to the information Baoer was sending him, Tian Jing and Zhen Sha were looking for a shocking sky god pulse that possibly contained a rare gene race called an Ice Jade Evil Lady. That name suggests it might be compatible with my Jadeskin. Perhaps my reverse Jadeskin body has hope. Han Sen followed the breadcrumb trail Baoer left him. He tailed the two of them, Tian Jing and Zhen Sha. No one would have been defensive around a 4 or 5-year-old girl. At least, Tian Jing and Zhen Sha did not think Baoer was much of a threat. Sister, where did you say this Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg is? Zhen Sha asked as he kept walking. Where do you think it will be found? Tian Jing was holding Baoer against her chest. She appeared to be sleeping. She casually said, "Have you heard of ice floating on the surface with jade hiding in the heart?" "No, please teach me," Zhen Sha politely said. "Ice is always on the surface, and jade stones always hide beneath mountains," Tian Jing said. "This Ice Jade Evil Lady has ice and jade features. Therefore, if there really is a gene egg that has the Ice Jade Evil Lady, it must be wrapped up in an icy jade." What is an icy jade? Zhen Sha still did not understand. Tian Jing looked at the ice fields of nothingness and said, "It goes with the name. That means it is jade coated in ice. That place will not have anything particularly strange. Only under a sheet of ice will there be a jade pulse jade mountain. If there is a location that resembles this, the Ice Jade Evil Lady will probably be there. This ice field has buried God only knows how many stars," Zhen Sha said with a wry smile. "There must be some jade mountain or jade mines below. If we dig it all up, we'll have been digging for 1,000,000,000 years. It will be hard to find the Ice Jade Evil Lady." Tian Jing laughed. "Perhaps not. Ordinarily, the Jade Mountain Jade Pulses do not have Ice Jade Evil Ladies. Did I not tell you that when jade pulses are buried beneath a mountain, the mountain will be heavily polluted? The air will not be pure in such a place, and you cannot breed Ice Jade Evil Ladies. So, we need to find a place where the ice and jade pulses are. Aside from that, you cannot have any pollution. It must be a pure place. That is the only type of place where an Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg can exist." Zhen Sha suddenly understood something. "I see. I did not expect there to be so much knowledge and detail within all this. If I came alone, I do not think I would have been able to find an ice jade evil lady gene egg. I might not even be able to find a single gene egg. Brother Zhen, you joined in late. It is totally normal for you to not know all of this. You're learning now, so it will benefit you in the future. Tian Jing paused and said, let's just go. Although these are some of the signs, the true scene has yet to be revealed. Finding it will be a tricky endeavor. After that, Tian Jing hurried up her jade Kirin. She spurred it to cross the ice fields with greater haste. Zhen Sha sped up with her too, but he secretly dropped an item on the floor. Tian Jing did not notice. Hua Bauer was asleep on Tian Jing's chest. Her eyes opened a little. She looked at Zhen Sha. Han Sen was not in a rush to catch up with Tian Jing. He just walked slowly across the ice. With Bauer there, he was not afraid of losing them. Even if they found a god pulse, digging the god pulse up to get the gene egg would take them a long time. So, Han Sen was not in much of a rush. Boom, boom, boom. Han Sen walked across the ice fields. Eventually, he heard some heavy footsteps come from behind. He turned his head to have a look and saw 9 Holy Wen white deer pulling a snow-white jade carriage. Han Sen used to have a Holy Wen white deer, but he had given it to Mr. Yang so he could keep his shop running. The Holy Wen white deer were excruciatingly rare, but someone was using 9 Holy Wen white deer to pull a carriage. Each of the 9 Holy Wen white deer looked like they were in ultimate mode. They were more beautiful and advanced than the one Han Sen had given Mr. Yang. I wonder who is in that carriage. It has to be a big show-off. Han Sen looked at the 9 Holy Wen white deer pulling the carriage. Whoever it was, they seemed to be heading in the same direction. The Holy Wen white deer were very fast. Within a second, they went right past Han Sen. Because the jade carriage had lots of mysterious marks, Han Sen's eyes could not see into it. Han Sen only saw the person driving. He acknowledged that it was a beautiful woman. The lady looked around 17 to 18 years old, yet she could lead the 9 Holy Wen white deer very well. There was an 80% to 90% chance that the 9 Holy Wen white deer were her gene races. That being said, it did make Han Sen a touch more curious. For a driver to have 9 Holy Wen white deer gene races spoke volumes to whoever it was on the inside of the carriage. It must have been a super rich person or a noble with a lot of authority. While Han Sen was thinking about all of this, the 9 Holy Wen white deer went right past him. They stopped. The legs of the 9 Holy Wen white deer looked like they were pinned to the ice. The snow-white jade carriage came to a stop too. Do you know about knives? The clear voice of a man came from inside the carriage. Han Sen looked around. It was only him in the area. The voice in the carriage was obviously addressing him, so he replied, I learned a little from my master, but I do not know much. Han Sen's knife skills were not bad. It was one of the weapons he was best at using, but he did not think he was only a knifeman. His for the knife was similar to his skills with bows and swords. He was just familiar with it. He was not very good at it. If your heart does not wield a knife, no matter how strong your knife skills are, it still won't be presentable. Hearing Han Sen's answer, the clear voice sighed. The Holy Wen white deer started to move. They traveled 1,000 miles in a second and escaped Han Sen's vision. Han Sen was able to understand what the person inside the jade carriage meant, but it was different from how Han Sen interpreted such things. From what Han Sen could tell, loving something and being good at something was different. He was not like Six-Path King, who loved swords, but that did not mean he was not good with swords. The most important thing was whether or not he used his heart when applying skills. It was not about love or hate. Of course, if one had love then it was easier to practice, but it still wasn't necessary. Han Sen was interested in many things. When he practiced, he used his heart and always put in the effort. He did not think his knife skills were worse than those of the people who loved knives. The person in the carriage did not think that way. Although he sensed Han Sen's knife skills, Han Sen's answer told him he was not someone who cared about knife skills. Therefore, he ignored Han Sen. Chapter 3248 Good and Bad. Inside the jade carriage, a beautiful and gentle lady poured out a drink for the man. She asked with curiosity, Mister, was that man's knife skills very strong? His movements were full of all the signs of a knifeman's presence, but knives did not exist in his heart. He was just someone who practiced with a knife. No matter how strong a knife skill is, without God, you can only be a bit stronger. He is not literally powerful. His face looked kingly as he spoke. The man was wearing white fur. He held a snow-white cup and spoke coldly. If a noble from the Seven Kingdoms saw that person, they would recognize him. It was the first Mister of the Chu Kingdom. His name was Chu Yuan. He was different from the 4 Misters of the Qin Kingdom. Chu Yuan was a real first Mister. Chu Yuan was born to the Chu Kingdom's royal family. He was not directly related to the king, but he was very talented. He was very smart, so he quickly became famous in the Chu Kingdom. It was hard to say what the Chu Yuan's power was like. It was just the way he was obsessed with knife skills. No ordinary universe of kingdoms elite could compare with him. The elites of the universe of kingdoms used external power. They never had to practice or hone their bodies. Chu Yuan had been learning knife skills since a young age. His skills were not any weaker than his powers. They might have been even better. At that level, which was stronger than his power, it was very rare to see in the universe of kingdoms. Plus, Chu Yuan had the full support of the Chu Kingdom. All of his gene races and god pulses were top-tier stuff. He had eyes on the whole of the Chu Kingdom. He was like the top elite, and that was no exaggeration. Although the older people of the Chu Kingdom could likely fight Chu Yuan well, they were already hiding. They never revealed themselves. The Chu Kingdom had Chu Yuan firmly as their #1 character. The beautiful maid was interested in Chu Yuan stopping his carriage to ask Han Sen some stuff. After hearing Chu Yuan's speech, she was no longer interested. She was very lucky to have become Chu Yuan's close maid. Hearing that Han Sen was just a normal person who practiced with his knife and not with his heart, she no longer had a reason to be interested in him. Chu Yuan said, although that person was not a real knifeman, his knife skills must be strangely overbearing. If you encountered him in battle, you would be unable to rival him. Thank you for teaching me, Mr. The maid rolled her eyes and said, Mr. This time, Zhan Mi Zong's Tian Jing came to the ice fields to secure an ice jade evil lady. If she really finds it, you can easily go and rob them. Then, you will have another rare gene race. After that, you will be able to practice pure knife skills even better. The Ice Jade Evil Lady's existence is still little more than a myth, Chu Yuan said. If it really exists, getting it will not be easy. The servant strangely asked, why? Isn't the Ice Jade Evil Lady a gene egg? Chu Yuan squinted his eyes and said, if whatever happened was just a gene egg, then even Wu Wei Dao Palace could not know the gene egg's name in the first place. Does that mean there is a secret in the middle of all this? The maid asked with interest. Chu Yuan nodded and said, a billion years ago, this place was not a barren system. There used to be a kingdom here, but a super god pulse weird scene froze the entire system. The kingdom was destroyed, but the ice melted, and life forces returned. Still, no one has chosen to live here. Does that mean that a billion years ago, the same super god pulse weird scene happened? The maid asked with shock. You are right, the name Ice Jade Evil Lady comes from the last super god pulse weird scene. According to the Zhan Mi Zong leader from back then, he saw the gene egg. For some undetermined reason, he had not been able to take it away. It is something that is recorded in Zhan Mi Zong's secret scrolls. Only the leader and inheritors can read it. Chu Yuan placed the cup before his mouth and took a sip. He went on to say, I only saw the Chu Kingdom's scroll concerning the super god pulse by chance. Tian Jing is Zhan Mi Zong's inheritor, so she must have seen the Zhan Mi Zong scrolls. By following her, we can be led to the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. That is how we know why the Zhan Mi Zong leader did not take away the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. I see, the lady said with a laugh. It is fortunate you already have a mole infiltrating the Zhan Mi Zong. Otherwise, chasing Tian Jing would be very difficult. I hope Tian Jing will not disappoint me, Chu Yuan coldly said. On the ice fields, Tian Jing and Zhen Sha were resting in an ice cave. They had been traveling across the ice fields for 10 days and had yet to find the so-called Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. Big sister, you have not eaten a morsel in the longest time. Why don't you rest here while I go out and hunt? Zhen Sha smiled at Tian Jing while he spoke. Little brother, be careful, Tian Jing warned him. Do not be reckless. Don't worry, sister, I will be right back. Zhen Sha looked at his sister with love and exited the cave. Bauer sat next to Tian Jing. She held her jaw, blinking while asking Tian Jing, Sister Jing, do you like Brother Sha? You are a child, you don't know anything, you do not know what love is. You do not know what the absence of love is. Tian Jing seemed to blush as she spoke. She squeezed Bauer's face to veil the guiltiness she felt. Zhen Sha was very tall and handsome. His personality was exceedingly caring too. He was the perfect example of a gentleman. Many women members of the Zhen Mi Zong loved him dearly, and Zhen Sha was extra nice to Tian Jing. There were more women members of Zhen Mi Zong than there were men. It was hard for Tian Jing to have no feelings for Zhen Sha. Otherwise, she would not have brought him all the way out into the ice fields alone. What do you mean that I don't understand? Bauer seriously asked. I think Brother Zhen is worse than my dad. If you like him, why don't you like my dad? Tian Jing thought that was funny. There was a big difference separating the two. They could not be remotely compared to each other. She squeezed Bauer's cheek and said, my silly girl. How old are you? How can you tell the difference between good and bad? Your daddy is a big bad guy. How can he be compared to Brother Zhen? They cannot. Okay, my dad is bad, but I think he is much better than your Brother Zhen, Bauer said. You are too young. When you grow up, you will come to understand what a really good man is like. Tian Jing thought Bauer was just a small child who did not know anything. She did not care for what she said. Bauer could tell that Tian Jing was not paying attention to her words, so she laughed and said, anyway, I think my dad is better. Whatever, let's not talk about this again. When you come to Zhen Mi Zong with me, I will explain what is good and what is bad. Tian Jing held Bauer and softly told her, why don't you sleep here for a while? When Brother Zhen brings his hunted food back, we will have meat to eat. Some footsteps sounded near the ice cave. Tian Jing frowned. It was because she could tell the footsteps did not belong to Zhen Sha. Chapter 3249 Meeting again, it's you. Tian Jing noticed it was Han Sen who had arrived, so she frowned. What a coincidence that we meet again, and out here of all places, Han Sen said with a smile. Fate has definitely made us cross paths. What are you doing here? Tian Jing looked at Han Sen coldly. She placed Bauer behind her back. Han Sen shook his head. Do not worry, I am only passing through. I did not expect to see you guys here. Tian Jing did not believe what Han Sen said. She coldly looked at him and said, leave now or I will be cruel to you. I have been walking so far. After reaching here, I am so tired that I cannot move. You just walk around for my daughter's sake. Let me rest here before I move on. Han Sen sat next to the campfire. Tian Jing wanted to say something, but Bauer tugged at her sleeve and said, big sister, let dad rest here for a little. Tian Jing looked at Han Sen and said, fine. For Bauer's sake, I will let you stay. Thank you. Han Sen sat down next to the campfire. He looked around and said, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you guys here. Tian Jing looked cold as she asked, what are you doing here? Han Sen was an evil land pulse master to her, so she would not dare be nice to him. I am looking for a land pulse, Han Sen said with a greedy look. I have heard there is a super land pulse around. Han Sen was planning on following Tian Jing and the others to locate the land pulse, but then he met that person in the jade carriage. That encounter led him to think something was amiss. From what he had observed, the jade carriage was obviously following Tian Jing and the others. It was doing the same thing as Han Sen. To be able to find where Tian Jing and the others were, the employed method would have had to be the same as how Han Sen tracked them. There was a mole next to Tian Jing. Aside from Bauer, there was only Zhen Sha. There was no need to guess which of them was a traitor. So, Han Sen decided to catch up to them in a hurry. He was not worried about Tian Jing and Zhen Sha, the two of them, but the person in the jade carriage was different. If he was late, the people in the jade carriage would nab the gene egg for themselves first. Tian Jing looked at Han Sen but did not say anything. She thought Han Sen must have followed them on purpose. If Han Sen was following them on purpose, why would he expose himself so soon without them having discovered a land pulse? The ice fields were very big. If Han Sen had not been following them, to suggest it was a chance encounter was an incredibly slim one. It was extremely hard to believe. Lady, I heard that you are a student of Zhen Mi Zong, Han Sen said as he continued warm up by the fire. I wonder what Zhen Mi Zong's relation to the Chu kingdom is. The Six Kingdom nobles and the king really respect Wu Wei Dao Palace, Tian Jing said. The Chu kingdom does too. In that case, might there be a student of the Chu kingdom in Zhen Mi Zong? Han Sen asked. Of course, there are. Wu Wei Dao Palace is comprised of people from 6 kingdoms. Tian Jing displayed a frown and asked, what are you trying to say? In fact, Han Sen was very eager to talk about this. His meaning was obvious, but Tian Jing did not think of things that way. She did not understand what he meant. Han Sen had to spell it out. If Zhen Zong has students of the Chu Kingdom, and this is a place that belongs to the Chu Kingdom, you should find a student that belongs to the Chu Kingdom. Having someone to guide is better than running around aimlessly. Oh, I just remembered. There was a guy with you. Is that guy someone from the Chu Kingdom? He is not from the Chu Kingdom. No matter how stupid Tian Jing was, she knew what Han Sen was implying. She was stupid and never suspected Zhen Sha. As for Han Sen, who was an unknown and evil land pulse master, she would sooner trust someone like Zhen Sha than him. Anyone would have preferred to trust the people around them than the strangers that cropped up like Han Sen. Who are you? Tian Jing asked Han Sen. She was getting suspicious about his identity. I am just a man in search of land pulses. Han Sen could see that Tian Jing understood what he meant. He stopped talking. He went to sleep near the campfire. Tian Jing wanted to say something, but she heard footsteps sound from outside the cave. This time, it was Zhen Sha coming back. Zhen Sha was holding a little beast. It was unknown what kind of gene race it was. He wanted to say something to Tian Jing, but he saw Han Sen sleeping next to the campfire. He frowned and asked, "Why is he here?" Tian Jing looked at Han Sen and hesitated. She said, "He found us here by chance. We can let him rest here for a spell." Zhen Sha looked at Han Sen with a bit of worry. He walked up to Tian Jing and said, "This person is unknown to us. Meeting us here again is a bit too much of a coincidence, don't you think?" "I agree. This person is strange." Tian Jing nodded. "But that is fine. If he has any evil schemes to execute, he will not be able to do a thing before our combined might." "Right," Zhen Sha thought. He put the washed little beast atop the fire to cook. He kept looking at Han Sen. Tian Jing was thinking too. If that guy really does have some conspiracy, he would not expose himself this soon. He showed up now and said what he did. Did he do that to split up me and Zhen Sha? Is he really warning me that there is something amiss with Zhen Sha? "Sister, the meat is good. This piece is nice. You should try it first." Zhen Sha gave Tian Jing a slab of cooked meat. "Sister, is the meat cooked well? I am hungry." Bauer rubbed her eyes. She was attracted by the presence of the meat. She woke up from her sleep. "It is done. You should eat this first." Tian Jing gave the piece of meat she took to Bauer. Bauer was fine with it. She accepted the meat and started to scoff it down. She was hungry. "Slow down. Do not choke. There is still more to come." Tian Jing stroked Bauer's head as she spoke. "Is there meat? Can I have a little? It has been so long since I ate anything." Han Sen got up and looked at the meat as he spoke. "If you want food, then go out and hunt it yourself," Tian Jing coldly said. "We have no food prepared for others. Lady, you are my daughter's teacher. For Bauer's sake, give me something to eat. This is a cold place. All the gene races are in hiding. Where am I going to find prey this big?" Han Sen looked bitter as he spoke. Upon hearing Han Sen's words, Tian Jing felt her heart jump. She thought, he is right. On this cold day, not even gene races would emerge from their caves. Where did Brother Zhen find this prey? Seeing Zhen Sha look totally normal, Tian Jing thought she was letting her imagination run away with her. After all, finding a beast nest was still possible. "Let him eat something," Tian Jing said to Zhen Sha after thinking for a moment. Zhen Sha nodded. He cut off a leg and gave it to Han Sen, saying, "For Bauer's sake. Consider yourself lucky." Zhen Sha's face did not change, but he did look a bit murderous. Chapter 3250 Betrayal. After eating, Tian Jing and the others were going to continue their journey. She said to Han Sen, "We will have to go our separate ways now. If we meet again further down the road, do not hate us for behaving impolitely." "Fine, we will go our own way here," Han Sen said with a nod as he exited the ice cave. After Tian Jing and Zhen Sha left, they noticed Han Sen was in front of them. He was not walking very fast. When they passed him by, Han Sen stayed behind them. Zhen Sha made the Jade Kirin turn its head in his direction. He coldly looked at Han Sen as he asked, "What do you want?" He looked murderous. If there was something he did not like, he was ready to kill Han Sen. Han Sen felt hopeless as he explained, "You guys go on ahead. Go your own way, and I will go on mine. Is there a problem with that? It looks like you are here for something," Zhen Sha said as he slowly drew his sword. "Never mind, Brother Zhen," Tian Jing said as she worriedly looked at Han Sen. "Let him go first." Zhen Sha put his sword back inside its scabbard. He coldly looked at Han Sen and said, "You should go first." I was up ahead, but then you guys caught up, went further, and said I followed you. What is wrong with young people these days? Han Sen shook his head and sighed as he walked past Zhen Sha. After he passed them, Han Sen slowly walked ahead. He went very slow. Tian Jing and Zhen Sha were behind him. They could not go forward or backward. After walking an hour, Zhen Sha could not hold his anger in anymore. He ran at Han Sen with his sword drawn. He pointed it at Han Sen and coldly said, "You are deliberately walking that slow. What is your problem? What do you mean? What is my problem? I have come here to look for land pulses. Of course, it is only natural for me to walk slower. How am I supposed to see if there are land pulses by walking quickly? If you are in this much of a rush, I suggest you do not follow." Han Sen shook his head after speaking. He looked at the area around them as if he was really searching for land pulses. Zhen Sha was so angry that he wanted to vomit. He just wanted to use his sword to sort out the annoying and clingy man. Whatever. Just ignore him. We are merely going our own way. Tian Jing stopped Zhen Sha. She hurried the Jade Kirin to proceed past Han Sen. Zhen Sha stared at Han Sen as he followed Tian Jing. He curiously said, "Sister, this guy is obviously not nice. He is probably associated with the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Why don't we dispose of him?" Tian Jing replied, "This man is weird, but if he really has come for the Ice Jade Evil Lady, he would not expose himself this soon. Perhaps our encounters with him are pure circumstances. Let's just ignore him. We should speed up and lose him." Tian Jing had already made her decision. Zhen Sha did not say anything. The two of them sped up to leave the area. They lost Han Sen completely. If Han Sen wanted to chase after them, he could have done that. Chasing them was pointless. He had already warned Tian Jing, but it was evident she was not willing to listen. If she wasn't going to listen, then it did not matter to him. Plus, he was there for the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He was not a good person. He just needed to be faster than the people in the carriage. Upon seeing that Han Sen had not caught up to them, Tian Jing and Zhen Sha sighed. They walked for 2 days before Tian Jing stopped in front of a giant ice mountain. She circled the ice mountain a few times before eventually pointing at the ice mountain and saying, "If I am reading this correctly, this is the Ice Jade land I have been looking for." Zhen Sha observed the ice mountain, but he could not discern anything special about it. It looked similar to the many other ice mountains strewn across the ice fields. "If you did not just tell me that this was the Ice Jade place you seek, even if I walked over it now, I would not have noticed the place that harbors the Ice Jade Evil Lady," Zhen Sha said to compliment her. "Ice Jade lands are very rare," Tian Jing said with confidence. "There are no weird scenes or signs, but this place's ice air is very clear. That counts as a sign. According to Zhan Mi Zong's records, the Ice Jade Evil Lady should be around this area. There is an 80% to 90% chance that she is here. If things are indeed like that, then this really must be the place," Zhen Sha said. "Sister, how do we begin?" Tian Jing examined the ice mountain for a long while. She pointed at the corners of the ice mountain and said, "Let's start over there. We should dig 1,600 feet. After achieving a depth of 1,600 feet, we should start digging carefully. Within 1,900 feet of that, we should be able to find it. Just command me, I will do the menial labor." Zhen Sha combined with a gene race. His arms became giant, metal claws. He dug into the ice mountain Tian Jing was talking about. Using the claws, he was able to dig out a 22 to 26 square foot ice cube. With his powerful claw power, a 1,600 foot hole only took a short amount of time to create. He did not dare use his powerful claw to deep any further. He was afraid of hurting the gene egg further down. "Don't dig too fast or you will harm the gene egg down there." Zhen Sha had already slowed down. He carefully dug, but Tian Jing still made sure to remind him. Zhen Sha had to be more careful, so he slowed down a little. He had been digging for 10 hours to unearth the next 98 feet. Suddenly, they saw the presence of green light beneath the ice. That green light was well hidden. If one was not close enough to look, one would have thought it was a reflection of sunlight. Tian Jing and Zhen Sha looked ecstatic. Zhen Sha went down to dig through the layers of ice. As the sheets of ice were removed layer by layer, there was an egg that looked just like ice within that ice. The egg was in the ice. If one did not look closely, one would have easily not noticed that it was a gene egg. One would have thought it was just a part of the surrounding ice. "This is it," Tian Jing said. "This is the legendary gene egg. It is no wonder old teacher said coming here to dig was perfect. This is why. The gene egg is formed right now. She then unearthed the entire gene egg, which was the shape of the ice. The only difference was that there was some green light on it. Tian Jing collected the gene egg with both her hands. She looked happy. She was going to use the God Spirit brand to register as her own. Tian Jing had only just moved when Zhen Sha slapped Tian Jing on the back. Tian Jing flew away. Zhen Sha nabbed the gene egg. Zhen Sha, what are you doing? Tian Jing got up off the ground with blood dripping from her mouth. She looked at Zhen Sha with shock. I am sorry, sister, but I must take this gene egg back. After that, Zhen Sha fired a light out into the sky like a flare. Sister, are you okay? Bauer moved to help Tian Jing get up. I am fine, let's go. Tian Jing held Bauer to leave. Zhen Sha said, I am sorry, sister. If I let you go back to Zong, there will be no more place for me there. He quickly approached the injured Tian Jing. Zhen Sha, I did not expect you to be this sort of person. I treated you so nicely, but you are stealing the gene egg. Furthermore, you will now try to kill me. Tian Jing looked at Zhen Sha with anger and sadness. I am sorry, I have no choice. Zhen Sha did not look like his nice, old self anymore. He looked cold and emotionless. Chapter 3251 Chu Yuan, if I were you, I would not take another step forward, a voice bellowed from the sky. Zhen Sha and the others raised their heads to look. They saw 9 Holy Wen white deer drawing a carriage. They had just ripped through space to arrive. They came down and stopped next to Zhen Sha. The voice came from within the jade carriage. Greetings, my prince. It is fortunate I am not embarrassing you. I managed to get the ice jade evil lady gene egg. Zhen Sha quickly bowed before the carriage. He took out the gene egg and placed it down before the carriage's door. The carriage door opened. A beautiful man, clothed in white, was sitting inside. A maid made her exit and collected the gene egg. She presented it to the handsome man. The ice jade evil lady gene egg. Chu Yuan took the gene egg. He used one hand to hold the gene egg and a finger to break the gene egg. The shattered ice fell from his hand. It became a green light and disappeared. Zhen Sha's face changed. Mister, what are you doing? Chu Yuan looked at Zhen Sha and coldly said, you have already done a half-decent service. With your power, you have remained undercover in Zong for so long and not been noticed while also being able to bring back important messages. It is impressive. You are not bad. You have done some good deeds. Mister, are you saying, is the gene egg fake? Zhen Sha's face changed. If you thought Tian Jing was a person who was dying and got close to her, you would be a dead man, Chu Yuan calmly said. Zhen Sha did not believe him. He looked at Tian Jing, who had been injured. She was already standing straight. Her weak presence was fully recovered, and she no longer looked angry. It is no wonder you are the Chu Kingdom's first mister, Chu Yuan, Tian Jing coldly said as she wiped the blood away. Zhen Sha looked awful. He did not expect to have been played by Tian Jing like this. He apologized to Chu Yuan, saying, I am sorry, mister. This is my mistake. I delayed your business. Please punish me. Chu Yuan was not going to blame Zhen Sha for this. He smiled and said, being tricked by a woman is no big deal. If you have never been tricked by a woman before, that likely means you are one of two things. You are either a monk or a useless fool. You have done well. You surpassed my expectations. When I return to my Chu family, I will reward you. Thank you, mister, Zhen Sha said with a hasty bow. Why don't you go back first? Chu Yuan sat in the jade carriage. He waved his hand and made Zhen Sha go back a little. He turned to Tian Jing and asked, Miss Tian, you are the future leader of Zong, are you not? You are in a love triangle, yet you broke it so quickly. I admire you. Thank you for the compliments, Mr. Chu. Tian Jing felt bad, but she did not make herself look like she was feeling anything particular. She knew now was not the time to feel sad about being betrayed. There was an enemy in front of her. If she did not sort this out, she and Bauer were sure to be killed. Her body's power increased. A pair of wings appeared behind Tian Jing. Her hands quickly turned to jade stone. They became Zon Jade. Chu Yuan was sitting in the carriage watching Tian Jing. He was not going to stop her. He smiled and said, the legends claim the Zong have a unique skill that is so amazing it is the most magical gene skill ever. If you are the Zong's inheritor, I suppose you can show us what it is like. I thought about doing that too. Tian Jing held Bauer while her other hand became Zhen Jade. She pushed forward. Her hands produced some waves. Some weird symbols were in the waves. It was like a door of waves. When the wavy door appeared, Tian Jing flapped her wings and held Bauer. Like lightning, she went toward the wavy door. Suddenly, the wavy door was gone. Chu Yuan was sitting in the jade carriage. He had watched everything happen, including how Tian Jing and Bauer had disappeared. His face did not move a muscle. Zhen Sha was in a panic. He knew how amazing the door technique was. Traveling through space was not hard, but Tian Jing used all she had. She probably used the door technique to teleport beyond the ice fields. Chu Yuan had claimed he had done well, but Zhen Sha knew he was being too confident. He had messed the entire ploy up. If Tian Jing ran again, this would all be for nothing. Mister, please allow me to get Tian Jing back so that I may fix my mistake, Zhen Sha said with a bow. Chu Yuan laughed. He shook his fan and coldly said, I said you did well, so that means you did well. There is no need to worry about it. As for Tian Jing, she will be back. Tian Jing had used her door technique to traverse space. When she came out from the door, she noticed there was a jade carriage that had 9 holy wen white deer in front of her. She looked around and noticed she was still where she had been. She hadn't been able to leave the ice fields. She did not even leave her spot. Tian Jing's face changed. Her Zhen Jade hand cast many more of those wavy doors. She held Bauer and entered each one. No matter how many times Tian Jing used her door technique, she appeared before the jade carriage every time. She looked absolutely awful. Chu Yuan waved his fan as he said, Miss Tian, do not keep wasting your time and effort. Your door technique is great, but it will not work in my God Garden by Sima. You also won't be able to form a door to the underworld. Tian Jing knew wasting time to use her door technique was pointless. She looked up into the sky. A holy light was visible for 100 miles away. The holy light came from the jade carriage. It came from Chu Yuan like a holy sun. The Chu Kingdom's first Mr. really is so strong, Tian Jing said. Her Zhen Jade arm let out flashing waves. The spells cast were glowing across her arm, making her arm power stronger. When it reached its maximum, she swung a punch at Chu Yuan. The waves in front of Tian Jing's fist turned into a wavy door. The fist power went in and was gone. In the next second, the wavy door was behind Chu Yuan. It looked scary with all of its light. With that distance, not even a god spirit would have been able to dodge it. Chu Yuan wasn't planning on dodging. With a holy light, which was what he sought to use, he looked like a god. The Zhen light struck his god light and became nothing. It was not able to hurt him. It did not even ruffle his clothing. Miss Tian, that is enough. Chu Yuan looked at Tian Jing as she felt a scary power emerge. Her body was suppressed by nothingness. Her legs started to shake. She could not withstand the scary pressure. Tian Jing used the best of her powers. No matter how she used them, she could not erase the power of that pressure. Her legs writhed. Chu Yuan is scarier than the legends about him. Tian Jing was shocked. She knew things were not going to fare well for her. Chapter 3252. Stop it. Chu Yuan looked at Tian Jing and said, Miss Tian, I, Chu Yuan, will make a promise that if you take me to find the real Ice Jade Evil Lady Jean Egg, your life will be safe. You will be allowed to leave the Chu Kingdom alive. Tian Jing gnashed her teeth as she responded, Mr. Chu Yuan's personality might not be as mighty as ordinary people. Her body went under more and more pressure. Chu Yuan laughed. I, Chu Yuan, have a personality that is not as good as ordinary people. It might actually be worse. Compared to commoners, I have what it takes to control lives. If I want someone dead, they will be dead. If I want someone alive, they will remain alive. That might make my personality not as mighty, but it sure is worth it. Don't you think so, Miss Tian? Do you think a student of the Zhen Mi Zong is afraid of death? Tian Jing coldly asked. Chu Yuan pointed at the bower in Tian Jing's arms and asked, Maybe, Miss Tian, you are not afraid of death, but can you watch her die for you? Before Tian Jing could speak, Chu Yuan went on to say, Even if you are capable of watching her die, can you watch a student of Zhen Mi Zong and your friends die? Mr. Chu, you overestimate your reach. If you dare to touch the Zhen Mi Zong, even though you might have courage, you will not come out of it alive. Tian Jing looked at him disdainfully while speaking. Chu Yuan was not enraged. He just pointed at Zhen Sha and coldly said, Aside from the Qin Kingdom, people respect the Wu Wei Dao Palace's 10 parties in the other 6 kingdoms. I will not ruin that place, but he is different. He is a student of Zhan Mi Zong. If he goes back to Zhan Mi Zong and tells the Zhan Mi Zong leader you are trapped inside a deep hole in the ice fields, do you think the Zhan Mi Zong students and their master, the Zhan Mi Zong leader, will come and save you? Upon seeing Chu Yuan's power, Tian Jing's face changed. If they stayed indoors, Chu Yuan's power could do nothing to them. If they left and went to the Chu kingdom, it would be hard to tell what would happen. Plus, with the guidance of that traitor, Zhen, it was possible Zhan Mi Zong would end up deeply injured. Thinking of that, Tian Jing's face looked bad. Even if she died now, Chu Yuan could still make the same plan. Tian Jing looked at Chu Yuan. She was not like a normal woman scolding Chu Yuan for being evil. That was because this was a world that employed the simple premise of survival of the fittest. There was nothing to complain about. In here, I can do whatever I want, such as making your little girl forever disappear from this universe, Chu Yuan said. He turned his gaze to Bauer. No, Tian Jing's body shivered, but her hands were pulled by a power. Her arms opened, as Bauer, who was previously held by her, fell into the ice. That power only controlled Tian Jing. She was unable to move. Everything else was fine, which included Bauer. Bauer stood on the ice. She looked at Tian Jing, who could not open her eyes or move. Big sister, this man is bad. I will help you fight him. Tian Jing made a wry smile. She looked at Chu Yuan opening his arms. She failed to grab Bauer as she fell through the air. Bauer's body looked like it was drawn to the man via suction. She went flying toward Chu Yuan's hands. Let her go, Tian Jing said while gritting her teeth. I promise I will take you to the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Chu Yuan did not look happy because of that. He still grabbed Bauer, who was in front of him. He grabbed Bauer's neck and said, you agreed too late. The deal was back then. Now, I want her dead. Ouch. Before Chu Yuan could finish speaking, he suddenly screamed. He pulled his hand back. His hand had 3 bloody claw marks. A red cat was on Bauer's chest. It growled at Chu Yuan. It was like it was trying to intimidate him. Interesting. A wild gene race is actually able to hurt me. After saying that, Chu Yuan quickly healed the wound on his hand. His wound was immediately healed. There was not even a scar left behind. Chu Yuan looked at Bauer and the little cat. His lips were curled in a smile. When his maiden Zhen saw that smile, their faces changed. Their bodies quaked. In their eyes, there was the obvious presence of fear afflicting them. They knew that for him to smile like that, meant that he was very angry. The aftermath would be very serious. Even his own people thought this was very dire and something to be very afraid of. What an interesting child and gene race. Come to me, let me have a look at you. Chu Yuan waved at Bauer. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Do not worry, I have changed my mind. I will not kill you guys now. I won't kill you. I will make sure to treat you nicely. I will make you guys grow fat. When we get back to my garden, I will break your lower bodies and bury you in the garden for fertilizer. At least your upper body will be above ground and still alive. You will be connected to my demon blood flower stalks and become a part of the demon blood flowers. When the blood goes into the demon blood flower, you will not die fast. You will slowly lose all your blood. Even so, you guys still won't die. Your bodies will be modified by the demon blood flowers. Then, you will lose your mind. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, finally, the demon blood flowers will have fully absorbed your blood. Mr. Chu, I already agreed to take you to the Ice Jade Evil Lady, Tian Jing said with a shaky voice. Stop trying to annoy this child. Otherwise, I would sooner kill myself than take you to the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Chu Yuan, who was sitting in the jade carriage, was being eviler than a demon. It made his heart a bit scared. Chu Yuan licked his lips and coldly said, what I said never changed. Now, she and her cat cannot die even if they wanted to do. As for you, you will take me to the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Let her go, or I will kill myself this moment. Do not question my power and decision. You can suppress me, but you cannot stop me from killing myself. Tian Jing's voice shook as she spoke. Chu Yuan coldly said, you can commit suicide. After you kill yourself, your brothers and sisters, and even your master, will come to the ice fields and die for you. If you want that to happen, then by all means die. His eyes weren't even on Tian Jing as he spoke. He raised his hands and looked at Bauer. His face looked a bit insane as he stared at Bauer and said, come. I really want to see the look of pain on your face when you start getting eaten by the demon blood flower. Stop. Tian Jing broke down and cried. No matter how strong her willpower was, meeting a sicko like Chu Yuan was hard to endure. Tian Jing would have preferred to die now. She wanted to die peacefully without any aftermath, but the aftermath she would be given was too hard to accept. It was scarier than the act of dying itself. This is my decision, and no one can oppose it. No one can stop me. Not even a god spirit can. Chu Yuan's face looked very mad. Tian Jing could see a demon blood light inside him. If your filthy hands get any closer to my daughter, you will never have anyone telling you to stop again. A voice was heard from not too far away. It was not loud, but Tian Jing froze when her ears tuned in to hear the words spoken. Chapter 3253 The Hand That Draws a Knife. Tian Jing was no stranger to that voice. She heard who the master of the voice was but could not believe the master of that voice was appearing there now to shout out what he did. When she turned around, she saw the person speaking was the one she imagined. She was so shocked about this turnabout that she could not describe how she felt. She found it hard to believe that man who was callous enough to use children for blood sacrifices to detect blood pulses was the one showing up in front of her. Han Sen did not want to reveal himself too soon. Even if Tian Jing was forced to find land pulses for Chu Yuan, that was still a good thing for Han Sen. He could wait until Tian Jing and the others were around the gene egg before swooping in for some thievery. Who would have suspected that Chu Yuan was such a sick and crazy person who really wanted to kill Bauer in the most horrible way possible? That was why he had to stand up and be heard. Han Sen getting involved was better than Bauer getting involved. At least with him stealing the show, it would not be as shocking. Chu Yuan's hands froze in midair. He did not know how Han Sen had managed to get into his God Yuan Bai Sima. According to the theory, in the God Yuan Bai Sima, he was the boss. He was the god in its range. No one could gain access to that place without him being made aware of the intrusion. Truthfully, before Han Sen said anything, Chu Yuan had not noticed Han Sen was already there. Oh, why is no one going to make me stop? Chu Yuan did not look back at him or bring his hands down. He knew who the person approaching was. It will because by then, you'll have no hands. Who will have to tell you to stop then? Han Sen kept walking forward and talking. Because he did not look to be brimming with a vast amount of power, his casual walk made it look as if he was a bloke out for a stroll. It looks like you are very confident in your knife skills. Chu Yuan still didn't spare him a glance. I am only confident in myself, Han Sen said. Chu Yuan lifted his lips and coldly laughed. It is a shame that your confidence is plain ignorance in my eyes. We both use knives. From what I can tell, your skills with the blade are crap. My knife skills are not that great, but they are good enough to lop your head off, Han Sen coldly said. That is interesting. I did not want you to die so quickly. Now that you have said that, I will be the one to cut your head off. Let's see whose knife is faster. Is it my knife, or is it yours? Chu Yuan's eyes were filled with rage. He reached out his hand, ready to draw the knife attached to his waist. Chu Yuan was very confident in the speed of his abilities and the speed at which he wielded his knife. He had been practicing with a blade ever since he was young. He trod the path of the knife at 3 years old. At that time, people were still wearing nappies and crawling around on the floor. He, however, was slashing things with a knife. It was just a draw of the knife now, which was something he had practiced a billion times. Success was not down to luck. Even for geniuses, that was not the case. 20 years could go by like a day. Chu Yuan had practiced with knives, so he understood knives. Now, on the current path of knives, no one in the Chu kingdom was as good as him. Along the path of knives, the power within him and the God Yuan Bai Sima made Chu Yuan's knife be like a god knife. There were no barriers in between. The draw was faster than teleportation. Thus, Chu Yuan was so confident in his knife being able to cut off Bauer's head first. Chu Yuan's hand had only just touched the scabbard when his wrist felt pain. His eyes opened wide as his pupils shrank. He lowered his head and saw the blood gush. The hand holding his knife was detached from his arm. A lot of blood spilled. Everyone was shocked. Zhen Sha and the maid could not believe what they were seeing. The maid had followed Chu Yuan for more than a few years. She had seen countless elites be killed by Chu Yuan. Too many famous elites had been beheaded by Chu Yuan's knife. Those people never even knew how they were killed. From what the maid could tell, Chu Yuan was a god when it came to knives. In reality, He was more like a demon with a knife. Whenever that knife was out, someone was being killed. There was never an exception to that. This time, Chu Yuan was prepared, yet he had been prevented from drawing his knife. Someone had cut the hand he would use to draw his knife clean off. The maid thought back to their prior encounter with Han Sen and felt a chill down her spine. She went cold. She could not believe that there was a knife wielder better than Chu Yuan in this world. Zhen Sha was even more shocked. He never thought a guy like that could have such a scary knife skill. That is Chu Yuan, the Chu Kingdom's main mister. He did not even draw his knife, and his hand has been cut off. Zhen Sha's back felt a chill. Tian Jing's presence had already disappeared, but she still stood there frozen. She stared at Han Sen with a look of disbelief. She did not even see how Han Sen had managed to cut off Chu Yuan's hand. She did not even see Han Sen draw the knife from his own waist. Chu Yuan did not care for his severed hand. He stared at Han Sen with his severed wrist still bleeding. With his god spirit blood pulse and the power of a gene race, the broken hand could respawn. Now, the wound had a weird purple color covering it. It made his wound worse. It was not healing as it should have. Han Sen walked next to Bauer and picked her up. He looked at Chu Yuan coldly as he said, "Do you not agree? You have another hand if you would like to give it another go. This time, I will wait until your knife is drawn. You are going to regret this." Chu Yuan sounded cold, but his eyes were like they were on fire. His other hand quickly grabbed the handle of the knife. His hand had a black demon flame. It looked like there was an evil spirit gathering upon his hand. Not many people knew Chu Yuan's left hand was scarier than his right hand. That was because no one had forced him to use his left hand before. He had a god spirit gene race called Demon Left Hand. It was something like an annihilation god spirit. With his god Yuan Bai Sima's power, that knife was sure to kill someone. It would consume the souls of people. After people died, their souls would not be permitted to go away and be reborn. When Chu Yuan drew the knife, the god Yuan Bai Sima power and the power of the demon left hand strangely combined. They formed to become a weird, gray power. That power ripped the rules of the universe. It created a scary and destructive power that people had not previously been able to fathom. Break world power. Tian Jing screamed with shock. For Chu Yuan to be able to break the world at that age meant he was just as smart as Zhou Donglai, who used the purple mist holy clothes. Chu Yuan did not have something like that, but he could still break the world. Han Sen's face did not change. His heart felt weird. Chu Yuan's break world power did not look right, but he could not put his finger on the reason why. Die. Chu Yuan looked insane. His knife mind madly exploded. When the knife was out of its scabbard, it was like he had already hewn Han Sen's head off. He roared. Dong, dong. The knife was out of the scabbard. Chu Yuan's left hand flew into the sky. Blood spilled. Chu Yuan could not believe it. His eyes opened wide as he stared at Han Sen, who had barely moved. Tian Jing, Zhen Sha, and the maid were in shock. It was like they were seeing a ghost. No, impossible. Chu Yuan already broke the world, but his hand was cut off. Tian Jing looked at Han Sen. She was unable to believe that the man before her was the same man who sold her Bauer. She could not believe this was that same evil land pulse master. Chapter 3254 Life Soul, Who Are You? Both of Chu Yuan's hands were gone. His eyes were blood red as they peered at Han Sen. I am just the father of a child, Han Sen coldly said. I will exact vengeance for this transgression. Chu Yuan hissed these 7 words through a small gap in his teeth. His legs had an explosive power that enabled him to break space and leave. But Han Sen's finger moved. It resulted in Chu Yuan's body suddenly falling from the sky like a bird that had lost its wings. He was like a plane that had run out of fuel. Pang! Chu Yuan fell onto the ice. His body was suppressed. He could not move. He just laid on the ice field, writhing in pain. Did I say you were allowed to leave? Han Sen walked up to Chu Yuan. He coldly looked at Chu Yuan, who was on the ground and unable to move. I hate killing people, but I despise people that bully my daughter even more. It was at this point that the two maids started to do something. They looked at each other. One of them drove the 9 holy wen white deer to run toward Han Sen. The other took out a knife. She was like a bolt of lightning heading straight for him. Han Sen's eye froze. The Dongshuan Sutra's break world power shocked the universe. The 2 maids and the 9 holy wen white deer were on the ground. They struggled but were unable to get up. Zhen Sha was shocked and hopeless. He turned around and wanted to leave. All he managed to do was move his body before he felt as if a super crazy magnet was yanking him back. His entire body was wide open and spread out upon the ice. Tian Jing looked at Han Sen, Chu Yuan, and all the others in shock. She still could not believe the scene that lay before her eyes. Bauer looked at Chu Yuan and said, "Father, this man is so horrible." The man of her ire was struggling on the ice. Han Sen wished to say something, but he saw a little cat jump out from Bauer's chest. It fell in front of Chu Yuan. Its red cat eyes were staring at the man. "Get lost." Chu Yuan had just said those two words when he suddenly saw a small cat open its mouth. Its body was only the size of a fist. When its mouth opened, it was able to swallow Chu Yuan in a single gulp. Kacha, kacha, it bit the man twice before gulping him down in one swallow. The cat then put out its pink tongue like it was still hungry for more. It licked its lips. Upon witnessing that, Zhen Sha and the two maids were shocked. Han Sen could not help but look at the little cat in shock too. The little cat was just a newborn. Even though Chu Yuan had been suppressed by Han Sen, Chu Yuan's body still had break world power active. For the little cat to be able to consume such a body did not seem normal. After small cat consumed Chu Yuan, its little belly looked bloated. It let out a big burp, enabling its body to produce some blood lines. They were like silk wrapping up his body. They quickly worked to form a fist-sized blood cocoon. Is he going to evolve? Han Sen looked at the blood cocoon and started to think that was the case. The little cat was only interested in Chu Yuan. It did not care for Zhen Sha and the two maids. Even the 9 holy wen white deer were ignored by the creature. They weren't spared a glance. That was fairly abnormal behavior. Ever since Chu Yuan started to break the world, Han Sen felt that his power was a bit weird. Break world powers required the learning of another world's reverse power and combining it with the main power. That was how break world powers came to be. Chu Yuan's body's reverse power seemed to be a bit weird. The power that combined on his left hand was like a demon. From what Han Sen had been able to see, it was more like a beast soul than a gene race. Beast soul. Han Sen thought about those words. His heart skipped a beat. Beast souls. Yes, that power was more like the power of a beast soul. It was not quite the same though. Bauer picked up the little cat in the cocoon and walked up to Tian Jing. She pointed at Zhen Sha, who was restrained and down on the ice, and asked, "Big sister, how are you going to deal with his asshole?" Tian Jing looked at Zhen Sha. She bowed to Han Sen and said, "Thank you for saving me. I have yet to learn your name." Han Sen, he did not think there was any need to lie about his identity. The Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. Tian Jing thought about Han Sen's real identity. After all, Han Sen had used one sword strike to break the formation of the Black Dragon. He had sundered Jade Wall City with his might. It was a news article that had reached every corner of the 7 kingdoms. The #1 swordsman of the Qin Kingdom was someone everyone in the 7 kingdoms knew about. It was just that Tian Jing did not really know what he looked like. "I might not be the #1 swordsman, but I am definitely the #1 evil officer." Han Sen pointed at Zhen Sha and said, "You can deal with this person." After that, Han Sen went over to the two maids from the Chu Kingdom. Han Sen looked at the two maids as he asked, "Do you guys want to live or die?" The two maids looked conflicted and confused. They were not sure what their answer should be. "Chu Yuan is dead," Han Sen said. "Even if I let you go, you will still probably be killed. Fortunately for you, I require a driver and a maid. If you want to live, I can permit you to live." The two maids looked at each other. They gnashed their teeth and said, "Thank you, master. I want to live." "If you guys really want to live, then go and prepare the carriage," Han Sen coldly said. He then turned around to stop looking at the girls. The two maids felt the pressure on their bodies was relieved. They were free again. They looked at each other and walked over to the 9 holy wen white deer and jade carriage. Han Sen looked at Tian Jing with interest. He wanted to know how Tian Jing was going to deal with Zhen Sha. Han Sen thought Tian Jing would have trouble. After all, they used to be in love. Who would have expected Tian Jing to instantly decapitate Zhen Sha in a flash without a single glimmer of hesitation? This woman looked weak. I did not expect her to be so decisive. Han Sen was a little bit shocked. "Thanks, Mr. Han, for giving me a chance to slay a traitor." Tian Jing walked back to Han Sen. She bowed and went on to say, "I bet you are also here for the Ice Jade Evil Lady." "Yes." Han Sen nodded. I can take you with me to find the Ice Jade Evil Lady, Tian Jing said. With my Zhan Mi Zong's old leader's sacrificial item, I will not require the Ice Jade Evil Lady. But I must take the sacrifice back to Zhan Mi Zong. Sure, Han Sen said. I only need the Ice Jade Evil Lady. You can have everything else we find. Tian Jing fixed her hair, bowed, and said, in that case, I thank you, Mr. In the 33 skies, Berry Path God walked before an old tower. He bowed to the tower and said, Mr. Leader, a 17-life soul has been put out. From the old tower, Qin Shu's voice sounded. Oh, how long was that life soul out there for it to be put out? Chu Yuan was an elite of the Chu kingdom, and he had a life soul power of 17. That would have been more than enough to break the world. In this universe, not many people can stop people like that. Go and find out who that was. Yes, Berry Path God answered before departing the old tower. Chapter 3255 Planet Under the Ice. The ice fields had many systems. If it was not for the leadership of Tian Jing, Han Sen would never have thought that an unremarkable place was where the rare gene egg would be found. A small, ice mountain was in front of them. It was surrounded by many more ice mountains. It was only a few hundred feet high. It was not very tall. Compared to the other ice mountains, which were a few thousand feet high, that small ice mountain was not very eye-catching. Tian Jing took out a map. She compared it to the small ice mountain for a while. She looked at Han Sen and said, this is where our Zhan Mi Zong leader found the Ice Jade Evil Lady's place in the days of yore. If the records are correct, there will be an ice cave behind this small ice mountain that reaches straight to the bottom of it. Han Sen got out of the jade carriage. He looked up at the ice mountain and said, I am curious. Back then, when your party's leader saw something here, what was it that he saw? Why did he not take the Ice Jade Evil Lady with him and instead left some items behind? Tian Jing replied, I am not too sure what went on. Our leader left a message behind in a secret scroll. He only spoke about the Ice Jade Evil Lady's location and went on to talk about how to take back the lost items. All in all, he did not mention much about the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He only kept saying that after taking back the lost items and returning them, we could not be greedy to the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. If we were to be greedy, very bad things were sure to happen. Do you think the records concerning the Ice Jade Evil Lady went missing? Han Sen asked after thinking for a moment. Tian Jing confidently replied, no. Our Wu Wei Dao Palace is very serious when it comes to record keeping and the like. Some very special, classified information has a very unique way to be kept in storage. There could be no mistake with this stuff. Even if I am wrong about this, wouldn't it be all gone? You would surely not just lose a small part of the greater picture. Han Sen did not really think Tian Jing was telling the truth about this. No matter how classified the methods were, if it was done by a human, there was a high chance of there being a problem. I will do what I promised you. As to whether or not you get the Ice Jade Evil Lady, that will be none of my business. After Tian Jing said that, she walked toward the small, ice mountain. You guys wait here, Han Sen ordered the two maids. He brought Bauer along to follow Tian Jing. Just as Tian Jing said, the base of the mountain contained an icy cave. It kept going down. Whether it led was a complete mystery. Tian Jing was an inheritor of the Zhan Mi Zong, which meant she was not like any other woman. Seeing how she dealt with Zhen Sha, the woman's heart was certainly not like any other woman. No one could promise what happened to Zhen Sha might happen again to Han Sen. Therefore, he exercised caution. He did not put complete faith in her. After entering the ice cave and walking through it for a while, Han Sen found himself able to believe her a bit more. That cave went straight down beneath the ice. It went on for dozens of thousands of feet. There was no end. It did not look like it was man-made. The more they went down, the more cold yin air they felt. Even Han Sen, who practiced Jideskin, felt a little bit chilly. Many cracks were under the ice. There were many other paths to take too. Tian Jing kept using her map as a reference on which way to go. She selected the ordinary path every time. Many places only allowed one person to enter at a time. Some ice caves went straight down into plummets too. Some drops were 10,000 feet, and others were even more than that. For a system, that distance was nothing. Han Sen was most curious about the two super god pulses that appeared in the same landscape. That entire thing did not make a lick of sense to him. It was uncertain how long they had been in the ice cave. They had just come down from a straight ice cave when Bauer pointed in a certain direction and asked, "Dad, what is that?" Han Sen and Tian Jing looked to where she was pointing. They were given a shock. It was a planet. That planet's sky was decked in ice. It was like an ice crystal sky. The planet embedded in the ice was full of green and flowers. There were lots of animals moving freely there as well. There were lots of cranes flying high under the ice sky. Lots of cows and sheep were grazing on the grass. Tian Jing said, "That's right. This is the place the old leader mentioned." She observed the weird planet that resided beneath the sheets of ice. "Are you sure this is the place?" Han Sen wondered. It was said the Ice Jade Evil Lady was not purely an ice element being. It was around half an ice element. A place to grow her would not be such a place like that. Han Sen recalled the news Bauer had shared with him. Tian Jing had told Zhen Sha that the place where the Ice Jade Evil Lady was supposed to be was in a land of ice and jade. Han Sen was not seeing any icy jade place. He saw mud. Tian Jing looked at Bauer and coldly grunted. "Bauer has been telling you about the icy jade, hasn't she?" "I have heard a bit about it." Han Sen's face didn't change. He smiled. He did not feel embarrassed or anything about it. Tian Jing said, "Actually, since Zhen Sha requested to come with me to the ice fields, I already felt something was wrong. I did not have any grand suspicions about him, however. It was only after meeting you and Bauer that I grew suspicious. Therefore, I told him these things about searching for an ice pulse. It was all just to test him." "I see." Han Sen nodded. "Actually, the Ice Jade Evil Lady's jade words do not refer to jade stones," Tian Jing said. "It means, pure." "What does the pure mean?" Han Sen still didn't quite understand. Back in ancient times, in the legends, they always used the word jade to explain something very pure and not tarnished with dirt, Tian Jing explained. It was especially true of a lady who had yet to be subject to filth. The Ice Jade Evil Lady's jade refers to that. It has nothing to do with the actual jadestone. "I see." Han Sen now understood. Tian Jing was admiring the planet. She kept walking forward as she said, "This planet itself is very unique because there is a super god pulse. Before this planet was iced, there was no such planet here. It was only after the place was iced that this planet appeared." "Really?" Han Sen took out a communicator. He opened a galactic map to check the place around him. There really wasn't supposed to be a planet existing where he was. It was not just a planet that should not have been there. There was not supposed to be an ordinary planet or even a sun. Yet, Tian Jing and Han Sen were on a planet. Tian Jing suddenly turned and smiled at Han Sen. "Mr. Han, there is one more thing I must tell you." Han Sen's face did not change as he asked, "What is that?" "About this planet. This is supposed to be a very amazing place," Tian Jing said to Han Sen with a smile. "Only a pure woman can safely land on this planet. If things are not like this, then something bad is sure to happen." Han Sen's face didn't change. He looked at Tian Jing and asked, "What bad thing?" "You will know soon enough." Tian Jing did not answer his question. She just smiled at him. Her smile was very weird. Chapter 3256 The Power of Bad Luck. Han Sen did not care for very much. With the fitness and power of his body, and with his super god spirit mode's invincible power, in those two universes, things rarely went wrong for him. "I am afraid I will have to disappoint you," Han Sen said. His expression suddenly changed. His manly face started to become feminine. He did not become completely like a woman. It was neither yin nor yang. It was a little weird, but he started to sound like a special creature from ancient times. Han Sen was shocked. He focused his mind on one part of his body. When he felt it, he was relieved. Thank God, my penis is still here." In the next second, Han Sen's face started to look very dire. His penis was still there, but what was once a big cigar was now as small as a peanut. It was very tiny and small. Han Sen felt as if he was going to faint. If Tian Jing was not there, Han Sen would have taken his pants off and woken the poor, sleeping guy. When Tian Jing saw Han Sen's face, she happily laughed. "Mr. Han, you do not need to worry. The power of this planet will not kill people. It will only make male creatures and female creatures that are not pure look strange." Han Sen thought, "That is not weird. If I cannot recover, that will be a fate worse than death." Seeing Tian Jing's face appear particularly delighted, Han Sen understood she was relishing in the fact that she was getting her vengeance for his lies. He ignored Tian Jing and used his own power. He pushed it all the way down into his micro-penis. The reverse Dongshuan Sutra and ordinary Dongshuan Sutra went through it without a problem. Aside from being much smaller and far more delicate, there was no problem with it. Mr. Han, you really do not have to worry. Once you leave this planet, the power that currently affects you will stop. If you keep going in here for too long, or if you go too close to the location where the Ice Jade Evil Lady is, that power on you will become stronger. It might even reverse your yin and yang. Tian Jing spoke to Han Sen with a stroke of seriousness. Han Sen saw her eyes were doing their best not to show the laughter she wished to unleash. She clearly knew what was going on with Han Sen's body. Where is the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg? Han Sen tried to focus on the task at hand. If he was able to recover, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Plus, Han Sen had a Super God Spirit Mode power. Thinking of his Super God Spirit Mode's invincible power, he should have been able to restrict the weird, harmful power. It is there. Tian Jing raised her hands and pointed in a certain direction. Han Sen's vision followed Tian Jing's finger to where she was pointing. He had a look over there. He saw a giant, snowy mountain that was upon the large fields. While it could have been described as a large, snowy mountain, it was only the tip of the mountain that had snow. The rest of the mountain was composed of green and black rocks. Old leader said the mountain's peak has the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. I do not know if it is still there or not. Tian Jing then said, by the way, on this planet, you must not use galaxy teleportation. Why is that? Han Sen calmly asked. Tian Jing smiled and replied, because the space inside this planet is not stable. If you use galaxy teleportation, it will be hard to reach the location you want. It might end up possible for you to be lost in a broken layer of space. I see. Are there any more taboo things I should avoid doing while here? Perhaps it would be best if you tell me everything at once. Han Sen could not wait to find a place for his Super God Spirit Mode to help erase his current problem. In front of Tian Jing, Han Sen was not in a rush to show anything. There is nothing else. I already told you this planet's space is not stable. There are many broken layers of space. Be careful while you walk. If you hit a broken layer of space too quickly, I am afraid that even someone with a God Spirit body will be unable to block the wrongful powers of the broken space layers. After thinking for a moment, Tian Jing added, you also must not hurt the creatures of this planet. That will bring you even more bad luck. As to what kind of bad luck will befall you, the leader did not record that. Just in case, I suggest we at least listen to him. Do not provoke the creatures here. Is that all? Han Sen did not really care for those 2 points. The broken layers of space were scary, but with the strength of his body and reaction speeds, even hitting a broken layer of space would not pose much of a threat. Regarding those creatures, Han Sen was not a person who enjoyed killing. He did not want to hurt them anyway. The old leader only left this information behind. There is nothing else. I do not know if there is more. Tian Jing opened her hands. When she looked at Han Sen, she smiled. She kept trying to grab a peek of his lower body. Han Sen used a weird, squeaky voice to ask, aren't you looking for the items of Zhan Mi Zong? Mr. Han, you are not coming with me, Tian Jing said with a laugh. The items are on the foothills of the snowy mountain. If you are planning on going to the snow mountain to find the Ice Jade Evil Lady Gene Egg, we can walk together. I am not planning on going to the snowy mountain just yet, Han Sen coldly said. You go ahead first. If things are like that, then I will proceed ahead. Tian Jing left. She had not gone far when he heard her laugh like a bell. Han Sen, who was a shameless man, was very angry. What is wrong with this planet? How can Break World power erase this bad power? Han Sen tried to use his Break World Dongshuan Sutra power to break the bad power, but it was futile. It did not work. Some weird power draped the place. The power of the Dongshuan Sutra was unable to get rid of it. Han Sen did not dare exert too much strength. Han Sen preferred death over having his penis broken. Daddy, what is wrong with you? Bauer seriously asked Han Sen. It is nothing. Han Sen could not explain to Bauer what was happening to him. When Tian Jing was far away, he activated his Super God Spirit Mode. It enabled white-colored power to cover his body. Fortunately, the Super God Spirit Mode did not disappoint him. The Super God Spirit Mode erased the weird power that was affecting him. It made his body go back to normal. It was still a shame that Han Sen could not break the rules of the universe for a long time. When his Super God Spirit Mode was gone, his body was covered by that weird and bad power. It made him exhibit weird changes. Never mind, I will go and see if the Ice Jade Evil Lady Gene Egg is still there. After I am gone, I will use my Super God Spirit mode to remove the powers. Han Sen knew he could not keep using Super God Spirit mode. But if his Super God Spirit mode worked, he would feel relieved. He picked up Bauer and went to the Snowy Mountain. Chapter 3257 Ice Jade Evil Lady. Things were worse than Han Sen imagined them to be. Tian Jing hadn't lied to him. The closer he was to the Snowy Mountain, the smaller his penis became. It was soon going to become a soybean. Han Sen felt a little bit weird. If this was just like how Tian Jing said, getting close to the ice mountains would make his yin and yang reverse. If he really turned into a woman, he could not be certain his Super God Spirit mode could fully recover. Seeing the snow mountain right in front of him, he was not willing to give up. Han Sen quickly generated a mirror. He looked into the mirror and noticed his face had changed a lot. His face, which had previously looked very sharp, was now very soft. His eyes were bigger, and his lashes were longer. His Adam's apple had become much smaller. It was barely visible. Han Sen was shocked. There is no way I am actually turning into a woman, right? He used his Super God Spirit mode again. He erased the buildup of bad power. This time, he realized that activation of his Super God Spirit mode was much slower. Although he was still able to erase the unlucky powers on him, the transformation speed was slower than what it was before. When the Super God Spirit mode was removed, his body became a woman much faster. Even my Super God Spirit mode is affected. If I cannot make it back, that will be awful. Han Sen hesitated. It did not seem to be worth taking this big of a risk for a gene race. What kind of gene race is this Ice Jade Evil Lady anyway? Why would the area around its abode be so weird? For crying out loud, it can turn men into women. Would it turn a woman into a man? Han Sen pondered that possibility. He suddenly thought, Spell has a female body. If I combine with her, half of my body will become the body of a woman. Will that help me resist some of that weird power? As Han Sen was thinking, he broke the rules of the universe. He used his Super God Spirit mode and summoned Spell to combine with his body. Spell is a woman, right? Han Sen prayed. Tian Jing, who was climbing the Snowy Mountain, thought about Han Sen's face and laughed. No matter how powerful he is, it is useless in this place. It is not me keeping my promise. If he doesn't get the Ice Jade Evil Lady, it won't be my fault. For some reason, Tian Jing thought of Han Sen's facial expressions. She felt so happy that she almost wanted to sing. She turned to take a look and noticed Han Sen hadn't followed. Tian Jing laughed and said, "Old leader was right. In this place, no matter how strong a man is, it is pointless for them to be here. Only pure women can scale this mountain and get the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg." Tian Jing had not told Han Sen the entire truth. She went there to get the Ice Jade Evil Lady for herself. She also knew how to get the gene egg. When Zhan Mi Zong and the old leader went there with many elites, many bad things had happened. Men turned into women, and impure women grew beards. Their bodies grew bigger as they became men. It was not just that. They incited the ire of the animals, which resulted in more bad things happening. Many of the elites were killed. Even if they did not make those animals mad, there were still many bad things going on after going to the Snowy Mountain. Out of all the elites, only the Zhan Mi Zong leader was able to reach the peak of the mountain. It was there she saw the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. In the end, the leader did not take the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. Aside from being a pure woman, there were even more requirements if one wanted to take the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. Although the leader was a pure woman, her fitness was not compatible with the body. Thus, she did not get the gene egg. Tian Jing's reason for going there to take the gene egg alone was because she knew that only she would be able to take the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. Had she not known that, she would not have gone alone. Old leader went back and researched this for a long time. In the end, they found out you must have an extreme yin and an extreme yang cold body type to take the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. After that, every leader only took women with such a body to raise. They have waited for the Super God Pulse to show again ever since. I did not expect this day would ever come. Tian Jing thought her luck was really good. In the past, the Zhan Mi Zong raised people with an extreme yin and extreme yang body. Many of them were great. During the time they were alive, the Super God Spirit mode did not show. Tian Jing had a 9 yin rare pulse body. She was exceptionally talented and terrifically smart. On top of that, the last leader was who raised her. It meant she would be the inheritor. That was the whole reason she knew the secrets. Otherwise, even if she had an extreme yin and extreme yang body, she would not have had this opportunity. One needed the perfect striking of coincidence and fate to earn this chance. Although there are some troubles, in the end, I should be the only one to claim the Ice Jade Evil Lady Gene Egg, Tian Jing said with a feeling of cockiness. Thinking of an elite like Han Sen only being able to come back empty-handed while she could merrily go to the peak and earn the Ice Jade Evil Lady Gene Egg for herself imbued her with a feeling of victory. It felt wonderful. The Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman really is a powerful person, but the gods have already made their decision. This is my opportunity and not yours. It does not matter how strong you are. Tian Jing put her thoughts away. She carefully continued her climb up to the peak. Everything was just like how it had been detailed by the old leader. According to what the old leader recorded, with her path and method of doing things, she was able to reach the top of the snow mountain safely. Tian Jing looked across the peak and saw an icy egg that looked like a crystal. It was resting atop the peak of the snow mountain. She saw a beautiful woman's body in the ice egg. The woman was wearing white. Her hair was snow white like crystal. It was like ice behind her back. Her skin was flawless. It was like the skin of a fairy that did not belong on Earth. The Ice Jade Evil Lady really is a rare humanoid rare gene race. I can practice my door technique with her. I might end up as the only Zhan Mi Zong leader that has accomplished this. Tian Jing was absolutely thrilled. She was also not a woman who was able to be convinced purely through winning. While the victory was close, she was still going to exercise caution. She carefully approached the icy egg. She bit her finger and put a drop of her blood onto the ice egg. It works. The drop of blood seeped into the icy egg. It was going to the location of the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Tian Jing was very happy. It was the same as the old leader's records. If the fresh blood entered the Ice Jade Evil Lady's body, she could earn that rare gene race Ice Jade Evil Lady for herself. Chapter 3258 Recognizing Leadership. When she saw the first drop of blood going in and getting closer to the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead, Tian Jing's heart rate started to rise. As time went by, the drop of blood was able to touch the skin of the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead. It enabled Tian Jing to see the blood and Ice Jade Evil Lady's skin combine. It formed a strange connection. I did it. I got the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Tian Jing felt the connection grow deeper. She was excited. She realized she had just earned this super unique gene race. Although she was excited, Tian Jing felt her heart suddenly ache. She coughed up blood as the connection with the Ice Jade Evil Lady was suddenly severed. How could that happen? It succeeded. How could it be? Is my 9 yin rare pulse not yin and cold enough? Tian Jing asked aloud while opening her eyes. She saw half of her blood blend into the Ice Jade Evil Lady's skin and then get thrown away from the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead. Suddenly, it was cast out of the gene egg, speckling the white snow of the snowy mountain. As Tian Jing wondered why this was happening, the ice egg moved. It started to roll down the hill. Tian Jing did not know what had just happened. She pondered why the ice egg was so willing to move. It was far too weird. Tian Jing forced the blood that was in her chest to not spill and steeled herself to run down the mountain to get to a point that was below the rolling ice egg. The ice egg did not roll quickly. When it reached the halfway point of the hill, she saw someone approach the ice mountain. The man's face was quite manly, but he was very pretty. He was so pretty that many women would feel ashamed of themselves. Judging from his face, Tian Jing could not really apply a name to the person. Seeing a little girl and a small cat on the man's shoulders, Tian Jing was suddenly able to realize the beautiful man was no other than Han Sen. He was supposedly in the throes of the bad power. He really did dare to come here, Tian Jing said with shock. The closer they were to the snow mountain, the more affected the man should have been. Han Sen was already very close to the snow mountain. According to the old leader, when a man reached there, they should have become a complete woman. Despite being way too handsome right now, Han Sen's face was distinctly in possession of the yang power that defined men. He was not a complete woman. Did the ice egg move for him? Tian Jing had that wretched idea in her head. Tian Jing had to swiftly deny it. The Ice Jade Evil Lady could only be claimed by a woman with a cold yin blood pulse. Han Sen was not a woman. He did not have the yin cold blood pulse. He could not take command of the Ice Jade Evil Lady, so how could he make the ice egg leave the ice mountain? Tian Jing saw that the ice egg was indeed flying straight toward Han Sen. When Han Sen almost reached the snow mountain, the ice egg was only 9 feet away from him. It was flying to Han Sen. Impossible, this is impossible. Tian Jing could not believe this had just happened. The Ice Jade Evil Lady should not have been moving toward a man. It was bewildering for her to even entertain the thought. She did not think it was possible. Yet, the ice egg had indeed come to a standstill before Han Sen. It was one outstretched arm's distance away from him. Is this the Ice Jade Evil Lady? Han Sen looked at the ice egg in front of him with shock. He could guess what was inside the ice egg, but he was just wondering why the Ice Jade Evil Lady Gene egg would fall from the mountain and roll in front of him. He delayed doing anything for a long time. He used the combined powers provided by spell, which made him no longer feel what the bad powers could do to him. Since it had been so long, he thought Tian Jing would have already claimed the Ice Jade Evil Lady by now. He had only gone there now to test his luck. Who would have guessed there was this weird scene? The Ice Jade Evil Lady egg fell down the mountain and rolled right to him. Han Sen reached out his hand and put it on the ice egg. He wanted to see if it was a real gene egg. When his fingertip just touched the ice egg, he touched the center of the egg to make cracks develop across the surface like spider webs. They kept spreading across the ice egg. Pang! The ice egg broke. Ice light went everywhere like a sky full of stars. Within that ice light, the Ice Jade Evil Lady's body appeared. Her white clothes were like snow. Her hair was like ice and silk. Her skin was snow white. She was so pretty. One could imagine people suffocating in her presence. Everything was so amazing to behold and witness. Han Sen looked upon the Ice Jade Evil Lady. The Ice Jade Evil Lady's half-closed eyes were now fully open. Her eyes were like cold gemstones peering back at Han Sen. "Give me a drop of your blood," the Ice Jade Evil Lady said to him. Her voice was so clear that it was like water running by Han Sen's ears. When Tian Jing heard that from the position far behind, she was frozen stiff. It was as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. "Why would I give you a drop of my blood?" Han Sen looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady with interest. She was nothing normal, that was for sure. Ordinary gene races could not compare to her. Even for rare gene races, this creature was rare. It was very rare for rare gene races to be born with such incredible intelligence. "Because you want me to become your gene race," the Ice Jade Evil Lady coldly said. "Isn't that enough of a reason?" "Yes, it is enough." Han Sen looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He nodded and put out his finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood. The Ice Jade Evil Lady reached out for Han Sen's blood. She carefully took the droplet and applied it to her forehead. The blood went inside her. A red dot formed on the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead. It made the Ice Jade Evil Lady's body glow with a strange god light. How is that possible? Tian Jing thought she must have been having a nightmare. The Ice Jade Evil Lady was going forward to ask a man to take her as his gene race. How tough was this to believe? It had her flip a lid and throw the world she knew on its head. "I thought only pure women would be approved by the Ice Jade Evil Lady. I thought when men got close to the Ice Jade Evil Lady, only bad things would come to pass. I thought only a woman with an extreme yin and extremely cold blood pulse would be the one allowed to claim the Ice Jade Evil Lady." Tian Jing's head was riddled with 1,000 questions, but she had no answers for any of them. As Tian Jing was watching this unfold, the Ice Jade Evil Lady became an ice light. She went into Han Sen's soul, becoming a gene race for Han Sen. Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race claimed, Ice Jade Evil Lady. Han Sen's head played that familiar announcement. It gave him a shock. What is this Ice Jade Evil Lady? Right off the bat, she is a born God Spirit Gene Race that is Annihilation class. Han Sen quickly went to check out the information he had on the Ice Jade Evil Lady and recognized her progress was juvenile. Even so, her level put her as an Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race. Chapter 3259 Different Gene Race. "Thank you for leading the way," Han Sen said with a hearty laugh. "I have already received the Ice Jade Evil Lady. I wonder if Miss Tian also managed to retrieve the lost items of her party." He could tell Tian Jing was trying to hide something from him and hoping to do something with the Ice Jade Evil Lady before him. He could not blame Tian Jing for that. He had just stolen Tian Jing's opportunity. It was normal for Tian Jing to want it back. They did things through power, and Tian Jing had not done anything wrong. If Tian Jing did not want to kill him, that meant there was danger. So, Han Sen did not plan on doing anything to her. "I did not find them yet. If you are not in any rush to leave this place, can you help me look for them together?" Tian Jing's face returned to normal. She tidied up her hair and smiled. Han Sen smiled and replied, maybe that isn't such a good idea. I am afraid your precious items will start flying toward me as well. He put his hands together and left. Tian Jing felt bad. She was no longer able to remain calm. She was mad as she watched Han Sen leave, but there was nothing she could say or do about it. My party has been preparing for the claiming of the Ice Jade Evil Lady for such a long time. No one could have expected the Ice Jade Evil Lady to fly into a man's hands. Fate is really funny. Han Sen, I will remember you. Tian Jing gnashed her teeth. She weirdly looked at Han Sen leaving. The way back was an easy route. Han Sen quickly returned to the surface of the ice fields. He used galaxy teleportation to return to the Feng family's castle. Han Sen could not wait to summon the Ice Jade Evil Lady from his Sea of Soul. Han Sen was shocked that the Ice Jade Evil Lady refused his will. She was unable to be summoned. Han Sen was surprised. This had never happened before. It did not matter what beast soul it was or whatever gene race it was that had been claimed. Once that happened and were placed in the Sea of Soul, they could be controlled by his mind to do whatever he wished them to. This is the first time he had been refused. Han Sen tried it a few different times, but the results were always the same. He was unable to summon the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Stop trying, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. You and my soul contract put us on equal footing. I am different from how you command other gene races. They might be slaves, but without my permission, you are not allowed to summon me. Even if you summon me, I can choose whether or not to fight for you. I can choose not to combine with you. In that case, why would you want to form a contract with me? Han Sen was not surprised. If the Ice Jade Evil Lady was willing to speak, he believed he would learn something very soon. Your body has an opposite power to mine, and I will need your power to accomplish something, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. That means you are not just a newborn gene race, Han Sen said. You might say I am, but you can also say I am not. The Ice Jade Evil Lady's response was weird. Han Sen was silent for a bit before making a guess. Do you have memories about yourself before you were reincarnated? Pretty much, but I did not pass through the Geno Hall to reincarnate. The Ice Jade Evil Lady wasn't planning on hiding anything. Can you reincarnate without going to the Geno Hall and remain in the same universe? Han Sen looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady in shock. This was the first time he had heard about something like this. I have my own way, the Ice Jade Evil Lady coldly said. You do not need to ask me about that. Right now, my body is too weak. It has been difficult for me to restore my former shape and strength. I have no clue how long it will take before I can break the world again. I cannot wait that long. In that case, we should talk about striking a deal. What can you do for me? Han Sen asked his question as directly as possible. I can lend you my power and fight for you like any ordinary gene race, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. In exchange, when I need you, you need to do something for me and provide me power. I think I should be told what sort of powers you will want me to lend. Han Sen looked at her with interest. When I had almost finished my evolution process, I was backstabbed by a human and failed, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. I had to reincarnate. I want that human's soul to be gone and forever banished from this world. Who is this human you are talking about? Han Sen asked with growing interest. I do not know, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. I know him via his appearance, but I do not know his name. I will be able to point him out if you see him. If he can stop me from evolving, he cannot be some random nobody of the human race. He should not be difficult to find. NIV, good. We should keep going with the questions. What type was your final evolution? Han Sen looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He checked out her face. Reboot, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said with a look of pride. Can gene races really evolve that far? Han Sen was shocked. Up until now, he had never heard of anyone approaching reboot class in terms of evolution. Including all humans and every creature, it seemed as if Han Sen knew only one reboot class being. Even a guy like Qin Shu would not have challenged the wrath of a reboot god spirit. Now that he completely controlled the black crystal armor, it was hard to say what he might do. With a cold face, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said, yes. I only needed one more step to succeed. It was all because of that horrible human. She looked as if she harbored a lot of hatred within her. The human you are talking about, did he look like this? Han Sen's fingertip had a point of light on it. With it, he drew Qin Shu's face in the air. You will have to summon me out, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. Can't you see it? Han Sen was shocked. If this is all about fair trade, you cannot control me, and I cannot control you. In your sea of soul, I cannot see or feel anything out there. Without your summoning, I cannot leave your sea of soul. The Ice Jade Evil Lady did not hide anything from Han Sen. Besides, these things could not be hidden. After a while, the truth was bound to come out. This trade is fair. Han Sen noticed the Ice Jade Evil Lady mention the Sea of Soul directly, which surprised him. Aside from those in the alliance, very few beings knew what it was. Han Sen did not say anything. He summoned the Ice Jade Evil Lady. This time, she was easy to summon. The Ice Jade Evil Lady came before Han Sen. She looked at Han Sen's drawing. That's not him. After seeing Qin Shu, the Ice Jade Evil Lady shook her head and asked, "Who is that human? From the way you have drawn him, he does not look simple." This surprised Han Sen. Usually, things like this always connected to Qin Shu. This time, it was not related to him. It is good that is not the case. He is a difficult guy to deal with. If he was the human who hurt you, vengeance would not come easy. Han Sen did not want to talk too much about him. He looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady and said, "If you want to cooperate with me, let's see what happens when we combine. Let's see if our powers can rip the world." After that, Han Sen summoned the Ice Jade Evil Lady. The Ice Jade Evil Lady did not refuse his summons. She floated over to Han Sen and combined with his body. Chapter 3260 Tester comes to attack. "Mr. Leader, I have already gone to have a look," Berry Path God said while bowing politely to the old tower. The level 17 life soul over Chu Yuan was killed by Han Sen. His life soul is gone too. It was him. Now it makes sense. Qin Shu's voice came out from the old tower. "Mr. Leader, do you want this person to be erased from this world?" Berry Path God lowered his head to speak. "Let number 19 go. Let us see what this test shall prove." Qin Shu's voice did not waver in the slightest. "Yes, Mr." Berry Path God looked weird as he walked away. "Mr. What is Qin Shu doing? While we are in the 33 skies, why has he been hiding? Why does he not come out?" In a secret place, Berry Path God spoke to a few of his men. "I think there is a problem with his body. Otherwise, why else would he require someone else? Perhaps this is our chance. While his body has a problem, we can kill him and take back control of the God Chaos Party. We cannot rush this. Right now, there is no denying Qin Shu is very scary. There is a 100% chance he will strike again. Otherwise, there will be a disaster in front of us. If we do not take risks, how else are we supposed to get things done? If we miss out on this opportunity and Qin Shu can fix the problems in his body, our chances of escape will be even slimmer." All these creatures had been arguing. In the end, they took their gaze away from Berry Path God. Berry Path God coldly said, "Qin Shu's body must have a problem. Before we find out what the issue is, we should not do anything rash. He now has these life souls. That means he is giving us a chance. If the life soul test works, and we own them, there is no longer a need for us to be afraid of Qin Shu." "Are you saying that the information regarding life soul cores is in Qin Shu's hands?" An elder who did not understand asked. "We are only in charge of looking for test subjects and observing their progress. How are we supposed to own them for ourselves? I have a plan for dealing with this little conundrum." Berry Path God looked at Rocky D and said, "Rocky D, you must find a way to bring test subject number 19 to Han Sen and see what kind of powers number 19 wields." "Yes, my master," Rocky D said with a graceful bow. Han Sen and Bauer were sitting on a sofa watching cartoons. Suddenly, something moved inside Bauer's pocket. She took it out of her pocket and opened it. A man made of paper instantly leapt out of it. "Han Sen, can you be honest with me and not try to attract trouble?" It was Rocky D's paper man that jumped out. He did so while angrily shouting at Han Sen. "What did I do now?" Han Sen was eating popcorn while watching an animated movie. He responded to Rocky D casually. Rocky D madly asked, "What? Did you not just recently slay Chu Yuan?" "Yes." Han Sen asked in shock, "Was Chu Yuan a member of the God Chaos Party too?" "He is not a member of the God Chaos Party," Rocky D coldly said. "He was merely a test subject." "What sort of test subject?" Han Sen asked with genuine curiosity. Rocky D hesitated to confess it, but he quietly said, "After Qin Shu became the leader of the God Chaos Party, he started conducting tests. He gave an item that was called a life soul to a few specific creatures. After the creatures adopted these life souls, they were able to feel the reverse world powers. With that, they were able to use the life souls to break the world. In a short amount of time, he was able to produce many break world elites. Is such a thing possible? What exactly is a life soul? Han Sen recalled the weird gene race on Chu Yuan's left arm. I don't know, but I will admit that it looked rather like a gene egg. It was a bit different from a gene egg though. Every gene egg must have a special creature to hatch it. Other creatures cannot hatch them at all. So, including these test subjects, no one can know what these life souls are. Even the test subjects who receive a life soul and the God Chaos Party members in charge of observing them have no idea what the life souls are. After Rocky D said that, he looked at Han Sen. Chu Yuan was the 17th test subject. Why did you go and kill him? If you want to die, that's totally fine. Just don't drag Master Bauer down with you. It is not as if you know the breadth of Qin Shu's power. In the past, if Bauer's identity was discovered by Berry Path God, you would have been permitted to live. If she were found by Qin Shu, you would be very dead. Han Sen did not bother listening to Rocky D's complaints. He was too busy trying to figure out what a life soul was. Those things were a bit like gene races and, in a way, a bit like beast souls. They had both of their features. What is Qin Shu thinking? Han Sen did not understand the man's thought process. He did not know why Qin Shu was attempting so many things. If this was for Wanner, she would have already been revived. What else could he possibly need? Han Sen looked at Rocky D and asked, you said Chu Yuan was the 17th test subject, right? That means there are 16 before that. Who are they? I don't know, Rocky D said. The God Chaos Party has already been split in two. One party is determined to follow Qin Shu. The other party wants to destroy Qin Shu. The life souls Qin Shu got were given out to everybody. I only know where a few of them were handed out to. From what I have best been able to tell, the success rate of the life souls has been high. 6 of the life souls resulted in 3 of the given test subjects breaking the world. The other 3 went crazy and died. The success rate is 50%. 50. That is pretty scary. Han Sen knew how scary 50% was. They were break world elites. They were similar to a break world elite in the Qin kingdom but stronger. Some weak kingdoms only had 2 or 3 break world elites. If people like Qin Shu were able to casually produce break world elites, there was no doubt the world was going to come to an end. I do not think Qin Shu has too many of those life souls, Rocky D coldly said. All this time, he has only had 19 of these life souls. He recently issued a command that demands the owner of the 19th life soul owner to come out here to try and kill you. You watch yourself, okay? Do not allow Master Bauer to get involved with all of this. Who is the master of the 19th life soul? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer, Zhao Ning'er. She will be in the Qin Kingdom, so you better watch it. After Rocky D spoke, the paper man looked as if it lost its soul and fell onto the table. Zhao Ning'er. Han Sen had heard that name before. He did not focus on Zhao Ning'er. Since he lived in Feng Fei Fei's house, he kept hearing news about Zhao Ning'er. Many people compared Zhao Ning'er to the 3 singers of the Qin Kingdom. Most people thought Zhao Ning'er was better than the 3 singers of the Qin Kingdom. They thought she was the future singing queen and would likely be the greatest singer to ever live after the singing king Zhong Liqing. For a person like that to end up as Qin Shu's test subject, it suggested life souls were something highly coveted by humans. Even Chu Yuan and Zhao Ning'er, people who were already famous, could not resist. Han Sen frowned as he thought, weird. Why is Qin Shu looking for test subjects that are young people? Chapter 3261 Zhao Ning'er. In many types of species, the right to mate was something to achieve. Male deer wanted to mate. When they fought off their opponents, they would lock horns. They would continue to fight even if their antlers broke. In wolf packs, the strongest wolf king was the first one that was allowed to mate. The strong male wolves that were a little weaker or the weak male wolves were not allowed to mate. Now, the nobles in the Qin Kingdom's Jade Wall City were like male deer or wolves. They raised their heads and rubbed their fists, waiting for Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer, Zhao Ning'er, to arrive. Over the past few years, the Qin Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom had not fought. They seemed fairly peaceful. Zhao Ning'er was now holding a concert in Jade Wall City. Many Jade Wall City officers supported the notion, and people paid a lot of money to see her face in the flesh. They wanted to know if she was as good as the videos showed her to be. Of course, More nobles were hoping to have something else happen with Zhao. When Zhao had just entered Jade Wall City, it created major traffic jams. Han Sen was not like the others. He was not in the mood to go take care of Zhao. He had been spending his time investigating the reversed version of the story of genes. After combining with Ice Jade Evil Lady, their two powers were able to reach break world levels. Unfortunately, their control powers, compatibility levels, and distribution of strength had some inherent gaps. There were bound to be problems further down the line. This was just a problem that arose from a lack of experience. After combining for a while, their issues would most likely sort themselves out. There was no need to worry about these issues too much. Han Sen practiced 4 Geno arts. Only the story of genes had not yet reached break world status. That was the primary subject of Han Sen's recent investigations. He was hoping it would not take long before he found a way to have the story of genes break the world too. He needed the power to guarantee his safety. Han Sen was currently not Qin Shu's foe, but he also could not defeat Qin Wan'er. He had to improve his strength. The Super God Spirit mode was a type of body. There was no skill associated with it. There was no method of running its air. Although Han Sen knew there was a reverse Super God Spirit mode out there, he could not use reverse Super God Spirit mode. The only way for him to level up was to practice the 4 Geno arts he had or get better Geno arts altogether. Since rare gene races were hard to obtain, Han Sen had gone to a lot of trouble to get his hands on the Ice Jade Evil Lady. At the end of the day, it was pretty much useless for him to have. That path for him to traverse was no good. It was worse than when he used to reinforce his body. When Han Sen combined with the Ice Jade Evil Lady, he repeatedly tried to analyze her power. He was hoping to break the world without combining with the Ice Jade Evil Lady so he would not be restricted. Han Sen was most depressed about the fact that reverse Jadeskin powers were weird. He had examined the power structure, but he was unable to simulate it. It seemed as if only the body of a woman could attain that power. With that being the case, Han Sen focused his mind on researching the story of Gene. His research of the story of Gene had been going on for a long time now. A scary power surged through Han Sen's body. His cells were like nuclear bombs quickly detonating. It made Han Sen spill blood. He had to stop the story of Gene reverse power. The story of Gene's forever solid power was different. Reversing the story of Gene powers was too cruel. Han Sen had only just tried reversing the story of Gene when he felt his gene chain break and cells explode like the end of the world. It was just that little amount of power that made Han Sen tremble in fear. That power was too scary. Even with Han Sen's powerful body, he could not block the power of the story of Gene. That big, destructive power was not just in my body, Han Sen said with a frown. Even my Super God Spirit mode would be unable to block it. It is a Geno art that cannot be practiced. The power of the reverse the story of Gene was too cruel. It could not be practiced. His body was not capable of harnessing it. He could not even try it, so how could he succeed? This harkened Han Sen back to the time he first tried to practice the story of Gene. He was unable to begin it back then, as the story of Gene required absurd amounts of fitness. It was too high, so he could not get it started. Han Sen needed the black crystal armor to get it going now. The reverse the story of Gene had the same issue, but Han Sen did not have the black crystal armor anymore. People have to rely on themselves. Han Sen took a deep breath. He used power to heal the damage he had just been inflicted. He then used the reverse version of the story of Gene. Han Sen was not thinking about whether or not he could survive it. All he wanted to do was find a rhythm within that scary power. The reverse the story of Gene only ran for a moment when Han Sen's body suddenly cracked. His entire body looked like a ceramic vase that had been cracked and crudely glued together again. He was full of cracks, and they started to bleed. He immediately stopped running the reverse version of the story of Gene. That short moment was almost enough to destroy his body. He didn't reverse it completely, so he was not about to continue running it. Han Sen could only fix his body and think about that destructive power. He hoped to learn something soon. It was a shame it only went on for a moment and his body was destroyed. Han Sen could not glean much from the experience. Han Sen kept enabling himself to be tortured by the scary power without giving up. The reverse version of the story of Gene damaged his body a lot, which proved just how strong the reverse version of the story of Gene was. Perhaps after the story of Gene broke the world, the power would be so scary that one could not even imagine it. In a bright castle in Jade Wall City, many rich people were seated. There were many of the Qin Kingdom's nobles and famous people. The party's focus was not on them. It was on a 20-year-old young lady who looked pure. She was a woman who emitted freshness. Sky King, who had been summoned back to Jade Wall City, was attending this party. He was drinking and listening to Zhao songs. When it comes to prettiness, Zhao might not be the hottest across all the 7 kingdoms, but the pure youthfulness of her young body can make us and our old bodies very jealous, Sky King quietly said, with his eyes looking like they were on fire. I want to take her youth and become her age so I can do whatever I want. The man next to Sky King laughed. If it was not for that, why would Zhao be adored by all 7 kingdoms? It isn't just us, even those old antiques love Zhao. Well, they at least love how refreshing she is. Through her, they want to see their past selves. Jade Wall City has only just experienced big bad luck, Sky King said. For her to come to Jade Wall City now will surely make others think of something. Yes, Jade Wall City has endured bad luck recently, but it is still stronger than the Zhao Kingdom. If she tries something, I am fairly certain we can deal with it. While they were talking, Zhao finished her song. Everyone in the hall started to clap. Zhao bowed. She looked at everyone and asked, while I was in the Zhao Kingdom, I heard about the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman, Han Sen. Is Mr. Han here today? Chapter 3262 Meeting in Red Sleeve Building. The reverse. The story of Gene kept destroying Han Sen's body. He could no longer endure it. After resting for a while, he went to the garden to chill. Bauer and Feng Yin were playing chess in the garden. Han Sen watched the two of them play. Because of Han Sen, Bauer was very good at playing chess and various card games. By comparison, Feng Yin was very bad. Every match ended poorly for her. Feng Yin did not care much about whether or not she won or lost. She did not mind losing over and over, which was an attitude Bauer found to be boring. Playing chess with little Yin is boring. Bauer won another round. She yawned and asked, why don't you play with me, Daddy? Han Sen was going to agree to a match, but Feng Fei and Bald Guy came strolling into the garden. Old Han, my dear Mr. Han, you are a bad man this time. Bald Guy looked friendly as he tried to get closer to Han Sen. Why have I been bad this time? Han Sen asked with confusion. Bald Guy laughed. Did you not know that today is the day the Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer, Zhao is having her welcome party? She mentioned you, the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. Does she want to challenge me? Han Sen calmly picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Han Sen had already received information from Rocky D that Zhao was Qin Shu's 19th life sole owner. The reason she came to the Qin Kingdom was for the sole purpose of killing Han Sen. Thus, Han Sen was not surprised by this. Bald Guy looked weird and smiled. No, but Zhao said she greatly admires you. She wants to marry you and be a nice wife who teaches children. If you want to, she will be waiting for you at the Red Sleeve Building. She wants to spend the night with you, the Qin Kingdom's big swordsman. Now, the whole of Jade Wall City's nobles and old antiques are jealous of you. Blurg. Han Sen almost coughed all of his tea out. He looked at Bald Guy and asked, are you joking? Ask Miss Feng if you do not believe me. Bald Guy looked as if he had been wronged. Han Sen looked at Feng Fei. She nodded and said, although Bald Guy is being a bit ridiculous, Zhao did say something like that. I do not know if she really likes you, or if she has an ulterior motive or what. It is just like Bald Guy said. The men in Jade Wall City are going nuts. They know Zhao has a problem, but they still want to kill you. You should be careful. Han Sen laughed and said, it is fine. The nobles never liked me anyway. They've always wanted to kill me and feed me to the dogs. It does not matter to me. It is not as if they can do anything to me. Old Han, Zhao is in Red Sleeve Building. Are you going? She is Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer. Bald Guy had a look of jealousy as he said, if it was me, I would do whatever it took to get to Red Sleeve Building and see her. Of course, I am going, Han Sen said with a curl of his lips. If I do not go, I will be made a scapegoat for no reason. Yes, Zhao is so passionate. If you did not go, you would be an animal. Bald Guy patted Han Sen on the shoulder and prepared to depart. Bauer, on the side, took out a notepad and jotted something down. Han Sen wanted to go to Red Sleeve Building because he wanted to see Zhao who was the 19th test subject. If Qin Shu let her go there, Zhao must have had something special up her sleeve. He would not just send her there to die. Instead of waiting for Zhao to come to him, he might as well strike first while he had the chance. He did not want to bring any further harm to the Feng Castle either. Old Han, do you want to go together? Bald Guy happily looked at Han Sen. They will probably forbid you from entering, so you will only look embarrassing, Han Sen said with a laugh. Oh, you are right, Bald Guy said with a look of jealousy. Zhao Ning'er only invited you. Han Sen ignored him. He looked at Feng Fei Fei and asked, where is Red Sleeve Building? Feng Fei Fei looked at Han Sen with shock. Are you really going? To be invited there by a pretty woman, why would I not? Han Sen asked with a laugh. Are all the pretty women outside the castle and not within? Feng Fei Fei felt jealous, but she still told Han Sen the location of the Red Sleeve Building. Bauer continued to clutch her pen, scribbling something down in the notebook. It was now 10 o'clock. Han Sen said goodbye to Feng Yin and went to the Red Sleeve Building. After a short walk, he saw a person coming. The person sought to bar Han Sen's way. Mr. Han, where are you going? The person asked with a bow. If people were seemingly nice to you, it was rude to be mean to them. That person was nice, so Han Sen should not have been mean. Therefore, he politely said, Red Sleeve Building. The man's face changed. He got closer to Han Sen and whispered, Teacher Han, are you going to see Zhao Ning'er? If you are willing to take me to the Red Sleeve Building to see Zhao Ning'er, I will reward you. What kind of reward? Han Sen looked at the man with interest. He was 40 years old. He looked like a scholar. He looked fairly decent, but Han Sen did not recall seeing him before. The man moved closer to Han Sen and whispered, My name is Zhang Huan. I would not think you have heard this name before, but the Zhang family is quite famous in the Qin Kingdom. We trade in gene eggs and gene races. Treasure Garden is our family's business. If you are willing to take me to the Red Sleeve Building, any gene egg and gene race in Treasure Garden can be selected by you for free. You can pick one. Do not give me this lame kind of stuff. Give me something real. Han Sen did not really like Zhang Huan's offer. Usually, high-class gene eggs and gene races could not be found on the market. Even if they were, Zhang Huan would have probably hidden all of the high-class gene eggs and gene races. Treasure Garden was something Han Sen had heard of before. It was an old shop in Jade Wall City. It was one of the biggest gene egg and gene race shops around. The others were similar, but the other ones sold more gene races. Treasure Garden sold more gene eggs. His plan had been exposed. Zhang Huan did not mind. He whispered, Our shop has a dozen God-class gene eggs. If you are willing to, you can go and pick one or two. 1. Rare gene egg. If you have it, then go and grab it. If not, don't waste my time. I need to go and meet Zhao Ning'er. Han Sen slapped a ridiculous price on the offer. He wanted the man to leave and stop wasting his time. Teacher Han, you are too greedy. Zhang Huan was frozen. A rare gene egg for one date was too much. People are greedy, Han Sen said with a smile. I am just greedier than others. No matter how good a gene egg might be, it is just an item. An item swapped for a chance to date her is something I would suspect to be pretty fair. Chapter 3263 Ultimate Egg. Zhang Huan did not think that was a very fair price. He thought, you take me for a fool. Is that what you call a fair price? Zhang Huan did not dare say that out loud in front of Han Sen. He developed a wry smile and said, Mr. Han, you have overestimated me. The Zhang family runs a gene egg shop, but rare gene eggs are very uncommon to see. Our ancestors did once have one, and that was the greatest of glories. Ever since I was born, however, I have been unable to see a single, rare gene egg. Zhang Huan gnashed his teeth and suggested, how about this? In Treasure Garden, there are God-class gene eggs. You can select 5 of them. That is all I will be able to afford you. What do you think? Rare singers require rare gene eggs, Han Sen said with a laugh. Miss Zhao is worth that price, don't you think? Han Sen was not crazy. He wanted to use a rare gene race to swap for a date with Zhao Ning'er, but now, many nobles were watching them. If Han Sen took the inferior deal, many people would come to stop him and annoy him with their own offers. Zhang Huan looked disappointed. He looked ill as he said, Teacher Han, if you keep suggesting prices like that, no one will be able to pay you. Han Sen did not say anything in response. He suddenly heard another voice. He is right, rare singers require rare gene eggs. Teacher Han, I have one rare gene egg. I will give it to you if it means spending a night with Miss Zhao in Red Sleeve Building. Would you like to conduct this trade? Zhang Huan froze. He turned his head. He did not believe someone would do such a trade, swapping a rare gene egg for seeing Zhao Ning'er. After all, they would not be meeting her one-on-one. They would only be accompanying Han Sen. When Zhang Huan saw that man's face, his expression changed. He lowered his head and left like a mouse seeing a fierce cat. Han Sen looked at that person but did not recognize who it was. It was an old man with white hair wearing a flowery robe. His eyelids were heavy. When he opened his eyes, there were big gaps. It looked as if he was not awake. Han Sen looked at the old man and said, "If you are truly going to offer me this, then I will take you up on the offer." The old man's body was crooked. He reached into his sleeves for a while. He eventually brought out a gene egg and put it down in front of Han Sen. "Okay, this is the gene egg, take it if you dare use it." Han Sen looked into the old man's hand. The gene egg was the size of a quail egg. It looked like a crystal. It was half white and half black. It was a natural Tai Chi symbol. Many strange carvings were on the gene egg's shell. If it was put under a microscope, the words would still be too small to read. There were dozens of thousands of words on the quail egg-sized gene egg's shell. The text was weird. It did not look to be written in the common tongue of the universe of kingdoms, so Han Sen did not know what it meant. It was obviously something written by hand. It could not have been something the egg was born with. "Old man, is this gene egg dead?" Han Sen wondered aloud. There were so many words carved into it. He wondered whether or not the gene egg could still produce a gene race. Plus, Han Sen could not detect a life force within the gene egg. He did not know if it could really be a rare gene egg or not. The old man rolled his eyes. How ignorant. This gene egg shocks the universe. This is the unique ultimate egg, but that is okay. I can show you my knowledge in case you later embarrass people out there. The old man held the rare gene egg. With a cocky look, he said, "When the universe first began and before the god spirits were born, there was an old man. That person was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha." "Old man, I am not interested in hearing stories." Han Sen stopped the old man from proceeding. Han Sen had heard this story before. When Han Sen first came to the universe of kingdoms, he learned about the history of Wu Wei Dao Palace. The Wu Wei Dao Palace's first leader was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Wu Wei Dao Palace students treated him like God. They obeyed him more than god spirits. One of Wu Wei Dao Alpha's most famous sayings was, "Before God was born, I was already here." That meant the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was born before god spirits. He was greater than god spirits. Of course, Han Sen had researched this quite a bit. The history of Wu Wei Dao Palace was far-reaching. Before humans, they were already so famous. Compared to god spirits being born, there was still a distance between them. A person who had been praised like so had to be so strong, and he made the universe's biggest legion Wu Wei Dao Palace. Still, the claims were a bit over the top. The old man looked annoyed that Han Sen had interrupted him. He stared at Han Sen and said, "Young people are so impatient. They always cut things short." When the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was born, he was holding this gene egg. After he was born, until he broke space and left, this gene egg never left his hands. Everyone knows that in this universe. This is not a made-up fairy tale. You are not going to say the one in your hand is the gene egg Wu Wei Dao Alpha had, are you? Han Sen did not believe it. It was not as if Wu Wei Dao Alpha was actually holding a gene egg when he was born. Even if he was, Wu Wei Dao Palace would probably be holding onto such a treasure. Why would they let an old man like that carry it around? Stupid people cannot be taught a thing. Yes, this is the Wu Wei Dao Alpha's gene egg. Its name is Ultimate Egg. Everyone knows that Ultimate Egg is a rare gene egg. I will use this gene egg to trade for permission to join you. Is that okay? The old man offered the gene egg to Han Sen. How am I supposed to know if this is the real gene egg Wu Wei Dao Alpha had? Han Sen asked without much care. To be honest, even if that world had such a gene egg, Han Sen did not think it would have fallen into the hands of an old man like that. This gene egg is real. If you do not believe me, ask that guy from the Zhang family, the old man said while reaching his hand out. Zhang Huan, who had almost taken a turn and left, was grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled back. He was brought in front of the old man. "Zhang family child, tell this Mr. Han if my ultimate egg is real or not," the old man said while looking at Zhang Huan. "Yes," Zhang Huan quickly said. "It is more real than gold. It is certainly the real deal. The old man looked at Zhang Huan and said, "Fine words." Zhang Huan looked bitter and said, "Teacher Han, I can use the Zhang family as a promise. In this old man's hands, the ultimate egg Gene Egg is real in there. The people of this universe know the Gene Egg as the one from Wu Wei Dao Palace way back when." Chapter 3264 Bad Egg, what do you mean? Han Sen looked at Zhang Huan with interest. Zhang Huan looked at the old man and carefully said, "Back in the day, when the Wu Wei Dao Alpha broke space, the leader gave the ultimate egg to one of his students. That Wu Wei Dao Palace student could not hatch it, so he decided on passing it down generation by generation. It is unknown how many generations there have been since, but no one has been able to hatch it. Eventually, a Wu Wei Dao Palace student was murdered by a supreme elite who took the egg for themselves and carried it around. The ultimate egg was robbed of its proper owner. Then, this old man came into possession of it. Does that mean this white old man killed a student of Wu Wei Dao Palace?" Han Sen looked at the old man as he spoke. With a cocky look, the old man said, "It wasn't me. It was an ancestor of mine. Everyone knows that. There is only one ultimate egg. There are no fake ones like it. Do you want it or not?" Han Sen looked at the old man. He then looked at Zhang Huan. He knew that even if the ultimate egg were real, something bad must have lurked inside it. It was not about something that couldn't be hatched. Having that mysterious Gene Egg in front of him made Han Sen interested. After hearing what they had to say, he said, "If you are willing to give it to me, I will take it." The old man said, "Great. If things are like that, then you can keep it." He then tossed the ultimate egg to Han Sen. Seeing his talent for doing that, it was like he was lobbing an entire mountain. Han Sen tried to catch it, but he noticed the ultimate egg was actually really light. It was like an ordinary quail egg, which surprised him quite a bit. The old man looked at Han Sen and said, "I have now given you the ultimate egg. The deal we have struck is that you take me to the Red Sleeve building so that I might meet Zhao. One thing I must tell you, however, is that the ultimate egg has swapped hands with quite a few owners in the past. Aside from Wu Wei Dao Palace inheritors, basically, everyone who has come into possession of the ultimate egg has ended up dead. If you are afraid of this item, you can still hand the ultimate egg back. If the ultimate egg is that unlucky, how has your family been okay all this time?" Han Sen asked while playing with the ultimate egg. He really wasn't concerned about what the old man had said. The old man laughed. "Our family is not like ordinary people. The ultimate egg is fine in our family. If this was in the hands of someone else, no matter how strong they are, they will still suffer bad luck. I already paid for this. It does not matter if you want it or not, but you will take me to the Red Sleeve building." "Of course, we are on our way there now," Han Sen said. He walked forward. He was not going to return the ultimate egg to the old man. He had seen many things that were the result of bad luck. It did not matter to him if something else came about as a result of bad luck. Plus, Han Sen was curious about the identity of the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. That guy was more legendary than Qin Shu in the universe of kingdoms. People knew Qin Shu was the king of the Qin kingdom, but they did not know about the scary things Qin Shu had managed to accomplish. The things the Wu Wei Dao Alpha did were things the Seven Kingdoms fully knew about. Even though the Qin kingdom exiled the Wu Wei Dao Palace, people still knew about the history of the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Although the saying, "Before God was here, I was here," was a little over the top, one could still imagine so many kingdoms fighting until now while the Wu Wei Dao Alpha turned the Wu Wei Dao Palace into a big religion. It was not just one simple thing. The old man laughed. He did not say anything as he followed Han Sen to the Red Sleeve building. It was strange. Ever since the old man started following him, no one showed up to stop Han Sen's way. Han Sen had no idea that after he collected the ultimate egg, Jade Wall City erupted into chaos. Han Sen, that kid, got his hands on the ultimate egg. How dare he? Sky King looked at this with interest. What? Teacher Han took White No Life's ultimate egg? Thousand Mile Reach's face changed upon hearing this news. He stood up from his chair. In the palace, Qin Jingzhen looked weird when he heard this news. He sighed. I am afraid, in this world, only Teacher Han would be so bold to take that ultimate egg. My king, I think Teacher Han might not know the history of the ultimate egg. Should I inform him? Jia Shizhen seemed to understand Han Sen. She knew he must not have known much about the Wu Wei Dao Palace. Qin Jingzhen was shocked. No way, the ultimate egg is so famous. How would Teacher Han not know about it? Jia Shizhen, with a wry smile, said, Mr. Teacher Han is an outsider elite. Per my knowledge of him, he never did seem to know much about this place. Perhaps he really does not know anything about the ultimate egg. If things truly are like that, you should go and inform Teacher Han, Qin Jingzhen quickly said. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. Jia Shizhen agreed and took her to leave. She planned on stopping him before he went to the Red Sleeve building. When the nobles and officers who thought Han Sen was the evilest person in the Qin kingdom heard that he took the ultimate egg, they were delighted. Very good, Han Sen. He took the ultimate egg. If he has a death wish that comes true, he cannot take it out on us. Aside from the White family, I do not think a sky full of god spirits would dare take this egg. Does Han Sen truly believe he is invincible? I do not think he knows how scary the ultimate egg is. That is why he probably took it. This is because he is ignorant. He deserves to die. Aside from the freaks of the White family, I do not think anyone can endure the bad luck brought on by the ultimate egg. If Han Sen knew about this sooner, he might have been enabled to live. Han Sen knew the ultimate egg was nothing ordinary, but he did not care for the tales. He kept walking, playing with the ultimate egg. He felt the ultimate egg contained some sort of hidden power. Han Sen put power into the ultimate egg to explore what was inside. He noticed that the egg was endless. No matter how much power he put inside, it seemed to get lost. Not even Han Sen could figure out what was inside it. Han Sen thought, this ultimate egg is so weird. It does not seem like a fake item. Teacher Han, might I speak with you? Jia Shizhen appeared down the street. She bowed to Han Sen. Han Sen saw Jia Shizhen and nodded. The two of them retreated into an alley. Jia Shizhen spoke first. Teacher Han, do you know about the ultimate egg? I only know it as a gene egg from Wu Wei Dao Alpha, Han Sen said. It was just as Jia Shizhen thought. She quickly said, Teacher Han, you should think about returning the ultimate egg to the old man immediately. This egg is so weird. Aside from the White family, if other people take the ultimate egg, they will suffer terrible luck. Not only a sky full of god spirits, Chapter 3265 Red Sleeve Building, is the ultimate egg that evil? Han Sen asked with shock. Jia Shizhen quietly explained, the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was a legendary figure. Legends claim that when he was born, a sky full of stars fell with a weird scene. Although he was a human, his talent was like those of a rare gene race. His body possessed an ultimate sort of power like a scary character of some wild era. Legends claim the ultimate egg was an egg born alongside him, and that it wields magical powers. For some reason, it has never sought to hatch. Up until the time the Alpha broke space, the ultimate egg had yet to hatch. So, the Alpha handed it down to a student who would guard it. The ultimate egg kept being passed down through inheritance, all down the line of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Therefore, in this world, no matter if it was someone from the Wu Wei Dao Palace or an elite of the Seven Kingdoms, they have all wanted the ultimate egg. When some people ended up having it, a lot of misfortune befell them. Even their heirs were never safe from harm. They had to beg Wu Wei Dao Palace to take the egg back. Up until the Qin Kingdom's battle god White killed a student that protected the ultimate egg in a fight, none have ever lived to survive handing it over. Ever since the ultimate egg has been in the White family's hands. Aside from the White family's bloodline, whoever received the ultimate egg would be the recipient of a lot of bad luck. Even the White family still suffered quite a bit of bad luck. Most members of the White family have been unable to live past the age of 40. They also seem to age faster. This has happened to a dozen members of the White family, and they only had one child each. No matter how many wives and children there were, only one son is permitted to live. You are not going to tell me that horny old man is only 40 years old, are you? Han Sen looked at the old man. The old man is likely 39 years old, Jia Shizhen said with a wry smile. He does not have a wife yet. The legends claim that at the age of 15 years old, he would never marry and produce babies. He wants the White family to end its run with the ultimate egg. Because of that, the old man has lived very casually. He always does things ordinary people could never imagine doing. I cannot believe the old man would use the ultimate egg as payment for a date, and you were the one who actually dared to accept the ultimate egg. I see. Thank you for telling me all this, Teacher Jia. Han Sen now knew all about the ultimate egg. Han Sen thought the old man had some sort of ulterior motive, but now he knew he was just an obscene person who dined on free meals. Teacher Han, you are too polite. The king is merely worried about your well-being. Please, take care of yourself. Jia Shizhen bowed and took her leave. Han Sen went back out to the street. The old man smiled and looked at him. The Jia family's girl told you all about the ultimate egg, didn't she? Do you still want it? Whatever slips into Han Sen's pocket never leaves it quite so easily, Han Sen coldly said. He then went to the Red Sleeve building. The old man looked strange. He watched Han Sen for a bit before following him. Han Sen knows the power of the ultimate egg, yet he has not returned it to the old man. Qin Jingzhen heard Jia Shizhen's report and was surprised. Yes, my king. Jia Shizhen looked strange too. Han Sen did not know the dangers of the ultimate egg. Now that he knew the ultimate egg could not be hatched, what was the point of holding on to the rare gene egg? Only bad things came with it, never anything good. Even Wu Wei Dao Palace did not want to take the ultimate egg back. Did he not see how powerful the ultimate egg was? Given the legacy of the Alpha, even if he had just left behind a sheet of paper, they would have done anything they could to get their hands on it. Wu Wei Dao Palace would not just leave it out for others, especially not the egg. In Jade Wall City, many nobles waited for bad luck to befall Han Sen. The ultimate egg had been inherited for a very long time. Aside from the White family, no one came into its possession without dying. It could take 2 to 3 days, 10 days, or half a month. Either way, something bad was going to happen. Han Sen played with the ultimate egg. He did not feel anything sinister about it, but he did not dare be reckless. He continued to hold onto the ultimate egg, watching it intently. Han Sen and the old men soon came before the Red Sleeve building, where a bodyguard promptly stopped them. Mr. Han, my lady only wants to meet with you alone, a guard politely said to Han Sen. Go and tell Miss Zhao I took benefits from him, so I must bring this old man into the Red Sleeve building, Han Sen calmly said. If she does not permit him inside, I will go home. This, while the guard hesitated, a maid-like young woman came strolling outside. She said to Han Sen and the old man, my lady wants to let Han Sen and the old man into the Red Sleeve building. The old man said, that's right. I am here to see Miss Zhao. This is a great honor of the Zhao family to be visited by me. He hurried upstairs. Han Sen could tell he was only around 40 years old. Since he had the dubious title of old man, there was nothing he would really have to look out for. The man was dying, so nothing mattered to him. They went to the second floor of the Red Sleeve building. Han Sen looked in the window and saw a lady in white clothing. The window had moonlight coming through it, which was illuminating her body. He saw a woman's figure through the screen. She looked as if she was clutching an instrument. The silhouette alone was very pretty. A beautiful voice came from behind the screen. I did not expect 2 misters to visit me so late. I do not even have my makeup on. I will not dare to ruin the eyes of you both. Please forgive me for this. I, the old man, have spent a fortune to be here tonight, the old man said. I did not spend it all just to hear a voice come from behind a screen. He lacked politeness, especially since he had gone the extra mile to palm the screen. He wanted to break it down and see Zhao Ning'er's face. Ding! Behind the screen, the sound of a plucked harp was heard. The old man's palm strike was cancelled by that acoustic power. Before he reached the screen, his power was gone. A sonic attack will not block me. The old man squinted his eyes. He was ready to strike. Of course, a sonic attack will not stop you, old man. Back in the day, the Qin Kingdom's battle god White Rise beat the 7 kingdoms. He killed many in the Zhao Kingdom's 4 systems. The sky and the ground changed color. Rivers became blood rivers. The 4 systems turned red. It looked like a blood sea. How cruel was that? You are the son of the battle god. Of course, I cannot stop someone like you. Zhao Ning'er sounded calm. If you know how powerful I am, hurry up and take down that screen. Let Grandpa White see how pretty you look. How can your pretty face turn the 7 kingdoms upside down? The old man looked cocky as he spoke. Chapter 3266. Flipping a hand to suppress Zhao Ning'er was not in a rush. She was not freaking out either. She calmly said, so, this old man wants to see my natural face. Of course, I will allow that. But you are such a famous person, so are you really going to trouble a little girl? The old man laughed. Throughout my whole life, all I have ever enjoyed is making little girls squirm through trouble. Stop talking crap. Let me see what you really look like. If the old man must see me, then I will comply, Zhao Ning'er coldly said. If I do not want to reveal myself, even a god's face would show displeasure. I am just an ordinary girl. I am afraid it will affect the old man's perception and thoughts of me. My image will be ruined. When the old man heard that, he was shocked. He was only there to see and spend time with a beautiful woman. If he could not see the prettiest face from Zhao, it would have been a shame. In that case, what would make you want to see me, an old man? The old man asked with hesitation. It is simple, Zhao said. I, a simple little girl, will ask a question. If you, old man, can answer it, then I will come out to meet you. I will also sing a song as an apology. The old man curled his lips. If you were to ask me, an old man, what you want to eat or what you want to drink, how could I possibly know? The question I ask will not be something private that no one else would possibly be able to know, Zhao said. I will not ask anything that is minor. It will be reasonable and harbor logic. Fine. If there is something you do not understand, feel free to ask me. I can answer your issues. The old man looked very cocky. He displayed an expression that looked like he could understand everything. Might I ask, out of the 7 kingdoms, which mountain is the tallest? Zhao asked after a pause. The old man laughed and said, you cannot test me with that question. In the 7 kingdoms, the highest mountain is the Qin Kingdom's Sky Mountain. Even the sky looks at the mountain there. With its height, none of the other mountains found on other planets in the Qin Kingdom can compare. Zhao smiled. Sky Mountain is on Rock Planet, and Rock Planet's orbit is the same as Sky Crane Planet. Sky Mountain's peak faces Sky Crane Planet. Does that mean Sky Crane Planet's random mountains are taller than Sky Mountain? The old man was shocked. He suddenly looked very angry and said, you are just trying to play word games with me. Going by what you said, the 7 kingdoms would not have the highest mountain. Every mountain is taller when it is higher. Please, do not be mad, old man. Zhao honestly said, I know there is a mountain that wherever it is viewed from, it is the tallest of them all. Is such a thing possible? The old man madly asked. I do not believe it. What kind of place could have such a mountain? You better tell me. It is fine if there is, but if there isn't, then that means you are playing me. If you are, I will punish you and force you to sing and drink with me. Old man, do you really require some answers? Zhao quietly asked. Of course, I would like them, the old man directly said. In that case, listen up, Zhao seriously said. In the 7 kingdoms, the tallest mountain is called Sky Mountain. The old man was shocked. Earlier, I said Sky Mountain, then you said it wasn't. Now, you are saying Sky Mountain is the tallest mountain. What is that supposed to mean? The reasons for that are simple, Zhao said with a smile. That is because Sky Mountain's height is the highest of all mountains. That makes it the tallest mountain. Don't you think so, old man? The old man was furious. Sure, but how dare you trick me, an old man? So, what if I tricked you? Zhao voice was cold. It looks like you are a little kid who does not go out much. You have no idea how strong I am. The old man was so angry that his body glowed with a god light. He threw a slap toward the screen. The screen was blown away with the presence of a scary power. It headed for Zhao. Zhao was sitting close to the window. She was holding a harp. She did not look as if she was going to block a thing. Suddenly, she waved her sleeve. The old man was sucked into her sleeve. He became smaller and smaller until he landed on Zhao hand. Zhao made the old man small enough to fit into the palm of someone's hand. She put him down next to her instrument. It did not seem difficult. Han Sen was shocked. The old man had been turned into a miniature man. Han Sen frowned. The old man was not a weak person. Han Sen sensed that his gene races were very strong, yet a person like that was instantly suppressed by Zhao with one of her hands. She was able to turn him into a miniature man. It was shocking. Mr. Han, no one will be able to disturb our alone time now. I have admired you for a long time. I will drink this in your honor. Zhao stood up. She held a teapot before Han Sen and poured out a cup of the stuff. She put her hand in front of Han Sen and flashed her eyes in a way that reeked of flirtation. If Han Sen had not known she was here to kill him, he would have firmly believed she was in love with him. Zhao was beautiful, but her face was not as pretty as someone like Ji Yu Qingcheng. She made the entire kingdom go crazy. Zhao had a youthful feeling that made people feel as if they were back in the throes of first love. First love was never the nicest, but it was always the one a person remembered. Han Sen was the sort of person who had seen many pretty women. He had to admit that Zhao Ning was the type of girl who touched someone's heart with ease. Women like that were more tempting than women who were only just pretty, and that was it. Women like that could tempt people to commit crimes more than women who were only pretty, and that was it. I am going to drink from this cup. Han Sen accepted the cup and brought it up to his lips. He wanted to see what Qin Shu's test subject had and what was so special about her. Mr. Han, do you not wonder why I admire you? Zhao Ning asked with a blink of her eyes. Why? Han Sen asked with a smile. Do you really want to know why? Zhao Ning looked very flirtatious. She looked shy. It was as if she did not dare look at Han Sen. I really want to know. When Han Sen looked at Zhao Ning's face, his heart jumped. It is because I really want to kill you. Zhao Ning's face went cold as she waved her sleeve at Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly felt a strange power penetrate his body. He lost control and ended up flying toward Zhao Ning's sleeves. His body was shrunk. He turned into a miniature man that could fit into the palm of someone's hand. Zhao Ning then held him. The Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman is just a horny and filthy man, Zhao Ning said with a grunt. She put the miniaturized Han Sen down on the table. Chapter 3267 Mud Man. Han Sen and the old man, in their mud man shape, were on the table. They looked like two inanimate objects. One would never have thought that they were two grand elites who were once very scary and famous. After doing that, Zhao Ning took out a mirror. The mirror displayed Berry Path God's image. Zhao Ning looked into the mirror and spoke to Berry Path God. Berry Path God, according to the deal we struck, Han Sen has already been captured. Where is the gene egg you promised me? Berry Path God looked at the mud man on the table and coldly said, it is no wonder why you will become the singing queen. You are becoming more and more powerful. You did not just capture Han Sen. Even the freak of the White family was captured too. Well done. After pausing, Berry Path God said, bring them to the 33 skies. You will then be given the gene egg as your reward. Berry Path God, do you think I, Zhao Ning am a mere 3-year-old child? Zhao Ning laughed coldly. I will bring them to the Zhao Kingdom. I will use the old man as a sacrifice for the soul of the Zhao Kingdom. If you want Han Sen, bring the gene egg to the Zhao Kingdom. After that, Zhao Ning put the mirror down on the table. The image of the man on the other end disappeared. The old man and Han Sen went to the Red Sleeve building and did not come back. That became a point of focus for a lot of people in Jade Wall City. They guessed what might have happened behind the closed doors of the Red Sleeve building. When Zhao Ning finished her tour and left Jade Wall City, Han Sen and the old man had yet to show up again. If Zhao Ning was able to hurt Han Sen and the old man, it would have been the basis of a tale no one could have reasonably believed, not even mentioning the White family's freak, the old man, but Zhao Ning could certainly not deal with the horrendous power someone like Han Sen wielded. Han Sen's reputation in the Qin Kingdom was quite awful, but no one was willing to deny that Han Sen was powerful. Of course, many of the Qin Kingdom's people wanted Han Sen to vanish. They wanted him to die and never come back again. When Zhao Ning left the Qin Kingdom, royal guards stopped her ship from leaving. After a lengthy search, they were unable to find a trace of Han Sen or the old man from the White family. A teacher of the Qin Kingdom and a famous noble of the Qin Kingdom had vanished without a trace. Zhao Ning, who was the most suspicious suspect, could not get away from the Qin Kingdom so easily. It was a shame that Han Sen and the old man were not very well liked in the Qin Kingdom. Someone in the Qin Kingdom enabled Zhao Ning to leave the Qin Kingdom. By the time Qin Jingzhen noticed she was gone, it was too late to stop her. Qin Jingzhen knew this was not just about Han Sen. It was also about him. He was a dying king, so being mad would not fix anything. He had to send his trusted men after Zhao Ning. Despite that effort, they could not catch up to her. Although Zhao Ning was not a royal of the Zhao Kingdom, she was still a famous person from there. There was even a planet named after Zhao Ning. Her home was situated on that planet. Half of that planet belonged to Zhao Ning. She had a castle that was situated on an island in the center of an ocean. Without Zhao Ning's explicit permission, no one else was allowed to set foot on that island. Only a few maids were able to go there to perform some cleaning tasks. Even that was rarely done. In a pavilion on that island, two mud men looked very alive. One of them was shaking like mad. Suddenly, there was a pang sound. One of the mud men turned into a person. It looks like a test subject like Zhao Ning'er is not controlled by Qin Shu completely. She just made a deal with the God Chaos Party. Han Sen already knew Zhao Ning'er was a bit strange, so he deliberately allowed himself to be tricked and captured by her. He wanted to learn a few secrets. Han Sen was ultimately disappointed. Zhao Ning'er did not know much in the way of deep secrets. She was just a test subject for the God Chaos Party. She was not even a member of the God Chaos Party. Han Sen pulled an item out of his pocket. It was the ultimate egg that belonged to the old man. Han Sen wanted to wait a bit longer to see what the God Chaos Party would do to Zhao Ning'er, but that ultimate egg brought trouble. Han Sen had to break Zhao Ning'er's power and become his true self again. The ultimate egg's Tai Chi symbol started to move. A weird power was forming in Han Sen's chest. It came out from the ultimate egg and entered his body. That power was very weird. Even with Han Sen's strength, he could not stop that power from developing. That power also seemed a bit familiar. It was quite similar to the weird power Han Sen endured against on the planet that contained the Ice Jade Evil Lady, but it was still different. Is this ultimate egg related to the Ice Jade Evil Lady's birthplace? Han Sen wondered as he stared at the ultimate egg. The ultimate egg was releasing a weird power. If it was not for Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra power and sensitive nature, he would not have been able to discern the presence of that power. That weird power came out of the ultimate egg and went into Han Sen's body. Up until now, he had been unable to find out what the weird power did. It was like the power went into his body, melted, and disappeared. It did not do any harm to his body. Nothing weird happened. Han Sen still felt as if something was wrong. Some unknown powers were inside his body. It was not a good thing. Han Sen tried using a few powers. They could not work against the ultimate egg's power that had now taken root inside his body. He had to summon spell again. Of course, after he combined with spell, that weird power stopped going into his body. The ultimate egg's power. The Tai Chi symbol stopped running too. Han Sen wanted to investigate the ultimate egg further, but he heard a voice come from behind a door. It made Han Sen's heart jump. He cancelled his combination and used the Dongshuan Sutra to simulate Zhao Ning'er's power. He became a mud man once more and returned to the table. He did not move an inch. Sister, this is the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. It is Han Sen, who broke Jade Wall City. He looks very ordinary, does he not? A girl who looked exactly like Zhao Ning'er picked up Han Sen, who looked like a mud man, and examined him. Zhao Ning'er laughed. Han Sen is strong, but a strong power does not make someone invincible. Power must be used correctly and in the right place. Big sister, I want to break the world too, the girl said as she happily looked at Zhao Ning'er. What is that life soul you have? Can you get me one too? Zhao Ning'er shook her head. The God Chaos Party will trick your mind. They did not give me the life soul out of the goodness of their hearts. If it was not for the situation, I would not have accepted the life soul. Please, do not try and do what I have done. Whatever. You are always like that, big sister. The girl left in a sulky mood. Zhao Ning'er stopped the girl and said, leave the mud man. The God Chaos Party people are not here yet. Let me play with it for a while. The girl stuck her tongue out. She departed with the Han Sen mud man in hand. Chapter 3268 Twin Sisters. Han Sen thought, how come I have never heard about Zhao Ning'er having a twin sister before? In addition to that, they both look the same. Zhao Ning'er is the one I need to see right now. I do not want to spend time with her sister. The girl took Han Sen up to her bedroom. She laid on the bed, holding the mud man that Han Sen had become. She said to herself, big sister is so strong. She captured the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. Are life souls really that powerful? When ordinary people became mud men, they would become real mud men. There would be no sense of their former selves. Han Sen, however, had not become an actual mud man. He heard whatever the girl said. Han Sen watched the girl, who looked fairly worried. She said, big sister was only born a few minutes before I was. She takes care of me. Although she has not said a word about it, I know she has worked very hard to provide for us. She keeps hanging around rich people to ensure I am never put at a disadvantage. She works so very hard. If it was not for me, big sister would not have taken the life soul. Han Sen did not move. There were many sad stories in this world. Everyone had their excuses and sorrows. Han Sen was not a god inside a Geno hall. He could not make everyone's wish come true. Han Sen was just feeling a bit weird about it all. He wondered why the girl kept talking to a mud man. The girl placed the mud man down on the head of the bed. She put her hands together and prayed to the mud man. She looked sincere as she mumbled, "I know you are innocent. Big sister did not hate you, and she should not have brought you harm. Big sister really did not want to hurt you. The reason she did was because of me. If you want to exact vengeance, become a ghost and haunt me. Do not lash out at my sister." The girl looked very sincere as she prayed to the mud man. Han Sen believed the girl was serious. Whomever Zhao turned into a mud man would be unable to hear her or understand what she was doing. This girl would not be faking this act. Han Sen came up with a brilliant idea. He suddenly spoke up to say, "If you are a kind person, you should just let me go. I will be grateful forever." The girl was shocked. She looked at Han Sen, who was still a mud man, and asked, "How are you still able to talk? A creature that my sister turns into a mud man should be as dull as a dead person. My powers are very special. I can talk, but I cannot get out of this place. If you are a really nice person, then be nice and let me go free." Han Sen wanted to know if this girl was really nice or not. "If I let you go, big sister will be very mad," the girl said with some hesitation. "If you do not let me go, I will be killed. Do you really want me to die because of your sister? I really think you should help me. Please," Han Sen begged. The girl hesitated. After a while, she said, "I can help you, but you must promise me one thing. You cannot hate my sister. You cannot trouble my sister." She was forced into doing this. She did not mean what she has done. "Okay, I can promise you that. If your sister does not come to kill me, then I will not kill her." Han Sen could not be sure if she was being really nice or faking it. The girl picked up the mud man and asked, "How can I save you? Can you take me back to the Qin kingdom?" Han Sen asked. The girl shook her head. "I have never left the Jade system. Over the past few years, I have not even been able to leave planet Ning. I do not know how to get to the Qin kingdom. Even if I did know the way there, my sister would not allow me to leave planet Ning." Han Sen pretended to be sad. "There is only one way, but that way is very difficult. I will require your cooperation if I am to save myself. If it is something that is within my capabilities of helping you, then I will help you," the girl said. Han Sen paused and said, "To save me, you must break the restrictions your sister has placed on me. Do you know how to erase the restrictions your sister left?" The girl shook her head. "The God Spirit blood pulse I have is different from the one my sister has. Our gene races are different. When she was given her life soul, she was able to break the world. I am afraid that cannot break her resistance. I have a way that enables me to break it," Han Sen said. "You must follow my instructions to use that power. Put your power in me, and I can erase my restrictions." "Sure." The girl nodded and agreed. "How would I do that?" After a brief think, Han Sen said, "After you combine with a gene race, gather up its power on each of your fingers. Then, place it on my." The girl followed Han Sen's directions. Her body developed feathers that turned into a wing. Her body looked very holy. Upon seeing the power she wielded, it was obvious that her gene race was quite special. It was nothing ordinary, that was for sure. The girl held the mud man. She put her finger on Han Sen and put her power into the mud man. Han Sen thought the girl was very dumb. She really did put all of her power into his body. While that boosted his willingness to believe her, he did not put 100% faith in her just yet. Now comes the most important step. Put your power into your chest and kiss me on the forehead. Then, put the power in. It will only take a second to remove the restrictions. Han Sen planned to give it a try. The girl did not hesitate. She did just as Han Sen told her to. She put power in her chest and kissed the mud man on the forehead. Han Sen felt some pure power enter him. It was a lot. The girl looked very pale. Sweat started to develop across her forehead. They have the same mother and are twins. Why is there such a big difference between the two? Han Sen thought the young lady was dumb. The girl could see the mud man had yet to move. She thought she did not put in enough power, so she put more in. Han Sen felt guilty for doing this. He did not mind tricking evil people. He would do it as much as he was able to, but tricking a dumb lady made Han Sen feel absolutely terrible. Enough. The restrictions are gone. After that, Han Sen returned to normal. After seeing Han Sen come back alive, the girl looked delighted. She instantly looked nervous and said, "You promised me you would forgive my sister and not seek vengeance. Will you keep your promise?" "Don't worry, Han Sen, keep promises. Assuming she does not come after me again, I will not go after her. Han Sen nodded. In that case, you better run off now, the girl said. Do not let my sister see. I will be unable to save you a second time. In that case, I am leaving. Han Sen stood up and started walking. He pretended his legs went soft and was going to fall over. The girl held Han Sen and offered support. She worriedly asked, "Are you okay? Breaking the restrictions cost me all my power. I am so weak that I cannot stand." Han Sen leaned against the girl. He gasped as he spoke. Chapter 3269 The Qin Kingdom's Number 1 Swordsman. The girl looked confused as she asked Han Sen, "Are you really the Qin Kingdom's number 1 swordsman?" "Of course, I am the invincible number 1 swordsman of the Qin Kingdom," Han Sen said with a blink of his eyes. The girl did not believe it and asked, "If that is true, why are you still so weak? You sure do not look like the number 1 swordsman who has all those stories about breaking the Jade Wall City of the Qin Kingdom." "That is because I did not eat yet. I am hungry. I do not have any strength. That was the only reason why I got captured by your sister. If I was not hungry, not even 10 of your sisters would be enough to bring a guy like me down." Han Sen hastily asked, "Do you have any food around here? If you do not let me fill my stomach, I will not be able to walk any further. Now is not the time for food. How about this? I have many fruit trees. Many of them have a lot of fruit. Can you eat fruit?" The girl may not have believed him, but she still helped support Han Sen and made the suggestion. "Sure," Han Sen said with a nod. Before Zhao Ning'er made the trade with the God Chaos Party members, Han Sen could not leave. He knew he would have to stall for time. The girl carried Han Sen into a big greenhouse with many fruit trees. The branches of the fruit trees were full of fruit. The girl brought Han Sen over to a tree to sit next to. She collected a few pieces of fruit and gave them to Han Sen. "Quickly, eat some of these. After you are full, hurry up and get out of here. Do not let my sister find you again. You will not be so lucky next time." "I know." Han Sen nodded and bit into a fruit that looked like a pear. It was very sweet and excellent. "By the way, I still do not know your name." Han Sen ate as he looked at the girl. The girl said with seriousness, "My name Zhao Chuyi. You can call me Chuyi. Is your name the reverse of your sister's name?" Han Sen casually said, "I think your name should belong to your big sister." He wanted to chat with her to stall for more time and wait for the God Chaos Party people to arrive. Zhao Chuyi was shocked. "How do you know?" "Zhao Chuyi was supposed to be my big sister's name. I am supposed to be Zhao Ning'er, but Teacher Tian said Zhao Chuyi does not have good luck. So, my name was given to my big sister. That way, my sister was able to become a star. Meanwhile, I got to use her name." Han Sen casually guessed that and was correct. "I see. Where did your big sister's life soul come from?" Han Sen wanted some more information. "It came from a very scary man. He gave it to my big sister. She rejected him, but the bad man wanted to bully me. My sister was unable to defeat the bad man, so she accepted the life soul and beat the bad man." Zhao Chuyi had not spoken to anyone else in a long amount of time. After chatting, she seemed to forget Han Sen was supposed to leave the area. From what Zhao Chuyi told him, Han Sen was able to understand a lot more about the dynamic between the sisters. Zhao Ning'er was the number 1 singer of the Zhao Kingdom. She looked very glorious, but no one knew how many difficulties she faced in her rise to stardom. The sisters were born in a noble place, but their family and parents died when they were only just teenagers. Zhao Ning'er was 13 years old when she was forced to take care of her little sister Zhao Chuyi. The two of them lived together. They built quite a reputation for themselves. They had no parents and were both very pretty. It got them into a lot of trouble, and they suffered a lot. Han Sen could not imagine two 13-year-old pretty girls trying to preserve their legacy and safety in such a way. How hard was that? Zhao Ning'er was a mother too. She took care of Zhao Chuyi. She did not let the pressure from the outside world ruin her. That was an incredibly difficult task. Han Sen could tell the difficulties Zhao Chuyi mentioned were what Zhao Ning'er wanted her to see. There were more difficulties and challenges Zhao Ning'er did not want her to know about. Zhao Ning'er is a tough sister. Han Sen could not help but admire her. He had experienced something similar, so he was able to understand and empathize with the difficulties Zhao Ning'er had been forced to endure. Plus, Han Sen was a man, and Zhao Ning'er was just a woman. Supporting a family was hard for her. "You have eaten so much fruit." Shouldn't you have some strength by now? Zhao Chuyi just remembered Han Sen had to leave in a hurry. Okay, then, I am leaving. After Han Sen said that, he walked outside the garden. Zhao Chuyi watched Han Sen slowly walk. She opened her eyes wide and asked, aren't you the #1 swordsman of the Qin Kingdom? Can't you use teleportation? Sigh, I only just ate some food, and I am not full yet. I only have a little bit of power left. I can only walk. Do not worry, I will walk carefully. Your sister will not be able to detect me. After Han Sen said that, he departed via the garden's gate. He felt an abnormal presence in the area. He suspected the God Chaos Party had arrived. Zhao Chuyi watched Han Sen leave and whispered to herself, did Big Sister get the wrong guy? He does not look like the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. This presence, is it because Berry Path God arrived? Han Sen looked at the tall tower. Shocking waves were crashing in the sea. A white tower sat atop the cliff. Zhao Ning'er was standing atop the tower. A man was coming across the waves. He crossed 1,000 miles with one step. He teleported in front of the tower. Berry Path God, you are finally here. Zhao Ning'er coldly looked at him. Berry Path God smiled. He put his hands out flat. He had a Gene egg in one hand. He said, I have brought you your dancing sky lady Gene egg. Where is my stuff? Give me the Gene egg, and I will give you Han Sen, Zhao Ning'er coldly said. Sure. Berry Path God tossed the Gene egg to Zhao Ning'er. He threw it like it was not a rare Gene egg and something average. Zhao Ning'er collected the Gene egg and was given a shock. She knew for sure this was the dancing sky lady Gene egg. She had always dreamed of getting a dancing sky lady for Zhao Chuyi. It was a perfect match for Zhao Chuyi's God Spirit blood pulse, so she understood the dancing sky lady Gene egg. She would know if it was the real thing or not. I gave you the Gene egg, Berry Path God quietly said. Where is Han Sen? Hang on, I will go and get him for you. Zhao Ning'er broke space and left. She landed next to Zhao Chuyi. Zhao Chuyi's hands were empty. She frowned and asked, where is the mud man? Zhao Chuyi lowered her head and quietly said, I am sorry, big sister. I let him go. You what? Zhao Ning'er's face changed. Big sister, I really do not want you to hurt innocent people on my account, Zhao Chuyi explained. Zhao Ning'er wanted to say something but Berry Path God was already in front of them. He looked at Zhao Ning'er and coldly said, it looks like you did not keep your promise. Chapter 3270 Asking Heart, I will bring him back, Zhao Ning'er said with a frown. He cannot run far. I do not need him anymore, Berry Path God coldly said. His body developed a demonic presence as the sky went dark. Zhao Ning'er looked as if she was being isolated from the outside world. Zhao Ning'er's eyes froze. She stared at Berry Path God as she said, Berry Path God, this is the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. If you dare do anything here, the guardian God Spirit will smite you with its wrath. Berry Path God did not move. He walked toward Zhao Ning'er and said, I have plunged this planet into an abyss. Not even a sky full of God spirits will be able to figure what is going on here now. Zhao Ning'er's face changed. She pulled Zhao Chuyi behind her. She looked at Berry Path God and said, you cannot kill me, and there is no benefit for you killing me either. I can complete our deal and get Han Sen back. Killing you might not benefit me, but your life soul has matured. It is time to get it back. As for Han Sen, if he has run, you will never be able to get another chance. Berry Path God kept approaching at a slow pace. The whole world was buried by his oppressive footsteps. They elicited extreme pressure and fear. Zhao Ning'er felt as if she could not breathe. Zhao Chuyi, however, was on the floor as if she had been physically crushed. If it was not for Zhao Ning'er being there, Zhao Chuyi's body would have been completely crushed by the scary pressure. Zhao Ning'er knew this fight could not be avoided. She did not want Zhao Chuyi to deal with the pressure. Therefore, she shouted and made a scary presence envelope her body. She was like a god woman shouting at Berry Path God. Let me ask you, Berry Path God, how heavy is the sky? A raging god sound turned into a weird power. It went straight to Berry Path God. It was like it was bumping into his body, stopping Berry Path God from moving. Berry Path God was emotionless. He coldly answered, your asking heart power is surprisingly useful, but it does not work on me. Stop wasting your time, Berry Path God, let me ask you again. How heavy is the sky? Zhao Ning'er gnashed her teeth and used the asking heart language. A weird power wrapped up Berry Path God. It made Berry Path God stop. He could not keep going. The world breaking came to an end. Berry Path God coldly looked at Zhao Ning and said, 33. After that, Berry Path God walked forward and kept approaching Zhao Ning. Blurg. Zhao Ning spat out blood. The asking heart power backfired, but she was already prepared for that. She knew Berry Path God would have an answer. What is above the 33 skies? Zhao Ning exploded with God light. This time, she was scarier. A weird power broke the rules of the world and landed on Berry Path God. He stopped again. Above the 33 skies is outer sky, Berry Path God answered. With a sense of overbearing, he continued marching forward. He was 10 steps away from Zhao Ning at this point. Zhao Ning coughed up more blood. Her body started to crack. Blood seeped out through the gaps. Her nose started to bleed. The asking heart language started to consume her again. What is above outer sky? As Zhao Ning spoke, her hair became a wild mess that started to float and fly. God light exploded once more while she asked the question. Above 33 is yin. Berry Path God didn't stop. He stepped forward when he spoke the first word. The crushing world was coming closer to Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning was bleeding from 7 orifices. Her asking heart power needed her to ask difficult questions to stop the opponent so they could turn that person into a mud man. If the opponent's heart was fine and unrattled, leading to them being able to provide an answer to her question, the asking heart power was useless. She asked 3 questions, yet she was unable to stop Berry Path God. It resulted in her being the one wounded. It was a really terrible state of affairs. Big sister, I am sorry, I was wrong. Zhao Chuyi regretted things very much. If it was not for her letting Han Sen go, Zhao Ning would not be suffering. This has nothing to do with you, Zhao Ning said. It looks like he wants to kill me anyway. Even if you had given me Han Sen, he would still be doing this. Chuyi, you should just run. She forced herself to use break world powers. She used the asking heart language against Berry Path God. What is above the yin world? My heart can go through you. From ancient times to now, the universe's 10 billion years are in one thought. Your asking heart power does not work on me. You should stop wasting time. Berry Path God did not answer. He drew an item. It was the size of a ping-pong ball. It was an egg that looked like a crystal. A flame-like fire was inside of it. Berry Path God used his fingertip to point at the egg. He mumbled some mysterious chanting spells and conjured some weird power inside his finger, which he then put onto the gene egg. Boom! The gene egg's fire blew up with a ravaging flame that burned. It wrapped up the whole gene egg. Arg! Zhao Ning suddenly screamed and was kneeling on the floor. She went on all fours as a break world power exploded madly. Her body was affected by the power and started to change. Her black hair turned white. Her small ears became long and sharp. Her back displayed snow-white wings. Her armor exploded. Her skin had white feathers. Big sister, what has happened to you? Zhao Chuyi touched Zhao Ning, but she could not ease her pain and revert her status. Zhao Ning unleashed screams that could break hearts in one's lungs. Her body kept morphing. She turned from a human into a white bird. Berry Path God looked at Zhao Ning change. He spoke to himself, did this test subject succeed? A shocking sky bird sound shocked the sky. Zhao Ning's body became a completely white god bird. Her entire body burned with a mysterious flame. She was like a phoenix that was born from a fire. Berry Path God was holding a gene egg. The fire looked like the shadow of Zhao Ning. She flapped her wings and flew around the interior of the gene egg. It seemed to reflect whatever the gene egg did. Zhao Ning's god bird started to fly. It blew Zhao Chuyi away. She flew into the sky. Come, the break world beast, asking heart, Berry Path God's eyes were on fire. He raised the gene egg in his hands. It seemed to be drawn by some power. Zhao Ning's god bird flew toward the gene egg in Berry Path God's hands. It was like a moth flying to a flame. Big sister, no, Zhao Chuyi was crying so hard that it seemed like she would tear up her lungs or heart. She crawled forward, wanting to chase Zhao Ning's god bird. Alas, she could not. Hearing Zhao Chuyi cry, the god bird stopped. It stopped flying to the gene egg. It looked like it was wrestling with indecision. Come, you will be the strongest creature in the universe. How beautiful is this life? This is what you should have. Berry Path God looked excited. He put more power into his gene egg. The shadows were on the gene egg. They were wrapped up by the flaming god bird. Zhao Ning looked as if she was struggling. She looked to be in a lot of pain. Her eyes bled bloody tears, but her body flew to the gene egg. Chapter 3271 Phoenix Head Harp. Seeing Zhao Ning'er turned into a white god bird. As she approached the Gene Egg, she suddenly saw a knife air rise up not too far from the coast. It suddenly slashed in front of Berry Path God to almost hit the Gene Egg. Berry Path God looked into the sky and put the Gene Egg away. His other hand became a fist that was thrown forward in a punch to hit the sword air. Boom! The punching power hit the sword air. Berry Path God's body was shaken backward. The power created a shockwave. It created a large wave in the sea like chains. Zhao Ning'er was now a white god bird, and the clarity of her actions was improved. She flew toward Zhao Chuyi. Zhao Chuyi was both shocked and happy. She looked to where the sword air had come from. She saw a man arrive via the beach. It was Han Sen, who she had previously let go. Han Sen, how dare you come back? Berry Path God pulled his fist back. He looked at Han Sen as he spoke. I never left, so I am not coming back. Han Sen continued stepping forward. His sword air became more and more powerful. His sword mind became stronger with every step closer he took. Berry Path God did not move. He looked at Zhao Ning'er, who had become a white god bird. He said, if you did not leave, then stay. After that, Berry Path God exploded. The Gene Egg in his right hand glowed. It was like a sun shining brightly through the sky and across the earth. The god bird shadow of the Gene Egg exploded. One bird sound shocked the sky and the ground. Zhao Ning'er had almost reached Zhao Chuyi's position through flight. When she heard that bird sound, though, her body shook. She was unable to control herself. She flapped her wings and flew toward the Gene Egg again. Han Sen frowned. He moved 10 fingers and became a sword air, messily headed for Berry Path God. No one can stop her from becoming a break world beast, Berry Path God coldly said. The space around him started to fall. When Han Sen's sword air came close, it got stuck in it. It became buried in the fallen space. Nothing could be done about it. Zhao Ning'er, who was a white god bird, flew very fast. Seeing she was about to reach the Gene Egg that looked like a glowing sun, Zhao Chuyi looked antsy and angry. She did not care for her own well-being as she raced into the sky after her sister. She was not as fast as Zhao Ning'er, who had now transformed to become a white god bird. She was unable to catch up with her. Han Sen looked at Berry Path God. He drew his inch-gray sword. Dongshuan Sutra's break world power gathered atop the blade of the inch-gray sword. The sword was like a light as it was wielded. The sword light went across the space in front of Berry Path God. The fallen space was cut open by the sword light. Berry Path God's body flickered. Although he was able to dodge the sword light, the clothes across his chest were given a long swipe. It revealed his naked chest and the slight brush of a sword that had swept across it. It is no wonder why this is the old leader's sword. Berry Path God's face did not change. He complimented the inch-gray sword, but he never talked about Han Sen's sword skills. It was as if Han Sen was not worthy of praise. Han Sen did not care for the snub. He grabbed Zhao Ning'er, who was now a white god bird, and pulled her away. Berry Path God extended one of his fingers to stroke the wound across his chest. His wound was healed by that finger as if he had simply zipped his skin up. Berry Path God said, "You are not bad. It is a shame she already has the mark of the God Chaos Party. No one will be able to prevent her from becoming a break world beast." He placed the Gene Egg out in front of him. The Gene Egg's light became dimmer. Han Sen saw that the fire inside the Gene Egg was like a burning white candle. Because of the burning, the white candle itself had almost completely gone away. With Berry Path God's power, the little bit of candle left was burnt. The Gene Egg's flame was put out. At the same time, Zhao Ning'er, who had been grabbed by Han Sen and had a white god bird body, collapsed. She turned into white dots and flew toward the Gene Egg. Han Sen frowned. He could not stop anything from happening. When the white dots went into the Gene Egg lit up. The white light generated a god bird that looked like a phoenix. Kacha. The god bird was formed. The Gene Egg's crystal-like shell was shattered. A white god bird phoenix flew out of it, spreading its wings. Its presence was very scary. The sound of a bird ripped space. Scary shockwaves went across the planet. Everything that touched the shockwave became dust. Even the sea turned into a sea of sand. It worked. Berry Path God was happy about that. He reached out his hand and grabbed the neck of the white god bird. When Berry Path God tightened his hands, the body of the white god bird burned. It changed, giving it the head of a harp. Han Sen, it is your lucky day. You have been able to witness the birth of a break world beast. I will let you try this asking heart phoenix head harp. Berry Path God held the phoenix head harp. He placed his fingers on the strings and started to play it. Bzzzt. The sonic powers came out from the harp. The harp only produced one sound. In Han Sen's ears, it was like countless god spirits were screaming at him. Does God exist? Is Han Jinji my great-granddad? What does Qin Shu want? The voice was his. It was interrogations from the deepest reaches of his soul. The many questions Han Sen wanted answered did not even have an answer. The questions and desires were dredged up by the godly sounds. They echoed through his head like thunder. It was getting louder and louder. It was almost enough to make him deaf. Han Sen noticed he could no longer move. He was turning to dust. His skin started to look like sand. The power of the Blood Pulse Sutra could not prohibit his body from changing. Han Sen used the Dongshuan Sutra to change the rules of the power. He was barely able to block the sonic power. He could not stop the sounds of the harp. The sounds of the harp tortured his heart. They kept corroding his heart. They corroded the Dongshuan Sutra. Han Sen knew this was not because the Dongshuan Sutra was weak. It was just that his break world powers weren't enough. His Dongshuan Sutra had only just managed to break the world. The Phoenix Head Harp's power was above the break world materialization and level. It was a higher level than a demon god sword. It was 2 levels higher than the Dongshuan Sutra. The Dongshuan Sutra could usually go against something higher than it. It could temporarily block the phoenix sound, so it was already powerful. A break world beast is so strong when it becomes a break world weapon. A break world beast has only just been created, yet the power is like a level 3 elite. If, Berry Path God's eyes looked excited. He looked at Han Sen, suffering in his enduring of the harp's power. It prompted Berry Path God to coldly say, dying at the hands of a break world weapon means you are lucky, so just die. While he was talking, Berry Path God played his harp again. This time, he plucked more than just one string. He plucked a few of them. Scary shockwaves went everywhere, covering the sky and ground around Han Sen. Chapter 3272 Firing an Arrow. At Berry Sky the scary harp sounds were like whips of the soul. They kept lashing Han Sen's heart. They interrogated the deepest recesses of his soul. He could not avoid them. If his heart was questioned, he was corroded by the asking heart Phoenix Head Harp's power. As a result, Han Sen's body kept turning into sand. His skin was like sand, wasting away to the wind. Han Sen, Zhao Chuyi gathered up power. She wanted to help Han Sen withstand the scary harp sounds. When her power touched the harp, it turned into dust. She was blown away. Even her body was affected. Her snow-white skin looked like sand, similar to how it was affecting Han Sen. Han Sen looked serious. His body and mind were trapped. He could not use his sword either. Han Sen, you can still choose to join me right now, Berry Path God, who was very high in the God Chaos Party, said. I can turn you into the vice president of the God Chaos Party. You can be below me but above everyone else. That is a mighty privilege. Han Sen started to look relaxed. He looked at Berry Path God and slowly said, the leader of the God Chaos Party should be Qin Shu right about now. You and I should cooperate. Getting the God Chaos Party back should not be difficult. I will be the leader, and you will be the vice president. Up the sky, down on the ground, in the yin world, and in the yang world, we will be the bosses of all. We won't reincarnate, and we will not heed the fickle callings of destiny. How awesome would that be? Berry Path God was doing his best to tempt him. He did not want to take Han Sen because of his great power. The most important thing to him was that he knew Han Sen had a special connection to Qin Shu and Wanner. He knew about Qin Shu, so he wanted Han Sen for himself to help deal with Qin Shu. You and I can cooperate, but I do not want to be the lesser, Han Sen said with a laugh. I will be the leader, and you will be one of the goons. It looks like you do not know what the expensive price of life is. Berry Path God's face looked dim. He put his finger on another string and plucked it. He played more of that wretched music. Han Sen's body and skin were turning into sand, but he still looked very calm. Seeing the intense shockwave, his face did not change. He said to himself, Ice Jade Evil Lady, it is time you live up to your promise. I need your power and I need it now. It is useless to call on someone else right about now. Even if a sky full of god spirits were here, you would not escape death. Under the asking heart harp's sound, you will be rendered nothing but dust. Berry Path God raged as he played the harp now. The harp sounds were coming fast. An ice jade color was spreading on Han Sen's body. His black hair turned into ice. Even his eyes looked crystal like a jade stone. His sandy skin looked like crystal now. It was more perfect than it was before. It was like a jade statue that had walked out from the ice. A sky full of harp sounds came, but they were unable to leave a mark on Han Sen's jade-like skin. Han Sen and the ice jade evil lady combined to break the world. He now had the purest body ever. Not a single speck of dust or dirt marred his image. It was not just his skin that had become like jade. Even his heart had become jade. He was utterly flawless. Even facing a sky full of gods and Buddhas that sought to torture his heart, he would not hesitate or be led astray. You have two different elemental break world powers. Berry Path God frowned and looked at Han Sen. A creature that could practice break world powers had likely spent most of its life trying to reach such a level. Plus, people were often restricted by their nature. Ordinary creatures could only break the world with one element. Not many creatures could break the world with two powers. He was a special one when it came to break world elites. Han Sen did not say anything in response. His body had been trapped by the sonic power, but he was now able to move. The asking heart harp's sound was unable to stop Han Sen's movements. Wherever he moved, the things he touched became clean. It was as if all the dirt had been cleansed. A short bow and an arrow appeared in Han Sen's hand. It was the flying Yan spear. He had modified it to become a bow. It was a weapon Han Sen was very talented with. Han Sen looked at Berry Path God. He slowly drew the string of the bow. He pulled it to the max. He then stopped hesitating. He let go of his fingers that were holding the bowstring. The arrow carried a spinning power that tore through all the rules. It carried a power that was imbued with the essence of Super Spank. The Dongshuan Sutra broke the basic substances of the universes and created a scary destructive power. Berry Path God was shocked. He felt as if he could not dodge that arrow. Through reflex, he gathered up power and lifted the asking heart phoenix head harp to block the arrow. The arrow was unbelievably fast. When the arrow tip almost struck the asking heart phoenix head harp's frame, the arrow disappeared. It was like magic. Berry Path God's gaze froze. His body ripped space and fell back. It was still too late. The black arrow weirdly appeared in his chest. It pierced through his armor and perforated his chest. Boom! A scary power blew Berry Path God's body away. He was like a star falling into the sea. He created a big tsunami. The phoenix head harp flew away with him. In the air, it looked like a white phoenix god bird. Han Sen broke space and went to the bottom of the sea. He saw an arrow at the bottom of the sea embedded in a rock. Berry Path God was gone. Torn clothes were under the sea. Super Spank power hit his body, but it did not kill him. Berry Path God is very strong. Han Sen was shocked. He knew Berry Path God had departed, so Han Sen left too. He went to the shore. Berry Path God had departed. Planet Ning-Er returned to normal. The sea also returned to normalcy as if nothing had happened. Zhao Chuyi held the break world beast Zhao Ning-Er and cried. Zhao Ning-Er became a white phoenix god bird that cried too. Han Sen, you are the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. You have an incredible amount of power. You must have a way to help my sister recover. I beg you to save my sister. Zhao Chuyi kowtowed before Han Sen the moment she saw him. Han Sen held her body. He looked at Zhao Ning-Er, who was a break world beast, and said, I might be able to turn you back to normal, but it won't work 100%. There is only a 20% to 30% chance you will regain your human form. If this process fails, I do not know what will happen. Do you still fancy giving it a go? Zhao Ning-Er could not speak. She made a bird sound and nodded at Han Sen. Okay, then, let's give it a try. Han Sen did not want to save Zhao Ning-Er because of Zhao Chuyi's repeated begging. He wanted to know what a break world beast was and learn if his power could affect a break world beast or not. Han Sen gathered up a Zhan Yellow Sutra power. The Zhan Yellow Sutra power could turn a gene race back to an egg. He wondered what would happen if that power hit a break world beast. This was his chance to find out. Can this power turn Zhao Ning-Er back into a human, or will it turn her into an egg like a gene race? It might not even work at all. Han Sen had all these questions run through his mind as he punched Zhao Ning-Er. Chapter 3273 Zhao Ning-Er's makeover. The power of the Zhan Yellow Sutra hit Zhao Ning-Er. It made Han Sen feel like he was throwing oil into a pot of water. The power of the Zhan Yellow Sutra could not blend into the blood of Zhao Ning-Er. Han Sen thought, it looks like after Zhao Ning-Er became a break world beast, her body reached a whole other level. It is not only her power that has changed. The Zhen Yellow Sutra power cannot shift her blood pulse. He used the Zhen Yellow Sutra to break the world. A red power slowly became visible. It was like a bloody flame that sought to envelop Zhao Ning'er's entire body. Han Sen sensed that after breaking the world, the Zhen Yellow Sutra could penetrate Zhao Ning'er's body. Even if it was successful, it blended in slowly. It had the pace of a snail. Han Sen was shocked. The break world beasts Qin Shu created are scary. Zhao Ning'er has only just become a break world beast, yet she already has this scary body. She is no weaker than a break world power that is a solid elite or even stronger. How did Qin Shu even manage to accomplish this? What is a life soul? When the Zhen Yellow Sutra's power went into Zhao Ning'er's body, Han Sen felt it combine extremely slowly. Because of its speed, Han Sen estimated his power would be emptied by the time he could get Zhao Ning'er back to the way she was. Now, Zhao Ning'er's blood pulse had devolved. The feathers on her body grew smaller. Some of her skin appeared human-like. If Han Sen stopped now, Zhao Ning'er's blood pulse would be left in an impure state. The consequences of that would be bad. There was even a chance of her blood pulse blowing up. If that happened, she would die. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He cast the Dongshuan Sutra. He went into break world mode and put the Dongshuan Sutra's power into Zhao Ning'er's body. The break world Dongshuan Sutra could keep things at the most primitive substances. The Dongshuan Sutra could return to origin. The last time he combined the two of them, the flying yan spear was turned into a bow. It was a very successful instance of the trick. The flying yan spear was a sacrificial weapon. It was for creating things while Zhao Ning'er was a living being. Han Sen did not know what would happen if he tried doing that for her, but he could not stop now. He had to keep going no matter what. The gray Dongshuan Sutra's break world power and dark red Zhen Yellow Sutra's break world power combined with Zhao Ning'er's body. In Han Sen's eyes, Zhao Ning'er was no longer a living human. She was just a substance chain that was made from countless, small, little dots. The substance chains weaved together to create a complex machine. Different colored dots queued up differently. They created different types of substance chains. Different substance chains lined up differently. They formed the shape of organs, like a machine with all sorts of different parts. Han Sen shockingly realized life was just a machine. It was merely more complicated than ordinary machines. The Dongshuan Sutra's power let Han Sen understand life machine origin. It gave him the power to take it all apart and rebuild things. The Zhen Yellow Sutra power enabled Han Sen to know what the most basic use of each machine was, and it allowed him to modify the parts into the best they could be. Under the cooperation of these two powers, the origin of Zhao Ning'er's body was torn apart and rebuilt. Some unneeded life substances were cut out. More life substances were rebuilt. It made new substance chain structures. The life soul combined with Zhao Ning'er's body, which meant her body had major changes to it. Her life soul skills had yet to mature. After all, they were two lives combined. The difficulties and errors faced when doing something like this were too much. Although Zhao Ning'er combined with it successfully, her body still had lots of problems to endure. Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra power and Zhen Yellow Sutra power were able to sort all of this out. He combined the two in the best way possible. It made Zhao Ning'er's body exhibit even more changes. Zhao Ning'er's body was wrapped up by black and red power. It was like she was trapped in a cocoon of light. She was like a butterfly in a cocoon, getting changes that flipped the sky and the ground. Zhao Chuyi was unable to see what was happening to Zhao Ning'er because she was trapped inside the cocoon of light. Her heart jumped. It felt as if it was going to jump out of her chest. She stared at the cocoon of light without reprieve. "Sis, you are going to be okay." Zhao Chuyi put her hand atop her chest. It looked as if she was praying. Han Sen coughed up some blood. After Zhao Ning'er broke the world, her body proved to be too strong. Han Sen had to combine two break world powers to morph her body. Even so, it still felt extraordinarily difficult. The power in his body was almost depleted. He was going to collapse any second. Fortunately, Zhao Ning'er's will is not all gone yet. If she cooperated with Berry Path God, the guy who would run away would be me. Break world beasts really are scary. I do not know how many Qin Shu has. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and held on. His body shook as sweat drenched his body. It was like he had just been for a dunk in water. It was a clear sign of exhaustion. At this stage, he knew he could not give up. Even if it was just by the skin of his teeth, he had to hold on. Han Sen's break world powers were not solid. They were at a lower level than Zhao, and Zhao was not solid despite being scarier than a normal solid break world elite. If Han Sen could break a solid break world power, it would not be too hard to change Zhao. Now, it was proving too hard. If Zhao cooperated with the power, Han Sen could not change her body. Han Sen's skin was becoming gray. The glow in his eyes looked dim. His body was shaking and starting to look skinnier. I can't hold on anymore. How much longer until she has finished modifying? Han Sen felt like he was a lamp running out of oil. He could not continue. This was not something he could just endure and then go past. When the power was gone, it was gone. It was like money. If it all got spent, it was all spent. He was not able to just squeeze out some more. He needed time to recover. At this point, Han Sen did not have the time to recover. The break world powers were not like other powers. One could not recover with the powers of the universe. Break world powers were powers that challenged the sky. The powers of the universe could not aid them. Many veins inside Han Sen's body broke. They made his skin look red. Han Sen knew that if this continued, his body would collapse. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He looked mean. I have to risk this for Zhao Chuyi's sake. I have tried my best to help you, but to live or not live will ultimately depend on yourself. Han Sen suddenly used power. He instantly cast 4 Geno arts. He entered his xenogenic mode. He used all of his power and gunned it all into Zhao body. When his power was cast out, Han Sen's body was completely exhausted. He did not even have the strength left to drink milk. He fell to the floor like a sack of mud and was paralyzed. Chapter 3274 Harp Sound to repel enemies. Han Sen had spent far too much of his power. He could no longer feel Zhao situation. He could only see her body get wrapped up by black and red fires. It was like a demonic cocoon that came from hell. Han Sen, are you okay? What happened to my sister? Zhao Chuyi moved to pick up Han Sen. She was speaking with a strange tone of voice. I am fine. As for your sister, I guess it is all down to fate. Han Sen did not know what was going to happen to Zhao. This situation was beyond his control. Han Sen made the secret decision he would not modify life and objects that were not his. It was way too dangerous for him. He knew that what he said would make Zhao Chuyi more worried, but Han Sen did not want to give her too much hope. At best, even Han Sen thought the results were unpredictable. Things might go awry. To have hope and then see it stripped away was awful. It was far better to expect the worst. Han Sen was powerless. Zhao Chuyi had to assist him in sitting down. In case something else happened, he cast the Zhen Yellow Sutra on himself. Zhao Chuyi looked at the light cocoon. Han Sen noticed the cocoon was becoming smaller. It was 30 feet wide at one point. Not long later, it was 21 feet wide. Although the cocoon was smaller, he had yet to see any sign of Zhao body. When Zhao became a god bird, she looked bigger. If she still had her bird body, he would have been able to see it by now. When the cocoon was 12 feet wide, there were still no feathers. It helped inflate Zhao Chuyi with more hope. Suddenly, a shadow arrived. It came one step near the coast. It was Berry Path God, who had just run away a moment before. Are humans always that stupid? Berry Path God raised his hand. His hands were burning with a scary, gray flame. He used his palm like a knife and threw a slash toward Han Sen. Dong! Han Sen saw the scary presence rise. It was like he had a powerful, twisted space. The demon god sword spirit appeared in front of Han Sen to block Berry Path God's knife. A transparent and gray light exploded. Everything was destroyed. Ah, so you have come here with the intent of killing me all because you believe I am stupid, Han Sen coldly said. I am stupid because I am a human, who, according to you, are stupid by default. Well, killing me doesn't seem so easy now, does it? Uoccsil. The demon god sword spirit was Qin Yuan's annihilation god spirit gene race, but Han Sen modified it with the Dongshuan Sutra and Zhen Yellow Sutra. It was now Han Sen's gene race. Han Sen planned on making the demon god sword spirit a sub-god in his god of wealth temple, but he had yet to get his hands on a god base. So he kept carrying it around with him. After modifying it, the demon god sword spirit was very strong. It had a break world class sword air. Although it was not solid, it was still stronger than most break world creatures. Creatures and items that were modified by the Zhen Yellow Sutra and the Dongshuan Sutra would have increased powers. The more powerful a creature or item was, the harder they were to modify. Do you think a demon god sword spirit that cannot break a break world solidified power can truly defeat me? Berry Path God was cold as ice. He waved his hand with a gray power. The demon god sword spirit unleashed a scary and invisible sword air. It combined with Berry Path God's gray power. An invisible sword air destroyed the gray power. The sword air was disappearing. Even the demon god sword spirit's body had a crack. There were small cracks along the sword. Han Sen frowned. After he modified the demon god sword spirit, it was phenomenally strong. Berry Path God's wave almost broke the sword. This power was similar to that of Zhao. Plus, Han Sen did not see any wounds manifest on Berry Path God. He shot Berry Path God's heart. Now, that place was broken, but the skin was whole. There were no marks. Well, I have to confess. The God Chaos Party's vice president really is a powerful dude, Han Sen said to compliment him. Berry Path God was not in the mood to talk to his opponent. It was not as if he could not fight Han Sen. Berry Path God just didn't want to take a risk. After he was shot, he ran. In fact, it did not hurt him much. Now, Han Sen had spent all his power. Berry Path God was not going to pass up on this chance. He returned with the plan to finish off Han Sen once and for all. In the process, he would take Zhao, who had turned into a break world beast, back with him. He would still be the winner. Berry Path God stepped forward. The sky and the ground were collapsing. Berry Path God looked cold. He swung a punch. Wherever his punch reached, things turned into dust. Han Sen felt that scary power. He knew the demon sword god spirit would be ineffective in repelling that attack. He looked cold. Han Sen was trying to find an item that might save his life when he suddenly heard a phoenix scream. Suddenly, a snowy white light was blinding him. The cocoon he had made was broken. A white light came pouring out of the cocoon. A lady was emerging from it. She had white hair that reached her toes. She looked very refreshing. She was like a fairy. She looked extremely holy. It was as if not a speck of dirt could mar her image. Behind her were the white wings of a phoenix. She had a holy light around her. They were like musical notes. It was like they were there, but they were not there. It all flowed around her. When the notes came out, the sky and the ground heeded her loudly. The phoenix's cry came from the lady. It was pure sonic power. It made the gray power's shockwave tilt and move away. It shattered amidst a sonic explosion. Before the gray power reached Han Sen, it vanished amidst the sonic force. Big sister. Zhao Chuyi screamed with shock. Han Sen and Berry Path God saw Zhao. She looked weird. To say she was a human did not seem quite right, but she looked different from her prior phoenix mode. Is this the real shape of a break world beast? Her power will be better than mine. Berry Path God looked at Zhao. He seemed very excited. Zhao jade feet were naked as she emerged. Her body was like a phoenix, flying in the sky. She flew toward Han Sen. Her body emitted a scary light and music. As Zhao flew to Han Sen, her body became a phoenix head harp. She landed near Han Sen. Han Sen could not play the harp. When he held the phoenix head harp, he felt a scary and mysterious power swirl around it. Han Sen's fingers touched the string. He gathered up power and tried to flick it. He instantly heard a very loud sound echo through space. Blurg. After the harp's sound, Berry Path God spat out blood. His body ripped space. He fell into the rip in space and was gone. The space around them collapsed. Han Sen was unable to chase after him, so he gave up the thought of doing so. Chapter 3275 One good harp. Han Sen stroked the body of the phoenix head harp and complimented it. It really is one good harp. The phoenix head harp was able to use his power. It turned into asking heart power. With the phoenix head harp's power, he was able to make Berry Path God spill blood. Even if Han Sen did not know how to conduct music or play an instrument, a harp like that was still something he really loved. Of course, Han Sen did not have much power now. He had only recovered a little. The power of the harp mostly came from the phoenix head harp. One could imagine how scary the power of the phoenix head harp was. Han Sen really loved the phoenix head harp. After stroking it twice, he suddenly felt as if something was wrong. He immediately realized the phoenix head harp had become Zhao. He was touching Zhao waist. Han Sen let Zhao go and asked, "What is your situation right now? Are you a human or are you a break world beast?" He was not a young man anymore. He looked as if he was around 20 years old, but he was already 30 to 40 years old. He did not feel shame quite as easily the older he became. Zhao Ning'er looked at Han Sen. Her phoenix wings spread, they became feathered clothing. They covered her white, flawless body. I do not know what I am now, but at least I look like a person again, Zhao Ning'er coldly said. Big sis, it is great that you're okay. Zhao Chuyi ran forward to hug Zhao Ning'er. Zhao Ning'er stroked Zhao Chuyi's hair as she said, Chuyi, you do not have to worry about anything anymore. I have the power needed to keep you protected. No one will ever be able to bully you again. Han Sen was not as chirpy as Zhao Ning'er. She was strong and the best a solid break world creature could be. If she was saying she could protect herself, it might have been too soon to make that judgment. If other people had Zhao Ning'er's power, they would be safe. Zhao Ning'er was different. She was Qin Shu's test subject. It was unlikely Qin Shu would leave her alone. Putting aside Qin Shu, who was very scary, even if Berry Path God challenged her to another one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee she could win. Berry Path God's blood spilled because of the harp, but he had the power to leave. Zhao Ning'er would certainly be beaten if she was to underestimate him. Han Sen did not tell her all of that. He knew it was pointless for him to say it. He needed Zhao Ning'er to understand it herself. If it was said by someone else, she would not listen. That is good. If there is nothing else left for me here, then I will be leaving. Han Sen understood what a break world beast was, so there was no further point in him staying. Hang on, Mr. Han, Zhao Ning'er said. If you do not mind, we would like to travel with you. Travel with me? Are you guys going to the Qin Kingdom? Han Sen looked at Zhao Ning'er with surprise. Zhao Chuyi looked at Zhao Ning'er with confusion. She did not know what she was intending to do. It does not matter where you are going, Zhao Ning'er said. She looked at Han Sen and smiled. Wherever you go, we would like to follow you. Zhao Ning'er had a pure, innocent look on her face, but her presence was deadly. She had white hair with a pure presence. It was extremely attractive, and after she said that, even Han Sen was surprised. Fortunately, Han Sen was a faithful man. He only looked at Zhao Ning'er with admiration. Miss Zhao, you must be joking. I cannot afford you both. Zhao Ning'er blinked and said, if you are willing to take us with you, we have savings of our own. We can take care of you. Han Sen almost choked on his own saliva. Seeing Han Sen like that, Zhao Ning'er laughed. Please do not misunderstand my intent. I am an enemy of the God Chaos Party. You are an enemy of the God Chaos Party too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just want to work with you. I am not super powerful, but I can be of service. Please, do not abandon me so simply. Upon hearing Zhao Ning'er's suggestion that they cooperate, Han Sen did not look very happy. He frowned. He and Zhao Ning'er were enemies of the God Chaos Party, but there was a big difference between them. Zhao Ning'er was owned by the God Chaos Party. In the future, the God Chaos Party would try its best to take Zhao Ning'er back. They might even try to kill her. Han Sen and the God Chaos Party's feud was born differently. They had conflict every now and again, but he was never pursued. He just had to fight them sometimes. If they worked together, the God Chaos Party might have an even greater desire to see them both eliminated. After a lengthy pause, in which he thought about it all, he told Zhao Ning'er, you can choose to cooperate with me, but there is one thing I must explain to you first. Please, do tell me, Zhao Ning'er said with a smile. If you and I cooperate, I will be the leader of this little party, Han Sen said with absolute certainty. You adhere to my command. If you can't do that, then I do not think we should work together. Zhao Ning'er seemed hesitant, but she seriously bowed and replied, I will listen to everything you tell me. If things are indeed like that, you two should go and pack. You can follow me back to the Qin Kingdom. Han Sen knew the God Chaos Party would not stop. He planned to go back to the Qin Kingdom, pick up Bauer, and decide what to do next. His situation was no better than Zhao Ning'er's current situation. The God Chaos Party was bound to strike again soon. Zhao Ning'er took Zhao Chuyi with her to pack their bags. Zhao Chuyi did not understand what was going. Big sis, you are so powerful. Why must you cooperate with Han Sen? Zhao Ning'er shook her head and said, you are too young. There are plenty of things you are not able to understand. I am powerful, but Berry Path God is not afraid of me. When it comes to Han Sen, even when he was really exhausted, Berry Path God avoided being reckless. He treats him like a massive enemy. In that case, that's his fault, Zhao Chuyi said. She did not agree. Zhao Ning'er displayed a wry smile. She was not naive like Zhao Chuyi. Anyway, the God Chaos Party will not let me go so simply. It will be safer for us to stay near Han Sen. He understands the God Chaos Party more than we do. One thing Zhao Ning'er did not mention was the fact that if this was all about her, she would just go into hiding or fight them. More than anything, she was just worried about the God Chaos Party doing something awful to Zhao Chuyi. That was her greatest fear. Han Sen went into the garden. He drank tea while waiting for the Zhao family to pack. He suddenly saw a shadow fall from the sky. It fell into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen quickly reacted. He grabbed the shadow and had a closer look. It was Big Sky Demon, who had been gone for so long. Big Sky Demon looked terrible. Her face was paler than snow. She was terribly wounded. Han Sen had never touched her before. This was the first time he had been able to touch her curvy and demonic body. He could feel her warmth. Chapter 3276 Big Sky Demon returns. Little lover, have you not always tried to get rid of me? Now, I am injured and cannot possibly fight back. This is the best chance you have of killing me. Even if you just move a finger, it will be more than enough for you to kill me. Although Big Sky Demon looked terrible, she was still able to put on a smile. Her jade arms were wrapped around Han Sen's neck. She was like a little cat in his arms. Her words were spoken with a sultry drawl. Why are you injured? Han Sen knew how powerful Big Sky Demon was. Not many beings in this world of kingdoms should have been able to harm her. Big Sky Demon sighed and said, I underestimated Qin Shu. I only wanted to sneak into the 33 skies and see what I could learn about Qin Shu there, but he found me. I could hardly make it back. Qin Shu is very scary. He is almost like the old leader. What did you find there? Han Sen asked. I only snuck into the tower to learn more about Qin Shu, but he almost killed me. What do you think I was able to find? Big Sky Demon could see the disappointment on Han Sen's face. She smiled and said, I saw many things that are called life souls inside that old tower. How many were there? Han Sen asked with a frown. There were so many. I was only able to enter the old tower's first floor, but I saw 10 creatures being consumed by fate. I do not know if there are any more creatures up the tower. Big Sky Demon stopped smiling. She looked extremely serious. That number was something even Han Sen found to be scary. If every life soul could be someone scary like Zhao Ning'er, Qin Shu would become an unrivaled force of power in the universe. Not even the god spirits of the Geno Hall would be able to fight back. Do not worry. People like Zhao Ning'er are very rare amid the creatures that combine with life souls. So far, Zhao Ning'er is the only success. Big Sky Demon paused and said, Qin Shu uses life souls to make break world beasts. If those creatures become break world beasts, their bodies will be made solid. They will be more powerful than break world elites. This is a method to evolve creatures that does not make much sense. There are lots of flaws involved with it, so it is unlikely to be a big success. Solidify break world powers. In the levels of breaking the world, what would that be ranked? Han Sen never figured out what the levels of breaking the world were. Big Sky Demon laughed. Breaking the worlds does not have levels. Breaking the world is breaking the world. It is just a term used to describe controlling the powers from both worlds. The strength is determined by how much you can control it. Ordinary break world people only need 1% to wield break world powers. That small amount is still considered enough to break the world. Some break world people can understand much more. After breaking the world, their understanding of the powers from both worlds can reach around 10%, such as yourself. I would guess that when you first broke the world, your break world rate was 15% to 20%. I see, Han Sen said. What is all this about it being made solid? When the break world rate reaches 30%, it is like water that becomes ice. It starts to thicken and become solid. That is just a way of describing it. It is not actually as simple as ice. Solid break world powers yield a lot of benefits. The powers are increased and much stronger than before they were solid. That is especially true regarding the rules to use power. Once they are solid, they are more useful. So, making your break world powers solid is like a junction. Big Sky Demon paused and went on to say, there are junctions at 60% and 90%. Reaching 60% is incredibly rare. There were not even very many people able to do that when the God Chaos Party was popular. As for reaching 90%, this is even rarer. Since the God Chaos Party formed, only 3 vice presidents have reached that level. Are you telling me Berry Path God has a 90% break world rate? Han Sen did not believe it. Big Sky Demon rolled her eyes at Han Sen. Do you really think Berry Path God is that weak? That guy is very mysterious. If it was not in a life or death moment, you would never know how strong he truly was. He does not want to fight you. It is not because you are so strong. It is more because he does not want to reveal his true power. Besides, his main target is Qin Shu, not you. I see, Han Sen said with a nod. He thought Berry Path God was powerful. He had not expected Berry Path Sky God to be hiding more about himself than he revealed. After the latest reboots, our break world rates were weakened in every way, Big Sky Demon said. Now, going back to the popular break world rates will not be easy. I think Berry Path God will now have only reached 90%. Remember, a break world rate does not equal one's battle power. All rates are capable of breaking the world. Actually, a low break world rate can often beat high break world rates. In a critical moment, it all depends on one's element and power. Your break world rate is not high, but your power is very strange. You also have more than one break world power. Even Berry Path God is afraid of you. That is why he does not want to fight you. Han Sen could not help but ask, has anyone been able to reach 100% with their break world powers? Big Sky Demon did not hesitate to respond. Yes, from what I know, no matter if it was before the universe was rebooted or now, only the God Chaos Party's leader managed to do that. What about Qin Shu? That was the person Han Sen was most concerned about. Although he is strong, I think he is lacking something. He only needs to take one last step, but making that final step is extremely difficult for him. Big Sky Demon sighed and said, actually, compared to Qin Shu, the life soul break world beasts are scarier. We are creatures that have practiced all of our lives, yet it is very difficult for us to break the world. Plus, we only have break world rates ranging from 12% to 20%. If the break world beasts succeed, they have a 30% break world rate like Zhao. I bet she is over 60%. Let me tell you, that is very scary. Did you see the fight earlier? Han Sen asked. Big Sky Demon nodded and said, if I had not seen that fight, I would not say break world beasts are scary. Now, Qin Shu's skills haven't matured. When he can mass produce those break world beasts, that is when the greatest disaster will come. Han Sen strangely looked at Big Sky Demon. She had once been a part of God Chaos Party. Even if her relationship with the God Chaos Party had soured, she did not need to be this worried. Do not look at me like that, Big Sky Demon said. The big universe's disaster does not matter to me, but it might not be considered a good thing for you. I did not know you cared for me that much, Han Sen said with a curl of his lips. Big Sky Demon stretched and said, I can't help it. It is because you are Bauer's stepfather. It is fine if you die. If something happened to Bauer, that might not fare well. Do you know Bauer? Han Sen now understood why even though Big Sky Demon was so strong, she never did anything to him. It was because Big Sky Demon already knew about Bauer. I know her, Big Sky Demon confirmed. Who is she? Han Sen really wanted to know who was Bauer. She is Bauer. You are her stepfather, yet you don't know her name. Big Sky Demon looked as if she was smiling at Han Sen, but she wasn't smiling at him. You know that is not what I meant. Han Sen wanted to know who Bauer was in her past life. He had always wondered if Bauer, in her past life, was the leader of the God Chaos Party. Bauer is Bauer, Big Sky Demon seriously said. She is unique. She does not need anyone. She sounded so serious, but Han Sen thought her words were a load of rubbish. Anyway, do not let any other creatures learn about who Bauer really is. If that were to happen, you will be in big trouble. By the way, I am injured now. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you do not want to kill me, then heal me. Your power should be good at this. Big Sky Demon leaned on Han Sen's shoulder. She lowered her clothes and revealed the wounds on her bones. She let him do whatever he wanted to. Chapter 3277. Paying rent. Despite her saying how bad of a state she was in, Han Sen did not underestimate Big Sky Demon. On her own, Big Sky Demon infiltrated God Chaos Party's hive. She managed to enter Qin Shu's old tower. Despite having been caught, she was able to make it out alive with only a few injuries. That was very scary. He hesitated a little. Eventually, Han Sen said to Big Sky Demon, my power has not recovered. I cannot help you. I may be able to help you in a few days. In that case, I will sleep a little. I am really tired. Big Sky Demon slept on Han Sen's lap. Her cheeks were up against his chest. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Han Sen still had Big Sky Demon's arms wrapped around his neck. He could only hold her. He frowned and said, "If you want to sleep, find a bed. Why do you have to sleep on top of me?" Big Sky Demon did not respond to him. It was like she was already in a deep sleep. Han Sen would not believe she was actually asleep. He lifted Big Sky Demon, planning on putting her down on a bench. Big Sky Demon's body suddenly became some magical light, and vanished. At the same time, in Han Sen's brain, Big Sky Demon's voice said, "We will meet inside your dreams." After a moment, Big Sky Demon's body was gone. It was as if she had never existed in the first place. Han Sen frowned. He could feel Big Sky Demon inside him, but he did not know where she was. He used his Dongshuan aura, but he still could not detect where Big Sky Demon was. In the 33 skies, Berry Path God stood before the old tower. Did that really happen? Does Han Sen have the power to make break world beasts evolve more perfectly? Qin Shu's interested voice was coming out of the old tower. "I witnessed Zhao become a break world armament," Berry Path God happily said. "Her break world rate is more than 60%. Her asking heart sound is special. Now, out of all the break world beasts that have succeeded, she is the most successful out of them all. No one else can match her." "That is interesting," Qin Shu coldly said. "That guy is more interesting than I thought. Mr. Leader, do you want me to send some God Chaos Party elites to kill Han Sen and take the break world beast, Zhao away?" In front of Qin Shu, Berry Path God was very polite. "I will sort that out myself," Qin Shu said. "You should just take care of the other test subjects and observe them." Berry Path God lowered his head. "Zhao is the most successful test subject. The information we can gain from her for furthering our research into break world beasts will be invaluable. I do not like repeating myself more than once." Qin Shu's cold voice sounded from the old tower. "Yes, I will try my best to help you finish all these tests," Berry Path God replied in fear. He bowed. "You can go now." Qin Shu stood at the highest point of the old tower. After he told Berry Path God to go, he looked at a crystal bed. The blonde Qin Wanner was lying on the crystal bed. It was like she was waiting for a prince to come and kiss her to wake her from her slumber. Qin Shu reached out his hand to stroke Qin Wanner's hair. He quietly said, "Wanner, hold on a bit longer. All of the bad things will soon be gone. When you wake up again, it will have all been a terrible nightmare. You will once again be the happy and carefree Wanner." Suddenly, Qin Shu's eyes had a weird light show in him. He could not help but clutch his head. He lowered his head and screamed like a beast. He did his best to try and not groan. A while later, Qin Shu started to look more composed. His eyes looked calmer. He said to himself, "What a scary man. He only has a will. He fought me for so long. I am better, but I cannot destroy it. I should be able to soon. I just need a little more time. When I control the armor, I will be able to give Wanner the happiness she deserves. I will not let her be sad." Han Sen had spent too much power. He could not rip space and return to Jade Wall City. Instead, he boarded a ship with Zhao and Zhao Chuyi. Fortunately, Zhao had a concert to attend in the Han Kingdom. Han Sen followed Zhao to the Han Kingdom. After the concert was finished, they were going to continue on to Jade Wall City. On the ship, time passed by very slowly. There was not much Han Sen could do. It was best for him to use Geno arts to recover the strength he had lost. So, he went to sleep. He let his body tune itself back into the best shape possible. When Han Sen went to sleep, he noticed he was in jail. His limbs were tied up, and he was bound in a crucified position. Big Sky Demon was sitting in front of him. She was holding a whip and smiling at him. Han Sen froze. He now understood things. He looked at Big Sky Demon and asked, "Can you control someone's dreams?" "This is an easy trick of mine. I am injured, so I need to use your dreamscapes if I am to. Rest a little. You will not reject my presence here, will you?" Big Sky Demon crossed her legs and sat on a chair. She looked at Han Sen and smiled. "I did not agree to your presence here, but you've made yourself comfy here all the same," Han Sen said. He was a little upset. Big Sky Demon stood up and walked up to Han Sen. She used her fingers to tilt his jaw. In a seductive tone of voice, she said, "Do not say that. I will pay you rent." "What kind of rent?" Han Sen tried to control his current dreamscape, but he couldn't do anything. It was like all his powers were gone. Big Sky Demon's fingers applied some strength to force Han Sen to lift up his head. Her bright red lips came closer to him. Big Sky Demon's red lips were almost going to touch Han Sen's lips, but she slid away past his cheeks. She put them near his ears and said, "You will find the rent I pay to be the most enjoyable." After that, Big Sky Demon backed off. The scene cracked when Big Sky Demon left. The jail's wall fell away. The environment became empty. Han Sen saw sword air come from the sky. That sword air was not too fast, but it also wasn't too slow. It was not jittery, but it wasn't smooth. It gave Han Sen a sort of pressure that words could not describe. It was like that sword was able to break his past life. Before 10 million years of lives, it was like he would be killed by that sword. Using his power, Han Sen changed his reaction. He knew that sword was in a dream, so it was nothing to fear. Yet, that sword was actually bending his will. Han Sen had seen many elites use swords. Six Paths Emperor, Lone Bamboo, and Jian were all top-class swordsmen, but he had never seen a sword this scary before. He knew that sword was just the illusion of one, but Han Sen felt cold. His mind shifted. As it came down to slash his body, the sword air made him feel as if he was going to die. "This is the slash Qin Shu used to strike me with," Big Sky Demon said with a smile. "If you are interested, I can help you feel it a few more times. You should be happy with this rent I pay you." Chapter 3278 Meeting a Life Soul. Again the scary sword air kept slashing Han Sen. Although this was all taking place inside his dreams, it made Han Sen feel physically damaged. If it was a creature with a weak will undergoing this, even in a dream, their will would be totally broken. They would never wake up, and their body would die. They would be rendered vegetables. From these sword strikes, Han Sen could gain an understanding of how scary of a foe Qin Shu was. Big Sky Demon told him this was just a random strike from Qin Shu. A random strike from him was like the striking of the best swordsman in history. Han Sen did not know how strong Qin Shu might be if he was to become serious. "It looks like it is not just power I need to improve. It looks like I need to train my will as well." Han Sen closed his eyes. He kept trying to feel how scary the sword mind was. Fear could not solve anything. Only deep into fear, where one could understand that fear, could one stop that fear. Han Sen understood that the sword he saw was just a product of his imagination conjured by Big Sky Demon in his dream. Fighting the real Qin Shu would be even worse. When Han Sen awoke from the dream, he did not know how many times he had endured that sword. He now understood the sword mind. If Han Sen used that sword, he still would not be able to reach Qin Shu's level. It was not that Han Sen's level was not high enough. It was just that he and Qin Shu were different. That sword was Qin Shu's sword. Aside from Qin Shu, no one else could slash with that sort of sword power. That was because the universe could not produce another Qin Shu. Han Sen did not plan on learning how to be just like Qin Shu. So, he spent time thinking about how he might break that sword. Zhao Chuyi woke Han Sen up. They had already reached the capital of the Han Kingdom. Zhao Ning'er needed to be there for another 2 days. After the tour was over, they could then push on straight to the Qin Kingdom. Han Sen and Zhao Chuyi disguised themselves as servants. They followed Zhao Ning'er to depart the ship. They knew Zhao Ning'er was very famous in the universe of kingdoms, but it was ridiculous to see how the Han people welcomed her arrival. It was not just ordinary fans showing up. Even many nobles and royals came forth to welcome her. Even the queen arrived to greet her arrival. When Han Sen looked at one of them, he was given a fright. There was a young man who was 15 or 16 years old. He looked ordinary, but he was dressed like a noble. There was an 80% to 90% chance that he was the son of a noble. Han Sen saw the young man's face and noticed how familiar he looked. It was like he had seen him someplace before. Even with his memory, if he saw the young man, he would not recognize him. Han Sen observed the young man for a bit. He finally understood why the young man looked familiar. Han Sen thought, this guy looks like Sky King from the sanctuaries, but he looked young. He did not look as mature as Sky King. Sky King was kind of like Satu Shang. He was one of Ancient Devil's 8 generals. He was the leader of the 8 generals. Back then, Han Sen took Sky King and put him and xianxia into the cruel bottle. When Han Sen leveled up, he never brought the bottle with him. He left it for 0. Han Sen had not seen Sky King ever since. He had forgotten all about him. After seeing the young man who looked like Sky King, all of it returned to him. Did Sky King reincarnate? Han Sen wondered. Unfortunately, he could not go back to the Geno universe to find out. Otherwise, He could quickly ask Zero if Sky King was still inside the cruel bottle or not. If he really was Sky King's reincarnated form, it would not affect Han Sen. So, he really did not care about it. It was Ancient Devil, who had escaped, that worried Han Sen a great deal. He did not know what Ancient Devil planned on doing after he escaped. That man would not remain with a low profile. God only knew when he would be able to stir up a storm. As Han Sen was thinking, he looked past the young man who looked like Sky King. He suddenly looked back and glanced at the young man again. The young man had some sort of presence. Han Sen looked at that presence twice and noticed it was the same as Chu Yuan and Zhao Ning'er had. Life soul. That young man has a life soul. Han Sen's gaze was like that of a spotlight. He looked at the young man and saw that he possessed the presence of a life soul. Obviously, that young man was another one of Qin Shu's test subjects. Han Sen frowned and thought, he is another young man Qin Shu selected to be a test subject. It looks like they are all young men. I do not know if it is merely a coincidence that this test subject looks like Sky King or not, but it is a shame that I cannot ask Zero. Han Sen kept looking at the young man. The young man eventually noticed Han Sen was watching him. He turned his attention toward Han Sen. Although he was just a young man, his gaze was very strong and intense. When he looked at people, it was like he was looking at someone lower than he was. Han Sen always saw that sort of attitude in Sky King. Now, Han Sen really did think the young man was Sky King reincarnated. Seeing Han Sen and the young man look at each other, Zhao Chuyi tugged Han Sen's sleeve and said, "Those people there are the Han Kingdom royals." Han Sen looked at Zhao Chuyi and asked, "Do you know who that young man is?" Zhao Chuyi looked in that direction and nodded. "I do not know much about the royals of the Han Kingdom, but I do know who that young man is." "Oh, that must mean he is famous," Han Sen said. "Is he a prince of the Han Kingdom?" Zhao Chuyi shook her head and laughed. "No, but he is something like that. He is the Han Kingdom's Moonwheel Princess's future husband. His name is Lin Jin. I have heard he is a commoner genius. When he was born, there was a god tree weird scene. That weird scene covered the sky. A few systems were able to witness it. The Han King saw the scene and sent for some royals to whip up a prophecy about him. Between the Han Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom, they discovered Lin Jin, who had just been born on that planet. They took him to the palace and decided he should marry Moonwheel Princess. Because he grew up in the palace, he practically became the Han King's son." Han Sen's heart jumped as he asked, "What was that god tree weird scene?" Back in the day, Sky King lived in Sky Tree. Han Sen still remembered Sky King's power was called 33 Sky's power. If that Lin Jin is indeed Sky King, what does it mean that Qin Shu selected him to become a life soul test subject? Han Sen thought this was rather suspicious. Zhao Chuyi thought for a moment and shook her head. "I do not know. That is all I have heard. You cannot really record a weird scene unless you see it for yourself. No one can know what a weird scene is actually like." Han Sen looked at Lin Jin. He was interested in him. Chapter 3279 Ancient Devil's Identity. Zhao Ning'er had become a break-world beast. Her power had become very strong because of that. Her sonic power was scary. Even if she did not deliberately use power and just casually sang, she sounded very magical. Her performances easily affected the hearts of people. She had a concert in a venue that had the capacity to fit 1 million people. The entire place was full. Many people wanted to buy tickets, but they were unable to. That alone signaled how attractive Zhao Ning'er was. Han Sen sat in a VIP seat Zhao Ning'er reserved for privileged guests. He listened to Zhao Ning'er sing. He had to confess that listening to Zhao Ning'er was indeed an enjoyable experience. Dong, dong, dong. The concert had only just started when someone knocked on the door. Why would someone be here at this time? Han Sen frowned. The only people he knew there were Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Chuyi. Zhao Ning'er was on stage, and Zhao Chuyi was in the same room as him. Therefore, who could have knocked on the door? Zhao Chuyi got up off the couch and opened the door. She looked surprised when she saw the person outside who had come to visit. Even Han Sen was surprised by the visitor. The person was Lin Jin. Zhao Chuyi lowered her head and asked, "Is there something you need?" "I would like to talk with Han Sen in private for a bit." Lin Jin looked past Zhao Chuyi as he addressed her. He looked straight at Han Sen. "Let him in," Han Sen said to Zhao Chuyi, who was looking a little bit scared. Zhao Chuyi stepped aside. She allowed Lin Jin to enter the room and closed the door behind him. "Do you know who I am?" Han Sen looked at Lin Jin with interest. You are the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman, Lin Jin coldly said. You are a scary man that broke Jade Wall City. I do not think many people would not know you, but I know Han Sen is not from the Qin Kingdom. He is a man from the sanctuaries. Han Sen looked surprised. Lin Jin smiled and said, Han Sen, can we talk in private now? Chu Yi, why don't you go outside for a bit? Han Sen suggested to Zhao Chu Yi. Zhao Chu Yi left. Han Sen looked at Lin Jin and asked, who are you? Lin Jin walked next to Han Sen and sat down. Even if you have forgotten who I, Sky King, you will not have forgotten who my daughter, Qin Jun, was. Sky King, when did you escape the cruel bottle? When Han Sen heard that, he knew for sure that there was an 80% to 90% chance that this young man was the reincarnation of Sky King. Not many people knew Sky King's daughter was Qin Jun. No one in the universe of kingdoms would have known that. Aside from him being a true reincarnation, there was no other explanation for it. I did not escape, Lin Jin said. In fact, I chose death. I died in a special way. After being reincarnated, I held on to the memories of my past life. That is not easy to do. How did you manage that? Han Sen knew reincarnation required the Geno Hall. It should have been impossible for a soul to maintain its memories. I am special, Lin Jin said. We can at least say the souls of the 8 generals are special. There is, however, something I do not understand. After I reincarnated, I understood the switches between the 2 worlds. After I received a life soul, I was able to understand something further. Han Sen looked at Lin Jin and asked, what is it? Ancient Devil might be like me and was able to retain his past memories. Finding the 8 of us from the sanctuary cannot be a coincidence. He had it all planned. It is more likely that he brought us here to kill a god. He had it planned all along. In the end, Azura betrayed him, so the plan failed. Han Sen always wondered where Ancient Devil was born. Sky King's thought process made sense to him. What did the god you guys killed back then look like? Han Sen had been very curious about this for a long time. Even now, he did not know which god was the one Azura consumed. I do not know. I only know Ancient Devil found the 8 of us and used our powers to summon a living creature. When that creature appeared before us, it was dying. Even Ancient Devil was surprised by that. He did not expect the god he summoned would look the way it did. Now that I think about it, even though it was a dying god, it still took us a while to kill it. If it was an ordinary god or one that was injured instead of dying, we might have been unable to kill the god. Sky King did not continue talking, but Han Sen knew what he meant. If Ancient Devil knew the god he had summoned was powerful, then his purpose to summon that god was not for killing him. Han Sen looked at Sky King and said, you didn't come looking for me just to tell me this. Sky King sighed, if I did not have to, I would not come looking for you. The memories of my past life were sealed during my reincarnation. Without the accident, even if I reincarnated again, those memories will be hard to claim. The life soul the God Chaos Party gave me opened me up to the memories of my past life. That way, I was able to learn about it. After pausing, Sky King went on to say, things like life souls are things the God Chaos Party has under control. Even if I finished combining things now, I would still be controlled by the God Chaos Party. Perhaps you can help me. Why would I want to help you? Han Sen asked with a lift of his lips. He and Sky King were never friends. In the past life, they were enemies. Even without those circumstances, there was no reason for him to help Sky King. I do not know what kind of creature Ancient Devil summoned, but I do know a secret about Ancient Devil, Sky King said with a smile. If you can free me from the God Chaos Party, I can tell you a secret you will be interested in learning more about. What secret? Let me hear it. Han Sen did not believe Sky King. Sky King did not deny his request. He smiled and said, I discovered this secret shortly after I got my memories back. It has something to do with the God Chaos Party. You are going to love it. Han Sen did not think it would surprise him, but he paused for a long time before saying, I can help you to the best of my abilities, but I must know the secret first. Sky King quickly answered, I went to the God Chaos Party and saw something interesting there. There was an old painting. That painting displayed the God Chaos Party's old leader, his 3 vice presidents, and other primary members. There were 4 core members of the God Chaos Party. I recognized 2 of them. One of them was Berry Path God. The other one was... Sky King paused on purpose. Han Sen asked, was it Ancient Devil? Sky King nodded. Yes, the vice president in the painting was Ancient Devil. It had to be him. Ancient Devil was a vice president of the God Chaos Party. Han Sen frowned. Chapter 3280. Sky King. Han Sen looked at Sky King and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Sky King seemed to have prepared everything. After hearing Han Sen ask that, he replied, "The life souls connect to a soul candle. If the soul candle burns out, then a life soul will return. I have combined with a life soul. If a life soul returns, it means I return too. The best way is to get the soul candle and put it in my hands, but it will be difficult. Qin Shu has most of the soul candles. It will even be hard for you to get it." Han Sen calmly listened to the man. He did not plan on interrupting him. Unless he had come completely prepared, Sky King would not have come looking for him. To get the soul candle from Qin Shu might seem impossible, but I have given the idea a lot of thought, Sky King said. As a result, I have found a way that might work. This method, however, might prove risky too. I will need your help to accomplish it. Tell me, Han Sen said. Sky King did not hesitate. He spoke what was on his mind. From my investigations, it turns out the relation between a soul candle and a life soul is like the relation between a puppet and its wires. If they are used well, and you have enough power, you can cut the connection between the two. I have tried many methods to do this, but I have been unsuccessful in cutting the cords. Perhaps the power I control can't even touch the wires. Han Sen looked at Sky King and asked, "Do you think my power can do what yours cannot?" Sky King nodded. He then shook his head and said, "I don't know. You are different. Your powers have always been magical. You have a power that defies expectations. You're unpredictable and use your reincarnated body. You are very unique, so I think you can certainly give it a try. Having hope is better than having no hope." Han Sen thought of Berry Path God holding the gene egg. That gene egg had a burning candle inside, so it must have been a soul candle. What is a life soul? Han Sen wanted to get some answers from Sky King. Sky King shook his head. I do not know what a life soul is. They have the features of a gene race, but they are different. They are kind of like the beast souls used by humans in the sanctuaries. Again, they are different. After combining with a life soul, both my body and soul will level up in some way. Otherwise, I would not have unsealed my past memories had I not done this. When do we do this? Han Sen asked. When you do it, you must use all your power. That is the only way it will work. We cannot be interrupted during this process. I feel like God Chaos Party members are spying on me, so I need to get rid of them. When are you leaving this place? Give me a time and place, and I will get rid of those guards and come look for you. Han Sen shook his head. You have a life soul, and they have your soul candle. I do not think losing them will work for you. I only need a little bit of time, Sky King said. When they catch up, our side should bear a result. Han Sen did not say anything. He established a time and place to meet with him. Afterward, Sky King departed. Zhao Ning'er's concert was a grand success. She declined the requests of the Han Kingdom nobles to stay behind. She got on a ship and left the Han Kingdom. Big sister, with your power, you are like the singing queen, Zhao Chuyi merrily said to Zhao Ning'er. I am afraid that even if Zhang Li Qing came back to life, he would not be as good as you. Zhao Ning'er shook her head. When it comes to the comparison of power, maybe I am no worse than the singing king. When it comes to the knowledge of songs and feelings, I am not as good as the singing king. Zhao Ning'er really respected the singing king. She did not underestimate the singing king just because she was getting better. Han Sen was not in the mood to listen to them talk. They had already come to the system between the Han Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. This was the place where Han Sen and Sky King planned to meet. Ever since he met with Sky King, Han Sen had been a bit nervous. He could not tell why, but he just felt like this entire thing would yield him a lot of trouble. He did not think Sky King's plan would go according to plan. Zhao Ning'er, if Lin Jin comes and God Chaos Party people show up, take Zhao Chuyi to Jade Wall City's Feng family castle. Do that before you do anything else. Han Sen told the sisters about Lin Jin's plan to meet with him, but he did not tell them about Lin Jin being Sky King in a past life. He only told them Lin Jin was like Zhao Ning'er, in that he was a life soul test subject. Okay. Zhao Ning'er could tell Han Sen was not being his usual self, but she did not be nosy or pry into the specifics. Suddenly, Han Sen felt the arrival of a weird power. The ship's door opened up, and Sky King entered. The door quickly closed. Sky King walked in front of Han Sen and said, "Time is almost up. Let's go now." Han Sen nodded. He gathered up his reverse Dongshuan Sutra power and forced himself to break the world. He cast the Dongshuan aura and peered into Sky King's body structure. He wanted to find out the connection between the life soul and soul candle. After looking closer, Han Sen was able to see something on it. Sky King's body structure was not like an ordinary human's. His body had many weird substances. The substances went against the substance structures of an ordinary human. What was even stranger was that Han Sen discovered a weird substance releasing a strange, small presence. The presence was seamless and tasteless. It did not move either. It was very weak, so it was hard to find. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura, but he could only see it as if it was there but not there. When the presence left Sky King's body, it went out into space and vanished. It was just gone. The endless air kept spreading. Han Sen knew the presence was the connection between the life soul and soul candle. If he cut it, he might end up cutting the connection between the life soul and soul candle. Cutting the presence was not easy. Most of the substances in Sky King's body had this presence. To cut it completely, he had to cut out all of the presence from the substances. Han Sen tried to use Super Spank and break one substance presence. It made Han Sen think it was easier than he initially expected things to be. The presence was tough, but Super Spank was still strong enough to break it. After breaking the presence, the weird substance stopped releasing air. "You really did not disappoint me." Sky King felt the wires that bound him get cut off. He laughed. Han Sen was not in the mood to join in with the laughing. He focused his power on hitting Sky King. He cut many presences out. At this time, the ship moved. It had clearly been affected by some powerful power. "What is this?" Zhao Chuyi looked at the monitors on the ship. Her eyes opened wide as she screamed. Chapter 3281 God Chaos Party Assault. A big electric storm was brewing in the space around them. All kinds of colors flowed, veiling the sky. A ship crew member ran into the room. He looked shocked as he shouted, "Mister, this is bad. We have encountered a giant magnetic storm. The ship is losing control." Before he finished his words, the ship's lights turned off. The ship was dark. They then felt the ship go sideways. Normally, a ship had a gravity system. Even if the ship flipped, a place like a cabin would still enable them to keep their balance. The gravity wouldn't be changed. Han Sen felt that the ship was sliding. It meant the ship had a big problem. The gravity was no longer working. The light was quickly in their eyes again. Outside the ship, the magnetic storm was so bright that it was like a window. The colorful lights went past the crystal-like windows. The inside of the ship was now a vibrant shade of hues. They were so bright that people could be blinded. No matter if it was darkness or strong light, Han Sen would not lose his vision. Through the crystal windows, Han Sen saw the light substance was a creature. It looked like a god dragon. Its body was traveling between the substances, but it showed a part of its body. Break World Beast. Han Sen saw the creature's presence and recognized what it was. "It is coming in fast." Sky King frowned. He thought he had lost the one tailing him and would have had more time. He did not expect a Break World Beast to come back so quickly. Han Sen had only just begun. Half of his presence had yet to be cut off. "Let's just run." Han Sen used the Dongshuan aura to shield the ship. He wanted to use galaxy teleportation alongside the entire ship. Han Sen quickly noticed that the space there was weird. It was like it was being cut by some strange power. He could not teleport. Zhao Ning'er's body displayed some weird notes. Her wings spread as she let out a roar. The sonic sound shook the storm away, but there were still a lot of storms raging around them. Roar. A dragon's moan pierced the universe. It went against Zhao Ning'er's voice, making her voice weaker. Zhao Ning'er raised her eyebrows. She prepared to use her asking heart sounds. Before she spoke, the substance storm started to fade. The ship drove away from the substance storm, but they were no longer in the same system. They had entered a place that had weapons in every direction. Soldier Knife Sky. Han Sen and Sky King's faces changed. The whole ship had been taken to the first of the 33 skies. Han Sen and the others saw the weapon forest from above. There was a giant, dragon-looking creature hanging there. Its body was wreathed in electricity, and it glowed with a strange rainbow hue. The substance storm must have been created by that creature. The draconic creature's head looked like a monster. It had long, red hair and 3 eyes. Its body was inside a shell. It looked like a man, but it was not a man. It looked like a bug, but it was not a bug. The weird man stood atop the rainbow god dragon's head. He strangely said, Han Sen, there is a way to heaven you are not walking on. Hell does not have a door, but you are knocking. To be an enemy of the God Chaos Party makes you a very dead man. Do you know how dead you are? Ning protect Shu Yi and the ship. Han Sen flashed away and flew out of the ship. I am going with you. Sky King flashed and went into the sky. So, do you mind telling me what your name? And, if you would be so kind, which position do you hold in the God Chaos Party that you serve? Han Sen did not start fighting just yet. He merely asked the weird man those questions. The Rainbow God Dragon was a break world beast, but the weird man was not a break world beast. I am God Chaos Party's leaders shoot shadow, the weird man proudly answered. Why are you blocking my way? Han Sen asked with a smile. He smiled like an innocent bystander. HMPH. If it was not for our leader having a big belly, he would have dealt with you already. You should have died a long time ago. Now, you have been interfering in the God Chaos Party's testing scheme. We will not permit you to live a second later. Go and die. Shoot Shadow spoke very grimly. He touched the Rainbow God Dragon's dragon horns. The Rainbow God Dragon rolled up its body. The rainbow-like substance went everywhere across the land. Han Sen could no longer see. Sky King looked cold. His body had a weird power arise, but he did not go to attack the substance that was everywhere. While Han Sen wondered what Sky King was going to do, many weapons suddenly started to moan. In the next second, countless weapons broke space and arose. They did so like rain in reverse. They came up from the ground, ripping the substance in the sky. Han Sen looked at the sky, which was full of weapons no matter where one looked. He was given a shock. These were the soldier knife sky weapons. The place had countless weapons available for Sky King and they exploded with scary power. They kept striking the substance storm. Many weapons were destroyed by the substances, but more weapons broke space and came for them. It was like their stream was endless. The substance storm became weaker. Sky King can control soldier knife Sky's gene weapon gene races. Han Sen felt weird. Han Sen helped Zhao Ning escape the clutch of the God Chaos Party. The God Chaos Party had yet to do anything but touch Sky King's life soul. The God Chaos Party immediately sent an old leader and a break world beast after him. That meant Sky King had to be important to the God Chaos Party. He was likely more important than Zhao Ning. Sky King was able to control the weapons that populated Soldier Knife Sky. It made Han Sen wonder whether or not Sky King's soul was special. In his past life, he was one of the 8 generals of Ancient Devil. His identity was shocking. He might have even had a connection to the 33 skies. If that was not the case, it would be hard to explain how Sky King had the ability to control the weapon gene races that populated Soldier Knife Sky. In his past life, his strongest power was called 33 Sky Power. The chances were slim for that to be a coincidence. The substance storm was gone. The Rainbow God Dragon and Shoot Shadow's body showed up again. You do not have what it takes to kill us yet. If you want to kill us, you'd best go and ask Qin Shu for help. Sky King looked at Shoot Shadow. Countless weapons were aimed at Shoot Shadow and the Rainbow God Dragon. It seemed that if Sky King used his mind, he could tear their bodies to shreds. Shoot Shadow was not afraid at all. It was like he knew this was going to happen. Lin Jin, I am afraid you have become cocky way too soon, Shoot Shadow coldly said. He suddenly held the Rainbow God Dragon's head. He looked evil and weirdly screamed, come on. Light stream, let them witness your true break world beast power. With the roaring sounds of Shoot Shadow, the Rainbow God Dragon's body flashed. It turned into a light stream dragon spear that was in Shoot Shadow's hands. Chapter 3282 Light Stream Dragon Spear. Sky King looked frozen. The presence of the light stream dragon spear made his heart jump. It was a sign that he felt a sense of danger. After all, Sky King used to be a very strong and powerful person. The moment his heart jumped, he decided he needed to strike first. He was going to suppress Shoot Shadow. Sky King had only lived this life for 10 years and had not done much, but he had recently received his life soul and got the memories of his past life back. Although he had not brought over many skills to the universe of kingdoms, his life soul was his main battle power. He was different from Zhao Ning. Sky King had not completely combined with his life soul yet. The light stream dragon spear also had not done that either. He was at about the same level as Chu Yuan. He was a beginner break world person. A shadow that looked like a demon was behind Sky King. It turned into an empty shadow that was burning him. Suddenly, it made him break the world. His body went through many layers that weirdly showed up on Shoot Shadow. He stepped on Shoot Shadow's horns. "You are too slow," Shoot Shadow coldly grunted. Somehow, the light stream dragon spear had already risen up. It was going towards Sky King's feet. Sky King's feet were pierced. His entire body turned into a shadow. At the same time, another Sky King shadow appeared behind Shoot Shadow. A hand burning with fire silently went for Shoot Shadow's heart from the back. What a scary man. It is no wonder he is the reincarnation of that man. You almost fooled me, but it is a shame that your power is too weak. Sky King's hand was going to strike. Shoot Shadow looked back. His eyes flashed with an evil light. Although it seemed impossible, the light stream dragon spear suddenly appeared in front of Sky King. The spear struck his hand. Sky King knew he was unable to avoid it, so he stopped hesitating. A scary power exploded in his hands. He struck the power coming from the light stream dragon spear. He thought there would be a scary shockwave explosion. After the two powers struck each other, not a sound was made. Sky King's hand was sucked onto the light stream dragon spear. The weirdest part was that Sky King's body glowed with light. It was like he was turning into light. Sky King seemed as if he wanted to move his body, but he could not get it to work. It was like he had lost control of his body. He kept shaking. Suddenly, Sky King roared. All the weapons of Soldier Knife Sky arose like a flood to cover the sky and the ground. They were all going for Shoot Shadow. Shoot Shadow's face did not change. He raised his hand. The light stream dragon spear blocked a few of the weapons in front of him, but the weapons then became like Sky King. They were sucked onto the light stream dragon spear. In the next moment, something even more strange happened. No matter how many more weapons came, when they touched the dragon spear, they were sucked onto it. Those weapons would then suck other weapons onto them. In a moment, after countless weapon gene races were sucked onto the spear, they started looking like a spider web. They were all shaking and unable to escape. They could not pose a threat to Shoot Shadow. "It is futile," Shoot Shadow said with a laugh. "If you have been sucked in by the dragon spear's power, you cannot escape. No creature can escape the spear's power. If it wasn't for the leader needing you alive, you would already be a dead man." Han Sen looked at Sky King's face. He knew he did not have the power to escape. He pulled out his inch-gray sword and used his Dongshuan Sutra's break world power. Shoot Shadow looked at Han Sen's sword. He curled his lips and said, "Mr. Elder's sword is indestructible. It is a shame its owner is no longer the leader these days. It does not matter who owns it. As long as it can kill people, I reckon it's a good sword." Han Sen drew the sword and slashed. He used his super spank power. The light stream dragon spear power was weird. Han Sen did not want to waste any chances. He wanted to kill Shoot Shadow with one hit and be done with him. Shoot Shadow waved his light stream dragon spear. The spiderweb-like composition of weapons started to move. They blocked the inch-gray sword. Kacha. The super spank power gathered up sword air. It instantly destroyed the wall of gene race weapons. Like it was cleaving through a forest of bamboo, it went forth to strike Shoot Shadow. Shoot Shadow raised his spear to fight. The inch-gray sword struck the long spear's pole. The very powerful pole, which looked like it was clad in dragon scales, was cut by the inch-gray sword but did not snap. Almost at the same time, Han Sen felt a weird power surge through the inch-gray sword. It made his body very soft and numb. He was getting sucked toward the spear. The power inside him became light. It was going away. It gathered on the light stream dragon spear. Shoot Shadow was surprised by this too. Upon seeing the light stream dragon spear's wound, he felt relieved. It made him weirdly laugh. "Fortunately, you can't fully use the power of the inch-gray sword. If you could, that would have been quite dangerous for me. Right now, it seems as if your life is in my hands. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die." Mr. Elder only wanted Lin Jin alive. He did not say anything about keeping you alive. Han Sen was not in the mood to listen to that man's crap. He gathered up power to try and get away from the dragon spear's weird force of suction. The more he struggled, the harder it sucked him in. The more power he used, the number his body felt. His power was going away. Han Sen used the Blood, Pulse Sutra and the Dongshuan Sutra's break world powers. There was no point in doing so. It just led to more power abandoning him. Stop squirming. Trying to resist is useless. Any life force that touches the light stream dragon spear will get all of its power sucked dry. The stronger your energy is, the better it will be for the dragon spear. It will only become stronger. Although the dragon spear only has a 36% break world rating, even if a break world elite with a 60% break world rating touched it, they would not be able to escape its power. Shoot Shadow weirdly laughed and asked, "Why don't you just wait here and let it suck you dry?" Han Sen frowned and did not speak. He thought, using the Dongshuan Sutra's super spank to attack dealt good damage to the light stream dragon spear. That means the Dongshuan Sutra power can destroy the dragon spear's power. After touching the dragon spear, the sword feels like it has been glued to it. I cannot use my power. If the Dongshuan Sutra power was stronger, perhaps I could snap the dragon spear with a god weapon. Han Sen used the Dongshuan Sutra's break world power to the max. Despite that, he could not escape the sucking power of the dragon spear. If I could use my Dongshuan Sutra's break world power at 30% and make it solid, it should not be difficult to break the dragon spear. What will I have to do to get the Dongshuan Sutra's break world power to operate at 30%? Han Sen was annoyed. The Dongshuan Sutra had only just broken the world. He wanted to get it to 30%, but doing that was very difficult. Chapter 3283 Violent Suppression. Getting locked on by the dragon spear's power is something not even a real god spirit can escape. You should just concede. Shoot Shadow used one hand to hold the dragon spear. The other hand generated a weird, dark power. The dark shadow-looking power did not come from the dragon spear. It was Shoot Shadow's break world power. Back in the day, the God Chaos Party and the God Spirits had separated. They even forced the last Geno Hall leader to reboot the universe. That alone showed how scary the God Chaos Party was. Elites that were able to survive a reboot were all scary existences. Although their powers could not be restored to their greatest condition, they were not likely ordinary creatures. Shoot Shadow's hands lunged out to grab Han Sen, whose power was stuck to the light stream dragon spear. He could not use his hands to block him. Shoot Shadow's black flame-wreathed hand did not attack Han Sen. No power landed on Han Sen either, but his neck was delivered 5 fingerprints. It was like someone had tried to throttle his neck. If one looked at Han Sen's shadow, one saw a black-armed shadow grabbing his neck. You defeated Berry Path God. I thought you were someone great, yet this is all you have been able to do. Berry Path God is really becoming quite useless now. Shoot Shadow's hands looked like they were clutching nothing, but Han Sen's neck looked like it had been grabbed by an invisible hand. His skin was starting to cave in. I am not a cool person, Han Sen coldly said. His body turned into an ice jade color. His hair looked like ice coming down. His skin was like snow. He looked really holy. Even his face started to change. His facial structure was very clear and well defined, but it didn't appear feminine. His entire body released a holy light. It was like some holy god had walked out of a snow world. Upon seeing Han Sen in such a condition, even Zhao Ning, who was on the ship, felt a bit ashamed. It made her wonder how someone so holy-looking could exist. Shoot Shadow coldly laughed, but his laughter quickly disappeared. Han Sen's body released a holy light that made his shadow fade. It was then expunged. How is that possible? Shoot Shadow Elder screamed. He looked at Han Sen in a state of shock. How can such pure power exist in this world? Even the Black Shadow cannot accompany it. Even the main god of the 12 annihilation classes, Light God, can't be that pure. His power enabled him to control the shadows of the world. Now, Han Sen's body was too holy to even cast a shadow. It made Shoot Shadow's power completely vanish. If there is no light, there is no darkness. Light and dark are two sides of the same coin. Light God is not holy. Do you not understand that? Han Sen looked at Shoot Shadow Elder calmly. The hand holding the inch-gray sword started to brim with power. The Jadeskin in Break World mode created a scary body power. With the Break World power of the Dongshuan Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra, the 3 Break World powers ran in tandem with each other. It took Han Sen to another level. Gotcha. Previously, he had been shut down by the dragon spear. The inch-gray sword, which had been unable to move, started to move again. It pushed the spear's shaft away. The spear's shaft was delivered a crack. Han Sen's Break World power was not solidified, but 3 Break World powers created a pool of power that was big enough to suppress his opposition. Although the dragon spear's power was already solid, it was not enough to combat Han Sen. It did not depend on the inch-gray sword's sharpness or require a powerful force of impact. It was just a pure crush of power. A sharp sword easily cut wood. A hammer easily broke stone slates. If the sword just touched the wood, it was difficult to leave a mark on it. If the hammer was set on a stone slate, it was unlikely it would be damaged. Han Sen was using absolute power. He was like a giant compactor machine that could crush everything. Impossible, your break world power is not solid yet. How can you have such a powerful power? How is that possible? Shoot Shadow watched the dragon spear be broken by the inch gray sword. He was very shocked. Although the break world rating did not accurately define the differences in absolute powers, when the dragon spear's power clamped down, not even something that had a break world rating greater than the dragon spear could escape its grasp or deal damage to it. Yet, Han Sen had been able to suppress it. How scary was that power? Shoot Shadow only used one hand to grab the dragon spear. Now, he had to clutch the dragon spear with both hands. He pushed all of his power into the dragon spear to fight Han Sen. Even so, Shoot Shadow's hands were crushed. The cracks in the shaft were becoming more severe. The inch-gray sword's blade pushed deeper. Half of the shaft was cut through. In the 33rd sky, Berry Path God and many other members of the God Chaos Party were watching this fight unfold. A scary creature said, "It looks like Shoot Shadow is going to die. Should we go and help him?" "Why would we help him?" Another creature asked. "He gave up and decided to support Qin Shu. It is beneficial for us if he dies here." "You cannot say that. After all, this is the 33rd sky. If Shoot Shadow is killed here, it is still a grand shame for us." The scary creature hesitantly added, "Plus, if we do not save Shoot Shadow, things will become too obvious. Qin Shu will not use us anymore. It will be harder for us to accomplish things. What do you think, Berry Path God?" All of the scary creatures looked at Berry Path God. Berry Path God looked at the video stream playing in a mirror. He coldly said, "It is only just Shoot Shadow. His death won't matter to us, but I am interested in Lin Jin. Although Qin Shu gave us the same amount of life souls, it seems fair. I always thought the life souls they had were different from the life souls we have." After pausing, Berry Path God looked at Sky King and went on to say, "Plus, after Zhao incident, Qin Shu did not even bat an eyelid. Now, with something happening to Lin Jin, Qin Shu was willing to send out Shoot Shadow and the Stream Light Dragon Spear. Do you not think that is rather odd?" A scary creature thought, "Berry Path God is right. This is so weird. Does Qin Shu not trust us? Is that why he gave us weaker life souls? I want to know the answer to this too." Berry Path God looked at Sky King. "Kacha." The inch-gray sword split the dragon spear in two. The light stream dragon beast that had become a dragon spear was broken. Its power went back to Shoot Shadow. When the dragon spear broke, the dragon spear that had snatched all the weapons and Sky King let all of its captives go free. A voice played in Han Sen's head. It was an acoustic he had not heard in a long time. "Break World Beast Hunted. Light Stream God Dragon. God Light Stream God Dragon Beast Soul. God Break World Gene." Chapter 3284. One sword power. A crystal shaped like a tear fell out of the broken dragon spear. Han Sen grabbed the crystal while he kept slashing at Shoot Shadow with the inch-gray sword in his other hand. Shoot Shadow was shocked. His body turned into a shadow. No matter how much he tried to run, he could not escape Han Sen's inch-gray sword. It was like the sword had locked onto him. The inch-gray sword was about to strike down on Shoot Shadow's head. Although he was a Break World elite, he probably could not block the sheer sharpness of the inch-gray sword. Bzzzt. As the sound of the sword striking down was heard, a sword light appeared. It was like it pierced through eternity. It came down on the blade of the inch-gray sword. Han Sen froze. He recognized that sword strike. In his dreams, he had fought against this sword many times. This was the sword Big Sky Demon had shown him. She had shown him this many times in his dreams. When Han Sen saw this sword for the first time in reality, he felt afraid. Still, he had the resolve that denied him from falling back. An amazing power exploded. Han Sen used a sword instead of his knife. He slashed out with his sword, going toward the sword light that looked as if it could shred anything and everything. Dong. Han Sen and the inch-gray sword were knocked backward by the sword light. The sword light power did not stop there. It kept trying to suppress the inch-gray sword. Boom. Han Sen's body hit the forest of weapons. He created a trench in the ground that was 10,000 miles long. Many weapon gene races were hit and sent flying everywhere. A giant stone hole was visible at the end of the trench. Han Sen stood in the stone hall with both of his hands holding the inch-gray sword. His body was adorned with the Dongshuan armor. His gauntlets started to show signs of cracking. More cracks were appearing closer to his hands. Pieces of armor on his fingers started falling off. The sword light was still in front of the inch-gray sword. A powerful pressure made the inch-gray sword fall back inch by inch. Han Sen's were shaking as he held his sword. He had finally experienced the sword, so he now knew its true power. It was no wonder Big Sky Demon, who was an evil existence, had been heavily damaged by it. The Big Sky Demon had a break world rate of 90%. Han Sen's body was a mess. It was like his organs were breaking. The sword light did not get any weaker either. It was getting stronger. Roar. Han Sen made a roaring noise like a beast. He suddenly slipped into his super god spirit mode. The inch-gray sword in his hands developed a white power. He stumbled back a little and slashed the sword light down. He finally shook away the sword light. Go. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and ran to the ship. He punched and ripped space. He punched a path through Soldier Knife Sky and the universe of kingdoms. He pushed the ship away and stayed with it. Sky King heard Han Sen shout and saw him do that. He did not dare stay either. He raced into the tunnel as well. Do you want to run? It is not that easy. Shoot Shadow screamed weirdly. He became countless scary shadows. He kept trying to hit Han Sen, Sky King, and the ship. Sky King's shadow was stopped. He had to use skills to deal with the shadows. Han Sen was injured. He used all of his strength to break a tunnel. He pushed the ship forward but did not have any extra power to deal with the shadows. Ding! The sound of music was heard. It was like a wave that aided in shaking the shadows away. A phoenix head harp flew out of the ship. It floated behind Han Sen. The strings moved on their own. It kept producing scary harp sounds. Han Sen forced himself out of the Soldier Knife Sky. He grabbed the phoenix head harp. His body flashed onto the ship. He grabbed Zhao Chuyi and used galaxy teleportation to flash away. God Chaos Party was after Han Sen and Zhao Ning'er. If they were not on the ship, the people on the ship would be safer and permitted to live. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation even though he kept losing blood. Although that was the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra, he could not stop the blood. It was unknown how many systems they teleported away to. When Han Sen could no longer hold on to the damage brought on by the teleportation, he fell out into space. The sword light was like a ghost surrounding him. It broke space and came down. Han Sen could not keep his super god spirit mode on. His body was injured. He had many ideas as the sword light came striking down. The phoenix head harp string moved. The music was so loud that it was like a storm with raging thunder. It created shockwaves against the sword light. The sword light was like a sharp blade slashing at the waves. It ignored the sonic wave power. It slashed down, trying to slash the phoenix head harp. Han Sen imagined that slash could kill Zhao Ning'er. She had a break world rate of over 60%, but she could not withstand such power. When she touched the sword light, Han Sen felt the sword light bear a power he was familiar with. It was the black crystal armor's power. The black crystal armor had repeatedly helped Han Sen when he was growing up. Now, it had become his greatest issue. It was like a reaper's scythe that killed people. Han Sen knew he would have to overcome this one day. Otherwise, he could not take back the black crystal armor from Qin Shu. He would not survive if he didn't. The sword light touched the harp, and the harp broke. It was unable to stop the pursuit of that sword light. The sword light was going to land on the harp. Han Sen growled. The inch-gray sword trembled. The cells on his body were shaking and crying. Han Sen had no other choice. He had to take the sword. He had to live. The only way to do that was to fight. Do you want me, Han Sen, to die? That is not done so easily. Han Sen's body was heavily damaged, but a weird power exploded. It was the story of Gene's power. More specifically, it was the story of Gene's power in reverse. The power of the story of Gene's was not suitable for fighting. The increase in battle power was not so strong. The story of Gene's was different. The story of Gene's in reverse had a destructive power. Han Sen only ran it for a second, and he almost blew up and died. How scary was that power? Han Sen now had no choice. He had to try and use the reverse version of the story of Gene's. He needed to see if his body or the sword would blow up first. He wasn't sure if the story of Gene's power could fight the sword light. Han Sen did not know what the result of this action would be, but he had no other choice. Qin Shu's sword was too strong. It was not just a display of Qin Shu's strength. He was also wearing the black crystal armor, which went against the sky. As the former owner of the black crystal armor, Han Sen knew how scary the black crystal armor was. Pang, pang, pang. Han Sen's cells exploded. His entire body was like it was exploding. His flesh and bones almost blew up. Han Sen completely ignored his breaking body. He was bleeding. His hands kept bleeding blood. He held the inch-gray sword and slashed at the sword light. Chapter 3285 Getting a Spirit Boom. The sword light was destroyed. After its destruction, a bloody mist appeared in its absence. But that also faded away, as did the presence of Han Sen and the two Zhao sisters. They were all gone. The many scary creatures of the 33 skies were shocked. Qin Shu's sword was frightening. How could anyone not be afraid of that? Although Han Sen was someone capable of defeating Berry Path God, he could not block Qin Shu's sword light. And this made Berry Path God and the other God Chaos Party members look ashen. In an old tower, Qin Shu's eyes looked a little weird as he said, "He broke the sword light. This man is interesting. It looks like the black crystal armor chose to hide inside him for a reason." Suddenly, Qin Shu looked as if he was in pain. His body started to shake as he tried to handle the pain. He stood where he was for quite some time. He's trying to get control back. It's a shame that the things in my hands cannot be reclaimed and controlled by others. Qin Shu looked very tough. He let the pain spread, but he never moved. On a small, nameless planet, Zhao Ning'er was looking more than a little pale. Her white clothes were dyed red. "Sister, are you okay?" Zhao Chuyi scrambled over to get a look at Zhao Ning'er and asked about how she was faring. A worried look was scrawled harshly across her face. "I am fine." Zhao Ning'er shook her head. She turned to look at a shadow that was inside the cave along with them. She was not all that injured. Her wounds were superficial. They paled in comparison to the injuries of the person who was beside her in the cave. Compared to his wounds, her injuries were practically nothing. Zhao Chuyi peered at Han Sen with profound worry. Her worry was immense due to the state he was in compared to her sister. His condition was very poor. After seeing him, there was nothing short of what one might call scary. Han Sen's arms looked like they had exploded. He had massive wounds everywhere. His body was like an open pomegranate. The only good thing about it was the fact that Han Sen's blood was crystallized. It was frozen inside his veins, refusing to come out. Is he still alive? Zhao Chuyi looked at his body, unaware of what she should do. Any other person who had been hit like that would have died a million times over by now. He didn't look alive. I think he is still alive. Zhao Ning'er was not so sure. There was not one speck of Han Sen's body that looked fine. Even all of his organs were injured. It was like he had been blown up. No organs were running normally inside his body. But Han Sen's presence had not faded away. Aside from that, he looked like a dead man. A white half-burned candle was burning on Han Sen's head. If Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Chuyi moved closer to Han Sen or the white candle, their minds got messed up. Not even Zhao Ning'er could get close. They did not know what that half-burned candle would do. Zhao Ning'er knew the half-burned candle had flown out of Han Sen's body. Since it was something that belonged to Han Sen, they did not think too much of it. They could not see how scary the candle was. Otherwise, they would not have dared to stand where they were. The half-burned candle was on Han Sen's forehead. The flame was like a ghostly blue fire. It was like countless souls were crying in the fire. In the Qin Kingdom, people only knew this half-burned candle was called Mirror Moon. It was able to revive people. They did not know that the candle required souls to burn. Where Mirror Moon was, if a creature died, their souls would be attracted by the fire. They would not go to the Geno Hall to be reborn. They vanished from the world. Mirror Moon's appearance there was not going to help Han Sen. It had no connection to him. To the candle, Han Sen was just any other creature. He might as well have been a dog or a cat. Mirror Moon would not distinguish the two. It was just for storing food. Mirror Moon flew out on its own because it felt Han Sen's soul leaving his body. That was why it had flown out. It was waiting for the soul to be sucked into the light. The soul had no form or texture. It was lighter than anything in that world. When a spirit left its body, it flew out. It would float into the Geno Hall. The universe did not have a difference between high and low or left and right, but the direction of the Geno Hall was up when it came to spirits. When people had a weak life force, their souls lost power and would start to ascend. Han Sen's life force was very low and had reached that point. He was practically a dead man. Despite that, his soul did not leave his body. Mirror Moon was waiting for Han Sen's soul to leave, but it did not. Mirror Moon was confused by this. Its fire kept waving. It was trying to draw Han Sen's soul out of the lifeless body. Usually, Mirror Moon would not do this. That was because spirits were everywhere in the world. It did not need to do it. It did not need to steal souls from a living creature. In the universe, creatures could die any second. Countless numbers of souls could be used at all times. But Han Sen's soul was very enticing for Mirror Moon. His body was obviously dead, but his soul had yet to rise up. The Mirror Moon candle's flame blazed brighter. It had a weird blue color. It attracted a lot of souls. It was trying to take Han Sen's soul. If Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Chuyi could see souls, they would notice the souls around the planet were going into the candle's fire like the tide of the sea. Many souls were being sucked into the fire to burn. Crying noises were made, the likes of which could make people's teeth chatter, but they did not see anything. They only felt the cold of the cave give them goosebumps. The temperature of the cave, however, was not cold. No matter how much the Mirror Moon candle exploded and spirits from another system came, Han Sen's soul did not move. Mirror Moon was so confused by this. It had lived for 1 billion years, but it had not experienced this before. All creatures or spirits were beings of freedom. When they lost their life force, they would leave their own bodies. Han Sen's body no longer had a life force. Why his body did not ascend was a mystery Mirror Moon was unable to grasp. Mirror Moon was not human. It did not have emotions as humans did. It would not be curious about why that was, but it felt Han Sen's spirit would help it. Because Mirror Moon could not attract Han Sen's soul, it went to Han Sen. It had never taken a soul from a living thing before, but Han Sen did not seem to be alive. So Mirror Moon wanted to try and take his soul. The candle landed atop Han Sen's forehead. It was bloody. His skull was cracked. One could see thick brain juice inside it. After the candle was on it, there was a sizzling sound. It was like skin getting burned by metal. Chapter 3286 Difficulties. The candle looked like a ghostly flame rising up. It covered Han Sen's entire body. The candle could not burn anything solid, but it could burn souls. No matter how strong the body was, it could not really protect someone's soul. Han Sen, however, seemed to be the exception. He had a super god spirit mode. His body and soul could not be separated. That was why his soul had not left his body and ascended. Many people who came from the sanctuaries had super god spirit modes, but the super god spirit mode itself was different. It had many different elements. Like Han Sen, his super god spirit mode was unique. Even Little Flower and Ling'er, who had his genes, both had different kinds of a super god spirit mode. It made their bodies able to become spirits. Mirror Moon needed spirits. It did not need bodies. That fire was useless for the body. It created a problem for it. Han Sen's body and spirit were the same, but Mirror Moon only burned spirits. When the fire wrapped up Han Sen's body, it had reacted to the candle although it should not have. Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Chu watched Han Sen's body become wreathed in fire. They did not know what to do about the curious thing. They had no clue if Mirror Moon was being cruel or nice to Han Sen. It was a mystery to them. Therefore, it was difficult for them to decide what to do about it. Zhao Chu looked at Zhao Ning'er. With a face full of concern, she asked, "Is Han Sen going to be okay like that?" That half-burned candle came out from Han Sen, Zhao Ning'er said. "It is an item he owns. I do not think it will harm him. Besides, he is dying. Let's just see if he can be fixed by this thing or not." The two of them were frozen as they watched the candle set fire to Han Sen's severely injured body. The muscles and fat beyond the wounds were being ravaged by the flames of the candle. They were on fire. Han Sen's broken and out-of-shape body was hastily burning. "Sister, is this really okay?" Zhao Chu looked at Han Sen's burning body with a feeling of grand uncertainty. "Having a reaction is better than him being simply dead," Zhao Ning'er said. His body continued to burn. The bones and flesh did not burn very fast. Flesh kept smoldering, releasing a lot of smoke. That was the dirt Mirror Moon was unable to absorb. Han Sen's body was not reacting to this. After it was set aflame by the peculiar candle, it started to protect itself. A white color started to spread. It tore through the suppression rules of the universe. Han Sen turned into a super god spirit. The power of the super god spirit, combined with the fire of the Mirror Moon candle, did not disable the fire. That was because the body was a spirit now, and it made the ravaging flames worse. That was not exactly a bad thing. In super god spirit mode, Han Sen's will returned. Now that Han Sen could see his shape, he was in shock. The way in which his body had been broken was totally obscene. If he was a normal person, he should have died a few hundred times from the wounds he had incurred. Even a human like him, with a body that had almost reached the highest point of evolution, would never wake up unless they had a super god spirit mode. Only in super god spirit mode was he able to just about live. That was thanks to the mirror moon activating his super god spirit mode. Had it not done that for him, Han Sen would have been a dead man. Mirror moon had given Han Sen another chance to live. It also brought Han Sen another big crisis to overcome. The scary fire kept burning Han Sen's soul. Even his super god spirit mode could not fight things. What is mirror moon? Even my super god spirit mode can burn. Han Sen was shocked. He knew this was not the time he should spend being curious. He had to find a way to sort out the trouble he was in. Han Sen was happy that under the influence of his super god spirit mode, his Geno arts could still be used. He quickly used another Geno art to douse the flames. It was a pointless effort though. The fire seemed to be latching on to the super god spirit mode. No other type of power could affect the fire. He could only use the super god spirit mode to fight back. What is this thing? Han Sen had a grand headache. Come on. It would be fine if super god spirit mode could restrict the fire, but the super god spirit mode was restricted by the fire. If this kept going, Han Sen would burn away into dust. He would not even have a chance to reincarnate. Han Sen was wreathed by the fire. He kept feeling the pain that was deep in his nerves. He tried every way possible, but nothing would work. The super god spirit mode was becoming weaker and weaker. What do I do? Han Sen's heart cycled through many different ideas, but none of them worked. Big Sky Demon, where are you? Han Sen tried to call out for Big Sky Demon. Perhaps the old monster, Big Sky Demon, who had lived for countless years, would know how to deal with Mirror Moon. Big Sky Demon did not respond to him. Han Sen did not know Big Sky Demon was still badly wounded. She was living in Han Sen's dreams. Unless Han Sen went into his dreams, he would be unable to see Big Sky Demon. Han Sen's spirit was being burned. It was so painful that it could not be described. Every second was like a century. Han Sen could not endure the pain. He was unable to see a way out of this, and that was driving him insane. Am I going to die here? Han Sen thought of Ji Yanran. He thought of his son, Little Flower, and his daughter, Ling Er. He even thought of his mother, Luo Lan, and his dad, Han Yufei. He had many things left unfinished. No matter how much he did not want to die, he did not have the power to reverse his situation. To Qin Shu, Han Sen was just an accident. He was just a guy who could not control the black crystal power and let the black crystal armor let him handle things. Aside from that, Han Sen was nothing to Qin Shu. The humans from the sanctuaries were not created by Qin Shu. They were products of World King God, who had Qin Shu's body in the crystallizers. In the sanctuaries, humans were not pure. He never even cared for the Qin Kingdom's pure humans, who had Qin Shu's blood. Han Sen was just the product of an accident. He kept on fighting to survive. He tried everything he could to survive. What do I do? What else can help me? Han Sen brought out every item. Every item was the same. They did not work. Even the demon god sword's power did nothing to stop the fire. Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Chuyi watched Han Sen throw all of his things out, but none of the items were burned by the fires. Only Han Sen's body was burning. It was very weird. It was a shame they still did not know what was going on. Zhao Ning'er noticed something was wrong, so she asked, Han Sen, do you need my help? All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.